In the dimly lit room, Fang Hao and Rolana were discussing matters about Eternal Night City. Mid-conversation, they were suddenly interrupted by the alert tone from the sound-transmitting shell. "What's wrong?" Rolana, seeing him stop mid-sentence, curiously asked. Without answering, Fang Hao just took out a seashell from his storage space and held it to his ear. Immediately, he heard the voice of the ancient blood servant. "My lord, the sea city has been attacked." Upon hearing these words, both were startled. Fang Hao immediately asked, "By whom? Is there any danger?" After a brief pause, the reply came from the other end. "They are people from the Sea tribe. The enemy has been repelled for now." "All right, I'm on my way." Putting away the sound-transmitting shell, Fang Hao said with some apologies, "There's been some trouble with the ship. I'll come with you to have a look. I don't have anything else to do tonight anyway," Rolana said directly. The two quickly changed into their gear. Leaving the room, they called for the two heroes, Spencer and Bayahu. As for the others, Fang Hao did not call for them. After all, it was nighttime, and the situation on the other side was not clear. As for Demetria, she was not in the city at the time. She had gone back to the Lizardmen. At the Lizardmen's place. After all preparations were ready, they activated the teleportation screen and vanished from the spot. Reappearing. The four figures stepped out from the screen of light. On the dark deck, there wasn't a hint of light. Surrounding them was silence, with only the scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. There was no sight of the attacking Sea tribe, nor any attacks landing on the ship. Only in the darkness, the shimmering moonlight reflecting off moving skeleton skulls could be faintly seen. At that moment, the ancient blood servant leapt out of the sea, landing with a thud on the deck. Approaching Fang Hao, he reported, "My lord." "Yes, what's the situation?" "The Sea tribe soldiers attempted to attack the ship but have been repelled," said the ancient blood servant. Fang Hao nodded and continued to inquire, how many enemies were there, and how was the battle? The attacking enemies were not numerous, around 1,000 in size. They left some behind and then retreated immediately. It is not clear whether they still have intentions to attack. This reef was still relatively hidden. Moreover, being close to the Thornfin Sea, it was unlikely for anyone to pass by here. Yet, it was still discovered by the people of the Sea tribe. It seemed the attack on Giant Claw Island had enraged the Sea tribe greatly. However, they had clearly underestimated the strength of forces at Sea City. The few skeletons repairing the ship outside were just a minority. A mere 1,000 people couldn't even get close to the Sea City. At that moment, on the sea to the left, a series of orange flames suddenly lit up. Ship after ship enveloped in fire was quickly approaching. Fang Hao was taken aback. What strategy was this, setting fire to the ships? "Order the soldiers to sink those fire ships," Fang Hao commanded. Splash. Groups of skeleton worm guardians swiftly swam towards the fire ships. Beneath the fire ships, there were soldiers from the Sea tribe. When the two sides clashed, a fierce battle ensued. Simultaneously, on another part of the sea, countless Sea tribe members charged over, carrying various tools and attempting to approach the giant ship. But halfway there, they were discovered by the undead underwater. After a brawl, the Sea tribe's attempted sneak attack was repelled, and the other Sea tribe forces also began to retreat. Hundreds of fire ships were holed in the bottom, sinking to the ocean floor. The fire disappeared, and the sea surface was once again engulfed in darkness. Fang Hao gazed towards the direction where the fire ships sank. He suspected in his heart, this must be the scheme of another transmigrator. Intending to set the ships on fire, but it clearly didn't suit this world. The sea surface went back to calm. Fang Hao turned to Bayahu on the side. "Did the Sea tribe swim all the way here?" Bayahu was originally from the Sea tribe but was born a pirate. He understood these matters. Bayahu immediately responded, "Impossible." "How so?" "Just like humans travel on foot, we normally rely on our legs to walk, but on long journeys, we need carriages and horses to lead the way. The Sea tribe is the same. They cannot swim directly here from the Rainbow Islands." Bayahu explained. "That means, there must be Sea tribe ships hiding in the nearby darkness." "Definitely." Fang Hao nodded and continued, "Spencer. My lord, your orders. Find the enemy ships and sink them all. Understood, my lord. Spencer took the command, leapt from the ship, morphed into a dragon, and disappeared into the night sky. At this time, the Sea Tribe forces were somewhat baffled. Didn't the intelligence say there were only around 1,000 undead? How come when the fight started, these undead seemed endless, and they even had cannons? Dozens of Sea Tribe commanders stood on deck, staring at the distant sunken fire ships. Their expressions were quite unpleasant. Send a message to His Majesty the King. The intelligence is highly inaccurate. There are not just 1,000 undead. Their numbers are feared to be in the tens of thousands, perhaps even more, a Sea Tribe commander said. Intelligence could be inaccurate, but it should not differ by so much. A few thousand and tens of thousands were not comparable at all. What do we do now? It is clearly impossible to sink that ship, and moreover, this is the territory of the Thornfin Sea. The scent of blood could easily attract those merfolk, another commander asked. Let's retreat first. It's not a solution to drag this out here. Indeed. The leading fishman took a deep look at the distance. Everyone wanted to retreat, and the morale of the army had hit a low point. Continuing the forced attack was unlikely to be effective. So, he also said, retreat, let's pull back as well. Just as everyone was speaking, a whooshing sound of something tearing through the air came from above. Suddenly looking up, they saw a huge shadow descending head-on. Roar! A crimson blaze swept across the hull of the ship. Along its path, officers and soldiers turned to ash within the flames, the sails were consumed, and a great fire rose from the deck. The orange blaze illuminated the entire night sky. Only under this bright night sky could everyone clearly see the figure that flew by. A dragon, looking like a desiccated corpse, was circling above the fleet. Every time it completed a circle, it would unleash dragon breath towards the sea below. Ship after ship was set ablaze, and the Sea Tribe soldiers jumped into the sea to escape, their shouts echoing loudly. The fire grew more and more intense, lighting up the entire sea area. Fang Hao watched as the fire sank ship after ship. The soldiers of the Sea Tribe also jumped into the water like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Plop! An ancient blood servant leapt onto the deck from underwater. My lord, the people of the Sea Tribe are heading south, should we pursue? No need. Gather our forces and head towards the Sea Tribe's territory. Let's go see their islands too. Fang Hao continued to give orders. Yes, my lord. The ancient blood servant dived back into the sea to begin arrangements. Part of the marine forces advanced alongside the ships, while more troops entered the cabins. Once preparations were ready, the ship began to adjust its course, steering away from the rocky area and moving towards the direction of the Rainbow Islands. Only when the ship officially entered the normal sea lane did Fang Hao instruct a few words, leaving Beiyahu and Spencer behind, and took Rolana back to the main city. Ah! Screams from the maids outside the window woke Fang Hao from his sleep. He had returned late last night. It felt as though he had blinked, and it was dawn. You're awake. Next to him, Rolana, dressed in a purple nightgown, lay on a nearby soft couch, her fair and translucent legs cocked up, holding a comic book in her hands. Did you read all night? Were you expecting to stay awake all night for a cuddle? Rolana casually replied. You're going back today, aren't you? I'll have someone prepare some gifts for you to take back immediately, Fang Hao said as he dressed. Rolana glanced at him and said, aren't you attacking the Sea Tribe? Don't you need me to stay and help you? It's no big deal if I leave in a few days. Fang Hao had considered this yesterday. But the power of the Sea Tribe was just so-so. Compared to opponents who kept challenging the Federation, they weren't really much of a threat. The most dangerous enemy was still the Dragon Clan. With Rolana leaving during this time, she could return early and also make contact with her demigod mother-in-law. The Sea Tribe alone, there's no need for you to take action, I can handle it myself. Instead, it's better for you to go and come back early, Fang Hao said. Alright, I got it. The two got dressed and left the room together. Lord's Manors Hall. The weather was still good, and the maids also rose very early every day. Hearing that Rolana was leaving, Aira, Angia, and some of the maids all came to see her off. Through the time spent together, the women had grown to have a big change of heart regarding Rolana. Especially with the construction of the amusement park, they really counted on Rolana. Otherwise, it would have been really difficult to get it built. Why are you leaving so suddenly? Did Fang Hao bully you? We're going to miss you when you're gone. Somebody's about to be promoted to a hero soon, and you'll be the second to experience the roller coaster, but if you leave, you won't get to enjoy it. Rolana, listening to the maids, one-upping each other, also revealed a smile. She remembered how these little rabbits were so scared of her. When did she become so popular that so many people would come to hold her back from leaving? I'm just going home for a bit. I'll be back in a few days, and I'll bring gifts from there for you, Rolana said with a smile. Bats. Bring back a few rotten corpses' heads, we'll make a ghost house. No, you can't, that stuff will attract a lot of bugs. Isn't Scholar Nelson an expert in preservation? Just treat it, and it will be fine. Hearing the heated conversation among the women, Fang Hao smiled knowingly, hoping that Rolana would come to regard this place as her own home. He couldn't interject into the women's topic. What he needed to do was prepare sufficient gifts for Rolana to take back with her. Outside the door, skeletons were moving in and out. They neatly stacked various gift boxes and brocades on a central wooden table. There were exquisitely carved gold and silver jewelry, best-selling cosmetics in a cutout designed gift box, and fine fabrics from Bone Textile Store. In short, for Rolana, the demigod mother, Fang Hao could say that he prepared some of the best things he could offer. Then, footsteps were heard. Dujin walked in from outside. In his hand, he held a mahogany-colored wooden box. My lord, we have exchanged the equivalent amount from the alliance. The wooden box opened, revealing a full box of Warfire cards. Rainbow Pearl Island, Royal Palace. Inside the magnificent palace, the Sea King, Sainsbury, sat on his grand throne. After hearing the latest news that had been relayed back to him, the gaze of the Sea King suddenly sharpened, like a blade drawn from its scabbard. Off with their heads. His voice dropped. Outside the hall, the flash of swords glinted. Hundreds of people were beheaded instantly. Blood splattered, and heads rolled about. These men were members of the squad that had last gathered intelligence. Such a grave mistake in intelligence, leading to the burning of ships and heavy casualties among the troops, naturally required someone to take responsibility. After the killing, the scene was immediately cleaned. The bodies were dragged away, and the blood was washed clean. Inside the royal palace, the Sea King's face was somber, his eyes filled with fury. Below him, all the ministers bowed their heads in unison. It felt as if a huge rock weighed on their hearts, making even their breathing cautious, fearing that a misstep might draw the Sea King's attention. Damned undead, the Sea King muttered. Land-dwelling races often would not leave their forces at sea for long. It was precisely because of this that the Sea Tribe had planned to teach that undead squad a lesson, taking advantage of the moment their forces withdrew and they were busy repairing their ships, to sink the vessel directly. If that huge ship were sunk, there would no longer be a foundation for attacking the islands. But unexpectedly, this was all a plot by the enemy. The only thing they had exposed was bait to lure them in. After a long silence, the Sea King regained his composure and restrained his aura. Looking commandingly downwards, he said, "Does anyone claim this undead squadron?" A Sea Tribe minister cautiously stepped forward and said, "We have contacted the Undead Desert, the Great Cemetery of Anglina, and the Great Cemetery of Relic, and they all deny it's their troops." Anglina. What power is that? The Sea King asked. Oh, Anglina used to be the Great Cemetery of Oddies. Since Oddies has passed away, it was renamed Anglina, the minister immediately explained. At that moment, the Sea King also remembered this matter. It was because of the turmoil in Otis's area that the Sea Tribe had planned to extort money from the Federation. The situation had escalated to this extent. They all deny it. Yes, this army appeared out of nowhere. There's no information on where they came from. The desert was too far from here, yet it was genuinely an undead stronghold. They had the capability to support a navy, but the likelihood was low. It was somewhat baffling that the two nearby great cemeteries, the Great Cemetery of Anglina and the Great Cemetery of Relic, also denied any involvement. If you initiate a war, there must be a purpose. Whether it's a military need or the plundering of resources, there must be a target. But after the battle, there was no message, nor could it be found who directed the attack. It was as if they had fought just for the fun of it. It left the Sea tribe somewhat confused about what the other party was thinking. Then it must be one of Anglina or Relic, those damn rotten bones, daring to do but not admit, the Sea King cursed. Your Majesty, I don't think it's necessarily them, another minister stepped forward and said. The Sea King glanced at him, slightly displeased. Tell me, other than them, who else could attack Giant Claw Island from this direction? The minister bowed before continuing. Your Majesty, consider this. Do these two great cemeteries have the capability? If they had such power, they'd prioritize expanding their territories on land instead. Why would they attack us without any reason? This indeed was a problem. What are your thoughts then? The Sea King looked at him. The minister cleared his throat and continued, Your Majesty the Sea King, I propose we let a transmigrator enter. He has some intelligence, though it's merely a hypothesis. Everyone was puzzled. What was this all about? Let him enter, the Sea King said. Soon, two Zhao guards brought in a male transmigrator. The transmigrator kept his head down while his eyes darted around sneakily. The minister asked, Repeat what you told me yesterday right here. Oh, yes. The transmigrator nodded and immediately said, Among the transmigrators, Fang Hao belongs to the Undead faction, and I've heard his strength is formidable. Transmigrator. Fang Hao. What was all this? The Sea King's brow furrowed, his face showing impatience. The minister immediately pressed further, The Fang Hao you mentioned belongs to the Undead faction, correct? In the channel, it was mentioned that he is from the Undead faction, the transmigrator quickly responded. All right. Then how is this Fang Hao's strength among you transmigrators? I'm asking about the military force, combat power, the minister continued to inquire. The transmigrator answered, First, in the rankings among transmigrators, he stands at the top, considered the most formidable among us. As he said this, the others also understood the implication. This was suspecting that the attacker of Giant Claw Island was a transmigrator. But this idea seemed somewhat unrealistic. Transmigrators hadn't emerged for long, probably less than a year. Moreover, the Sea tribe could be said to have close ties with transmigrators. They had also supported transmigrators. What transmigrator could attack an island alone just by himself? The minister's questioning did not cease, continuing to ask, Where is this Fang Hao located? In the Federation, I think. I'm not clear either. No one knows where exactly. When the Federation was mentioned, everyone frowned. When Giant Claw Island was attacked, they were at war with the Federation. You didn't say he was from the Undead camp. How could he be related to the Federation? This time, it was the Sea King who asked. The transmigrator felt a pressuring force, a hint of sweat appeared on his forehead, but he still said, I heard, it's also a rumor in the channel. Speak. Some say, Fang Hao gained favor with a lady city lord in the Federation, got the support from her, and even had his territory protected by her, so no one knows where exactly. What is this city called? That, I can't remember, I just happened to see someone talking about it, said the transmigrator, wiping the sweat from his forehead. After hearing the transmigrator's account, no one underestimated Fang Hao any longer. Camp and strength, it all matched up. The transmigrator, as the number one in his world, helping the Federation solve some issues, also seemed plausible. If it really was him, then it truly was somewhat frightening. A transmigrator, who came to this world less than a year ago. That he could annihilate a heavily defended island all by himself was indeed surprising. Sadly, this Fang Hao belonged to the Federation. And the transmigrators supported by the Sea tribe were all pathetically weak, at most a village chief, each of them only knowing how to plead poverty to themselves and request supplies. They let the transmigrator leave. The Sea King, wearing a crown and holding a golden trident, glanced down again. Do you think it could be this Fang Hao? Below, the ministers began to express their opinions. I think it's very likely Fang Hao. The Human Federation, seeing they're not gaining an advantage, probably used the undead to distract us. A transmigrator, where would he get such major abilities from? Didn't you hear him just now? This person is number one among transmigrators, plus with the support of the Federation, it should be no problem. With the Federation's technology, they couldn't have built such a big ship either. Everyone was discussing, but clearly, many thought there was a high possibility that it was Fang Hao. The Sea King pondered for a moment. Then ordered, continue to track that ship's movements, prepare provisions and calculate the number necessary to go to war with the Federation. Everyone's expression tightened. They were really going to war with the Federation. Yes, Your Majesty. Elsewhere. Light flickered. Rolana's figure appeared in an old, deserted castle. The castle was empty, with only gray stone walls, wooden floors, and a cleaned-out, extinguished fireplace. Familiar memories flooded her mind. This was where she once lived. Moved. Rolana, wrapped in a purple robe, holding two boxes, one big and one small, walked straight out of the castle. Outside, clouds covered the sun overhead. This was not just a cloudy day, it was always like this in Eternal Night City. Eternal Night City, also known as Eternal Night Mist City. A city perpetually shrouded in clouds. The Blood Clan could also go out normally, not worrying about the sun overhead. As she left the building, she entered a bustling street. Unlike where Fang Hao was. Here, in the realm of the Blood Clan, not only could one see the Blood Clan but also various living creature races, mostly humans. They were the residents here, and the condition for residing was to pay the blood tax. In the Blood Clan, there was no talk of cruelty. It was merely different methods of exploitation for the lower classes by different races. Miss, our store has just received a batch of excellent corpse coffins, absolutely comfortable, would you like to come in and have a look? Our store offers tooth polishing and maintenance services, we also offer diamond settings, very fitting for your beautiful demeanor, would you like to try? Distinguished Blood Clan Miss, do you need some human slaves? Their blood is very tasty, and the price is not expensive. Upon walking onto the street, a surge of sales pitches sounded. Rolana ignored them. Carrying the two large boxes, she hailed a carriage to Blood Castle. Hearing Blood Castle, the salespeople dispersed in the blink of an eye, and the surroundings instantly became empty. The carriage rumbled along the cobblestone road, heading towards the Earl's residence. In Blood Castle, within a splendid bedroom. A servant dressed in a black suit cautiously entered the bedroom. Stopping before a strikingly ornate black and gold coffin, he bowed his head and spoke softly, Lady Isabella, Miss Rolana has returned and has brought you a gift. The room remained quiet, the air infused with a subtle scent of spices. Hiss. A subtle sound of friction arose. The perfectly fitted coffin lid opened slightly. Did you say, Rolana has returned? A cold voice emanated from within the coffin. Yes, my lady, Miss Rolana is waiting in the hall for you. Snap. The black and gold coffin was fully opened, a pair of pale, slender hands, adorned with gemstone rings, rested on the edge of the coffin. Main City, Lord's Mansion. After sending Rolana away, Fang Hao immediately started to get busy with his own affairs. He began by recruiting troops and then adjusted the assortment of troops in Troop Hiding Cave No. 1 to prepare for the attack on the Sea Tribe. A portion of the troops was recruited within the main city to fill the ranks in the Troop Hiding Cave. The rest would be directly recruited on board the ships. The trade with the fishmen had resolved the shortage of sea-scale stone needed for recruitment. This material, necessary for recruiting oceanic troops, was scarce on land. But underwater, it was not rare at all. Land infantry exited from the Troop Hiding Cave. Oceanic troops and Bone Dragon entered the Troop Hiding Cave. A dense mass of skeletons started to move as heroes like Demetria and Angia directed them. Ding! Suddenly, a notification sound rang out. Opening it, Fang Hao saw a message from Ma Tianyi. The Bronze Bull leader has arrived and has already begun to take over the city's military strength. The Bronze Bull had reached Kenrava City faster than Fang Hao had imagined. As for taking over the city, the Bronze Bull was not doing it for the first time and was even somewhat experienced. After arriving, he immediately took command of the troops and began controlling some of the city's uncontrollable forces. Have you figured out how many slaves there are? Fang Hao continued to ask. Ma Tianyi replied, there are over 12,000, all from the orc race, mostly of prime age. Tell the bronze bull that if he has no place to arrange them, I can find some open land to settle these slaves, Fang Hao said. After all, he still owed Amanda some population. If these orcs had nowhere else to go, they could be sent to Amanda. Okay. And boss, I have already recruited all the alliance hierarchs who were involved in the negotiations with the slave king, including their members. There are more than 200 people. Ma Tianyi's message came through again. Fang Hao was aware of this, and the annexation of transmigrators by the various vassal lords counted as territorial expansion. It had no downside, as long as they were well managed. Got it. He ended the chat. Fang Hao couldn't help but think of Rolana again. He wondered if she had seen her mother after going back. If she had been killed. He was somewhat concerned about what a demigod like her mother would think when hearing that her daughter suddenly had a man in her life. He hoped the gift he had sent could change the initial impression. Inside the gloomy and luxurious palace. On the gray and white throne, a mature woman with an air of nobility and a solemn face was sitting. Her black hair was tied up, wearing a black dress with golden patterns, holding a golden goblet in her hand, leaning lazily on her chair in a somewhat languid pose. Her right leg rested over her left, revealing exquisitely textured boots. Her gaze shifted to the figure below and spoke indifferently, "What brings you back?" Contrary to what Fang Hao had imagined, Isabella showed no significant emotional fluctuation when faced with her daughter's sudden return. There was neither anger nor joy, only a tone laced with a hint of complaint. Rolana sat on a chair below without answering, instead asking, "How did the castle end up moving here?" "That area was designated for the commercial district. I wanted to inform you, but I couldn't find you." Isabella set her goblet on the tray held by an attendant, continuing, "Sneaking off, have you found what you sought?" Rolana, a dark gold level hero, rarely found anyone who could harm her outside. Of course, her mother did not know that even with her considerable strength, her daughter's first foray into the world lacked social experience. Fooled by the Red Duke, dismembered and sealed for decades. "Yeah, it's better than being cooped up here," Rolana continued. Isabella looked at her daughter and sighed deeply before saying, "Stay for a few days and tell me about the interesting things outside. I haven't been out for a while. If you're bored, help your brother at the fortress. They are currently fighting against humans." Reflecting on her daughter's departure, as her mother, Isabella considered assigning her some tasks. It was better than stewing at home. "I'm not going to any fortress. I'll stay with you for a few days, but then I have to go back to my husband," Rolana said, her leg cocked. As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall instantly solidified, the air turning thick and heavy. Isabella's lazy gaze sharpened, like a sword drawn from its sheath. The attending servant beside her bowed their head even lower. Legs trembling, even breathing became difficult. "Is it so strange? Have you forgotten how old I am?" Rolana, seemingly unaffected, pushed the 2 wooden boxes at her feet forward. "Here. His gifts for you." He wanted to come in person, but the Sea Tribe is attacking his territory right now. "He'll visit you another time." Isabella squinted her eyes. The surge of anger was somewhat quelled by her daughter's words. "What kind of man is he?" Isabella took a deep breath, reining in her formidable presence. "A man, not very old, with his own piece of land," Rolana began softly. "I know he is a man. I'm asking about his lineage, his status." After thinking, Rolana countered, "Why are you asking so many details for?" Isabella took the goblet from the servant's hand again. Gently swirling it, the red wine spun around the golden cup. "Shouldn't a mother know who her daughter's husband is? Don't you want to see what gift he has prepared for you first? I can tell you everything about him in detail later, and his territory is also a very interesting place," Rolana said. Isabella frowned at her daughter. She felt her youngest daughter was very different from before. Reflecting on this, she still waved her hand and ordered, "Prepare for the banquet. Notify the nobles in the city. My daughter is back. All are to attend the banquet." "Yes, madam." And these gifts, make a list of them. Understood, madam. The attendant left. Isabella rose to her feet, walking slowly down the stairs. Come on, I'll show you to your new room, it's been vacant for over 50 years. Nightfall descended. After adjusting the troops, Fang Hao still felt uneasy, so he contacted Rebecca and Rolana separately. Rebecca was still on her way to the Hall of Skylight. She traveled on the official roads of the Hall of Justice and was aboard an aerial ship, so she hadn't encountered any danger. The journey was just a bit dull. As for Rolana, it seemed a bit noisier on her end. From what she said, she was attending a party her mother had thrown for her. Fang Hao tentatively asked about her mother's attitude and received a reply that there was no particular situation at the moment. The Blood Clan were creatures of the night, and it was their time to be active. After a brief conversation, he decided not to disturb her further. Not long after, Era, Little White, and the others returned from the amusement park. Fang Hao, along with the group, went upstairs to rest. The next day, dawn was breaking. Fang Hao had just gone to the sea ship to check on the sailing conditions. He had recruited some troops, and had just received a message from Era, so he immediately returned from the sea. He tidied up his attire a bit. Then in the lobby, he waited for the Lizardmen Queen, Anastasia, who was also dressed magnificently. The queen wore a peacock blue gown, her slender, long neck proudly arched, adorned with gold jewelry, and she carried herself with noble elegance. Over time, it was clear to see her belly had become slightly pronounced. Queen, what have you been busy with lately? You look thinner. You should have Demetria bring you here for meals, fatten you up a bit, Fang Hao immediately said. The term, fatten you up a bit, might not be very appropriate. The Lizardmen Queen belonged to the red scale lizardmen, red and plump, might be more fitting. Of course, he didn't say this randomly. The Glutton's dark gold stewpot had recorded many dishes, including dragon meat, so nutrition was certainly taken care of. The queen gave him a look and continued, I just came to see if the Dragon Clan has discovered this place. If you can't withstand an attack, you can go to the southern marshes, I can make you plump as well. Thanks. If it really comes to that, I will seek refuge with the queen. They bantered a bit, and without further small talk, the queen continued, I've come to confirm with you once more about the glazed tiles situation. Hearing about glazed tiles, Fang Hao immediately put down his cup, his expression turning serious. Glazed tiles were necessary materials for upgrading the Lord's mansion to level 15. The production conditions weren't clear yet, but through his connections with the Lizardmen, he had ordered the necessary quantity. Thinking about it, it had been a few months since the order was placed. Is the quantity sufficient? Fang Hao asked. I've come to verify the quantity with you, I should be able to deliver it to you this week. Then that's great, a total of 5,000 pieces. If you have more to sell, I can also take them off your hands. The queen nodded, the quantity you mentioned matches my records, it will be available to you soon. No problem. They continued discussing their cooperation for a while. Fang Hao went on, by the way, do you have any weapons capable of defense against aerial threats from the Holy Empire? Aerial, are you thinking of defending against the Dragon Clan? You could put it that way. Fang Hao wouldn't usually discuss such matters with other powers. But with the Southern Lizardmen, they were already allies, even with a better relationship. The other party was also aware of the Dragon Clan's attack, so there was no need for secrecy. There are some weapons that can counter aerial troops, I'll have someone bring them tomorrow, you can see if you need anything, the queen thought for a moment and said. Good. After chatting for a while longer and discussing future cooperation. Seeing that it was about time, Fang Hao called Era back. He asked her to accompany the Lizardmen Queen on a tour of the city and to see the progress of the amusement park. As one of the city's hostesses, Era surely represented the main city. Fang Hao then went back to the sea, joining the ships as they approached the archipelago. Eternal Night City. The party lasted till the morning before it ended. In the dim room, two women, who looked alike but with distinctly different temperaments, sat on either side of a table by the window. Isabella, still in her black gown with gold trim, leaned against the armrest of her chair with a poised demeanor, exuding the aura of a queen. The hem of her dress was slightly lifted to reveal her long, straight legs wrapped in black stockings. Stockings, huh? They're also produced here in Eternal Night City, supposedly the transmigrators researched them. But the material and craftsmanship of yours seem a bit better. Rolana, sitting to the side in a body-hugging purple cloud-patterned long dress, said with a faint smile, "These are made from the best silk, naturally comfortable. I also have cosmetics. I'll put some on you." Isabella was pulled to sit down in front of the vanity. Her daughter began to open the gift box and get ready. "Tell me, how did you meet Fang Hao?" Rolana casually took out the items, speaking indifferently. "If we're talking about the first meeting, it must have been in a graveyard, where he found my heart." "Heart?" Isabella frowned. "Yes, he saved me. He asked me to help him build his territory in exchange." Suddenly, Isabella felt that her daughter's excursion was not as easy as it seemed. There must have been many, profound experiences. "Tell me all about it." Rolana didn't hide anything, demonstrating the use of makeup products to her mother while recounting her experiences after leaving home. From being deceived by the Red Duke into drinking poison, to later when Fang Hao collected her body and rescued her. And in the meantime, she witnessed the development of Fang Hao's territory. The territory had expanded to even cover the neighboring powers, a rate of growth that was rather alarming. Even the Blood Clan, now under the supervision of a demigod, would find it difficult to expand its territory so rapidly. After hearing her daughter's story, Isabella, besides feeling sorry for her daughter, also harbored less resentment towards Fang Hao. This story was far more exciting than any drama. He is a transmigrator. How strong is he? Isabella, glancing at her own face in the mirror and quite satisfied with the effect of the makeup, asked. "You haven't heard the name Fang Hao?" Rolana countered. Isabella, curious, looked at her daughter in the mirror. "Is he famous? Doesn't Eternal Night City support transmigrators?" Rolana continued to inquire. "That's taken care of by the subordinates, what about it?" Rolana furrowed her brows in thought and said, "He's the top amongst the transmigrators, probably the strongest." Top. Isabella also frowned. Who ranked him as number one? Oh, they have their own ranking system, it doesn't need anyone else to appoint it. "I can't really explain it to you," said Rolana with an air of difficulty in conveying her thoughts. Isabella showed a slight smile as well. Just as she was about to speak, a soft knocking sound came from the door. "Ma'am, miss, the list has been compiled. Come in." The door opened and an attendant brought in a list. After another bow, the attendant exited, gently closing the door behind him. Isabella picked up the list and glanced at it, a look of surprise appearing in her eyes. "Wow, 10 million in Warfire cards, your husband really is generous." That much. Rolana hadn't expected such a preparation, but she felt happy inside. After all, it proved that her own judgment was quite good, the man she chose was exceptional in every aspect. Setting the list aside, Isabella then continued, "When can you take me to see him?" "Don't worry, I won't do anything to him. In a few days, after I meet the rest of the family," Rolana decided. "All right, early today, Fang Hao didn't immediately head for the sea vessel. It was still sailing along its route, and the Sea Tribe's army that was following at a distance didn't dare get close. With Ancient Blood Guardian and other heroes accompanying on the ship, there was no possibility of any trouble. Therefore, it wasn't necessary for Fang Hao to sit on the ship all the time. Even if he were there, if it came to a situation they couldn't handle, they would still be overwhelmed. After breakfast in the morning, Fang Hao took Angia and went straight to the Trade Alliance headquarters. They didn't stroll on the streets, and after getting some snacks for Angia, they headed directly to the Southern Land Lizardmen store. Entering, they were greeted by a waiting clerk who escorted them to the second floor. In the opulently decorated room, the Lizardman Queen was sitting at a table adorned with fruits and tea. "Do you want to chat, or shall we take a look at those weapons?" the Queen asked. "Let's see the weapons first," Fang Hao replied. The Queen glanced to the side, the attendant nodded, and immediately left the room. When he returned, He was followed by several others carrying an assortment of weapons. These are some of our more practical weapons and equipment. Take a look and see what you need, the Queen said. 4 types of weapons were presented. The first 2 were arrows. Cold Lizard Arrow Purple. Description: a Royal Trusted Aid standard arrow, capable of easily piercing enemy scales, inflicting effective damage. Oh, seeing the first one, Fang Hao was taken aback. Purple arrows. The arrows currently used in his territory were green iron arrows. The reason he hadn't switched, besides the lack of a blueprint and the cheap cost of production, was mainly due to the use of rifles. Transmigrators would consider guns to be more powerful than arrows. Moreover, the military tactics of his territory were that of a human wave. If one person throws a stone, 1,000,000 people throwing them together could even kill an Iron Man with stones. Therefore, he had never paid much attention to higher-grade arrows. But the last time, when bullets couldn't pierce the Dragon Clan's dragon scales, and he remembered it vividly. Seeing this purple arrow now, capable of piercing enemy scales, he wondered whether he should switch to a new batch of arrows. With this thought in mind, Fang Hao didn't rush to decide. He continued to look at the second weapon. The second was similar to a normal iron arrow. Tied at the tip was a cylindrical tube. It somewhat resembled a large sky rocket. Smoke Sealing Arrow Green. Category: arrows. Effect: releases a wide range of irritant smoke that can obscure vision and cause discomfort in living creatures. Description: arrows made from special irritant materials that can produce a smoke effect under specific circumstances. Fang Hao read the arrow description and was able to understand the meaning. In plain terms, these are smoke bombs tied to arrows. No, more like smoke canisters. We gathered materials from the swamp, ground them into powder, and sealed them inside. When released, the red smoke can cover a large area, the Queen explained elegantly while drinking tea. What effects does it have? After thinking for a moment, the Queen said, it's quite severe. Soldiers within the range of the smoke will be unable to discern direction, and the smell of the smoke will essentially rob them of their combat power. Heroes are also affected, but the higher their level, the less impact it has on them. Fang Hao picked it up, looked it over, and then carefully put it back. He then asked, can't we fill them with poison instead? Are you crazy? What if our own people get poisoned? The Queen exclaimed in surprise. Smoke, this kind of thing, is easily influenced in this world. The simplest example would be a dragon flapping its wings or a mage using the gentle breeze technique. It just bursts open, affecting the enemy, and then a breeze from the other side. The smoke would then spread over to our own side. Not daring to use poisonous gas, apart from the difficulty in crafting it, is also about protecting our own people. Can it be customized? I want something highly toxic, or that kind of thing that can knock people out, Fang Hao continued. You're not afraid you'll harm your own soul? She stopped mid-sentence. Fang Hao's lands were all undead. As long as he was safe, he didn't worry about whether his soldiers would get poisoned. The Queen took a sip of tea, then said, I'll go back and ask, see if we can enhance the effect of the smoke. Fang Hao looked at it again, then suddenly thought of something else. He continued, these arrows, you're not planning to make them the kind that light up and shoot up into the sky one by one, are you? The Queen was taken aback. You know about this? Well, it seems that a transmigrator has proposed this weapon to the lizardmen. The primitive form of a rocket is exactly that. In ancient times at home, there was something called beehive rockets, similar to this. It belongs to a type of machinery, and isn't only for shooting into the sky. If the power is sufficient, it can hit any target. It seems that the lizardmen are not good at firing, so they directly modified it to be shot out with a crossbow. I have someone here who is good at gunpowder. How about we cooperate to refine this and research together to achieve the planned effects? Fang Hao continued. The Queen looked at him and calmly picked up her teacup for another sip. I'll discuss it back home and give you an answer tomorrow. Fang Hao nodded and continued to examine the third item. B-net crossbow bolts, blue. Category: mechanical crossbow bolts. Effect: after firing, it spreads out into a huge net that binds the target. Description: A special weapon developed by the lizardmen that can envelop the targeted prey. These are a kind of ballista bolt that spreads out into a big web in the air. It covers the target, preventing them from spreading their wings, and they fall from the sky. But Fang Hao felt that this thing has little effect on the dragon clan. The net might be okay against avian troops or winged dragon troops. But to expect it to bring down the dragon clan is wishful thinking. He put it aside. Fang Hao continued to look at the last one. This was a model of a ballista. The queen explained, this is a triceratops ballista, smaller than the dwarf ballistas, and it can be mounted on large beasts for use, or as you say, a mobile artillery. Fang Hao picked it up and examined it. What quality is it? Purple. Similar to the dwarves. Anti-air machinery. There was no need for him to replace his ballistas. He also didn't have any large beasts to mount the machinery. He put everything back, and sat back down at the table. He said, I'll order 100,000 of the first kind, cold lizard arrows, and for the second kind, smoke signal arrow. I think we can cooperate and research together to achieve the desired effect. The queen had people take down the various weapons and nodded, okay, I will immediately have the arrows produced. As for the cooperation, I need to discuss it, as I can't make the decision alone. That's fine, then. Thank you, Your Majesty, Fang Hao said with a smile. I can provide you with the items, but you should also be aware, don't provoke those madmen from the dragon clan. Just being entangled with them can be a nuisance to death, not to mention stable development. The queen still brought up the topic. Fang Hao nodded, I can't help it. They are fixated on me, and now I can't avoid them even if I want to. All right then. What do humans like to eat? If your city is gone, come over to my place. Thanks, I think I can hold out a little longer. He left the shop after chatting with the queen for a while and said goodbye. Just as he had left the shop, a figure hurriedly rushed over from not far away. It was a small succubus wearing a black leather outfit with a heart-shaped cutout at her belly, exposing her skin. It seemed she had been waiting for him there for a while. Huff, huff. After catching her breath, the little succubus said, Sir, the shop owner has asked for you. She says she has important matters to discuss. Seeing the little succubus run over, Fang Hao remembered the dwarf master craftsman had warned him that people from the succubus's shop had been inquiring about him. But thinking it over, he didn't have much contact with the succubus. Why did it seem like she was so interested in him? He wasn't exactly brimming with vitality either. Does the boss lady need something from me? Actually, I have some matters to deal with myself, Fang Hao said, somewhat wanting to leave. The little succubus said, I'm not too clear about the details, but the boss lady rarely meets with outsiders. It must be something very important. As a succubus leader, of course, she sees fewer people. After thinking for a bit, he agreed, then lead the way. Succubus cottage, within the room. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Fang Hao looked across and lazily, yet with full charm, spoke to the succubus leader with a smile, Miss Yezabeth, we meet again. Ha! The demon monarch yawned, leaning back slightly, her clothes stretched tight, outlining perfect curves. In this world, appearance and physique often change with rank. The higher the rank, the better the proportion of body muscles, and some even grow taller. Of course, there are exceptions, like the degenerate troll leader Fang Hao had encountered before. His appearance did not quite fit human aesthetic standards. That boss looked like a pile of fat slumped over, sickening at a glance. But such cases are rare. According to species aesthetics, it is unusual to find high-ranking heroes who are ugly. No rush, the demon monarch said with a smile, supporting her chin with one arm. One after another, little succubi presented drinks and various dishes on the table. Soon, the whole table was filled. And all were the famous dishes of the establishment. Once everything was served, the little succubi exited the room. Only then did the demon monarch speak, have a taste, the craftsmanship here is always quite good. Fang Hao did not move to eat, and Angia also sat quietly to one side. Angia wouldn't carelessly eat anything while she needed to protect Fang Hao. Especially when the other party's intentions were unclear. Thank you, Miss Yezabeth, but let's get straight to the point, Fang Hao said. He also had important matters to attend to and had no time for whining and dining here. Besides, given the obviously purposeful demeanor of his counterpart, he didn't dare to eat. The demon monarch gave a shallow smile, her tail gently wagging as she began, Mr. Fang Hao, do you also have a shop in the Trade Alliance? Yes, one in the branch, he replied, seeing no need to hide such matters. What do you mainly sell? The succubus continued to inquire. Mainly weapons and equipment, but there are also some tools and various other items, an assorted range. His gaze shifted towards her. Miss Yezabeth, are you interested in a collaboration? The demon monarch looked at him seriously before nodding. Of course, only I'm not sure what my succubus cottage could use. That is indeed a point. Fang Hao also didn't know what the succubus cottage might need. After all, there weren't many succubi, and there wasn't a need for combat here. Without a need for weapons and equipment, what else could he sell? Dinnerware, furniture. How much could one establishment use? 180 warfire coins would be enough. One never knows. If you'd like to invite me over to yours, we might see if there's something we could work together on. Having said that, her jade-like fingers brushed across the back of his hand. Despite blatantly flirting with Fang Hao, her cheeks turned red with a semblance of shy coyness. Fang Hao frowned, gazing at her but became cautious. She wanted to visit his territory. To know, the only person who showed interest in his territory's location was the Dragon Clan. Was she scouting his position? That didn't make sense. If she truly wanted to assist the Dragon Clan, she would merely need to inform them of his whereabouts within the alliance, and the one waiting for him at the Lizardmen shop's doorstep would not be a succubus, but someone from the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, she wouldn't foolishly bring it up at this moment. What was going on here? Are you interested in my territory? Fang Hao looked directly into her eyes. The demon monarch, holding a wine glass, took a sip and licked her lips seductively before responding, I'm interested, and in you too. Would you invite me over to take a look? Aren't you afraid I might have you detained if you come over? What's there to fear? I am quite confident in my abilities, the demon monarch continued. Upon hearing her words, Fang Hao also revealed a smile. Yezabeth, Orange Rank 8. In this world, she counted as one of the top fighters. She would be a leader in any force. Especially to a transmigrator, there was no way to do anything against an Orange Rank 8. But in his current territory, off the record, Orange Rank 8 is only average. Setting aside Rolana, there are already 4 of the Orange Rank 10. Defeating you would be a breeze. But these thoughts were not to be voiced. Fang Hao just smiled genially. Wait a while, then I'll invite Miss Yezabeth over to my place for a visit. Our produced clothing and cosmetics actually suit you quite well. Great, then I'll wait for Mr. Fang Hao's message. Don't make me wait too long. The demon monarch laughed again, leaning forward, revealing a generous glimpse of skin. Fang Hao nodded. All right, then I must return now. There are indeed matters to address in my territory. Having said that, he stood up with Angia, ready to leave. The demon monarch paused, eyeing the full spread of food and drink. Without having touched a bite, he was leaving already. But she made no attempt to stop him, instead speaking up, as a return gift for visiting me, I'll let you in on some news. Fang Hao, who was about to open the door, paused. The voice from behind continued, with a major force intervening, the Trade Alliance may not be able to hold on much longer. Damn. She was clearly referencing the Dragon Clan pressuring the Alliance. Meaning, a major force was assisting the Dragon Clan and putting joint pressure on the Trade Alliance. Now, the Trade Alliance was about to give in. The Demon Monarch knew about this too. To say that this wasn't for gathering intelligence, he wouldn't believe it if he were beaten to death. Okay, thanks. Fang Hao did not ask who the major force was, and turned to leave the room. Who it is doesn't matter. If they can withstand the Dragon Clan, then it doesn't matter who they are. If they can't, who it is doesn't matter anymore. ... He returned to the Lord's Manor. Just upon entering the backyard, he saw Era and Little White, sitting on opposite sides of a stone table under a tree. One was peeling dried fruit for the Red General, while the other chatted softly. Didn't go for training today. You'll fall behind in rank if you're surpassed by them. Fang Hao said with a forced smile. Hearing the intelligence gifted by the demon monarch added quite a bit of pressure to his heart. The dragon clan's strength was formidable. Even now, he wasn't sure if he could withstand their might. So, he felt somewhat oppressed. The two girls looked at each other. Era spoke softly. Today, the Rabbitman village and Foxman village both summoned us. Oh, is there something going on? Fang Hao also sat down. The Rabbitman village wanted to ask if the main city still needs manpower and if they could arrange for some servants for day-to-day work, Era whispered. The leader of the Foxman village asked the same. It seems both villages have discussed this matter, Little White added. After speaking, they both looked at Fang Hao. Now, with the maids in constant training, the routine work was indeed somewhat neglected. And with the continuous expansion of the city's boundaries, recruiting some servants might be a good idea. Maybe in some time. There's been a lot going on in the territory lately, Fang Hao remarked. The two nodded. All right. In the afternoon, Fang Hao stayed in the Lord's Hall, pensively considering what he needed to keep in mind to increase the main city's defenses against an assault from the Dragon Clan. As he pondered, he opened the Book of Lords and casually flipped through it. On the World Channel. How barbaric. I visited a brothel with a native friend, and right there in the hall, on dining tables, a whole swath of pure white. Selling. Purple short sword. Interested parties whisper your offer, no troll equipment please. Seeking detailed maps around. Hammer of Frostwind. If any brother has recorded the maps, please contact me. The archival library now has records uncovering divine territory, secrets, newly stocked in my personal shop, available for purchase. Is the guy from the brothel still around? Which city is it? Got any pics? Message after message zipped by. Most of them were about trading various items and gear. Yet Fang Hao found his attention drawn to the message about divine territory, secrets. The previous encounter with the divine territory had left a deep impression on the transmigrators. That space where gods dwelled was also pervaded by the scent of death. Warriors who served and guarded the temples had turned into something no longer human nor fully undead. He clicked on the person's avatar and entered their personal shop. Fang Hao recognized the seller. Someone he remembered having copied down many magic books in the library. Fang Hao had bought a manuscript from him, but after several days of research, it had been of no use. He wasn't sure if there was an issue with the manuscript or if he simply hadn't mastered it. Now that manuscript was still tossed aside on a shelf. In this person's shop, there really was a paper titled, Decoding the Divine Territory, also handwritten. Fang Hao thought for a moment and muttered, I'll trust you once more. Then he purchased these few pages. Holding them in hand, they were only 3 pages. The handwriting looked as though it had really been copied from a book. The first sentence on the paper read, they were as ancient as legends, towering giants who left behind incomplete stone foundations and ruined statues. Fang Hao's brows furrowed as he started to read intently. The content wasn't much, mostly various names and place names. Where some ruins were found, recording some customs and the like. It seemed like archaeological notes. From these select phrases, Fang Hao managed to synthesize some information. In an unrecorded era, this continent was filled with towering giants, who had their own empire and beliefs. These giants had a complete social system and professions, officials, craftsmen, poets or soldiers, which weren't too different from normal human structures. The giant kinds were also recorded. There were storm, water, fire, stone, hill, among other types of giants. Each kind was like a species, each having its own beliefs, worshipping their individual gods. And the divine territory of the giants was known by another term, Empire of the Pantheon of Giants. Unlike the odd assortment of gods now, during the era when giants were the primary deities. All the gods were giants, meaning they were all one family. Living together in a divine realm. The Empire of the Pantheon also had a leader to command these deities. Somewhat like the one from Western movies, where Zeus lived on Mount Olympus and all the gods resided in the same place. Hence the name Empire of the Pantheon. Well, an empire of gods. Are gods as common as cabbages? He wondered if his conjecture was correct. A mere few people couldn't be called an empire, right? There had to be quite a number of people, at the very least. Of course, this empire of gods was just something archaeologists talked about. Whether there were mistakes in their interpretation was hard to say. Beyond that were some scholars' speculations. Some said that all current living creatures on the continent used to be slaves of the giants. Others believed that based on some of the murals left behind, the giants looked very similar to the living creatures they saw. They were just evolved giants. In any case, there were all sorts of theories, but they were all based on conjectures from the traces of ruins. Nobody had any substantive evidence. But what was clear was that giants had truly existed on this land. An era that was even more ancient. Ancient to the point it had become a legend. He finished reading the few pages, closed them, and set them aside. After reading, he had no more clarity than before. If anything, he was more confused. This matter of the divine had little to do with them. As transmigrators, they still had to focus more on their own safety, having enough to eat, staying warm. The gods were just too far away. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The sound of the wind roared over the sea, and the spray of the waves rose high, splashing onto the deck. Looking southeastward, he could barely make out the outline of an island. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of iron chains grinding resonated. Below in the cabin, a transmigrator bound with chains was pushed onto the deck by the undead. The man, about 30 years old, was damp and his complexion ghostly pale. He looked as though he was on the brink of death. Seeing Fang Hao, who was surrounded on deck by a group of heroes, he respectfully bowed. I am Sosuke Semida. May I have the honor of addressing Mr. Fang Hao? Fang Hao was taken aback. He hadn't expected this unlucky soul they had caught en route to know him. You say I'm Fang Hao. Do I really look that much like him? Fang Hao asked curiously after sizing him up. The man appeared quite ordinary. I don't know what Mr. Fang Hao looks like. The Sea Tribe handed me over because they thought these undead were Fang Hao's forces, the man continued. He wasn't just some unlucky guy who'd been captured, but sent by the Sea Tribe. Why would the Sea Tribe send you here? The man sighed and said, those from the Sea Tribe, not sure who told them this was Fang Hao's force, asked me to convey a message, hoping that both sides could negotiate for peace and not continue the fighting. Fang Hao nodded, finding it a bit amusing. They had sent over a negotiator. The Sea Tribe must think quite highly of you, Fang Hao remarked. No, I committed a crime on the island. This was their condition for not killing me. Weren't you afraid that you wouldn't even make it this close without being killed? Afraid? Yes. I planned to jump into the sea and escape on the way here, but the Sea Tribe was propelling the ship from below, and I never had the chance, the man explained. Listening to the man's words, he seemed honest, saying whatever was on his mind. He even disclosed his failed escape attempt. What's the name of this island? Fang Hao's gaze returned to the island. Crooked Tooth Island. How many are in its garrison, and what's the name and rank of the island master who's defending it? Fang Hao proceeded to ask. The man thought for a moment, then said, there are a great number of people on the island right now, including the supporting Sea Tribe and transmigrators called in to assist in the defense. The island master is a purple hero named Rodney, but I don't know what he looks like. I've only heard of him from others. Clearly, there was no such thing as a suicide squad among transmigrators. Fang Hao asked, and the other man just answered. Even though the intelligence was rather vague, he obviously had no intention of hiding anything. He was sent by the Sea Tribe to a likely death. He wished nothing more than to divulge as much information as possible, to avenge himself. Have someone take him away. If he makes any sort of move, execute him on the spot. Yes, the bound spirit guardians nodded and took the man back down. Yet clearly, the man seemed relieved and thanked them profusely as he was led away. My lord, we are approaching the island, a warrior shouted loudly. Fang Hao nodded and pulled an old lantern from his storage space, gently blowing on it. A crimson flame suddenly burst into light. All right, prepare for battle, Fang Hao shouted. Yes, at Crooked Tooth Island's harbor. Dusk was falling, night was about to begin. But the towering city walls were still lined with the garrison, made up of both Sea Tribe and human soldiers. The Sea Tribe's military governor patrolled along the walls, constantly reprimanding some of the more lax warriors. However, this reprimand didn't have much of an effect. Pessimistic whispers started cropping up from everywhere. Why do those undead want to attack this island of all places? There are so many islands in the archipelago, why are we so unlucky? Stop talking, just rest up a bit. Those undead are definitely going to attack today. Damn it, I'm never included when it's time to enjoy the spoils, but I get thrown to the front line when it's time for battle. These murmurs initially started among the transmigrators, but they rapidly spread across the entire length of the wall. Everyone was discussing in low voices. The Sea Tribe was forced to defend from atop the city walls. They couldn't even defeat the enemy at sea. Once they set foot on land, who would believe they could defend this city? No one did. Neither the Sea Tribe nor the transmigrators believed it. They were just waiting to see if there was a chance to slip away. On the wall, the Sea Tribe's defending commander Rodney gazed into the distance at the undead giant ship. Legend had it he was a child raised by sharks from the ocean and had become a purple hero at a young age. Standing on the towering wall now, he observed the giant ships offshore. The transmigrator sent out to negotiate hadn't returned. Rodney could guess, it seemed inevitable that a great battle was upon them. Notify everyone that we'll reinforce the watch tonight to prevent a nocturnal assault by the enemy, and then cycle in breaks come dawn, Rodney announced loudly. The enemy came with overwhelming force, unlikely they'd wait much longer. The most likely scenario was that they'd attack tonight. A trusted aide went down to relay the order, and another came up. Lord, some transmigrators are trying to flee. What should we do? Rodney frowned, considered ordering execution for desertion, but then worried that pushing the transmigrators too hard might drive them to mutiny. After a moment deliberation, he said, lock them up for now. Yes. Time continued to slip by. The sky grew progressively darker. In the distance, the sea had already plunged into darkness, and the enormous ship also disappeared into the night. The guards on the city walls began to feel sleepy. One by one, they leaned against the corners of the walls and closed their eyes to rest. At that moment, the fully fed Sea Tribe military governor came out and saw everyone with their eyes closed. He immediately roared, "Get up, you lazy humans. To think you dare to sleep while on guard duty, if I catch you again." But his curse was cut short, abruptly stopping. A series of piercing whooshes entered his ears, as if something was rapidly approaching in the dark of night. A bad premonition arose in everyone's hearts. Illumination flares. Someone shouted from afar. On the lookout tower, flare after flare shot out with ear-piercing whistles, illuminating the sky. However, when everyone saw the situation clearly, they only felt a chill down their spines and their bodies trembling. In the lit-up night sky, countless dragon-type troops were closing in. Their speed was extreme, and they were about to reach the airspace above the harbor. Dang dang dang. The alarm bells suddenly rang out, resounding through the entire city. The deafening bell sounds alerted the city's leaders and also woke up the dazed people on the city walls. Looking up at the sky, their hearts still carried panic and fear. Dragons. Silver-white giants. All the people on the city walls swallowed in unison, and the hands gripping their weapons began to shake uncontrollably. The dragon clan had arrived with bone dragons. Even though they dared to face the undead. Facing the dragons, they felt even less confident. The strongest race recognized on the continent, one that no one dared to provoke, nor had the capability of provoking, the dragon clan. A sense of despair rapidly spread among the troops. Anti-air ballistae, aim. All archers, prepare. Don't just stand there dumbstruck. The Sea Tribe commander, Rodney, quickly climbed onto the city wall and shouted loudly. The runners dispersed, hoarsely shouting orders. But it was too dark, and the dragons were moving too fast. The illumination flares quickly extinguished in midair, and as the darkness enveloped them once more, the silhouettes of the dragons vanished from sight. The second round of illumination flares shot up into the sky. The dragons' bodies were now alarmingly close. Attack! Attack now! Bang bang bang. Whoosh whoosh. Pop pop. The sounds of ballistae and bowstrings, arrows being fired, and the impacts on the dragons' bodies echoed throughout the region. Roar. Silver white, red, and black breaths fell from the sky like pillars of light, sweeping across the city swiftly. All those in their path perished in painful screams as they disappeared within the columns of dragon breath. In that instant, the guard forces on the city walls plunged into chaos. Blast it! Who said we would be your cannon fodder, damned sea tribe? Break out. Staying here is certain death. If you don't want to be cannon fodder, escape with me. We'll break out through the south gate. The dragons and hordes of bone dragons brought terrifying might. The sea tribe might still listen to the commands of their leader, attempting to organize a defense. But the transmigrators were already panicking. I can help you defend the city wall, treating it as a defense mission, or even farm favorability with the city lord. But to stay here and die with you is an absolute impossibility. Seeing the chaos among the sea tribe themselves, the transmigrators began to force their way down from the city wall. Stop them. Whoever dares to leave with their troops, execute them on the spot. Rodney climbed onto the city wall and shouted loudly. Immediately, the sea tribe went to block them. But at that moment, the transmigrators only thought staying meant death. As soon as both sides clashed, they immediately began fighting. In the sky, hordes of bone dragons circled incessantly. And within the city, the brawl became indomitable. Crash. Outside the city walls, once more, an ear-grating scraping noise could be heard. The undead have begun their siege. Rodney immediately looked down. And his pupils shrank sharply. Below the city walls, swarms of undead warriors were walking onto the shore from the coast. Not swimming, but marching neatly, having walked up from the seabed. After reaching the shore, the skeletons began to charge. Arriving at the base of the walls, they climbed up the city walls. Damn it! Rodney cursed. The dragons and bone dragons hovered overhead. With each circle they flew, they blasted breaths of flame onto the crowded areas below. The attacks left the sea tribe soldiers with no ability to gather together and form an effective defense. They had no choice but to dodge the flames while following orders. Meanwhile, the transmigrators fiercely retaliated. If they couldn't hit the dragons, then they fought the sea tribe obstructing them, clashing with them. The scene was total chaos. Let those transmigrators go. Everyone climb onto the city walls, reorganize the defense. Rodney was giving orders. Suddenly, a crimson flame spear shot up from below with ferocious speed. What is that? Rodney instinctively dodged his head, and the flame spear passed by his shoulder, bringing with it a burning sensation. Reorganize the deaf. Rodney started to speak again. He saw his trusted aides beside him looking towards his rear with horrified faces. A tightness gripped his heart, and he immediately dodged to the side. But it was too late. Thud. Under the gaze of all the sea tribe, a war hammer smashed down onto Rodney's temple with domineering force. Crack. The sound of bones shattering was exceptionally clear. Under the force of gravity, Rodney's neck twisted and deformed to the side, then his body flew out. With a bang, he crashed into a stone tower, shattering the wall like a cannonball, and dust filled the air. All the sea tribe and transmigrators were dumbfounded. Their eyes widened, and faces were full of disbelief. How did this black armored warrior appear? And the purple, 8th Order Island Master, was just gone. Collapsed walls still scattered rubble and dust. Everyone was looking this way. Yet they never saw Rodney emerge from the ruins. Dead. The strongest man on the island, was he really killed by a single blow? The situation changed so quickly that some could hardly accept the fact. Warriors at the foot of the city cursed the foolish sea tribe, wondering why they would provoke such an enemy. This only spurred them to rush out more frantically. Any person blocking their escape route was swarmed and hacked at with weapons. It was a stance of killing whoever obstructed them, be it gods or Buddhas. On the other sides of the walls, a few sea tribe heroes began to take control of scattered forces and reorganize the defense. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more flame spears soared over the walls, turning into 3 black armored warriors identical to the ones before, standing on the walls. Sea tribe soldiers attempting to rush the walls instantly halted their advance. Their fear grew as they slowly retreated. And retreated back to the base of the city. Charge! Charge up! He's just one. Whoosh! The sound of cleaving air rang out, and a black armored warrior sprung forth, instantly appearing beside that commander. His hammer came crashing down. Bang! The immense force crouched the body, half of it disappearing from sight. Internal organs within the chest were clearly visible. Dead. Another instantaneous kill. Impressive. This time, no one dared proceed further. They just cautiously watched the enemies above, slowly backing away, creating distance. The 4 black armored warriors did not go after the remaining soldiers, or rather, as long as they were unnoticed, there was no need to kill. The 4 descended from the wall, each blocking a city gate, barricading the exit. Everyone was alarmed again. What did this mean? Were they not letting anyone leave? Were they being treated like dumplings, meant to suffocate within the city? The warriors who hadn't managed to escape were even more annoyed. Had it not been for the Sea tribe creating chaos, they would have already fled. In this moment of hesitation, the city walls were swarming, as skeleton warriors with red glowing eyes encroached closer like a tide. Whoosh! In the sky, a beautiful and majestic silver-white dragon descended. It transformed into a silver-haired girl, who walked slowly through the city. Her clear voice rang out, "If you don't want to die, drop your weapons, at least, you can save your lives." The situation was now clear. A vast number of undead had breached the walls, and more skeleton warriors continued to pour into the city. And 4 individuals in black armor blocked the gates. There was no chance to escape. Clang clang clang. The surviving Sea tribe soldiers looked at each other and reluctantly laid down their weapons. "Respected members of the Dragon Clan, we wish to surrender. Please honor your promise and not make it difficult for us. There are many women and children in the city. Please, Miss of the Dragon Clan, do not harm them. Long live the Dragon Clan." The crowd dropped their weapons and prostrated on the ground. Shouts of, "Long live the Dragon Clan," began to unify their chant. Beata's face turned red with the shouting. She wanted to explain that this had nothing to do with the Dragon Clan, but didn't know how to begin. She could only hasten her steps and proceed with the task Fang Hao had given her. Indeed, those who had dropped their weapons were not attacked by the undead. In some places, however, the sounds of combat still emerged. But the noise of battle did not last long, and the city fell into an eerie quiescence. Surrendering Sea tribe members and warriors were gathered and guarded. Though the shackles on their bodies were heavy, at least they weren't corpses. On the giant ship, the sound of tearing air emerged, as a large bag filled with copies of the Book of Lords, along with 2 figures, were thrown down. They landed on the deck with a series of thuds. Following that, the silver-haired girl who had transformed from the silver dragon also descended, saying, "These are the Books of Lords you wanted. I also found a group of dwarves in the city, and I brought 2 as well." Fang Hao nodded, indicating his acknowledgement. The stunned dwarves who had been thrown staggered to their feet. Seeing the human in front of them, their expressions changed considerably. Commanding the undead and the Dragon Clan was a human, an apparently young human at that. What was going with this world? Before Fang Hao could speak, one dwarf rushed to say, "Sir, we are not part of the Sea tribe, and did not wish to be involved in this affair." Yes, your sagaciousness, please don't implicate us," the 2 dwarves hurriedly said. They had witnessed the battle. This army had taken over the Sea tribe's port with an overbearing attack. Even internal turmoil caused by the warriors barely prolonged the siege, which lasted only a few hours. This wasn't just seizing a city, climbing a mountain wouldn't be much quicker. Thus, even though dwarves were notoriously hot-tempered, they did not dare provoke such a person. One misstep, and they could lose their heads. Fang Hao looked at the dwarves before him. "What are you dwarves doing here in the Sea tribe's territory? Think carefully before you speak, liars will not meet a good end." Upon hearing the other party's words, the 2 dwarves shivered. This was terribly frightening. They were just here to do some maintenance work, so how had they ended up in this situation? One of them said, "Recently, the Sea tribe ordered many city defense devices from us. We were responsible for helping with the installation and configuration, but we didn't expect to meet you. Ordering city defense devices from the dwarves. But during the recent battle, he had also watched from a distance for a while and hadn't noticed anything special. Seeing that the human in front of them hadn't spoken, the two dwarves trembled again. They immediately added, among the ordered devices, there are many for air defense, distributed across the islands on the northern side. Fang Hao nodded. So, you are clear about the deployment locations? Clear, clear, just don't kill us, we won't hide anything, the dwarf immediately promised. Whether they were genuinely terrified or unwilling to die for the sea tribe's troubled affairs. The dwarves were not stubborn and seemed very willing to cooperate. Bring the map of the islands here, Fang Hao called out. Someone quickly brought over a map of the islands. Fang Hao handed the map and a pen to the dwarf. Mark out the cities where the devices are mainly deployed. Okay. Okay. ... The night was dark and gloomy. Yet, the Sea Tribe's royal palace was still brightly lit. The Sea King, Sainsbury, sat on the throne, clad in gold armor and wielding a golden trident. Although the Sea Tribe couldn't shoot down the huge ship, they had continuously tracked the enemy's movements. Upon learning that the attack had begun on Crooked Tooth Island, the Sea King and his ministers had been waiting in the palace for news. Purchasing equipment and gathering troops, everything that could be done had been done. The Sea King knew that this first battle was very important. Wars were not just about who killed more but also involved politics, public sentiment, morale, and many other factors. If they could hold this first battle, subsequent defenses and mobilizations would be easier. But if they couldn't hold, the subsequent defense would be much harder, and morale would not be anywhere high. Thus, when news from Crooked Tooth Island came that the enemy had begun their attack, he paid extra attention. Swish, swish, swish. The Zhao guards entered the hall quickly, glancing at the assembly of ministers on both sides. Then he rushed to the center of the hall and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, there's news from Crooked Tooth Island. Everyone was shocked. So soon. When this person came in, everyone thought the late-night snack was ready. It turned out to be about Crooked Tooth Island. Speak. The Sea King said sternly, his hand tightening on the trident. The Zhao guard swallowed his saliva, then said, The Crooked Tooth Harbor has been breached, and the island master is dead. What? You dare to report false military information? The Sea King instantly stood up, roaring furiously. This was impossible because it was too fast. Tens of thousands of city soldiers. Even if there were tens of thousands of pigs, it would still take a while. How could the city be breached so quickly? Your Majesty, the news from the sound transmitting shell of Crooked Tooth Island, the port has fallen, and the enemy's forces far outnumber our defenders, the Zhao guard said again. The Sea King sat back down, but his eyes already showed frustration and helplessness. Who were these attackers that they could capture a city so quickly? Especially one they had carefully fortified against sea attacks. Your Majesty, we should quickly notify the other islands to enhance their defenses. The enemy's strength exceeds our capabilities, we should re-establish diplomacy and settle this peacefully. Diplomacy. How can we negotiate when we don't even know who the enemy is? The buzz of discussion suddenly rose, turning the originally quiet hall into chaos. The Sea King banged the chair twice and said, First, notify the surrounding islands to strengthen their defenses, continue to observe the enemy's movements, and immediately arrange envoys to negotiate with the nearby islands. ... Book of Lords 81 Absorbable. The collected books of Lords transformed into a burst of light, directly merging into Fang Hao's Book of Lords. You have obtained decision-making authority over 81 territories. Occupy, abandon. Opening square bracket ... Closing square bracket. Fang Hao absorbed the Books of Lords, and a large force expedited the transfer of valuable goods inside the harbor to the giant ship. Meanwhile, numerous undead also strengthened the surrounding city walls to prevent the Sea Tribe's reinforcement from suddenly breaking in. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps sounded. The same two dwarves were brought over again. Sir, we have marked the map, a dwarf said. The map was handed over, and Fang Hao scrutinized it, noting the circles marked on it. They indicated the areas where defense devices had been added. In fact, These devices posed no significant threat to Fang Hao's side. Now, Fang Hao wasn't merely relying on sheer numbers as before. His subordinates were of high ranks, and conquering a force like the Sea Tribe was not a difficult task. What is this island called? Fang Hao pointed at an island. The dwarf looked and said, Yushang Island. This island has a large population of swallow needle stingrays, hence it's called Yushang Island. The Sea Tribe's islands resembled a lotus flower. The outer layer consisted of 24 islands, the second layer had 6 islands, and the core was the political center of the Sea Tribe, Rainbow Pearl Island. Now that Fang Hao had taken Crooked Tooth Island, the next step was to attack the islands of the second layer. Only after clearing the sea route could they attack Rainbow Pearl Island. Fang Hao nodded and ordered those below, accelerate the finalizing work, after that, continue to attack Yushang Island. Yes. The whole city came alive again, everyone quickened their looting. Soon, after arranging the soldiers to hold the fort, the giant ship passed through the Crooked Tooth Island harbor into the second layer area of the islands, continuing the advance towards the interior. After occupying the port of Curved Fang, the Sea Tribe tightened their surveillance on the giant ship. Scouts from the Sea Tribe were constantly following the massive vessel from a distance. These past days, light rain had started to fall from the sky, incessantly drizzling, making the whole ship even damper. When the giant ship was proceeding along its normal route, Fang Hao would rarely stay on board, since he had bound the transport barrier to the ship. Coming and going was naturally convenient for him. Normally, he would live and eat in the main city with the living creature heroes, visiting the giant ship occasionally, just to avoid any problems. Today, as Fang Hao arrived with a few people, the ocean storm was fierce, and the rain was falling heavily. Fang Hao felt there was nothing of concern and was about to leave with his group, when suddenly a bound spirit guardian approached and said, My lord, an enemy has appeared on the sea surface, claiming to be from the Sea Tribe and wishes to speak with you. On the sea surface, a person has appeared. Is it a member of the Sea Tribe who swam over? Asked Fang Hao, curious. The statement felt somewhat vague. What did it mean that a person appeared on the sea surface? No, they're standing on the sea surface, the bound spirit guardian continued. Fang Hao nodded, not dwelling on the details, and immediately released a demon doll, taking Demetria as he left the building. Following the bound spirit guardian, they reached a spot on the deck. Raindrops pattered against them, blurring their vision slightly. Standing at the railing on the edge of the ship, they saw a figure standing on the surface of the sea. Her gown fluttering, exuding an ethereal aura. Indeed, she was standing on the sea. Sea Spirit Witch, Yuna, Purple Tier 9. Upon closer inspection, the person did not resemble a member of the Sea Tribe but appeared as a human woman. Her skin was translucent, like white jelly, with long hair reaching her waist, and she wore a white robe on the outside, which, though blue, did not seem like fabric but more like it was made of jelly. Raindrops fell on her, like into a lake, creating gentle ripples that were absorbed into her body. Water Elemental, a high-tier water elemental hero. Fang Hao watched her with a bit of surprise. Elementals fell into 2 categories. One was the wild elementals formed by special natural environments, and the second was various summoned elemental spirits. The second type, depending on the magic power of mages, would disappear when their time came. Only the first type, the wild elemental troops, could maintain their existence. For this kind of elemental troops, it was extremely difficult to develop sentience, and even harder to become heroes, requiring very stringent conditions. Before him stood a purple tier 9 water elemental hero who seemed likely to advance to the orange tier. Upon reflection, it was not surprising to encounter a water elemental hero in this vast sea. Greetings, my lord, the water elemental stood on the sea and paid respect, calling out with deference. Her voice was very gentle. Fang Hao nodded. Are you here to negotiate on behalf of the Sea Tribe? The water elemental straightened her posture. Yes, I won't hide it from you, my lord. I am the island master of Yushang Island, and I have come to plead that you show mercy and find a peaceful resolution to this war. Generally speaking, elementals do not possess genders. Water, fire, Where is there male or female? Perhaps it is thought that a female form is less threatening, so the water elemental took on the image of a woman. It could also be possible that she usually appears in female form. Fang Hao looked at her briefly and said softly, "This is a war. It won't end so simply with just a few words. War, particularly power struggles, is a complicated affair. It's not as simple as wanting to fight back today after being bullied. A lot needed to be considered, and many factors were involved. Likewise, once a war started, it was not easy to end. When both sides have suffered deaths, negotiations are not just about apologizing to bring things to a close. Would the advantaged side agree? With so many dead, the hatred has ingrained itself deeply. Stopping now only gives the enemy time to recover. Later, once the enemy has recuperated and grown strong, they will turn around and attack you. Therefore, the dominant side in any war will not easily cease hostilities. Then, my lord, please state your terms. Whether it's compensation or something else, the Sea Tribe is willing to consider any conditions to stop this war, the water elemental pondered, continuing. She was quite wise, not engaging in a dispute over the cause of the war. It didn't matter who was right or wrong, especially since the Sea Tribe had indeed been a bit excessive recently, provoking many enemies. Fang Hao thought for a moment, have the entire archipelago become my vassal territory, would you agree to that? The water elemental's water blue eyes looked at him. My lord, are you joking? Can't you make the decision? The Sea Tribe occupies the Rainbow Islands, and although they are divided into segments, the area is still quite large. It would be difficult for you with just this ship alone to conquer each island and then station troops. Wouldn't it be more suitable to ask for compensation, which would be more conducive to future development? Analyze the water elemental. Fang Hao was taken aback, feeling this water elemental was rather clever. Her meaning was that Fang Hao had a large ship and strong forces now. But once he stationed troops, his forces would be spread thin, and he wouldn't be able to maintain control. It might be better to ask for money that could be used to bolster forces later. That can't be said. Supporting some local Sea Tribe members wouldn't waste much force, replied Fang Hao with a smile. Without waiting for the water elemental to speak, Fang Hao countered, on the other hand, I am about to attack Yushang Island. What are your plans? The water elemental fell silent. Though her elemental features didn't change, one could tell she was somewhat anxious. Preparations on the island are already complete. If you aim to attack, I'm afraid it won't be easy, she still said. Oh, so confident. Fang Hao's smile faded as he stared at her. The water elemental's expression faltered, and she immediately said, of course, I am not willing to wage war against you and hope that you can spare us to avoid the upcoming conflict. Open the city gates, relinquish this island, and you will still be island master. I'll help you ascend to an orange hero, Fang Hao continued. War had raged to this point, and the massive ships had come. Not fighting was clearly impossible. But if the opponent surrendered, Fang Hao wouldn't make things difficult for them. I cannot agree to that, the water elemental said. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Once the war starts, it will not end. You can go back and prepare, Fang Hao stated bluntly. Seeing her unwavering stance, the water elemental knew that nothing could be changed. She could only nod. Okay, I will convey your stance to the Sea Tribe, but I still hope you will consider my suggestion. The Sea Tribe will offer a generous compensation to make up for your losses. Fang Hao waved his hand dismissively. The water elemental, feeling helpless, shook her head and with a splash, dissolved into a puddle of water scattered into the sea. Why not just kill her? She is the island master. If she dies, the island will fall, Angia asked from the side. Fang Hao had thought the same. But since she dared to come and was a water elemental, she surely had a way to save her own life. Failing to kill her would also make him appear malicious. Forget it, there's still no problem in taking down this city. From the day the negotiations with the water elemental failed, the Sea Tribe surrounding them began to stir. Attacks, big and small, happened every day, but Fang Hao's side, well prepared with troops, didn't gain any advantage from these assaults. Instead, they left behind countless corpses, which were transformed into undead and became part of the crew guarding the massive ship. My lord, we can see Yushang Island now. Today, as the clouds dispersed slightly, an island emerged in the distance. Fang Hao nodded. It was finally time to attack. Taking down Yushang Island would allow direct assault on the Sea Tribe's main island. He raised his arm, about to order an attack, when the sound from the sound-transmitting shell in his storage space interrupted him. The words he was about to speak were forcefully held back, and he took out the sound-transmitting shell with a puzzled expression. There was a small label on the shell. 1. It was the shell used for communication with the main city and Era. Era's voice came through instantly as he put it to his ear. Master, Mr. Kuketer from the Trade Alliance has come with an urgent matter to discuss with you and insists that you must return. Kuketer was the person in charge of the Trade Alliance's residence number 032. The relationship between them was good, mutually considered as friends based on interests. It seemed to be a real emergency. Stowing away the sound-transmitting shell, Fang Hao continued, you continue organizing the men. I need to return to the main city. Yes, my lord. Fang Hao nodded. Demetria, Angia, you both come back with me. Activating the teleportation screen, they disappeared on the spot. Fang Hao chose to appear in the city square to avoid being seen by goblins. Stepping out from the screen with the two following, they hurried towards the lord's residence. As they entered the hall, they saw the goblin, Kuketer, sitting in a chair, his face filled with anxiety and unease. Kuketer, what's wrong? Did the shop catch fire? You were so anxious to have me come back, Fang Hao said. Ah, Fang Hao, it's over, all over. The goblin jumped off the chair and rushed over, patting Fang Hao's waist anxiously. What's over? Who's finished? Fang Hao frowned. Who else but you? The dragon clan is out to kill you. Kuketer said, patting him again. What? Fang Hao's heart skipped a beat. And then Kuketer quickly recounted the whole story. The dragon clan pressured the Trade Alliance for Fang Hao's intelligence and information. As a neutral force, the Trade Alliance resisted for months without revealing anything. But this time, two dragon clan elders showed up with an elf in tow, and under immense pressure, they finally disclosed the information to the dragon clan. Upon learning the news, Kuketer was also terribly frightened and immediately rushed here to notify Fang Hao. Mount Dragon Peak, in the Peak's palace. In a cave filled with gold coins, a giant golden vertical pupil slowly opened. Gold coins clinked and rolled. Is there news? From underneath the gold coins, an inquiring voice arose. Outside the cave stood two dragon clan elders. One of them spoke, the Trade Alliance has provided the information on Fang Hao. He is in the area of residence number 032, north of the Human Federation. HMPH. Clever little rats, the dragon paused, then continued, any news of Beata? There's been no word from Beata. From the mouths of the transmigrators, we've also gathered some intelligence about this Fang Hao, the dragon clan elder continued. Let's hear it. Although Fang Hao is a transmigrator, his strength is also not weak. He is first on their so-called ranking list. Transmigrators have only appeared for just over a year. Left to develop on their own, they'll only reach the level of typical forces, the Golden Dragon continued. Yes, so what should we do next? The Dragon Clan elder asked. A brief silence. The Dragon Clan has been low-key for too long. It's time for this continent to remember the Dragon Clan's majesty. As those words dropped, the gold coin-filled cave collapsed instantly. Amidst the shower of falling gold coins, emerged a woman in a golden robe with golden dragon horns atop her head. Her gaze coldly swept over the scene below as she commanded, assemble the troops. So, the Dragon Clan is really coming. Main city, in the hall. Fang Hao asked incredulously. Previously, he had heard the succubus vaguely reminding him that if a major power intervened, the Trade Alliance would likely relent. And just a few days have passed, the Trade Alliance really did reveal the information to the other party. So, the major power turned out to be the Elf Clan. At the same time, Fang Hao found the succubus's intelligence capabilities to be much stronger than he had imagined. Of course, they'll come. The goblin still looked anxious. The Dragon Clan has exerted so much effort to locate you, they will definitely hurry to exterminate you. I've told you not to provoke them before. Look, there's no way to handle this now. He was not the only one advising Fang Hao not to antagonize the Dragon Clan. But such matters were futile to advise upon, it depended on what the Dragon Clan decided. From the beginning, after killing the Dragon Clans, Spencer, reconciliation became impossible. Unless Fang Hao was killed by them, the Dragon Clan's temper would never allow for a resolution. Speaking of which, why would the Elf Clan intervene? I heard the Dragon Clan has a bad reputation, Fang Hao asked. Who knows? The Goblin continued, among major powers, they all value interests. Maybe they promised some benefits in exchange for their help. Fang Hao nodded, feeling the explanation made sense. Who said you can't help where there's no friendship? If he hadn't brought value to the trade alliance, his information might have been revealed long ago. He had only been able to withstand the pressure from the Dragon Clan so far because of these interests. So, what strength does the Dragon Clan possess? Are there any particularly powerful individuals? Fang Hao asked. Throughout the long history of this continent, the Dragon Clan had always been recognized as the strongest race. The reason other races still had space to survive was only because the Dragon Clan had poor reproductive abilities and the difficulty for dragons to advance to heroes was high. Otherwise, other races might have long been enslaved by them. This could be observed from the trade alliance. Any race, when facing the Dragon Clan, would keep their distance and even refrain from mentioning them verbally, fearing they would bring trouble upon themselves. And this time, the Dragon Clan was targeting Fang Hao. They were even coming to his doorstep. In everyone's eyes, this meant Fang Hao was doomed. In the hall, Fang Hao was seated, surrounded by Demetria, Frederick, Nelson, Angia, and other heroes stationed in the main city. At the higher levels, there are 3 elders of the Dragon Clan who are dark gold level, and their leader is probably higher, rumored to have reached the level of a hero god, but he hardly shows himself, so it's hard to say exactly how strong he is, the goblin said, frowning as he recalled the details. 3 dark golds, 1 demigod. Good lord. The abilities of the Dragon Clan heroes were already much more formidable than heroes of the same level. If a demigod was also coming against him, then it really might be trouble. He rarely appears. Is there a chance he's dead? Fang Hao joked. You really know how to joke. The Dragon Clan usually goes into long periods of sleep, how could they die? Fang Hao was just saying. Naturally, he did not believe the Dragon Clan's leader would just die off. He had killed a demigod before, but at that time, it involved hundreds of thousands surrounding that one. Since the Dragon Clan could fly, attempting to use an army of millions might not even be feasible. But Fang Hao still doubted, were the Dragon Clan really that powerful? If they were that formidable, why wasn't there an empire of the Dragon God recorded, instead of the empire of the giant gods? With his many troops, a proper setup might still defeat them. He pondered for quite a while. Fang Hao managed a smile. Mr. Kuketer, the Alliance has informed the Dragon Clan of my location, it wouldn't be too much to reveal their location to me, would it? Kuketer pulled out a neatly folded map from his bag and placed it on the table. He said, that's how things are, I can't stay long here, well, good luck. With that, he jumped off the chair and walked out. Angia, please see Mr. Kuketer out. Angia stood, all right. As the goblin left, Fang Hao picked up the map from the table. It was still a single-page map that could be archived in the Book of Lords. Fang Hao archived it immediately. The entire large map instantly began to drastically reduce in size. The region map that originally filled the entire page shrank to the size of a fingernail. In the southeast direction of the main city, a tiny dot appeared. No need to say, that was the territory of the Dragon Clan, the legendary Mount Dragon Peak. Tap tap tap. That's when Angia returned. Looking at Fang Hao, she said, don't worry, if worse comes to worst, we can always escape, right? Isn't the giant ship you prepared for this very reason? Damn. The giant ship was prepared for special circumstances, but it's not like they could just flee whenever. Among the heroes present, besides the crafted skeleton heroes, were those whose loyalty reached 100 points. Whatever Fang Hao said, most present would not oppose. Yet, concern could still be seen in the eyes of some. The dragon clan is powerful, but that doesn't mean they are unbeatable. If anyone has any ideas, feel free to share, Fang Hao continued. The dragon clan possessed sturdy physiques capable of flight, and the might of their dragon breath was unbearable even for heroes. But it's not what people feared. Everyone was worried about the higher ranks of the dragon clan mentioned by the goblin, excluding the demigod leader, even if there were only 3 dark gold elders. It already exerted a lot of pressure on them. The difficulty with the dragon clan lies in their flight and high mobility. If we can prevent them from flying, defeating them is not that challenging, the dwarf skeleton hero, Frederick, said. Is there any way to prevent the dragon clan heroes from flying? Fang Hao asked. No. Nisbet possessed skills that could temporarily strip targets of their racial traits. He had previously used it on an orange dragon clan hero, causing a 1 to 2 second fall. However, this effect's efficacy on dark gold or demigod levels was uncertain. And certainly, the enemy would not just allow the casting to happen. In any case, there aren't many people in the city, we could set up defense mechanisms on top of all buildings. We could also increase the number of aerial troops. Everyone shared their opinions. But there were no great solutions, all involved increasing anti-aircraft defenses and the number of aerial troops. Theoretically, it was all about enhancing defense. But against the Dragon Clan, it might not be very effective. At this moment, he finally understood the helplessness the Sea Tribe felt against the Bone Dragon. Alright, I've heard everyone's thoughts. Let me share my thoughts. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords map and said, this is the location of the Dragon Clan. Attacking us won't be an easy task. Everyone looked, and the distance between the two locations was too great. No wonder, the last time Beata led her troops to attack, she had to use teleportation scrolls extensively. Fang Hao continued, if they choose to use teleportation scrolls or items to come here, their troop strength will be limited. We can outnumber them easily. If they choose to come by a long journey, then we have more time, allowing us to continue preparations, strengthen defenses, and find countermeasures. After a slight pause, Fang Hao continued, our territory is quite sturdy, and we even have more heroes than the Dragon Clan. The only shortfall is in the number of top-tier heroes. But several orange heroes against one dark gold might not necessarily be outmatched, so we might not be worse off than them. Most people were silent. Angia nodded, feeling the reasoning made sense. Seeing no one else had opinions, Fang Hao said, Frederick, take over the city defense planning immediately, start enhancing any defenses you can. Demetria, go back tonight, talk to the queen about this matter. Later, I will arrange for some people from the city to live there for a while. Orders were issued one by one, everyone answered, and then busily went their ways. Fang Hao sat in the hall, continuing to ponder. The Dragon Clan, are they really that formidable? It was the first time he felt nervous since his development up to now. It was good they were coming. It's time to see for myself how powerful the strongest race on this continent is. If he defeated them, wouldn't he become the strongest race? Thinking for a while, he also got up and walked outside. He headed to the warehouse, began large-scale production of various machineries, and proceeded with the fortification of the city. Mount Dragon Peak also began to experience light rain. The air was filled with dampness, rainwater flowing down the slope. On the muddy road, stout wooden stakes were planted, with charred bodies hanging from them. Roar. On the cliff, a giant dragon roared, causing the nearby mountains to tremble faintly. On the muddy road, figures clad in raincoats pushed carts uphill. Beneath the locations where the wind lifted the leather on the carts, yellow gleaming gold coins were visible. Aren't we affiliated with the Dragon Clan? Why are they robbing us? Vrak, these Dragon Clan are raising us like pigs. Once fattened, it's natural to harvest. Stop talking. Someone argued with the Dragon Clan the other day, and the whole territory was slaughtered. Snap. A whip cracked, and it lashed onto a man who had spoken. Instantly, skin ripped and flesh burst open in pain. Shut up. No talking. Get all of these up the mountain faster. The whip wielder, a dragon clan in human form, nearly whipped the man to death. People dared not speak and continued pushing their carts with bowed heads. Whoosh! The sound of tearing through the air echoed again, as the silhouettes of giant dragons, with stolen items, flew toward the mountain top. The dragon clan had gone mad. Or rather, the transmigrators fattened up, ready to be harvested. At sea. Yushang Island. The sea tribe's vigilant guards rubbed their sore eyes and continued watching the giant ships moving left and right in the distance. It had been 2 days since the undead troops had been at their gates. And it was unclear what was happening. Clearly, the opposing side had an aggressive stance, seeming like they had no intention for peace talks and were determined to conquer the city and slaughter them all. But since returning, the undead seemed offline, with no activity. The already uncertain sea tribe watched anxiously every day, even mistaking passing sea eagles for the bone dragons in the spy reports. These last 2 days, everyone had had poor rest and could not eat well. It was like waiting for death. How is it? A water elemental appeared on the city walls and asked. A sea tribe guard hurriedly responded, "Nothing so far, seems like they have no plans to attack." Everyone on the city walls, looking at the distant sea vessels, fell into silence. What's with this undead group? If they're going to attack, just say it clearly. What's the purpose of circling around every day? Could those undead be attacking somewhere else secretly? As soon as he said this, many people agreed. The giant ship was swaying nearby, neither retreating nor attacking, which clearly showed a special intent. "Quick, bring over the island map," the leader of the water elementals urged. A map of Yushang Island was brought forth and spread out on the ground. Everyone gathered around to examine it, searching for the potential points of enemy attack. They have bone dragons, they wouldn't attack the central city directly, would they? This coastal region here is very flat, easy for landing on land. These cities here are currently lacking in defensive troops. And here as well. Each comment made Yushang Island seem like a torn sack. Full of holes, nowhere was safe. Quick, send out scouts to these sectors to check, and notify other islands about the possibility invaders might take detours to attack them, the leader of the water elementals ordered. Scouts left the city and rushed in all directions to the suspected cities to check their security. Meanwhile, Rainbow Pearl Island received this message and instantly fell into chaos. Attack other islands. In a moment, the population of all islands fell into panic, and the reinforcements intended for Yushang Island were all withdrawn. To defend their own cities. Trade Alliance, Lizardmen Shop. Fang Hao sat in the shop while the Lizardmen Queen poured him a cup of green fruit tea. "You still dare to come to the Trade Alliance, aren't you afraid of running into the Dragon Clan and being captured on the spot?" Indeed, the actions of the Trade Alliance were causing dissatisfaction and anger among various races. Everyone was abiding by the rule not to bring their grievances into the Trade Alliance. Yet the Trade Alliance itself had broken this rule. A neutral force, what right did it have to share intelligence with others? Today you could share Fang Hao's information with the Dragon Clan, who knows if tomorrow you might sell your own information through various means or excuses. Once it happens the first time, wouldn't a second or third time follow? As opposed to Fang Hao, who might as well face an early death, other forces, even those powerful ones, also began to feel uneasy. Fang Hao smiled, lifted his teacup and said, "The Dragon Clan hasn't seen me, how could they recognize me? What then, are you here to discuss with me this time?" The Queen looked him up and down carefully. Any other race, hearing that the Dragon Clan was about to annihilate them, would lose sleep over it. Maybe even become seriously ill from fright. But here was Fang Hao, still able to smile, his face not betraying much worry or fear. "Well, allies should help each other, right?" Fang Hao smiled, looking at the Queen. "Cut the nonsense, tell me the real business, don't talk to me about that. You know I'm going head to head with the Dragon Clan, lend me a few heroes. Once we defeat the Dragon Clan, it will be a shared honor, and we can divide the spoils of war," Fang Hao said bluntly. PFF'd. The Queen almost spit out her tea. The attendant standing by also staggered, nearly weakening at the knees. Except for Angia, who wasn't very concerned, everyone in the room looked at him with weird eyes. Oh boy. Borrow a few heroes to fight the Dragon Clan. If they won, to divide the spoils. It sounded like planning a robbery together. But that's the Dragon Clan, the mightiest race, the one that terrifies everyone. Since ancient times, it had always been the Dragon Clan robbing others, not the other way around. Is this some kind of joke? You want to doom me? The Holy Empire is powerful, with many heroes in hand. The Dragon Clan may not be unbeatable, just even out a dark gold hero to tie them down, Fang Hao continued. You, a transmigrator, still don't understand the terror of the Dragon Clan. If it were as simple as you say, the Dragon Clan wouldn't have its current reputation. The Queen touched her belly, not to mention dealing with dark gold. Perhaps I might have considered helping you before, but now I can't help you. The Lizardmen Queen, dark gold 9th rank. Just one step away from becoming a demigod. If she became a demigod, the whole Lizardmen faction would rise with her and return to the main stage of this world. But now she wouldn't help Fang Hao. Not just to avoid getting involved, but also for the sake of her child. Fang Hao glanced at her and said, "Is there only one dark gold hero in your holy empire? Do you think there are many dark gold heroes?" Well. That wasn't what he meant. Just seeing that the Lizardmen Queen herself was a 9th rank dark gold and the Lizardmen had a long heritage, one would think they should have quite a few high-level heroes. But on second thought, right, the Lizardmen were already a declining force. They probably couldn't have too many high-level heroes. Well, then I won't trouble the Queen further. Fang Hao took a sip of his tea and continued, some of my people, with lesser strengths, might need to flee to your holy empire for a while. That's no problem. As long as you send them over, I'll take good care of them. After Fang Hao stopped pressing the Lizardmen for help, the conversation lightened considerably. He chatted with the Queen for a while. Then he walked directly out of the shop. On the streets of the Trade Alliance, many races could still be seen. Fang Hao, taking Angia with him, made his way towards Firehammer shop. Upon entering the shop, he took out his fire-bearded insignia and was once again led to the backyard. Do you still have the nerve to come here? The Grandmaster Craftsman, Brinston, came out from the back. What kind of question is that? When I have time, I naturally need to see Master Brinston, Fang Hao said with a smile. Brinston frowned. You don't know yet. What? The Dragon Clan wants to beat you up. Do you know about this as well? Fang Hao expressed in surprise. It couldn't be, could it? Every power within the Trade Alliance knew about this, didn't they? What a situation. The whole world knew he was about to be thrashed. This kind of matter, each major force has its own channels of information. The Trade Alliance really overdid it, actually doing such a thing. Brinston sat down beside him. By the way, are you here to pick up equipment? It's not ready yet. Also, please don't get us involved. We have families to care for, and can't handle the Dragon Clan's harassment. Upon mentioning the dragon scale armor being made, Brinston was reminded of this matter. It would be troublesome if Fang Hao dragged them into this. Hey, dwarves are invincible. How could they fear the Dragon Clan? Oh stop. You think everyone is as fierce as you, kid? To confront the Dragon Clan directly. Brinston glared at him and promptly said. Fang Hao didn't joke any further. Don't worry, I'd die before I'd betray my friends. That's for the best. Fang Hao continued, they say dwarf craftsmanship is world-renowned. Is there any equipment that could harm the Dragon Clan? Have you lost your mind? Not dragging us into it, are you? Brinston exclaimed with a stern look. What dragging into what? It's just a normal transaction, is not that okay? No. We Firehammer tribe specialize in making equipment, not these devices. If you ask other dwarves, they wouldn't dare sell to you right now either. Brinston continued. All right, it seemed there was no connection here. Following that, Brinston had someone bring over 3 sets of dragon scale armor, all crafted by master artisans from dragon scales. Fang Hao collected them, without staying further, and prepared to leave. As he was leaving, Brinston still said, kid, if it's not working out, just hide for a while. The world is so big, they can't find you wherever you go. Don't worry, I'll be prepared. The sky grew dim. Fang Hao sat in the hall, watching the regional channel, yet his mind still wandered to matters of the Dragon Clan. Today, he had visited the Trade Alliance, walking into two shops that he had good relations with. The Lizardmen counted as his ally, with the relationships of Demetria and the Queen, they would not betray him. And the Fire Hammer shop, which accepted the job of making dragon scale armor, surely wouldn't betray him, dragging themselves into trouble. Thus, Fang Hao wasn't too worried about danger. But from the state of these two forces, the terror of the Dragon Clan had deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Lizardmen are proud. They claim to be a holy dynasty, worshipping ancient saints, very ancient deities. Even they would not dare to provoke the Dragon Clan. Much less to say about dwarves. Brinston is a grandmaster artisan, even the most impressive figures would call him master. Yet, even so, they were cautious, instructing Fang Hao not to reveal about them. To avoid being targeted by the Dragon Clan. Not to mention any substantial help, even mentioning buying devices to combat the Dragon Clan, the dwarves were unwilling to sell. In reality, Fang Hao didn't harbor such fear towards the Dragon Clan. Previously, the Dragon Clan that came after him either ended up captured or stewed. But with everyone talking like this, he also became unsure, feeling like he wouldn't live long. At that moment, Aira silently walked in. Master, it's already late. Ah, it's this time already. Aira came behind him, resting her hands on his shoulders, gently massaging them. We've listened to Angia. It really isn't much, as long as everyone can live together. Rebuilding a city isn't a big deal either. Fang Hao pulled her hands into his embrace and said, "Don't just listen to Angia's nonsense, we haven't reached the point of abandoning the city to run away." Aira nestled obediently in his arms, her voice soft, "I'm afraid for your safety, my master. These maids, purchased back, cherish their current city even more. The life where they were sold and served as slaves was even harder. Don't worry, when the time comes you bring everyone to stay for a few days at the Lizardmen's, then come back when it's safe, and maybe learn some parenting tips from the Lizardmen Queen. Is our position wrong that you're showing no signs yet?" Fang Hao said, patting her tender belly. Aira blushed and fidgeted. Fang Hao patted her back and said, "Call Demetria and Angia, it's time to work." Soon, the two of them came in. Fang Hao activated the teleportation screen and disappeared from the hall of the Lord's mansion. Night deepened, and it was pitch black over the sea. Only the distant Yushang Island port was still brightly lit. The patrolling soldiers could vaguely be seen standing on the city walls, continuously looking out. On the ship, seeing Fang Hao appearing with two others, a group of heroes fixated their gaze on him. Everyone was a bit curious. Why the originally planned attack was delayed for so many days. Other than Demetria and Angia being taken away, the other heroes had been drifting at sea for several days. Gulrakubagu, any movements at Yushang Island port these past few days? Fang Hao directly asked. The ancient blood god attendant spoke in a subdued voice, "Sir, the island master of Yushang Island came to see you the day before yesterday, but as soon as he approached, he was scattered by an attack, and afterward, Yushang Island reinforced its troops." Anyone else? Any peculiar findings? Everyone glanced at each other. None responded. Fang Hao nodded and continued, "Good, prepare to take the city. Tonight we take Yushang Island port." Yes. The group answered, spreading out to make their final preparations. As massive figures leapt from the giant ship's deck. A distant watery figure instantly turned into liquid and scattered across the sea. At the same time, a loud alarm bell sounded over Yushang Island port. The past few days had been harrowing for the Sea Tribe's defense forces, unspeakably agonizing. Physical exhaustion was one thing, but the persistent mental strain was the main issue. Ding ding ding. A deafening alarm bell rang throughout the entire port. All members of the Sea Tribe froze momentarily, then abruptly looked up at the tower on top of the city wall. Was this an attack? Quick, the alarm bell is ringing. Get on the city wall, get all equipment ready. A Sea Tribe officer dashed out from a building, shouting loudly. The hesitant troops instantly realized what was happening. This time it was real, the enemy was truly going to attack. Everyone immediately sprang into action, climbing the city walls or moving various pieces of equipment. Swoosh. Flares shot up into the sky, one after another. As they emitted their red glow, groups of giant dragons appeared on the horizon, swiftly approaching. Bowmen, equipment, fire at will. Pop, pop, bang, bang. A burst of sounds erupted instantaneously. Silver Dragon Beata took the lead, accompanied by numerous bone dragons drawing closer. Compared to the pitch-dark sea, the port was brightly illuminated. Looking down from afar, the situation on the city walls was clearly visible. After several previous battles, Crooked Tooth Island had obviously made targeted preparations at the port. The towering city walls were exceptionally smooth and clean, the surface slightly glossy, possibly coated with something slick. At the top of the walls, metal hooks dangled densely, covering the entire wall, blocking any attempt to climb up directly. These hooks were not long, rendering them ineffective against traditional siege ladders and similar devices. Liquid to increase the wall's slickness, along with the metal hooks. It was clearly targeted at those undead trying to climb the walls by hand. Beata's eyes curved into crescent moons. It seemed the undead's wall-climbing tactic was going to suffer a setback. Although she and Fang Hao were currently on the same side, she felt pretty good thinking about him facing difficulties. Swoosh, swoosh, bang, bang. A series of piercing sounds of breaking air rose. Flares trailed by fire streaked across the sky, exploding violently. The dazzling brightness illuminated the entire sky. At that moment, the city wall below turned busy. Tarps on the wall were lifted, revealing a dense array of equipment that lined the entire wall. It seemed that the defense against aerial attacks was stricter than on land. The entire city was armed to the teeth by the Sea Tribe. Bang, bang, bang. Following the sounds of bowstrings, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows and bolts, along with water elemental magic projectiles, whistled towards the sky. Though not as overwhelming as Fang Hao's side, where hundreds of thousands shot simultaneously, the arrows here were still densely packed. Spread out. Beata shouted, and the bone dragons behind her began dispersing to the left and right, circling around from other directions to approach above the port. As the bone dragons spread out, the dense attack also became scattered. Arrows and magic spread out like a shower, shooting in all directions. The bone dragons attempted to close in but were pushed back into the sky by the dense arrows, their white steel armor resembling hedgehogs, spiked with various arrows. Come on, come over. Damn undead, shoot you dead, damn undead. Quick, reload, don't stop, keep loading the bolts. Damn bones, avenge our brothers from Crooked Tooth Island. Shoot you dead, shoot you dead. Seeing the effectiveness of their attack, the Sea Tribe soldiers grew somewhat excited, attacking with even more gusto. The worry and repression over this period transformed into a fervor at this moment. The intelligence that Giant Claw Island and Crooked Tooth Island were overtaken in just a few hours did not seem to hold true. These bone dragons, though menacing, were now only able to hover in the sky, unable to approach. From behind, in a building, two Sea Tribe trusted aides quickly walked in and said, "Island Master, we are consuming arrows too quickly, at this rate." The water elemental hero glanced at the bone dragons in the sky, still probing downwards. He still said, "Tell the forces on the wall to slow their firing rate, speed up the production of bolts and arrows in the rear." Yes. The two trusted aides split up, one heading to the wall, and the other to a wide courtyard in the rear. Passing through layers of guards, they entered the courtyard. In the yard, thousands of transmigrators sat on low stools, each holding a book of lords, repeating a single action. Arrows and bolts continuously materialized in front of them. Then, others collected the finished arrows and bolts, bundling them up to be carried out. The Island Master has ordered to increase production speed. Anyone found slacking will be executed on the spot, declared a Sea Tribe official upon entry. The crowd remained silent. Only after he left did whispered discussions arise. They really think they're something. Thought they were here to boost favorability, turns out we're just forced labor. What do we do? Will the undead really break in? Wish we'd taken to the sea earlier to hide. Stop talking, just get these made first. The people murmured quietly, but their hands never stopped, continuously producing bolts and arrows. Speaking of the recently exaggerated undead, slacking off now, these sea tribe members might indeed chop them down. Whoosh. A sound of breaking air, and Beata transformed into a silver-haired girl, landing on the deck. He pushed away the skeleton blocking his path. He moved beside the demon doll. We can't break through. Yushang Island is clearly well prepared. Yushang Island was brightly lit, and Fang Hao, standing on the deck, could see it clearly. The whole city was like a square box with arrows shooting out like fireworks from the box. Indeed, this prevented the bone dragons from getting close. But how long could such intense attacks last? How many arrows and bolts were stored? Those from the sea tribe would eventually exhaust their strength, right? The combatants of this world certainly had high physical fitness, but there were limits. Could they endure for a few hours, let alone a whole day? So, as long as they dragged it out, the opposition wouldn't last. But Fang Hao didn't have the time, nor did he want to waste it on a port. Let the skeleton giant bats carry the explosives and move out to quickly end the battle. Yes, my lord, a bound spirit guardian nodded and swiftly left. A door on the side of the massive ship opened, and the skeleton giant bats gushed out like a swarm of bees, quickly heading towards the city. Fang Hao glanced at Ms. Beata standing beside him. Don't just stand here. Take the chance to attack directly and capture the city before dawn. Ms. Beata curled her lips, jumped off the massive ship, and headed towards the city again. The battle above the city continued. Bolts and arrows poured into the sky as if they cost nothing. The defense of the sea tribe unleashed an unprecedented combat power, staunchly using this method to prevent the bone dragons from approaching. The skeleton giant bats, too, gradually neared the battlefield under the cover of night. This type of bat-like troops couldn't reach the flying height of the bone dragons. A dark mass had just approached the city walls when it was spotted by the soldiers of the sea tribe who began to attack. Crash. With the enhancement of basic souls, the skeleton giant bats weren't as rigid as before. They quickly dispersed and then dove directly into the city. Shattered bat bodies, along with the explosives, fell into the city. Boom, boom, boom. The foremost city tower experienced a deafening explosion. Everyone's gazes, filled with shock, turned towards it. As thick smoke rose, groups of skeleton giant bats charged into the city's airspace. Facing dense arrows, the skeleton giant bats showed no fear, even not bothering to dodge. Crack, pop, pow. The corpses of the bats and cylindrical objects fell from the sky, dazing the defenders with their impact. Before they could pick up and identify what was thrown, deafening explosions resounded through the entire city. Boom, 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 boom. The world spun, the ground shook. The whole city trembled non-stop, the explosions scattering stones sharp as arrows, dust clouding vision. The explosions lasted for several minutes. After the final explosion, the entire city turned into ruins. After a long while, pained moans slowly emerged from the rubble. Sigh. 2 dragons, transformed into a silver-haired girl and a middle-aged man with dragon horns, landed in the city. Looking around at the disarray, they showed little emotion. This world was such, victories meant life and death. Had the sea tribe attacked the human federation, they would show no mercy either. You go open the city gate. Yes, Ms. Beata. The middle-aged man left. Ms. Beata continued down the road. Painful groans came from the collapsed buildings along the way. After all, in a world of martial prowess and magic, many had survived the explosions. But the city had already lost its defensive capabilities. The bone dragons occupied the city walls, watching everything below eagerly. Ms. Beata headed straight for the central building. With a forceful kick, the blocked wooden door instantly shattered, revealing the scene inside. Many people were hiding here, all of whom were women from the Coral Witch Corps. A profession adept in using water elemental magic. Don't come in, or we'll kill you, shouted a coral witch, her body still trembling uncontrollably. Ms. Beata glanced around the room and said, the war is over. Don't do anything foolish if you don't want to die. Ended. The group of coral witches exchanged hesitant and doubtful glances. The island master had told everyone that the undead were coming to kill everyone. Not resisting meant death. Resisting offered a chance to live. But the silver-haired girl before them had just informed them the war was over, and it seemed they would not be executed immediately. The undead will kill us. You won't be killed if you surrender, Ms. Beata looked around the room again and continued, where did that water elemental go? The island master isn't here. It disappeared after the explosion, someone said softly. Fled. Quite the swift move, Ms. Beata remarked before turning to leave. Skeleton soldiers crossed beneath the sea. With bodies covered in seaweed and mud, they emerged onto the shore and entered into the city. A large group surged into the city, beginning to clear the battlefield and capture prisoners. A team of skeleton soldiers swarmed towards a backyard. They just happened to encounter a group of humans cautiously walking out. The two groups met at the corner, both pausing abruptly. Don't kill us, we're not from the Sea Tribe. Right, we were captured by them, we have nothing to do with them. We side with the undead, we despise the Sea Tribe. Yes, long live the undead. Yushang Island's harbor was nearing the completion of its operations. Unlike Crooked Tooth Island before, this place was somewhat tragic. Most buildings were reduced to ruins, and the losses of the Sea Tribe were severe. The skeleton warriors entering the city began transporting war spoils and shackled captives were taken into custody. Beata returned to the deck. The leader of the water elementals is missing. If he wasn't directly blown up, he must have run away. For a purple hero, the chances of being directly blown up aren't high. He must have run away. Heroes conceived from water elementals, belonging to a wild troop type of the water system, may not necessarily hold great affection for the Sea Tribe. It was not surprising that he would leave immediately upon realizing he couldn't hold out. Let him run. It won't have much impact on our plans going forward, Mr. Fang Hao said. Yes. Beata nodded, leaning against the fence without leaving. Countless undead continued to move in and out of the city. Transporting supplies, some prisoners were also brought onto the ship. The conquest of Yushang Island wasn't as fast as that of Crooked Tooth Island. But it wasn't much slower. A city was occupied in a single night. The Sea Tribe might be in turmoil again by now. It began to dawn. The battlefield cleanup had ended, everyone reboarded the boat, and the giant ship entered the innermost waters of the Sea Tribe Islands through the harbor. Mr. Fang Hao checked the map and continued speaking. Next will be Rainbow Pearl Island. Expect more fighting. Everyone, brace yourselves. Yes, sir, everyone nodded. Mostly comprised of the undead, their endurance in battle was not something to worry about. After entering normal sailing, Mr. Fang Hao took Angia and a few others back to the main city. Trade Alliance headquarters, Succubus Tavern. In the room of the Demon Monarch. How could you think this way, especially now, aimlessly wandering through the Trade Alliance daily? The Demon Monarch's pale fingers picked up a wine jug and poured a glass each for the two across. She was increasingly baffled by this transmigrator. His mind didn't seem to be slipping, yet in the past few days, he had been coming to the Trade Alliance daily. Who knows me here? Mr. Fang Hao casually said. The succubus knew who he was, which wasn't surprising at this point. Compared to the previous, faceless hut, the succubus had access to more advanced intelligence, targeting top individuals from various forces. Legally obtaining all sorts of concealed intelligence. Probably who was having an affair with whom, what quirks certain nobles had. The succubus knew all of this. An absolute intelligence expert. Even without delving into Fang Hao's dreams, she discerned his identity from others. Aren't you afraid that something might go wrong and the Dragon Clan would capture you directly? The Demon Monarch said, resting her chin in one hand, smiling at him. It's safer in the Trade Alliance than it would be on my side. Not many in the Trade Alliance knew him, and besides, he had a teleportation screen which could take him and Angia away from danger instantly. The chance of danger was minimal. This time you came for a meal. The Demon Monarch continued. I came to ask for help in posting 2 missions, Mr. Fang Hao continued. Taverns can post missions, and those of the Trade Alliance did the same. Missions from all regions usually involve things like eliminating bandits, exploring maps. The missions of the Trade Alliance were more about family heirloom clues, finding rare items, etc. It was more like a platform connecting people worldwide. The demon monarch still didn't quite understand him. Given the situation, the Dragon Clan could extinguish him any day, yet he was here posting missions. I can post them. What do you want to post? 2 items. First is recruiting mercenaries who are orange rank or above. They don't need to serve me, just fight once at a special time. The second is a bounty for the heads of anyone from the Dragon Clan, be it a giant dragon or a dragon hero. Kill them, and I pay. Are you out of your mind? The demon monarch's mouth dropped open, round and showing her crimson tongue. Recruiting orange heroes. And offering a bounty for heads of the Dragon Clan. This was madness. What? Afraid I can't pay. She directly said, I can post the first one for you. Whether or not someone contacts us, I can't say. But don't even think about the second one. I don't want the Dragon Clan smashing my shop. Publicly offering a bounty for the Dragon Clan was inviting trouble. Alright then, just the first one. How much do you think I should offer? Orange heroes, leaders in any force. The likelihood of them taking money for a task wasn't big. Offer too little, and it'd be just a joke. After some thought, she said, it should be at least 2 million Warfire coins. This was for a single task, not a continual recruitment. Then make it 20 million, and if there's a dark gold hero, make it 80 million, mister. Fang Hao said directly. 80 million. Do you have that much money? Not afraid to spend money, just afraid no one dares to accept. Okay, since you say so, I'll post it, whether someone comes or not, that's uncertain. No problem, mister. Fang Hao lifted his wine glass, took a sip, and said, last time, Demon Monarch, you mentioned visiting my place, now I have some time, want to come and see. This orange tier 8 psychic class hero, also a demon, should not be weak in battle. But she clearly had no plans to adventure with him at this moment. Let's wait a bit, there's time later. Mount Dragon Peak. Rows upon rows of numb crowds were pushing carts filled with goods toward the summit. The Dragon Clan had raided and plundered all the nearby transmigrator territories. Those who cooperated had to pay money and manpower. Those who did not were directly roasted and hung on poles. It had now been going on for 2 days and nights. Transmigrators or their soldiers carried supplies to the mountaintop like slaves. Gold coins and artifacts were taken to the summit. Building resources and labor were also contributing to the repair of Dragon Clan's caves and great halls. Only at this moment did humans truly realize what a vassal force was. They were merely slaves bred by the Dragon Clan. All this talk of a sacred army of the Dragon Clan's temple, the dependents of the strongest race, were merely titles transmigrators gave themselves. The Dragon Clan never acknowledged these. Snap, snap. The whip sounded again. Without looking, one would know someone had erred and was being lashed with a whip. A transmigrator, who had tipped his cart over on the road, curled up, enduring the whips while shouting, "Why are you hitting us? The huge dragon nests below the mountain were repaired by us, yet now you even come to steal our things." Whoosh. Suddenly, a flame enveloped the transmigrator. The transmigrator collapsed on the ground, rolling and wailing, slowly turning into charcoal. Go, hang him on the stake. 2 militia members dared not defy, they picked up the body and hung it on a wooden pole. The air was filled with the pungent, burnt smell. At the summit, in the Great Hall, Wesley was sitting on his chair, truly feeling uneasy as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Inside the Book of Lords, Alliance channel, messages rapidly scrolled. At Wesley, what's up with the Dragon Clan? They stole all my money and resources. Yeah, aren't we dependents of the Dragon Clan? Why are they stealing our money and even capturing people? At Wesley, what happened with the Dragon Clan? Why have they turned into robbers? How exactly did you communicate with the Dragon Clan? Are we vassals or slaves? Wesley, the Alliance hierarch of the Sacred Army of the Dragon Clan's temple, saw message after message targeting him, sweat forming on his forehead. He understood some of what was happening. The Dragon Clan's leader had emerged 2 days ago, followed by a series of actions. This leader, even more greedy and tyrannical, didn't first go to kill Fang Hao, but instead started with plundering and enslaving the transmigrators below the mountain first. Now, as members questioned him, he also didn't know how to respond. He wasn't even sure if he could keep his life safe. Clomp, clomp, clomp. Footsteps resounded, and an orange Dragon Clan hero emerged from the stone corridor. Wesley, come in. Yes, yes. He immediately stood up, closed the Book of Lords, and followed him inside. He bowed his head as he entered the hall. In the periphery, he saw that the previously empty throne now had someone sitting on it. A woman dressed in a long golden gown, a delicate and exquisite boot peeking out from under its hem. A woman. Judging from the shoes, they seemed to be in the style of women's boots. Wesley, give a detailed report on Fang Hao, don't omit anything, an elder spoke. Wesley nodded. Yes, Fang Hao is the foremost among transmigrants, possessing great strength. I heard his troops are the undead. In the main city, in the hall. Mr. Fang Hao, where have you been this morning? Goblin Kuketer was sitting in a chair, asked. Fang Hao had just returned with Angia and saw that representative number 032 was already sitting in the hall. The Dragon Clan came. Fang Hao exclaimed in surprise. No, no, don't talk nonsense. Fang Hao gasped in shock, which gave him quite a fright. It seemed hearing the words, Dragon Clan, scared Kuketer even more than Fang Hao. Good that you didn't come. You gave me quite a scare, Fang Hao said as he sat down. This time, I came here regarding the trade alliance. The goblin glanced at him and continued, the Sea Tribe, are you familiar? Fang Hao frowned, the Sea Tribe. I've heard, they almost fought with the Federation recently, what about them? Fang Hao asked. The Sea Tribe has been attacked by a force recently, hoping the trade alliance can intervene and hopefully resolve it peacefully, the goblin said. The trade alliance mediating wars among members wasn't unusual. Last time, it was also Kuketer, who came to mediate between Grey Iron City and himself. Oh, the Sea Tribe thinks I'm attacking them? Fang Hao asked with a smile. The goblin grimaced, I don't know what people are thinking. You're nowhere near the water, why would you attack them? Ah. There's nothing I can do but make the trip. Fang Hao didn't deny it, but the goblin obviously didn't believe it. This place was far from the Sea Tribe. There was no way the parties could have interacted. Never mind that, stay for dinner tonight, I'll let you taste something delicious, top-grade ingredients, Fang Hao immediately proposed. Oh, is Miss Aira the chef? Of course. Ha ha. The goblin also smiled. Fang Hao didn't plan to end the matter with the Sea Tribe but rather to quickly resolve the nuisance. Fighting on two fronts, dragging things out, was no good for him. Thus, he had to settle the strife with the Sea Tribe before the Dragon Clan attacked him. Having seen off the goblin, Fang Hao returned to the backyard and lay down on the rocking chair. With the creaking sound, the wooden chair rocked back and forth. He opened the Book of Lords and turned to the regional channel. One message after another scrolled upward. Buying 10 units of fine iron, private message me if you have any, brothers. The Federation has started rounding up transmigrators, damn it, they're not giving us a dime and still expect us to obey, wishful thinking. Hey, are you even listening to what the court says? Be careful or they'll treat you like bandits and capture you. I heard the Dragon Temple Holy Army is finished, all its members are done. Yeah, after dragons plundered their goods, they made them mend the mountains, no different from slaves. After Aragon's death, the Dragon Temple Holy Army is completely done for. Ah, times change too fast. Fang Hao, who was somewhat distracted, suddenly furrowed his brows. It seemed that quite a few major events had occurred recently. Firstly, the Federation had begun to integrate transmigrators from various places. There was no new news from Li Rong's side, so it looked like the Saint Shuhaid was still in execution. The second was the famed Dragon Temple Holy Army Alliance. As the alliance founded by Aragon, the second mightiest under heaven, it had always held a high status and garnered much attention. But now it seemed that the whole alliance had basically existed in name only. The existence of the alliance served no purpose. Its members' properties had been looted by the Dragon Clan, and the people had been captured to labor as slaves. Even if the cities still stood, with such oppression, there was no way they could continue to prosper, even if they did not die. Fang Hao found it strange. How had the Dragon Clan suddenly become a completely different entity overnight? Before, they were supporting transmigrators and even allowed Aragon to switch to the Dragon Clan faction. Suddenly, they turned hostile and treated transmigrators as if they were slaves. Fang Hao purposely looked at the World Channel to find some clues. But when people mentioned these matters, they spoke from an observer's perspective, and no one talked about why the Dragon Clan had changed. Although no results were obtained, it could be confirmed that the Dragon Clan's change in attitude coincided with the time he assumed his position. There must have been some internal issue. After continuing to look at the World Channel's stores for a while with no gains, he closed the channel and went upstairs to rest. The next day, whoosh, whoosh, waves slapped against the ship's body, casting up sparkling spray. As the giant ship advanced, it now neared the main island of the Sea Tribe, Rainbow Pearl Island. Inside the stone fortress at the center of the giant ship, a Sea Tribe envoy sat cautiously on a chair, his gaze fixed on the tall skeleton above. How should I address this king? Fang Hao, controlling the demon doll, glanced at him and said, "No need to ask for my name. Just tell me the news that the Sea Tribe has brought." Cough cough. The envoy cleared his throat and continued, "Your Majesty, the Sea Tribe has always loved peace. The conflict with you is also a misunderstanding. So, we have come here hoping to peacefully resolve the dispute between us." The Sea Tribe was feeling very suppressed. Even if they engaged in a power battle, both parties needed a target. Now, as the enemy kept taking over the Sea Tribe's territory, the Sea Tribe had not even been able to clarify the enemy's identity. Several speculations were unconfirmed, with no one admitting to anything. Getting to this point, the Sea Tribe couldn't win the battle. They wanted to retaliate but couldn't find where the opponent's territory was. They could only suffer passive beatings. If it wasn't resolved today, the enemy would directly attack the main island. There's nothing to discuss about this matter. Either open the gates and choose submission, or wait for us to attack the city, and then we can't control the casualties, Fang Hao said flatly. Hearing this response, the Sea Tribe envoy's complexion turned quite ugly. "Your Majesty, how about you first listen to our apology? It will surely satisfy you. Why deplete each other's forces until we're both destroyed? No need. From the beginning of the war, the Sea Tribe had no second option. Either open the city gates, your royal family remains royalty, and the ministers remain ministers, or we fight it out and replace the top brass," Fang Hao interrupted his reply. This. The envoy's eyes drifted as though pondering how to continue the discussion. "Go back and relay my exact words to your Sea King. The Sea Tribe has no choice left. Surrender is their only way to survive." Fang Hao sat upright, still looking down. The Sea Tribe envoy did not leave, and beads of sweat began to form on his face. It seemed like he was making a difficult decision. Just when a bound spirit guardian was about to forcibly remove him. The Sea Tribe envoy clenched his teeth and suddenly stood up, pulling out a magic scroll from within his clothes. Revealing a ferocious and vicious expression, he bellowed, "Damn undead, die." After shouting, he gripped the scroll tightly, intending to tear it open. Dong! A crisp knock sounded, and the Sea Tribe envoy's body was flung aside, flying like a tossed sack. Thud! He hit the wall behind him. His body slid down the wall, and the scroll dropped to the ground, rolling away. Demetria stepped forward, picked it up, and brought it to Fang Hao. Magic scroll. Wildfire explosion. Fang Hao frowned. "Well, playing the desperation card with me, huh? Offering peace while holding a magic scroll, intending to die together in the end." But he clearly underestimated Fang Hao's strength. The entire hall was filled with orange-rate heroes. Arranging a high-tier hero for a suicidal attack might have had a chance at success. A normal troop using a scroll, he noticed as soon as the scroll was drawn from within. They just wanted to see what he would try to do. "He's dead," someone said after examining the Sea Tribe's body. "Dead, Then just toss it into the conversion facility, Fang Hao ordered directly. The body was dragged away, and several bound spirit guardians came forward to apologize. It was at the moment of boarding the ship that the inspection failed to detect the scroll. The sea tribe's physique is actually different from humans, and Fang Hao didn't clearly see where this thing was pulled from. Anyway, it was somewhat abrupt. Fang Hao simply said a few words, telling them to be more careful next time, and if necessary, to strip down for the inspection. The bound spirit guardians immediately thanked him and promised that such an incident would not occur again. With the matter of the sea tribe emissaries concluded, he was about to let everyone go about their business. When a resounding horn blared from outside. Woo, woo. The low and melodious sound of the horn pierced the sky. The horn was not a means for the undead to transmit signals, so it must be the sea tribe who blew the horn. Dong dong dong. Following the horn was the deep sound of war drums. The beating of the undead's war drums indicated the presence of enemies. It seemed the sea tribe had some courage after all. Today's peace talks were, in fact, part of a plan. With the assassination attempt failed, they began to launch a full-on assault. Go, everyone prepare for battle. Fang Hao rose and led everyone out of the building and onto the deck. Splosh, thud. The ancient blood servitors leapt out from the sea and landed on the deck. Sir, a large number of sea tribe soldiers have started to attack from all around. Looking out, they could glimpse dense shadows under the water's surface, rapidly approaching the direction of the giant ship. Judging by the number, the sea tribe had mobilized a considerable force this time. It looked more like a battle to the end. Release the sharks, sawfish, and all fish soldiers, Fang Hao commanded. Click. The giant ship's sides opened to create a breach where skeleton warriors, cradling enormous, wriggling great sharks, tossed them one by one into the sea. Skeletal steel-toothed sharks, sawfish, bottom-dwelling giant fish, as well as some captured, aggressively attacking fish skeleton species. Plop plop, they were thrown into the sea. The bone fish excitedly swam about, then dispersed in all directions. Fang Hao delegated tasks to each hero, then returned to the stone castle. He sat down on the throne and directly used God's presence, projecting his consciousness onto a skeleton worm guardian. His position was on the east side of the giant ship, while the other three directions were commanded by ancient blood servitors, Bayahu, and skeleton fish priests, respectively. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of soldiers swimming by, parting the waves, was close at hand. From the ship, the full extent might not be felt. But from beneath the waters, the sea was like a bowl filled with rice, an overwhelming mess of skeletons, a pale mass of bones. Woo! Another resounding horn. Fang Hao looked ahead through the skeleton mass. The approaching sea tribe soldiers were led by giant sharks clad in iron armor. Like wild bulls, they charged headlong, crashing towards them in swaths. Iron-toothed sharks, sawfish, and giant fish, attack and eliminate all enemies, Fang Hao directly ordered. Swoosh swoosh. The fish soldiers' eye sockets flashed red, their tails swished, and they charged towards the enemy. Bam bam bam. The sea tribe's shark soldiers collided heavily with the skeleton iron-toothed sharks, stirring up waves. The impact forced both sides to a halt, initiating a fierce chase and biting struggle. Snap. Crack. The sea tribe's sharks could easily crush the bones of the skeleton sharks. Whereas the skeleton steel-toothed sharks, with their massive teeth, bit into the opposing bodies, and fresh red blood turned the water crimson. Fang Hao was uncertain if the other side's sharks were steel-toothed sharks. The distance was too far to retrieve information, but their size was strikingly similar. The sea tribe had armored them, shielding their vital areas. In this respect, the sea tribe's sharks had a distinct advantage. But the undead sharks had the advantage in numbers and did not feel pain. As both sides' sharks engaged in biting, the skeleton sawfish and the bottom-dwelling giant fish skeletons also quickly joined the battle. This significantly changed the situation. Behind the fish swarms, groups of worm guardians formed special formations and also entered the fray. Kill them, Fang Hao continued to command. All the skeleton worm guardians and skeleton fishmen rapidly advanced to meet the oncoming sea tribe army, slaughtering as they clashed. In the rear of the sea tribe. Upon a platform carried by a massive shark, the Sea King, wearing a golden crown and wielding a golden trident, stared intently at the battle area. Damned undead, let the mage regiment join the fight, quickly clean up the enemies ahead. A trusted aide hurriedly went down. Then, a group of coral witches stepped into the battlefield. One after another, water elemental magic spells were fired like bullets under the sea, piercing the waves, swirling spirals, and shooting forth. Fang Hao's massive ship boldly cut straight through the middle of the Sea Tribe archipelago. The target was clear: to strike at Rainbow Pearl Island and seize the Sea Tribe's highest seat of power in one fell swoop. With such obvious intentions, the Sea Tribe was bound to come up with a way to respond. The Sea King had gathered the forces from all the islands and planned this ambush. Wouldn't believe that the entire Sea Tribe's military might couldn't defeat this undead army. Roar. Crackling. Beata, Spencer, and Ashbourne, the three dragons, led the bone dragons in a sweeping circle above, spewing dragon breath onto the sea surface. The skeleton archers and skeleton warriors had also taken to the deck, firing bullets and hurling lightning strikes at the sea. The attacks, which had been very effective in the past, now did not show much power in the vast ocean. Even the lightning strike did not result in any electricity conduction through the water, no large area casualties were suffered. When tossed onto the sea, it just fizzled out and quieted down with no further noise. Bone dragons, skeleton archers, skeleton warriors turned into cheerleaders, only able to create some noise from above. To intimidate the Sea Tribe warriors in the water. Plop plop. Pop pop. As the battle continued, the fighting and fierce combat made the entire ocean churn like boiling water. Broken bones and corpses soon covered the sea. The underwater battle had reverted to close quarters combat. The numbers of the undead were steadily decreasing, and the Sea Tribe's soldiers were also dying without a break. In such meat grinder fighting, neither side could reduce their casualties. And as the battle wore on, the Sea Tribe also noticed something was amiss. Though the undead suffered heavy casualties, there was a seemingly endless number of skeletons joining the battle. The more they killed, the more appeared. Even crowding and pushing the combat zone back. On the contrary, with the ongoing battle, their own side began to experience exhaustion and serious injuries. The Sea Tribe, which started with a slight advantage, gradually found itself at a disadvantage. Your Majesty the Sea King, our people are suffering too many deaths and injuries, a Sea Tribe minister said. The Sea King knew this all too well, but retreating now meant certain death afterward. Form a squad and charge straight over, sinking the enemy's ship. It was clear that this ship was the foundation. If the ship sank, the undead would have no means of attacking Rainbow Pearl Island. Then, the Sea Tribe could drag out the battle, gradually depleting the enemy's forces. Yes. A Sea Tribe general immediately left to organize an elite squad for the task of scuttling the ship. The battle raged on, and the combat of both sides remained intense. While the Sea King continued to issue orders, adjust forces, and execute some tactics. Whoosh! The sound of waves breaking erupted. A colossal water dragon formed from a torrent of water broke through the sea, coming head-on. All of the Sea Tribe soldiers in its path were as weak as ants in the face of the water dragon, their bodies instantly devoured and crushed into a mass of blood and filth. Immediately following, a huge figure had already appeared not far ahead. Found you, leader of the Sea Tribe. The Sea King and all the officials behind him simultaneously displayed looks of surprise. Before them stood a towering giant, nearly 10 meters tall, wielding a massive battle axe. His skin was like dry, withered muscle, and he still bore distinguishable features of a fish person. A merfolk giant. How could such a creature exist? What made them even more uneasy was the strong oppressive force they felt emanating from this giant. At the very least, its strength was no less than the Sea King's, perhaps even greater. The Sea King subconsciously tightened his grip on his trident and said warily, "Are you with those undead? You shouldn't have chosen to wage war in the sea. That was your mistake," the ancient blood servant continued. The Sea King was somewhat annoyed. "Do I need you to teach me how to wage war? If you had chosen to defend the city, you would not have caught my attention," said the ancient blood servant, his voice still deep. In siege warfare, ancient blood servants played the role of defenders, ensuring that the giant ships were not attacked. If the giant ships sank, then the plan to attack the sea tribe would largely fail. Now that the sea tribe was attacking around the giant ships, it gave the ancient blood servants the opportunity to kill the enemy. Killing an orange hero for a dark gold hero was not an exaggeration. HMPH. Arrogant, kill him. With a gesture from the Sea King, a vortex of water shot out. The ancient blood servant pointed a finger, releasing a similar magic attack. The two spells collided, canceling each other out. The Sea King narrowed his eyes slightly and flicked the reins in his hand, his giant shark steed darting forward towards the giant. The trident was raised above his head and brought down in a strike. Clang! Boom! The two weapons collided, releasing a massive burst of energy that generated huge waves. The nearby trusted aides, as well as the giant shark mount of the Sea King, were thrown about like kites with broken strings, tumbling everywhere. You've got some skill, the ancient blood servant stood unmoved. The Sea King's face grew even uglier, his hands trembled non-stop after that strike, nearly losing his grip on the trident. Surprised in his heart, and the ancient blood servant's second axe was already swinging down. The Sea King was shocked, his serpent tail thrashed as he swiftly dodged. The giant axe split the water and once again raised huge waves. Trusted soldiers, kill him, commanded the Sea King, looking at such an attack with increasing fear. A large group of sea tribe closed in, launching their assault on the giant. The ancient blood servant showed not the slightest sign of retreat. Wielding his battle axe on one side, he cast various water elemental spells on the other. Torrential arrows, surge technique, water tornado, and other skills were unleashed, slaughtering the sea tribe with no chance to fight back. Faced with such a situation, even the Sea King was beginning to feel afraid. The sea tribe soldiers were pushed to their limits, and now they were being attacked by this giant. Continuing the fight would result in heavy losses, and he himself might be killed by this giant. He glanced around, the disadvantage in the battle becoming more apparent. He gritted his teeth and ordered, retreat. Having said that, he led a group of sea tribe officials to withdraw. Trying to escape, the ancient blood servant sneered coldly, pointing a finger. A water binding skill was activated, the turbulent flow wrapped around the fleeing Sea King, making it difficult for him to move. The Sea King looked at the skill on his body and signaled to the distance with a gesture. His giant shark mount, from afar, swam quickly, carrying the Sea King away rapidly. With several swings of his axe, the ancient blood servant killed the sea tribe entangling him, and when he sought to pursue, the Sea King had already vanished without a trace. Woo! The intermittent sound of the horn rose again, but this time it signified a retreat, not an assault. The sea tribe's army, leaving behind a large number of corpses, turned around and dispersed in all directions. Fang Hao ended God's presence, walked onto the deck, and looked around. The sea was a crimson expanse, littered with the bodies of skeletons and members of the sea tribe. A God's presence magic warrior landed on the deck. My lord, the leader of the sea tribe has fled. Fang Hao nodded. Don't worry about him, cleanse the battlefield, salvage all the bodies. You can escape from the monk, but can you escape from the temple? Ultimately, they will attack Rainbow Pearl Island. Yes, my lord. Everyone began to act, salvaging bodies and equipment. Once the salvage was complete, the giant ship once again progressed towards its target. Under the cover of nightfall, on a reef. The escaping sea tribe members stopped here to rest and recuperate. Those undead are too numerous. Kill a group and another soon emerges. Damn it, my brother died there, and I couldn't even find his body. What do we do? If we can't stop them here, what will we do if they really attack the island? Damn these undead. Damn them. The recent battle left the sea tribe warriors who escaped with an indescribable feeling of powerlessness. It wasn't that they couldn't defeat the enemy, but that they couldn't kill the undead. Kill one wave and another arrives, stacking bodies until they died. The sea tribe warriors lost all confidence in themselves. Unable to win in the sea, unable to hold fast in the city. This was a battle that simply could not be won. On top of the reef. The royal trusted aides cordoned off a section. The Sea King sat on the rock, his face also extremely solemn. Your Majesty, what is that giant? What sort of strength does he possess? The contemplative Sea King frowned and raised his head. What strength? He himself was an Orange Ninth Order, confident of reaching the 10th Order within 10 years, ascending to Dark Gold. Yet he couldn't withstand a single blow from the enemy, and if he hadn't ordered the decisive retreat, he might have actually died there. That giant should be not too different in strength from me. The Sea King wanted to say Dark Gold, but ultimately settled on saying, not too different. Now that they were already defeated, declaring the opponent as Dark Gold wouldn't have been good for the current situation. Despite that, some of the ministers and generals were still somewhat panicked. The enemy was undead, with an inexhaustible supply of troops. According to the intelligence gathered from the previous breakout, the enemy had a large number of bone dragons. Now another hero, similar to the Sea King, had appeared. What could they do? If they insisted on continuing the fight, they would only die in greater numbers, until they were completely overrun. Your Majesty, what should we do? Someone asked. Clearly, some had already considered surrendering, but that was not something that could be casually mentioned. The Sea King furrowed his brow in deep thought and then spoke. Don't rush, rest well first, then return to Pearl Island and prepare to defend. Mount Dragon Peak. The spacious hall was now full of people. Wesley still kept his head down as he quickly stepped into the center of the hall. This wasn't his first time here, but every visit brought a piercing pressure, as if sharp blades hedged his back. Fearing that a single wrong word might displease these fearsome dragons, turning him into a corpse on the spot. Wesley, an elder of the dragon clan, called out softly. Yes, elder. We plan to launch an attack on Fang Hao and need you to choose a few transmigrators to accompany us. If you perform cleverly, there will be some deserved rewards for you upon your return, the elder said directly. Wesley's pupils constricted slightly in surprise. They were already planning to attack Fang Hao. Yes, I will do my utmost to cooperate with the elders, Wesley said once more. At that moment, an authoritative female voice resounded. Lift your head. Wesley's heart tightened again. He knew that this woman was the one seated in the principal seat. The leader of the dragon clan. His heart pounded like a drum, but he slowly lifted his head. Zenith Blazing Sun. Teralt, Hero God. Thump, thump. Wesley's heart leapt violently once more. The hero in front of him, with brown hair tied back, revealing a pair of golden dragon horns among the strands. Wearing a gold-patterned, long dress blazing like the sun, she was dazzling. Beauty was inadequate to describe this woman. She was majestic, noble, her cold indifference veiled with intimidating authority. Wesley's body felt somewhat stiff. A hero god, also a rank. Within his knowledge, even in the channels, he had never heard of a hero at the rank of hero god. Inside the hall, there were many people. His gaze involuntarily shifted again to the sides. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 dark gold. And in the last row, many orange heroes were seated. It's true that the dragon clan were low in numbers and faced difficulty in advancing. But their ancient lifespans had also allowed them to amass a shocking number of heroes. The strongest race was not something the dragon clan boasted about for no reason. The dragon clan was too terrifying. Wesley swallowed hard, feeling a little short of breath. Wesley, I've heard that you wish to join the dragon clan's ranks, the woman spoke up again, bringing him back to the moment. Yes. Good. If you do well in this matter, I will agree to your request. To the southeast of the main city lay Whitewood Valley. In the empty valley, great swaths of light arose. Within the light, dragons after dragons flew out, instantly crowding the entire valley. The dragons surveyed their surroundings, waiting for the next command. Zenith Blazing Sun. Teralt jumped off the back of a dragon. Instantly, a red-scaled pseudo-dragon lay down behind her, serving as a chair, allowing her to sit on its stomach. Teralt, with legs crossed, let her clear eyes sweep over lightly. All the dragons prostrated on the ground, their heads bowed low. Is this the place? A dragon clan elder, having checked the map, responded, this is the area, but the position is slightly off. We'll need approximately 2 days' journey. A pair of pale, tender hands took the map for a glance and decisively commanded, notify all forces along the route that the Dragon Clan will be passing through their territories. Each force must dispatch a third of their troops to cooperate in this operation. The Dragon Clan elder furrowed his brow and quietly reminded, forcing them to send troops might meet resistance from these forces, and it could delay our timing. Then teach them a lesson. Let them decide whether they send troops themselves or are driven like slaves to do so, Teralt said with nonchalance. For such marginal minor forces, there was no room to negotiate against the Dragon Clan. Yes. Seeing the leader's decree, no one said another word. Several Dragon Clan heroes immediately soared into the sky, disappearing into the heavens. The matter of the Dragon Clan fighting the Transmigrators had become known to everyone in the Trade Alliance. Such a massive mobilization, even with the Dragon Queen, Teralt, at the helm, had to make this battle spectacular and fierce. Only then could the various forces that were paying attention to this matter continue to fear the Dragon Clan. The present standing of the Dragon Clan was not built on intellect or diplomacy, but forged through hard-fought struggles. After resting in the valley for half an hour, Teralt stood up, climbed back onto the dragon's back, and commanded, "Depart." Her voice fell, and the dragons ascended to the sky, maintaining a formation aloft, following a predetermined route. In aerial mobility, the Dragon Clan was unmatched, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Wesley and a few other transmigrators followed at a distance, riding winged dragons. Watching the Dragon Clan disappear, they could only consult the map and continue on their way. The main city. Fang Hao sat on the throne, flipping through the Book of Lords. Today, for some reason, he'd felt an uneasy premonition, somewhat oppressive. Suddenly recalling that it had been several days since he'd been in touch with Rolana. He then took out the sound-transmitting shell, placing it to his mouth and spoke, "Ahem. Your family hasn't arranged a blind date for you, have they? You haven't been responding to my messages lately." Soon, a lazy voice came from the other side, "Are you sick? Sending messages during broad daylight." Then another message followed, "Did something happen over there?" "Ah, why do you say that?" Fang Hao curiously asked. "My mother wanted to visit you a few days ago, but she hasn't mentioned it since. When I talk to her about it, she deliberately postpones," Rolana said. "Did you tell her my name is Fang Hao? What's the matter?" The Dragon Clan is about to attack us here. Your mother must be concerned about that," Fang Hao said directly. "Haven't they wanted to attack you for a while now? What's different?" "No, it's serious this time. The Dragon Clan already knows the location of our main city, and all the major powers in the Trade Alliance are aware of it. Your mother must also know now," Fang Hao continued. He then briefly described the recent events. The other side fell into brief silence. And then came another message, "Go to the Trade Alliance's Blood Clan shop." "Ah, all right," Fang Hao agreed, with a brief preparation and arranging a gift. He then took Angia and headed for the Trade Alliance. That guy's going to be in trouble, isn't it? Suicide to offend the Dragon Clan. A transmigrator, no surprise there. Heard he killed hundreds of the Dragon Clan, that's why they're reacting like this. That sounds exaggerated, doesn't it? Killed hundreds. Might as well say he slaughtered the entire Dragon Clan. What does that person look like? I'm really curious. Walking through the streets of the Trade Alliance, one could hear the conversations of people around. As the days passed, virtually all forces, big and small, within the Trade Alliance had come to know of it. Fang Hao's name as a transmigrator was now known throughout the world. Entering the Blood Clan shop, a faint scent of blood permeated the air. In the spacious first-floor hall, several black-clothed Blood Clan trusted aides stood, their skin pale, cloaked in black capes. As the pair entered, numerous gazes turned their way instantly. "Is this Mr. Fang Hao?" A female Blood Clan attendant stepped forward to ask. "Yes, sir, miss, please follow me." The attendant led them directly up to the third floor and into a room. Dim light filled the room, where two women with similar figures and looks were seated on the couch. One was Rolana, and the other was her mother. Endless Blood Moon. Isabella and Tobe, hero god. Indeed, a hero god. Previously, Rolana had mentioned her mother was a demigod. Demigod Isabella, with her hair tied up, her fair complexion set off by a cape embroidered with purple patterns resting on her shoulders, and a long dress with exquisite and ornate decorations that clung to her waist, wore gold ornaments and exuded an air of detached elegance. With Rolana beside her, one could tell that she was somewhat older, but their dynamic did not resemble that of a mother and daughter. Instead, they seemed more like a pair of sisters. Good afternoon, Lady Isabella, this is the gift I've brought for you, Fang Hao said, as he placed the wooden box on the coffee table and pushed it forward. Isabella examined it carefully for a moment, then said in a flat tone, "Please, take a seat." Fang Hao, accompanied by Angia, sat down on a sofa to one side. "I heard the Dragon Clan is looking for you." Isabella spoke directly, not bringing up her daughter, but the Dragon Clan, which had been more widely talked about recently. Fang Hao nodded. "Yes, just some minor conflicts." Isabella glanced at her daughter and continued, "Since Rolana has taken a liking to you, as a mother, I hope she can be happy. In time, you can give up your territory, and Eternal Night City will shelter you and your followers." Her statement revealed this mother's attitude toward her daughter. Fang Hao remembered that Rolana had said her mother was tough to talk to and didn't respect her opinions and wishes. This was why she had run away from home. Now it seemed the mother wasn't so domineering after all. "Thank you, lady," Fang Hao said with a faint smile and continued, "Lady Isabella, I actually have some confidence in my own strength. With your help, I believe it's not impossible to defeat the Dragon Clan." "Oh," Isabella raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a mix of surprise and curiosity. She had initially thought that Rolana insisted she come over to seek refuge for this human. But this human's ambition was not small. Defeating the Dragon Clan, he dared to say it and even consider it. "Although I am a transmigrator, my strength has also developed quite well. With your assistance, I believe I can defeat the Dragon Clan," Fang Hao continued. "What kind of help do you seek?" Isabella asked further. She also wanted to hear what he desired. The support of a demigod. Isabella was taken aback and then let out a laugh. "You want me to personally assist you?" "Yes." Isabella revealed a smile and then said, "Do you understand what my intervention would signify? It would mean the beginning of a war between the Blood Clan and the Dragon Clan. The balance among the original inhabitants, forces was not as simple as the transmigrators thought. There were many unwritten rules. Once Isabella clashed with the Dragon Clan, it meant the Blood Clan would be involved in this matter. Then, if the Dragon Clan and the Blood Clan went to war, the ensuing complications would be numerous. It might not be impossible to directly crush the Dragon Clan. Fang Hao still didn't give up. Isabella still frowned at him. Currently, the Blood Clan was also engaged in war. If the Dragon Clan directly entered the battlefield, the Blood Clan would face great pressure. Whether it would bring trouble to the Blood Clan or not, she would not represent a human and start a war with the Dragon Clan. "I cannot agree to your request. In consideration of my daughter, at most, I can offer you protection. That is the greatest promise I can make," Isabella said straightforwardly. Seeing that he couldn't persuade her and unable to demand a demigod to do anything, he could only nod and say, "Thank you for your care, lady. If things really come to that point, I will seek shelter with Eternal Night City." The conversation had reached this point. Both parties no longer discussed matters concerning the Dragon Clan. Instead, they chatted about Rolana and Fang Hao's relationship. Isabella asked them like an elder inquiring about the younger generation, how they met, and whether they had faced any problems in life. There was also the matter of when Fang Hao planned to join the Blood Clan. The lifespans of humans and the Blood Clan were not equivalent, and naturally, she would not allow her daughter to lose her husband in just a few decades. Fang Hao could only say he would wait and see, as he was still young. When it was time to leave, Rolana wanted to leave with Fang Hao, but she was stopped by Isabella. Rolana belonged to the pure bloodline of the Blood Clan, and her situation was somewhat special. Immortality endowed them with robust vitality. This was an advantage, but sometimes it could also be a drawback. For instance, being unable to die meant she could not be resurrected through the hero's altar. If she were sealed by an enemy, it would be more suffering than death. On this point, the lady can rest assured. If there's danger, I will immediately send Rolana away and surely ensure her safety, Fang Hao immediately assured her. Without the help of a demigod, and if he failed to bring dark gold back, the battle would indeed be difficult. With no other option, Isabella looked helplessly at her daughter. Knowing too strict an eye could lead to another runaway. She could only agree and said, "All right, wear the pendant properly. If there's danger, bring Fang Hao to Eternal Night City." "Yes, I understand, mother." Rolana smiled faintly, hugged her mother goodbye, and then left, arm in arm with Angia. Another day passed. Anglina. A huge shadow appeared in the sky over Supreme Saint Golden City. As the city's alarm bells rang, the dragon transformed into a burly man and had already descended into the city. Facing the skeleton soldiers that surrounded him, he was not the least bit flustered. "I am an envoy from the dragon clan, summon your leader to meet me." His voice was loud and carried the tone of a superior being. For these scattered small forces around them, the dragon clan indeed was like a heavenly existence. Soon, Amanda came over under the protection of her guards. Looking at the dragon clan envoy before her, Amanda asked, "I am the leader here, what commands do you have for me, dragon clan envoy?" The dragon clan envoy glanced at her and continued, "Two things. First, the dragon clan will be passing through your territory and remind your residents not to panic. Second, prepare 50,000 troops to accompany and assist the dragon clan in the upcoming battle." The dragon clan emissary spoke with an air of arrogant superiority. Even when facing Amanda, a dark gold level hero, contempt filled his face, along with a tone of issuing commands. Amanda looked at him and still said, "Esteemed dragon clan emissary, for a small force like ours to amass 50,000 troops in a short period of time, I'm afraid that might be somewhat difficult. HMPH. This is the Dragon Queen's order. The Dragon Queen herself will lead the troops, and on the way, any forces must cooperate fully. If you don't want to create trouble for yourself, don't make such excuses," the Dragon Clan said with a cold snort. Dragon Queen. Amanda's body tensed slightly. As a queen, she had a certain understanding of this world. Although she had never really come into contact with top forces, she had heard some things about the Dragon Clan from many sources. Only the leader of the Dragon Clan could be referred to as the Dragon Queen. "I will make the arrangements. I just need to know who the Dragon Clan's enemy is, so I can deploy the troops accordingly," Amanda replied immediately. The Dragon Clan hero looked at her and continued, "You don't need to understand too much about this. Just know it's a transmigrator in your northwest." A transmigrator in the northwest. Upon hearing this, a sudden, unpleasant guess arose in Amanda's heart. Supreme Saint Golden City was a decent force in this area, but not qualified to enter the headquarters of the Trade Alliance. Furthermore, since Fang Hao hadn't mentioned this to her, she was unaware of this matter. Now that the Dragon Clan had brought it up, she immediately thought of Fang Hao. Understood. When will the Dragon Clan's troops arrive here? Amanda continued to ask. In about 2 days. Someone will inform you then, the Dragon Clan responded, then turned and transformed into a giant dragon form and left. As the figure disappeared from view, Amanda quickly walked back, ordering someone to bring out the sound transmitting shell to contact Fang Hao. Outside the city, Fang Hao watched a host of skeleton soldiers digging into the ground, carrying out defense preparations as planned. It was a great pity not to receive the support of Rolana's mother. But putting himself in her shoes, he could understand. If it were Fang Hao, he wouldn't risk his life against the Dragon Clan for someone he'd just met for the first time either. She didn't just represent one person but the entire blood clan. But as much as he understood, it was still a pity. After watching outside the city for a while, finding there was no need for him, he turned and walked back. As he entered the Lord's Manor, he received a prompt from the sound transmitting shell. Taking it to his ear, he immediately heard Amanda's voice. "The Dragon Clan has come. Are they coming to fight you?" What? Fang Hao was shocked. The Dragon Clan had come already. This was much earlier than he had anticipated. He immediately asked, "Where is the Dragon Clan now?" "Just as I thought. They're coming for you. I knew this day would come eventually. Take me over, and I'll explain," she said. Fang Hao immediately released the teleportation screen, and Amanda walked out of it. She sat down on a seat nearby and said directly, "Just now, someone from the Dragon Clan came and informed me that the Dragon Clan's army will pass through Anglina in 2 days and has instructed me to gather 50,000 troops to join their assault." Amanda recounted the recent events in detail to Fang Hao. That meant the Dragon Clan would be attacking from the southeast. For Fang Hao, this was not good news. First, he was not yet prepared to contend with the enemy's number of heroes and was still at a disadvantage. Secondly, the massive ship was currently in the midst of the Sea Tribe's archipelago, on its way to attack Rainbow Pearl Island. Although fighting the Sea Tribe was not much pressure, it also wasn't a completely safe place. "Do you know if there are any high-level heroes among them?" Fang Hao pondered for a moment before continuing to ask. That Dragon Clan hero mentioned the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen, what the hell is that? If it's the Dragon Queen I'm thinking of, she would be the leader of the Dragon Clan, Amanda explained. Damn it, the leader of the Dragon Clan really came personally. He had really offended the Dragon Clan through and through. What rank? Amanda gave him a glance and said, "Do you really need to ask? What rank do you think the leader of the primary race would be?" "A demigod. It can't be a true god, right? It should be a demigod. This time I'll arrange the troops to fight alongside you. If you die, I can take care of your corpse. Thanks a lot." Abandoning the main city and faking your death to escape might not be a bad idea, given the pace at which you transmigrators develop. You'd quickly catch up to your current progress, Amanda said softly. In past battles, Amanda would summarize various tactics and strategies. This time, however, she offered the plan of faking death and escape. That meant faking death in the city, letting the Dragon Clan vent their anger, and then quietly redeveloping somewhere hidden. Moreover, the Dragon Clan instructing Amanda to coordinate in battle against Fang Hao clearly showed they were unaware of the situation here. They must think Fang Hao was just like any other transmigrator, managing his own city. Once he escaped, the Dragon Clan might not necessarily attack the surrounding villages and cities. I still want to try. If I indeed cannot cope, I will choose to abandon the city and leave. Fang Hao looked at the map and continued, "The Dragon Clan is mobilizing your troops. What do you think? What else can I do? I will start by gathering the troops as the Dragon Clan requires, and then, depending on the situation, I will take the sound transmitting shell with me to provide you with updates on the Dragon Clan's movements." That would be good. Otherwise, Supreme Saint Golden City might be razed to the ground by the Dragon Clan at a moment's notice. Alright, focus on identifying which heroes the Dragon Clan has, and let me know to prepare, Fang Hao said. Okay. Then send me back. I need to summon the troops as well. Just as Fang Hao was about to release the teleportation screen, he suddenly remembered something and continued, "I'll send all the undead craftsmen in the city over to your side, in case they're in danger once the battle starts." Okay. Amanda did not say much. All of the skeleton craftsmen were assembled by Fang Hao and sent over to Holy Gold City. Afternoon. Mr. Fang Hao held a meeting for all the heroes in the city. The main topic was to discuss the Dragon Clan's affairs and share the information with everyone. It wasn't all bad news. At least they knew the direction of the Dragon Clan's attack and that the demigod Dragon Queen was leading the troops to attack the main city. They could die knowing exactly how it happened. After some discussion, the heroes realized there were not many good solutions. He asked everyone to continue with the defense preparations as planned. Mr. Fang Hao lit a focus incense to calm himself down. He needed to analyze the gap between himself and the Dragon Clan. The gap in ranks was insurmountable. Normally speaking, owning a divinity, he too was considered a demigod. But his status as a demigod was vastly different from normal ones. These hero gods gradually became demigods after fighting and training little by little. They had solid foundations and were truly powerful. Mr. Fang Hao became a demigod through system manipulation, by directly merging with a level 0 divinity. It was like buying a diploma. He knew next to nothing, and even the few skills he did know were not high-level ones. In terms of military strength, Mr. Fang Hao believed he was second to none. He was confident against any force, not really fearing anyone. The only exception was facing the Dragon Clan, where the continual high-altitude flight of the dragons meant ground troops could hardly outnumber and kill them. Even air units struggled against the high mobility of the Dragon Clan. Especially the demigod members of the Dragon Clan. Do I really have to fake my death to escape? As long as he himself didn't die, it was only a matter of time before he would annihilate the Dragon Clan with 100 times their strength. After dinner. Master, let us stay with you, okay? Yeah, we don't want to leave. We can always leave when there's real danger. Let us stay here. The maids surrounded him, swaying their bodies and coquettishly pleading. Mr. Fang Hao lightly patted the maid who hit people with her ball. You can't help much here. Let Aira take you to play with the lizardmen for a few days. I'll pick you up later. The sea vessel was still approaching Rainbow Pearl Island. The battle with the sea tribe had come to a point where stopping was no longer an option. Therefore, the colossal ship wasn't safe. Mr. Fang Hao decided to send Aira and the others to the lizardmen first. If there was no trouble, so much the better, but if there was, the Dragon Clan was unlikely to vent their anger on the lizardmen. No, we're not afraid to die. Slap, slap. Mr. Fang Hao slapped their pert buttocks hard, causing a few of them to yelp in pain. Be good. The maids pursed their lips but fell silent. Mr. Fang Hao then pulled Aira and Little White aside and gave them a few instructions. Then he sent them directly to the southern marshes. To ask the Lizardmen Queen for help with their care. The next day. Webweaver Camp, Mithril Mine. Outside the mine, an area already had a fortress camp constructed. Tall walls stood, and the architecture was quite complete. Is this some kind of physical training? Mr. Fang Hao curiously asked upon seeing Aragon, entangled in spider webs, hanging upside down from a tree. Aragon looked quite disheveled at that moment. Untidy and grimy, his skin darkened, looking far more bedraggled than any beggar. Aragon, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them upon hearing the voice. Seeing that it was Mr. Fang Hao, his face lit up with joy. Mr. Fang Hao, did you come to see me? I was wrong. I won't dare to oppose you again. Please let me leave this place. His expression was filled with excitement, as if he had seen a long-lost relative. Sir, this man tried to escape last night but was caught by patrolling soldiers, a webweaver warrior explained from the side. Aragon's expression froze and he hastily said, Don't talk nonsense. I got lost going to the bathroom last night. I didn't try to escape. The webweaver warrior was earnest. You try to escape every 5 days on average. There is no need to lie about this. Even through a layer of filth, one could see Aragon's face turning red. That wasn't an escape. Mr. Fang Hao waved his hand, cutting off the argument. He had not come today to watch them argue over this. Besides, Aragon's repeated attempts to escape, as reported by Domina, were already known to him. Cut him down. The webweaver warrior quickly climbed the tree and swung his sword to sever the webbing above. Thump. A loud thud followed. Aragon fell to the ground. Dazed and disoriented from the fall. Let's go. We need to find a place to talk, Mr. Fang Hao said, turning to leave. In a simple wooden hut. Mr. Fang Hao faced Aragon and spoke. Domina told me that you've been frequently leading people to escape lately, causing quite a bit of trouble. No, that's not true. How could that be? Those people wanted to flee on their own, Aragon quickly defended. Transmigrator. Huh. It's natural not to want to be trapped here, Mr. Fang Hao glanced at him and continued, every transmigrator who opposed me died. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Why? You truly are a talented man, ranked second, and even managed to establish the Dragon Temple Holy Army. That's not something just anyone can achieve. Are you insulting me? Aragon's brows furrowed. His constant attempts to escape showed that he hadn't resigned himself to his fate. He also considered himself the most capable person after Fang Hao. But as the victor, Praising your talent felt more like an insult to oneself. Do you want to leave this place? Fang Hao asked. Will you let me go? Aragon also put away his ingratiating smile. There are conditions, you can listen and consider them. Fang Hao was not in a hurry. Fine, speak, Aragon said. First, you will join my territory as a vassal lord, and I will grant you corresponding rights, which is actually not much different from your previous status. Aragon's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. That's possible. When he had been in the dungeon or the mines, he often wondered if he would be released one day, even if just as a vassal city lord. Don't be in a rush to agree, I haven't finished, Fang Hao continued. I will send you back to the Dragon Clan's area, you need to help me take down Mount Dragon Peak. Vrak, you madman. ... The next day. Whoosh. The sound of tearing through the air was followed closely by the clatter of footsteps and the collision of armor. The sky was filled with iron-clad giants dragons, while below marched infantry composed of orcs and trolls. Kitted out in a motley array of equipment, scattering haphazardly, and bearing various flags. From a distance, they looked like a vast band of brigands. Amanda led 50,000 undead into the range of the Dragon Clan's army. I have seen the Dragon Queen, 50,000 undead at your disposal, Amanda bowed respectfully. Before her, the curtains of a carriage were gently drawn back, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes that appraised the bowing undead. You're not too shabby, you must possess the strength of dark gold. Follow at the rear of the army. Yes, Amanda responded, but she did not hurry off and continued. Knowing that the Dragon Queen is personally leading the troops, I ordered a humble gift to be prepared overnight in tribute. The formation dispersed, and a giant golden carriage drawn by skeleton horses approached from the rear. 12 skeleton horses, arranged in 2 rows. The carriage was made of pure gold, inlaid with all sorts of gemstones and exquisite patterns. The Dragon Clan was greedy, fond of gold and jewels. Conflicts over coveting wealth were quite common. No sooner had Amanda's golden carriage appeared than it immediately attracted the attention of the entire Dragon Clan. As this for me, the voice of the Dragon Queen resounded from the carriage. The carriage she currently sat in had been made by a transmigrator. She rode in a carriage because it was necessary to accommodate the army's pace. While giant dragons circled overhead, she couldn't just ride atop a dragon and circle with them. In truth, a regular carriage was also quite good, but it definitely didn't dazzle like one made of gold. Yes, the Dragon Queen is the paragon in my heart. I had craftsmen work overnight to create this carriage, a tribute to the Dragon Queen, Amanda went on. A brief silence befell the scene. What's your name? Amanda. Good, I'll remember you. Let your troops pass, the Dragon Queen said flatly. Yes. Amanda nodded and led her troops away. And the Dragon Queen, too, emerged from the wooden carriage and entered the golden one. The army stepped forward, continuing to advance. Before long, Fang Hao also received the news from Amanda. The enemy indeed had someone named the Dragon Queen. Apart from the Dragon Queen, there were 2 elders and over a dozen Dragon Clan heroes. The infantry, composed of orcs and trolls, numbered close to 100,000 without counting her undead army. What an impressive sight. The Dragon Clan, waging war on themselves, had deployed a demigod, 2 figures of dark gold, and over 10 orange-ranked heroes against me. Did I desecrate the Dragon Clan's ancestral graves or something? Even if it was a power struggle, it couldn't possibly spawn such a massive grudge, right? The Dragon Clan had cut across various forces, significantly shortening the marching distance. According to Amanda's calculations, there were about 3 days left. After passing down the message, everyone once again hastened the speed of constructing defensive fortifications. On the Sea Tribe archipelago, aboard a giant ship. Fang Hao sat on the throne, with numerous heroes below him. When will we reach the core island of the Sea Tribe? The blood servant of the ancients replied, My lord, we estimate it to be 2 to 3 days before we can approach Rainbow Pearl Island. As expected, it would coincide with the battle with the Dragon Clan. I need to make some strategic adjustments. All eyes turned towards him. Fang Hao continued. Beata. Beata was taken aback, wondering why she was being suddenly called upon. Besides, they had been at sea for a while, and although there was plenty to eat and drink, it had also become somewhat dull. I am entrusting you with the overall command to conquer Rainbow Pearl Island. Are you confident you can do it? Fang Hao asked directly. Leaving it to me. Beata frowned. Then what will you do? I naturally have other matters to attend to. Don't tell me you lack confidence in dealing with the Sea Tribe. Fang Hao looked at her. HMPH. What's the Sea Tribe to me? I certainly have no problems there, Beata said, lifting her chin defiantly. In the sea, perhaps there wasn't a good way to handle the Sea Tribe, but in a siege, with Beata's ability, there shouldn't be any problems. Since you're so confident, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't speak lightly and fail to take it when the time comes. What are you saying? A clan led by an orange-level leader can't possibly be difficult to conquer, Beata continued. Subsequently, Fang Hao made adjustments to the entire ship. Living creature units such as dragons, earth spirit maidens, harpies, and officials appointed from various cities to draft the kingdom's laws, were all sent to the giant ship. And the blood servant of the ancients, the third hero from his territory to reach Dark Gold, had to stay with Fang Hao to defend the main city. Moreover, all the heroes on the ship had their hero altars rebound. If the main city could not be held, Fang Hao would feign death to escape and directly take over Rainbow Pearl Island, starting anew. Once everything was arranged, he gave a few more instructions to Beata and then returned to the main city. Another day passed. The Dragon Clan's army passed through Crescent Heights, alongside Blood Hunters, bringing 20,000 troops to join the Dragon Clan's infantry, becoming a part of the Grand Army. Meanwhile, they were now less than 2 days away from Fang Hao's main city, maybe even just 1 day. Main city. Fang Hao started making his final preparations. The first step was to head to the barracks to begin recruiting troops. During this period, Fang Hao had been promoting a large-scale buyout of blood stones in his shop as a sales strategy. Transmigrators living in the Blood Clan territory didn't waste this opportunity either. They began to exchange in large quantities for equipment. Upon reaching the barracks, Fang Hao started recruiting troops. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruiting bone dragons 5,858. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruiting skeleton giant bats 202,000. Hundredfold amplification triggered, recruit. Whirl, whirl, whirl. Swarms of bone dragons and skeleton giant bats circled in the sky, covering it dense as a cloud. Like a dark cloud, they obscured the entire sky. Go gather outside the city. Fang Hao commanded loudly. Whir, whir, whir. The sound of flapping wings was so strong it hurt the eardrums. With all the troops gone, Fang Hao began ordering skeleton soldiers to equip the bone dragons. Having souls, the skeleton soldiers could do this job. There was no longer a need for craftsmen. Then, all of the troop types were incorporated into the original plan. Dusk fell, and another day ended. Outside the city, defensive fortifications were being added continuously. Fang Hao, on the other hand, lit a stick of concentration incense and proceeded to ponder the chances of winning this battle. Had he not had contact with a demigod, he might truly have considered fleeing the city under the persuasion of others. But he had defeated a demigod. Victory wasn't impossible. It was just that the Dragon Clan were slightly more difficult to handle. The Dragon Clan's marching speed was much faster than anticipated. At noon, Fang Hao received a message from Amanda. The Dragon Clan's army had arrived near Pearl City. They were half a day away from reaching the main city. Inside the main city, all the troops were ready. What must come, will come, Fang Hao muttered, sitting on his throne. In front of him 5 demon dolls shaped like skeletons. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps sounded as a bound spirit guardian rushed in. Have the Dragon Clan arrived? Sir, the Trade Alliance teleportation array has been activated. The lizardmen are requesting passage, the bound spirit guardian reported promptly. The lizardmen, coming at this time. All skeleton merchants had been sent by Fang Hao to Supreme Saint Golden City, so there was only one bound spirit guardian left behind. Unexpectedly, there were indeed people coming this time. Could it be that the queen had some new weapon? That they had come to deliver it to him? Let's go have a look. With the teleportation privileges enabled, several lizardmen figures emerged from the light screen. Seeing the dense throngs of skeleton soldiers and machinery outside the screen, they were momentarily taken aback. What brings you here? Fang Hao asked, noting they didn't bring any new weapons. Oh, sir, here are the 5,000 pieces of glazed tiles you ordered. I've come to deliver them today, one of the lizardmen said, checking his list. The glazed tiles had arrived. Because of the Dragon Clan, he had almost forgotten about it. Good, take these gentlemen to the basement to get paid, Fang Hao ordered a Nisbet that was following him. Yes, sir. Gentlemen, please follow me. The lizardmen went to settle the account, and Fang Hao had the glazed tiles taken to the warehouse. After the lizardmen left, Fang Hao went directly in front of the city lord's residence. Level 14 Lord's Stone Castle. Tough wood 70,000, ironized wood 30,000. Fine stone brick 8,000. Glazed tiles 5,000, rich essence 5, perfect essence 2. Now the building conditions were all met. This is the final throw of the dice. I hope we can beat the Dragon Clan's speed, Fang Hao murmured. He confirmed the upgrade immediately. In that instant, the whole Lord's residence was enveloped in light. Countdown. 2 hours 59 minutes. 3 hours. During an intense wait, the 3 hours finally passed. Fang Hao wasn't in a rush to check the attributes of the level 15 building. He continued to upgrade both the city walls and all defensive towers to level 15. Then he used a blueprint he won for being first in the 3 leaderboards, Holy City of the Spirit. Large swaths of light once again shrouded the Lord's residence. Countdown. 2 hours 59 minutes. Damn. Another 3 hours. Time had never felt so excruciating. Boom. 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 Just then, the loud alarm bells suddenly rang out, echoing across the entire city. The loud chime of the bell struck his heart like hammer blows. He thanked his lucky stars that he didn't have a heart condition, otherwise, he might have scared himself to death before the battle even began. Tap, tap, tap. The bound spirit guardians came running up and, upon seeing Fang Hao standing in front of the Lord's mansion, they directly reported, "My lord, the Dragon Clan's army has arrived." As Fang Hao walked towards the east city wall, he instructed, "Inform each wall sector to deploy defenses according to the plan, and do not panic." Yes, the messengers dispersed in all directions. Fang Hao then hastened his steps up the eastern side of the city wall. Looking out, he saw an army of irregularly dressed troops marching without any order, appearing at the edge of his vision. Orcs and trolls made up the majority, thronging in hordes, ceaselessly moving forward. Above the infantry flew dragons, which circled without stopping while maintaining their speed. The dragons wore various forms of dragon-shaped armor, and there were no fewer than 100 of them. There were even more than the army Beata had brought last time. Under everyone's gaze, the Dragon Clan's army didn't immediately launch an attack on the city. Instead, they began to regroup at a distance. It wasn't exactly setting up camp. They just sat on the ground and began to eat the food they had brought, along with some water. After all, they had been traveling day and night and had finally arrived under the city. They needed to replenish their strength. Regardless of the conscripted cannon fodder, even the dragons needed rest. To maintain good strength before the battle. There are quite a few enemy heroes. They don't seem easy to deal with, Demetria whispered. Fang Hao also noticed. Although he did not spot the Dragon Queen, he could see some individuals with dragon horns moving about in the army. These were all heroes from the Dragon Clan, definitely of at least orange rank or higher. Prepare for battle. Let's proceed with the plan. In the Mount Dragon Peak region. Aragon looked at his own lord's mansion and couldn't help but shed tears. Whimpering. I've finally come back. Sniff. Aragon covered his face and cried bitterly. Only those who have suffered can appreciate how wonderful their previous life had been. Actually, being the second best in the world wasn't so bad. Why bother fighting for the top spot? Sniff. Aragon crouched on the ground as tears uncontrollably streamed down. My lord, have you returned? City Lord, is it you? My lord. What's wrong with you? At this moment, figures began to gather from all directions, including residents and armed guards. Aragon's territory had been occupied by Fang Hao's choice. No governor had been appointed, and it remained in a custodial state. The city's residents and guards were still originally Aragon's subordinates. Aragon wiped his tears and straightened his back. Now that he was back, he was still the master of this city. Yes, I'm back. No sooner had he spoken than he was taken aback. What's happened to you all? Has the city been breached? Both residents and guards seemed in poor condition, gaunt and wounded, many bearing obvious injuries. Looking around again, especially at his own lord's mansion which was now deserted, it seemed as though it had been looted. It was done by the Dragon Clan, said a young guard. Shush, don't talk nonsense, someone interrupted, then said, My lord, let's talk inside. There have been some changes during your absence. Aragon frowned. Is it that serious? It's better to be cautious. A lot of people have died recently. Several people entered the room and recounted the developments during his absence. Aragon had not been back, but the city still stood, and the military force was quite substantial. Transmigrators might have had the desire, but they lacked the capability to breach the city. Being second in the world was not just for characters. It was a ranking given by the system, based on military and financial strength. But if transmigrators couldn't break in, that didn't mean the Dragon Clan couldn't. The city had been forcibly plundered by the Dragon Clan a few days ago. Treasures and valuable items had been looted. City residents had been taken to Mount Dragon Peak to labor in batches. Their injuries had occurred while they were forced to work. My lord, now that you're back, what should we do? Someone asked. Aragon thought deeply. I'll figure something out. For now, just do as the Dragon Clan demands until I can make arrangements. All right. Having a leader to depend on, the people agreed and left. They shared the news of the return of the city lord with others. Ding. Not long after the guards left, the Book of City Lord emitted a crisp notification through the Alliance channel. At Aragon, has the Alliance hierarch come back to life? Is that true? Wasn't the hierarch killed by Fang Hao? How can he be alive? Surely he hasn't become a wraith. Hierarch not dead. Can we change the situation? The Dragon Clan treats us as slaves. Hierarch, the brothers with whom we founded the Alliance, many have died, hung on wooden poles by the Dragon Clan. Aragon's avatar lit up and quickly caught the attention of the members. A barrage of it towards him, with people also venting about recent misfortunes. Previously, when Aragon was around, the Dragon Temple Holy Army actually did quite well. Although they received orders from the Dragon Clan, there was a limit. Not like now, taking what they want, killing at whim. Aragon closed his eyes and reflected, recalling the conversation he had had with Fang Hao. After his return, he could have fled with his people, far away from here. But that meant leaving the city behind. Not having to deal with the Dragon Clan could break Fang Hao's plan and trick him. However, as the once second most powerful under heaven, giving up the city was something he couldn't reconcile with. After a long contemplation, he still composed a message in the channel. Vice Alliance Hierarch, Wesley, has failed to manage Alliance affairs properly, worsening relations with the Dragon Clan and failing to ensure members' safety. His position as Vice Alliance Hierarch is hereby revoked. After making the announcement, he immediately stripped Wesley of his Vice Hierarch status, along with a few others who had accompanied the Dragon Clan. Then, he directly kicked them out of the Alliance. This series of actions was carried out very swiftly, without consultation with anyone. The rules of the Alliance were such that Aragon was the Hierarch. If the Hierarch died, the Vice Hierarch, Wesley, would take over. Everyone had assumed that Aragon had been killed by Fang Hao and thus hadn't taken any action. Once Aragon received the Book of City Lord, his position was immediately restored, and he became the Hierarch again, with Wesley back as his deputy. After expelling those few, he took a deep breath before continuing. All members, gather at my place after dark for a meeting. We need to fight for our future. Received. Dragon Clan's military camp, resting area. The army had not set up camp or arranged any defense. They were simply sitting on the ground, beginning to rest. In the minds of the Dragon Clan and those soldiers cooperating in combat, it was only a temporary rest, believing they could breach the enemy's city gates before nightfall. By then, they would be resting inside the city, drinking and feasting. Who would speak of setting up camp in the wilderness then? Inside the gold carriage, the Dragon Queen lounged lazily on the gold couch, yawning. Across from her, 2 Dragon Clan elders sat properly. We've nearly finished scouting. The enemy hasn't fled. The entire city is heavily manned with guards, mostly undead. The Dragon Queen raised her eyebrows in surprise. He didn't flee. The city is being organized for defense in an orderly manner. They haven't fled, the elder continued. This world leader seems to have some courage, the Dragon Queen remarked and continued. How are the preparations outside? They are almost done. The transmigrators have made some siege ladders and other tools that will allow the soldiers to climb directly over the walls, the Dragon Clan elder continued. Good, then we are ready to enter. Boom boom. Suddenly, a sound like war drums came from outside the carriage. The undead are known for their use of war drums. Could it be that the undead are making a sortie? That's impossible, not to mention the recent scouting showed they were in a defensive posture. Even normal logic wouldn't suggest anyone would attack the Dragon Clan's camp directly. Then, a voice came from outside the carriage. It's the orcs' war drums, saying that an undead soldier has come riding to negotiate. Negotiate. The Dragon Queen pulled back the curtains slightly and looked out. She saw a skeleton soldier waiting on horseback at the perimeter of the army. Kill it. Prepare to attack. Whoosh. A blaze of fire fell from the sky, turning the waiting skeleton into a pile of ashes in its surprise. Immediately after, under the encouragement of the Dragon Clan heroes, the resting soldiers stood up, and the dragons, shaking their heads and wagging their tails, also made their final preparations. In the main city, inside a building, Fang Hao abruptly awoke from God's presence. He initially intended to use negotiation to buy some time, but the enemy was so decisive that they didn't give him a chance to bluff, killing the skeleton outright. He glanced at the countdown of the Holy City, State. 2 hours and 20 minutes left. The Holy City, a miraculous building, also boasts many effects. One of which, all building durability plus 100%, is crucial for the defenders. Even if the Dragon Clan flew in, the buildings would still be significant impediments. Unfortunately, the Dragon Clan didn't give him more time. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the loud alarm bell was rung again, instantly resonating throughout the city. Sir, the enemy at the East City Gate has initiated an attack, reported the bound spirit guardian. All right, I know, Fang Hao deployed God's presence, once more, and the demon dolls on the East City walls' eyes ignited with the bluish glow of soul fire light. Prepare for battle. The entire city top was silent. Only the sound of crossbow strings being pulled and supplies being moved could be heard. Below the city, the coalition forces began their offensive from afar. Driven by the Dragon Clan hero, brandishing weapons, they gradually neared the city walls. Among them was Amanda leading the undead army, also dispersed within the disorderly military force, occasionally glancing at the city ramparts as they charged forward. The orcs and trolls, shouting as they began their assault. But soon, joy appeared on their faces. For the defenses on the ground were practically non-existent. Only some scattered caltrops and wire fences were laid out, the rest was wide open. No significant weapons on the city walls, mostly just equipment for air defense. Charge. Take down the city. A transmigrator's city is nothing to fear. There's no defense, they're a rookie, let's breach and feast tonight. As the army drew closer, their shouts could be heard. Excitedly howling as they saw no defenses in their way. These people didn't dare to rebel against the Dragon Clan, so they pinned their hopes on the city being a pushover. Attack, watch out for the undead below. As soon as the enemy entered range, Fang Hao immediately gave the order. The messenger ran down without delay. Then came a barrage of gunfire, a dense flurry of bullets rained down from the top of the wall. Orange bullets flew, leaving numerous orcs and trolls at the forefront riddled with bloody holes. Some fell and didn't get up, while others, clutching their wounds, still charged forward. Fang Hao didn't order a full-force attack. They were just cannon fodder. He wasn't afraid of more infantry, the main threat was those from the dragon clan. Whoosh whoosh. In the distance, groups of gigantic dragons began to stir. From afar, one could hear roars and the sound of flapping wings. Groups of hundreds of dragons began to circle in place. Then, they formed an orderly formation, approaching like a sky-covering eclipse. Leading the dragons was an exceptionally dazzling one. Golden dragon horns and scales shimmered like a golden sun, blindingly bright under the sunlight. Behind the golden dragon followed blue and crimson dragons. Their size was also larger than the other dragons, their scales sparkling brightly. The leader must be the Dragon Queen. My mother told me the Dragon Queen is a golden dragon, Rolana said, coming up beside him. Fang Hao nodded, looking at that majestic appearance. She must be the leader. I heard she's the leading female. What if I shout, "You're out of luck," would she fall down? Rolana frowned, not understanding the meaning of his words. I'll go and stop her, leave the rest to you all, Rolana continued. Fang Hao immediately grabbed her, saying, don't take risks, let's stick to the plan and wear them down. Everyone looked up at the sky, waiting for the dragons to enter the designated area. Meanwhile, under the city, the chaotic allied forces, after leaving corpses littered on the ground, surged to the city base. Damn undead, have the guts to open the city gate. What skill is there in shooting randomly from above? I'll feed your bones to the dogs. Once inside, I'll crush your bones. Just as they were closely watching the dragon clan's movements, another round of curses came from below the city. Looking down, one could see masses of orcs and trolls, with undead soldiers embedded among them. Glancing again at the crowd, Fang Hao saw Amanda nodding slightly at him. He directly ordered, open the city gates, let them in. Creak. A grating noise sounded. The army that had been cursively preparing siege ladders paused, bewildered. They looked towards the source of the noise. The city gates were slowly opening. Ah, they didn't close the gates. Have they surrendered? Can't be, we haven't breached their defenses. They're probably scared of the dragon clan, just surrender already. Charge, storm in. With the gates open, the allied forces surged through. Their numbers weren't small. They rushed along the main road deeper into the city. As everyone entered the city, the yelling crowd suddenly stopped in their tracks, and the air fell silent. The orc and troll armies, fully packed, filled the entire main road. And all around them, in every branching alley and on the stone stairs connecting to the city walls, stood dense ranks of skeleton soldiers of various heights. Their numbers were many, but the undead were even more. Clang! With a loud bang, the city gates instantly closed. Kill them. Whoosh. Surrounding skeletons, including those undead soldiers that had padded the rear when they entered the city, led by Amanda, suddenly pounced on the enemies in the center. Screams and moans filled the area around the city gate. How's it going? Any special situations? Fang Hao asked Amanda in a low voice as he looked towards her approaching. Amanda, dressed in plain clothes and a black iron mask, lacked the usual brilliance of a queen. The situation is as you see. No reinforcements have been discovered. It's said that the Dragon Clan used the teleportation aids from the Elf Clan to get here, Amanda replied directly. Damn, those elves again. Always them. Okay, I'll send you back first, said Fang Hao. Although Amanda's combat power was that of a dark gold, the combat power she demonstrated in battle was still limited. Fang Hao didn't have full confidence in winning, so it was best to be cautious. Even if the Dragon Clan were to be victorious, Amanda could claim she died in battle while storming the city and then resurrected from the hero's altar. If they were to join in the battle and his side ended up losing, then Supreme Saint Golden City might also suffer the Dragon Clan's revenge. His craftsmen were all over there. Better to be careful. Alright, be careful yourself and prioritize your safety above all else, Amanda couldn't help but remind him. Amanda's loyalty had also reached 100 points. She would not wish to see Fang Hao in danger. Yeah, don't worry, I'm good at running away. Fang Hao immediately released a light screen and sent Amanda away from there. During this delay, the dragon group led by the Golden Dragon had also entered the preset area. Even approaching the city walls closely, Fang Hao immediately ordered, "Sound the drums." Boom, boom, boom. The undead war drums thundered, and a grayish-white aura enveloped all the undead soldiers. As the drums sounded, the ground outside the city undulated like waves. Stone slabs were flipped up, revealing deep trenches more than a meter deep. Whoosh! Countless skeleton archers appeared within the trenches. They aimed their rifles into the sky and pulled the triggers. Crack, crack, crack. Dense gunfire echoed over the entire battlefield. Bullets, more numerous than raindrops, were directed at the flying dragon soldiers. The target was clear. Bullets might not harm the Dragon Clan heroes, so the main focus was on the dragon soldiers. The dragons had not expected the enemy to have so many soldiers and such special weaponry. Crackle and pop. Bullets continuously struck the dragon's scales, bouncing off in all directions, causing much hindrance. Even if the dragon's scales could block these bullets. Due to the intensity, the ordinary dragons started to falter. Scales were shed, and bullets penetrated their flesh. The dragons let out painful cries, some losing their balance and falling from the sky. With a thud, they hit the ground. Following that, skeleton warriors crawled out from the trenches, pouncing on the grounded dragons. A frenzy of tearing and hacking ended the dragons' lives by brute force. After which the warriors retreated back into the trenches. Such tactics would have been impossible for the skeleton soldiers of the past unless commanded by humans at their side. But now, equipped with basic souls and having rehearsed in advance, they performed these actions effectively. The golden dragon's large draconic eyes swept the rear but said nothing. The blue dragon nodded in understanding. Leading a group of dragons, they dove straight into the trenches. Roaring, roar, roar. Dragon breath was spewed forth, sweeping across the ground below. Yet the skeleton archers hidden in the trenches, as if well trained, immediately hunkered down into prepared recesses. After the dragon breath had passed, they re-emerged and fired wildly into the sky. Dozens of dragons, with the terrifying might of dragon breath, swept across, leaving the earth charred, but the undead suffered no losses. The dragon clan was stunned. What the hell kind of trick is this, negating the dragon's attacks just by digging holes? Upon seeing this from atop the city walls, a surge of joy washed over Fang Hao. It seemed his idea had been useful after all. The changes below did not stop the golden dragon's advance. She, leading a host of dragons, had already neared the city walls. Fog them, Fang Hao commanded. A line of skeleton archers swiftly drew their bows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows with cylindrical ends streaked towards the direction from which the dragons attacked. These smoke arrows had been purchased from the lizardmen. Because their tips were too heavy, they had a significant impact on range. Bang, bang, bang. When the smoke arrows reached the sky, they suddenly exploded. Dark red smoke billowed out, blocking the dragon clan's advancement. Whoosh, whoosh. The quick-moving dragons, with the airflow they carried, instantly dispersed the smoke, thinning it. But the irritating smog still played its part. Some dragons began sneezing and tearing up. Machinery attack. Fang Hao continued the orders. Atop the city walls and roofs, all the dragon-locking crossbows and anti-aircraft crossbows fired their bolts. Amongst them were specially purchased cold lizard arrows with armor breaker effects that could penetrate scales. In an instant, countless dragons, pierced by arm-thick bolts, fell from the sky. Roar. At the same time, the dragons began their counterattack. Diving down, they spat out dragon breath, clearing the machinery on the city walls and rooftops. A mass of soldiers turned to ashes, and under the enveloping dragon breath, the machinery melted into pools of molten iron. The dragon clan's high mobility and strong physical prowess displayed their overwhelming combat power. Like a tornado, swirling in the air, sweeping over the undead below. Hidden among the skeletons, Nisbet continuously released the stripping traits skill. Although short-lived, during the fleeting moment the dragon lost balance. It was hit by countless attacks, crashed to the ground, and was overwhelmed by the undead. Upon the arrival of the Dragon Clan, both sides' forces plunged into a brutal melee. It seemed that the moment they engaged in battle, numerous dragons fell from the sky. Yet, they also successfully breached the line of defense. Those that had been set up in advance, hidden atop buildings with defensive canopies, were reduced to ruins under the widespread magic of fire and rain from the Dragon Clan. Even though Fang Hao employed more machinery and spared no expense on arrows and bolts, it did not equate to the defense situation when the Sea Tribe guarded Yushang Island. Most defenses crumbled instantly under an assault by the Dark Gold Hero and Orange Hero of the Dragon Clan. The dragons began to narrow their circling range and continued to attack the undead mages and archers on the ground. The undead below fell like harvested wheat, piles after piles disappearing. The entire city was engulfed with flames falling from the sky and dense smoke rising. Witnessing such a fierce, disproportionate depletion, Fang Hao cursed. Damn it. This was happening much faster than he had calculated. If he let the Dragon Clan continue slaughtering, he feared that he could not proceed as planned. In several troop hiding caves, demon dolls issued commands simultaneously: skeleton giant bats, skeleton vultures, all take off, kill any enemy you see. Whoosh. From various troop hiding caves, like dispersing smoke, dark clusters of skeleton flight troops burst out. Hundreds of thousands of flight troops. Covering the sky, their presence was terrifying. The dragons, gaining momentum, had begun low-altitude flights. Suddenly appearing, the skeleton giant bats and vultures closed in like a tightening net, frenziedly plunging at any visible target. Tearing, rending, devouring. In just one encounter, numerous dragons were tightly enveloped by groups of skeleton giant bats and vultures. Flesh and scales fell in torrents. When they all dispersed, they had turned into streams of white bones falling from the sky. Even the Dragon Clan, witnessing this, was taken aback. How could a small transmigrator's city possess such a massive military force? Not to mention the dense skeleton soldiers below, how could there be so many flight troops? This was somewhat too strange. Even the Dragon Queen was wondering if Fang Hao had support from the desert side. Otherwise, how could he possibly have such an extensive military force? Moreover, the Dragon Clan's losses had already exceeded what the Dragon Queen could tolerate. Too many of the Dragon Clan had died. But this wasn't over yet. When skeleton giant bats and vultures were almost fully deployed, large enough to avoid crowding the entrance, a sinewy corpse dragon, leading thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of bone dragons, flew into the battlefield unbeknownst from where. Roar. Now, the dragons were thoroughly at a disadvantage, the bone dragons spewing beams of black light, once again confronting the Dragon Clan in midair directly. Black and red breaths. A sky filled with fire rain and swirling flame tornadoes appearing in every corner of the city. Buildings collapsed, and debris flew everywhere. Both sides continued slaughtering each other. Dragon Queen, the enemy is peculiar, our casualties are significant, a Dragon Clan elder flew over and said. The golden dragon, with cold vertical pupils, scanned the surroundings. Its gaze instantly fixed on the corpse dragon leading the bone dragons, which was obviously now an undead. Transforming into a streak of light, it instantly appeared above the corpse dragon. Opening its maw wide, a beam of golden energy, like a laser, shot from its mouth, piercing through Spencer's back, leaving a huge hole. Viscera and thick blood fell to the ground. Before Spencer could resist, two golden dragon claws dug into the shriveled muscles and yanked forcefully. Tearing. The body instantly split in two, hooked in the claws for a moment, then flung to the ground. Dead. Spencer, an orange tier 5, was annihilated in an instant. Everyone was incredulous. Roar. At that moment, the golden dragon circled again in the air. It let out a long howl towards the sky. All members of the Dragon Clan quickly evacuated. At the same time, the golden dragon soared into the sky again, and when it reached a certain height, a golden sun suddenly condensed above its head. Together with the sky's tomorrow, two different suns were formed. The next second, whoosh, the golden sun emitted a blindingly intense light, sweeping towards the city below. Even with Fang Hao using the vision of the undead, he was instantly blinded. When the intense light faded, and he could see clearly again, a quarter of the city below had turned into ash, with buildings completely vanished. The ground was cracked, with only lava-like flowing liquid, gathering into streams flowing everywhere. Whether airborne or ground troops, even the heroes embedded among them, all had completely vanished. The entire area was empty, leaving nothing behind. Damn it. Fang Hao swallowed hard. This was way too exaggerated, wasn't it? One skill, and half the city was gone. Last time, when he encountered the demigod, Lord of Thunder, he also possessed a wide-range thunder skill. Yet it also did not reach this terrifying effect, turning buildings into mud. With the golden sun ended, the golden dragon returned to the battlefield, and countless golden needles fell like raindrops, instantly annihilating any undead touched by them. Moreover, there were 2 dragon clan elders relentlessly slaughtering. One was a blue dragon, and another was a crimson-red dragon. The red dragon continued to spew flames, while the blue dragon released blue glowing light that seemed like a petrification skill. The skeleton giant bats and vultures that were hit immediately became like glazed glass. Falling from the sky, they shattered upon impact. I'm going to kill her, Rolana declared, raising the hatred tooth giant sword, ready to charge out. Don't be impulsive. Fang Hao grabbed her again. This leader of the dragon clan was far too powerful. He had instantly killed Spencer, in his giant dragon form, and just now, another golden sun had instantly killed several heroes he had arranged there. Slaughtering dark gold heroes was like slaughtering dogs, and most of the heroes in the territory were dark gold heroes. It was simply impossible to fight. Even if Rolana could really hold off the golden dragon, what then? Who would hold off the blue dragon and the crimson dragon, both of whom were equally invincible? At last, Fang Hao felt the terror of the dragon clan. No wonder, within the alliance, any force that mentioned the dragon clan always showed a fearful expression. It wasn't about being timid or weak but genuinely being powerless. What do we do then? Are we not fighting? Rolana asked. Demetria and several other heroes also looked towards him. To fight, to flee, or what to do was Fang Hao's decision. If they really were to fight, it meant a death, then resurrection at the hero's altar. If not fighting, it was time to consider how to retreat. Fang Hao's gaze returned to the outside. Now, half the city was essentially gone, though skeletons still poured out and entered the battlefield continuously. But these troops, for the Dragon Clan heroes, were more like minor creatures in a game. Falling in batches, they didn't demonstrate much effectiveness. The only gain was that the cleanup of the giant dragon troops was almost complete. Hundreds of giant dragons, beaten to only a few scattered ones left, still circling desperately in the sky. Damn, as long as there's a mountain left, there's no fear of no firewood, Just as he was about to issue the order not to fight anymore, a system prompt sounded at this time. Spectacular building. City of Holy Spirit, construction completed. Building effect activated. All building durability plus 100%, food production plus 150%, production and mining plus 100%, all troop recruitment and conversion speed plus 50%, security plus 50%, reproduction plus 30%, public faith plus 30%. The City of Holy Spirit was completed. Without waiting for Fang Hao to check, a series of system prompts appeared again. Power of faith increased, divinity increased to level 1. Crimson Flame War God. Aloric loyalty increased by 10 points, current loyalty 98. Crimson Flame War God. Amarag 4. Fang Hao abruptly turned, looking at the 4 sisters sitting upright side by side. Crimson Flame War God. Aloric Dark Gold 3rd Order Hero. Crimson Flame War God. Amarag Dark Gold 3rd Tier Hero. Crimson Flame War God. Alrag Dark Gold 3rd Tier Hero. Crimson Flame War God. Azrag Dark Gold 3rd Tier Hero. Fang Hao stared in astonishment at the 4 black armored sisters. The information displayed that all 4 had become Dark Gold 3rd Tier heroes. Upon further thought, he immediately understood why. Among the sisters' skills was one called Divine Faith. The effect of the skill was that the tier would increase along with the faith in the worshipped deity. No need to follow the normal hero advancement methods. In other words, now that Fang Hao was at divinity level 1, the 4 of them had become dark gold. Once he reached level 2 or 3, they might directly ascend to demigod status. This method was somewhat terrifying. Now that his territory had 5 dark gold heroes, did he have the qualifications to challenge the Dragon Clan? As he pondered this, a system notification sounded again. Congratulations, Lord, for becoming the first Lord to ascend in divinity. Reward distribution. Faction influence plus 1000, citizen faith plus 15%, single page map 1 piece, blessing scroll 1 piece, shadowstone plus 500, warfire coin plus 2000. Your ascension has attracted the attention of numerous deities. The slaughter god's blessing will no longer be effective. The god of deception's blessing will no longer be effective. The god of craft and furnace fire's blessing will no longer be effective. The god of undead is enraged by your actions. You have lost your current faction, presently without faction status. Damn it. Fucking hell. Out of the 5 statues in the territory, 4 became ineffective, and the god of undead even directly revoked his citizenship, refusing to acknowledge his faction affiliation. Outside the building, the roar of dragons, the blasts, and the sound of crossbows resonated through the entire city, creating a heated battle. Inside the room, however, Fang Hao's heart felt ice cold. He had thought that in moments of crisis, the system would offer some help. But instead, there was no help. It simply withdrew all kinds of blessings. These god statues seemed useless, but their effects were not negligible. Like the slaughter god statue, it provided 10% attack and 10% skill recovery. The god of undead statue provided all attributes of undead troops plus 10%. These attributes could be added to each troop type, enhancing millions of his troops' power significantly. Now that they had been withdrawn, the attributes plummeted. Combat power also dropped. It looked like his power decreased after his ascension. Damn it. He cursed, but could find no solution. He turned his attention to the 2 items from the system rewards. One was a map, of the type recordable in the Book of Lords, which Fang Hao didn't have time to view, he just recorded it directly. The other was a scroll, he glanced at the introduction briefly. Named the Blessing Scroll, once used, the territory would enjoy favorable weather for 3 years. It was beneficial for territorial development. Although it was a valuable item, it wasn't of much help given the current situation. He stored the scroll away. Fang Hao said, Alorig, you 4 come here. The 4 sisters stood up, their movements synchronized as they approached. My lord. You've ascended, do you feel anything? Yes, my lord, we can feel the enhancement of power within us, Alorig spoke. As the eldest sister, she usually responded, while the other 3 remained silent. Fang Hao nodded, then glanced back at the battle outside. He gathered them close and said, there's a demigod and 2 dark golds outside, while we have 5 dark golds altogether. Can we fight them? After the 4 had turned to dark gold, there were 7 dark golds within the territory. Rolana, Amanda, and the ancient blood servants, along with the 4 black-armored sisters. Amanda was in her own city, and he had wanted the ancient blood servants to stay here, but an ocean battle with the sea tribe had sprung up. So, he had sent them back to the giant ship. After all, the ancient blood servants were better suited for sea combat. Thus, only 5 dark golds remained here. The 5 looked at each other, and Rolana said, we can try. The combat style of the Dragon Clan completely overturned Fang Hao's understanding. He had always believed that even weak ants, when in sufficient numbers, could kill an elephant. Previous battles were chiefly won by outnumbering the enemy. But today, he discovered his misconception. Ants could kill an elephant, but might not have the chance to bite to death an eagle in the sky. Instead, it was the eagle that continually depleted your troops. Alright, let's try it, as long as we can defeat that demigod, Fang Hao immediately said. Yes, everyone responded. After a quiet discussion, they left the building. Outside the room, it was crowded with skeleton archers armed with rifles and bows. Bullets and arrows, like fireworks, shot continuously into the sky. The Dragon Clan heroes moved extremely fast. They swept through the air quickly, the turbulence acting like a barrier, reducing the kinetic energy of the bullets and arrows. Rolana spotted a golden dragon and was about to charge when Fang Hao grabbed her. If you can't defeat them within an hour, come immediately to find me in the Blood Prison, and we'll leave together. Fang Hao himself was in the Blood Prison. The Blood Prison was a jail, inherently very sturdy, and also semi-underground, making it the safest place possible. It also didn't attract much enemy attention. Understood. Rolana nodded, unfurled her gigantic bat wings, and headed towards the direction of the golden dragon. As soon as they approached, a series of dark crimson energy spears were hurled out. Forming a whooshing sound, they struck at the golden dragon. The golden dragon's huge body flipped in the air, easily dodging the attack, but its gaze revealed a hint of surprise. Blood Clan. Is this transmigrator supported by you? This remote little place had truly given her quite the shock today. Endless skeletons, and even dark gold heroes. It has nothing to do with the Blood Clan. This is my man's territory, Rolana said, flapping her bat wings and making eye contact with the other. A flicker of coldness flashed in the golden dragon's eyes. So, what are you implying? Looking straight into the dragon's vertical pupils, Rolana was without any fear. Kill you. As her words fell, her aura surged instantly. The next second, her figure shot out. The ferocious demon giant sword in her hands, with flames several meters long, slashing towards the golden dragon's neck. The golden dragon narrowed its eyes, not choosing to take the hit head-on. Slightly shifting its body, it effortlessly dodged the oncoming attack. Its thick dragon tail, carrying a gust of wind, whipped towards Rolana. But at that moment, by the golden dragon's side, a crimson flame giant spear, mixed with bullets and crossbow bolts and carrying a terrifying power, flew towards it at a high speed. The golden dragon's eyes still held disdain, its tail whip unchanged, reaching out a claw to directly grab the flaming giant spear. Just as it was about to grasp it, an unexpected change occurred. The giant spear suddenly vanished, replaced by the figure of a black armored warrior. Another dark gold. The golden dragon's pupils shrank. The next second, the black armored Alorag in the air suddenly grew larger, turning into a towering giant in the blink of an eye. The warhammer in his hand was so large it seemed to cover the sky, carrying the power to shatter everything. It came smashing down. Caught off guard, the golden dragon failed to react in time. The hammer struck the dragon's back. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed through heaven and earth. The tremendous energy whipped up a ferocious gust, scattering the incoming arrows and bullets and everything else around. Whoosh. Boom. The golden dragon's body rapidly fell, crashing into the tanner's factory. Fang Hao watched this scene through a puppet. His soul fire even flickered a bit. Holy shit, it actually worked. With one blow successful, the two didn't give the opponent any chance to breathe. Rolana quickly gathered a blood-red long spear, starting to hurl them frantically in the direction of the fall. Whistling through the air, they pierced into the smoke. The black-armored Alorag, his body rapidly descending in the air, landed and then charged toward the golden dragon's location. His huge body ran swiftly, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. At the same time, the surrounding undead surged towards the golden dragon's point of impact like a tsunami. As long as they could hold her down, prevent her from taking flight, there was a chance to drag her down to death. This area was like a swimming pool that had sprung a leak. Countless skeletons surged towards the center. The other elders of the Dragon Clan, and the Dragon Clan heroes were all startled. They had thought the dense skeleton army below was the transmigrator's ultimate hand. But unexpectedly, there were also dark gold heroes among the enemies. Seeing the Dragon Queen injured, the surrounding heroes quickly rushed over to assist. But they had barely started to move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Flames shot up from below. And then, 3 bodies began to rapidly expand, transforming into 3 huge black armored warriors blocking the Dragon Clan heroes' path. The Dragon Clan elders tensed up once more. 3 more dark gold heroes. Who exactly was this person? A transmigrator who had not been here for even a year. How could he have so many dark golds? Impossible. Without further ado. Roar. Bang bang bang. Both sides engaged directly, dragon breath and magic intertwined, as Bone Dragons and Orange Dragon clan heroes began their pursuit battle once again. The second phase of the battle ensued. A fight among heroes. Aloric was still running hard. But the skeleton warriors around the ruins had already plunged into the debris. Layer upon layer, densely packed, they formed a massive cocoon. Drip drip, drip drip. At that moment, raindrops continuously fell around the ruins. The brilliantly sunny sky let down drops of golden rain. Upon closer inspection, they were not raindrops, but golden needle-like threads. Dropping ceaselessly from the sky. Crack crack crack. All the charging skeletons suddenly seized up. White bone domes, pierced by golden needles, a small round hole appeared, then rapidly spread, and their whole skulls exploded. Pop pop pop. The sound of exploding, like a chain reaction, spread rapidly. Skeleton warriors that rushed into the range all fell apart into heaps of white bone. You all have indeed caught me by surprise, a human figure emerged from the dust. Long hair tied up, wearing a golden dress. Nobody responded to her, but they all knew, this was the golden dragon's human form. The golden rain in the sky dissipated. Swoosh. Black-armored Aloric and Rolana charged out again simultaneously. One in the air hurling blood spears, the other swinging the hammer down. HMPH. Boring. The golden-clad woman snorted coldly, and in the instant the giant hammer fell, her figure had already vanished. When she appeared again, she was already above Aloric's head. She smashed down with her fist. Bang. Aloric immediately brought his hammer across his chest to block the golden dragon's punch. Their auras collided like meteorites, generating gusts of wind. Bang bang. Boom boom. In the blink of an eye, they clashed dozens of times. And Aloric's body landed with a thud on the ground, stirring up a great cloud of dust. Rolana saw that magic posed no real threat. Holding the giant sword, she had just approached. The golden-dressed woman transformed into a giant dragon in midair and fiercely whipped her thick dragon tail. Bang! Another muffled sound. It was like swatting a fly, flinging her away. The golden dragon's assault did not cease, opening its massive jaws towards the fallen black-armored giant. Roar! The golden dragon breath, carrying the power to destroy everything, shot towards the black-armored warrior below. Aloric dared not take the blast head-on and began rolling away quickly, dodging continuously with his huge frame. Rolana rose again, the crimson energy spear in her hands consolidating once more. Launching them one by one. While the golden dragon dodged, beams of golden light bombarded each other. Aloric released 2 spells of fire elemental magic at the same time, Firewalk, activated again. With a flash, he reappeared before the golden dragon. This time, the golden dragon was prepared, its tail whipping out again, and Aloric was sent flying back in a streak of light. In this 2-against-1 situation, their side didn't gain any advantage, and the disadvantage was increasingly evident. Rolana and Aloric kept charging, only to be repelled time and time again. The scene was exceptionally tragic. The battle had been going on for nearly an hour. Rolana and Aloric's bodies were covered with dense scars. Clearly, their plan was unfeasible, and continuing the stalemate served no purpose. Bang! The golden dragon's tail swung out again, slamming hard into the charging Aloric. Aloric was sent flying more than 10 meters, plowing a long trench in the ground. Roar! The terrifying dragon breath poured down. Aloric, shielding his head with one arm, still could not block this fearsome energy. His arm began to char, melting away and falling like mud. Then his body, under the horrified gaze of onlookers, was enveloped by the dragon breath bit by bit, turning into a pool of crimson molten iron. Dead. The eldest of the black-armored sisters died under the golden dragon's breath. The dark gold-level hero ultimately could not overcome the challenge of fighting above her class. The Dragon Clan demigod's power was fully demonstrated at this moment. That they had lasted this long perhaps already proved these 2 heroes' strength. Boom. Having eliminated the large black-armored warrior, the golden dragon attacked Rolana even more fiercely. Rolana's slender body, under the repeated strikes of golden light and heavy blows, began to fall apart. Blood rained down incessantly. Bang! Suddenly, Rolana's body fell from the sky once more, crashing to the ground. Block her! The demon doll on the wall pointed and ordered. Whoosh! Numerous bone dragons and skeleton giant bats surrounded the pursuing golden dragon from all directions. Somehow, they managed to stall the golden dragon for a brief moment. Fang Hao immediately jumped off the city wall, retrieved Rolana from the rubble, and ran. Rolana was severely injured, with a large hole showing in her chest. Although the wound was healing, it still looked alarmingly terrible. The golden dragon had recognized her, and things would get even more complicated if they really captured her. Carrying the injured Rolana, he weaved through the dense undead. Suddenly, he saw the golden dragon soaring into the sky again. A round of golden sun emerged in the sky. Damn! The moment Fang Hao plunged into the blood prison. Blinding light enveloped the city. Whoosh whoosh. Large buildings vanished, the cracked earth flowed with crimson mud. Barren, leaving nothing behind. How could anyone fight like this, stalling and waiting to unleash their ultimate move? The demon doll charged into the blood prison with Rolana. Behind them followed Demetria, the Lion King, and several Nisbets. Angia took over the injured Rolana. Fang Hao immediately controlled several demon dolls outside, shouting orders, prepare to seal the city, all heroes and bone dragons retreat to troop hiding cave 1, other troops stand by and fortify the city walls. Whoosh! The bone dragons began to retreat while fighting, and more skeleton giant bats and skeleton vultures quickly filled the gaps. Several more heroes arrived. Fang Hao ordered again, seal the city. After speaking, he cast a teleportation screen, taking several heroes through the portal. At the same time, the red glow in the sockets of the skeleton soldiers in the city instantly vanished. Bang bang bang. Muffled sounds arose from every corner of the city. Great swaths of dark red fog spread like compressed clouds, rapidly covering the entire city, churning and roiling without dispersing. In that moment, the entire city became a swamp filled with poison. Dragon Clan heroes quickly elevated their bodies, maintaining distance from below. Some from the Dragon Clan flapped their wings, casting magic, trying to disperse the fog. However, the fog simply churned, showing no signs of changing. The world's fiercest has given me this one last stroke, said the Dragon Queen, transforming back into a woman and sitting on the dragon's back. Aboard the giant ship, Fang Hao and Angia, among others, appeared on the ship and immediately caught the attention of everyone else. The ancient blood god servants leapt onto the deck from the sea. My lord. Hold on a moment, Fang Hao stopped them. He placed Rolana on the ground and poured 2 bottles of recovery potions into her. Angia, take Rolana to the room to rest. Yeah, don't worry, the city doesn't matter, it's good that we are together, Angia commanded, carrying Rolana towards the room. Fang Hao said nothing, silently watching Angia leave. Sad. Having just lost a city that had risen to level 15, he naturally felt uncomfortable. But if asked whether he regretted it, Fang Hao was certain he did not regret it. The Dragon Clan had never been one to reason, and the moment they faced off, there was no turning back. The only regret was that his development had been too slow, without the power to confront a demigod. He took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then he immediately released a gate of the worlds. The ancient stone gate opened again, revealing an array of heroes and a vast number of bone dragons. Frederick, command everyone to come out, and make it quick. We never know when the Dragon Clan might discover us, Fang Hao immediately said. The skeleton dwarf hero, Frederick, was also in the troop hiding cave. And there were still a large number of Nisbets and bound spirit guardians left to come out. Yes. Frederick nodded. Quickly, bring out all the bone dragons, and speed up the process. Everyone walked out from behind the gate of the worlds. Then the bone dragons swiftly flew out and landed on the deck around them. Once everyone had emerged, Fang Hao immediately closed the gate of the worlds. Frederick, tally the numbers. As you command, my lord, Frederick responded once more. After dealing with the Gate of the Worlds, Fang Hao turned his attention to the ancient blood god's servants. Where are Beata and the others? My lord, Commander Beata is leading the troops in an attack on Rainbow Pearl Island. Should I call her back? In which direction? Over there. The ancient blood god's servant pointed. Fang Hao looked in that direction and saw no island. He snapped his fingers, and a thunder spirit in the form of an owl appeared, flying to the top of the mast to look out into the distance. Indeed, he could see an island far away. All right, that's all for now. Having confirmed this, Fang Hao took out the flame of faith and lightly blew on the wick. Whoosh! A crimson flame rose, and all the skeleton soldiers instantly ignited in red soul flames. Set up defenses, enhance the watch. Fang Hao shouted. Yes. All the soldiers responded in unison. The sky over the sea had already begun to darken. There had been no news from Beata and the others. Fang Hao continued to the rear of the ship, standing in front of the hero altar. He opened the construction page. Crimson Flame War God. Aloric Dark Gold 3rd Tier Hero, Trace of Living Creatures 5, Mithril 100, Giant Essence 5, Warfire Coins 10,000. Crimson Flame War God. Aloric Dark Gold 3rd Tier Hero, Trace of Living Creatures 5, Mithril 100, Giant Essence 5, Warfire Coins 10,000. Crimson Flame War God. Amarig Dark Gold 3rd Tier Hero, Trace of Living Creatures 5, Mithril 100, Giant Essence 5, Warfire Coins 10,000. Crimson Flame War God. Alrag Dark Gold 3rd Tier Hero, Trace of Living Creatures 5, Mithril 100, Giant Essence 5, Warfire Coins 10,000. The Corpse Witch. Nelson Orange 7th Tier, Death Trace 4, Mithril 60, Shadowstone 60, Warfire Coins 6,000. Desert Death God. Nisbet Green 7th Tier, Death Trace 1, Mithril 20, Shadowstone 20, Warfire Coins 2,000. Opening square bracket. Closing square bracket. A dense array of resurrection prompts formed a long list. At the forefront were the 4 sisters who had died in battle. Apart from true heroes who died fighting demigods and dark gold enemies, many more were casualties of demigod abilities, collateral damage. During the last Divine Territory mission, Fang Hao had acquired 34 feet Forgotten Souls. He had used them all to recruit Tier 10 soldiers, Nisbets. Before the attack of the Dragon Clan, the letters spelling Nisbet had gradually come to denote heroes as well. The number of Desert Death Gods had increased to a count of 880. And now, more than half of these were awaiting resurrection. Even worse were the Nisbets who had not become heroes. Once dead, they were gone for good, without even a chance to resurrect. Fang Hao scrolled from the top to the bottom, his heart sinking rapidly. In the list of those awaiting resurrection, he didn't find Spencer's name. He immediately clicked on the building prompt to double-check. The description he saw only intensified the discomfort in his heart. The resurrection requirements mentioned that heroes made from conversion, crafting, summoning, etc., could not be resurrected. And Spencer was a crafted hero, without any hope of resurrection. Damn it. Fuck. Fang Hao cursed loudly. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he looked back at the dense resurrection materials. He chose to resurrect immediately. The city was gone. What use was hoarding materials? Might as well use them while he could. The first to appear were the black armored sisters. Since they were resurrected, they did not have any equipment or weapons. Red hair and golden eyes, a slender and fair body appeared at the center of the altar. 4 people covered their essential spots with their hands and gave a slight bow. My lord. Good. First, put on some clothes. Fang Hao had made some clothes and piled them to one side. One after another, the Corpse Witch, Nelson and many Nisbets all walked out from the altar. The undead weren't really much of an issue. It didn't matter whether they wore clothes or not, they were all just frameworks of bones. Seeing Nelson, Fang Hao asked, Scholar Nelson, since the hero altar doesn't have Spencer's name, is there any other way to resurrect him? Nelson put on an ordinary linen robe and said, My lord need not worry too much, these heroes are essentially consumables. if the body is well preserved, it can be brought back to life just by repairs. At that moment, Spencer's chest had been pierced with a large hole and he had been torn in half. According to the funeral priest's techniques, as long as there's no extensive loss, it could be fixed. Piecing together two halves shouldn't be too difficult, right? It should still be possible. After inquiring about Spencer's situation, Fang Hao arranged for someone to stay here awaiting the rest of the resurrected ones, and then took a few key heroes to the conference hall. The hall was steeped in silence. Fang Hao sat in the seat of honor, while the heroes dressed in coarse linen were seated on either side. Different from usual meetings, today's gathering resembled more a bunch of militia discussing how to start a rebellion. Frederick, how many bone dragons are left? Fang Hao asked. Frederick answered, My lord, there are a little over 2,700 bone dragons left. From over 7,000 bone dragons, only 2,700 remained after being dispersed back to the troop hiding cave. It was indeed a bit tragic. Fang Hao nodded, his gaze returning to the people before him, and said, Everyone, let's discuss what we should do next. The loyalty of the heroes present was fundamentally at 100 points, meaning full trust. They wouldn't desert or defect just because the main city was lost. My lord, tonight we seize the island, and we continue our development based on the island. The skeleton dwarf hero Frederick was the first to speak up. Frederick belonged to the city defense heroes, mainly responsible for commanding wall defenses and troop deployments during battles. So he wasn't greatly affected during the fight. Fang Hao had ordered the retreat, and he immediately fled with his people towards the troop hiding cave. Occupying the island and continuing development, this thought was somewhat similar to Fang Hao's own. The Sea tribe appeared not too powerful, bickering with the Federation over trivial matters, threatening each other constantly. Yet their wealth was considerable, having their own shops within the Alliance headquarters. This was not something typical forces could achieve. Fang Hao was about to nod in agreement when suddenly, the eldest of the four sisters, Crimson Flame War God, Alorag, spoke up, No, that's not advisable. What do you mean? Alorag continued, Beata's appearance is too distinctive, it might draw attention from others, so the Sea tribe is not suitable to serve as the main city's development at this time. Her meaning was simple. If silver dragons attacked the Sea tribe's main city, it could likely reach the ears of the Dragon clan. Then once again, they'd face an attack from the Dragon clan. Without any improvement in strength, defending the city another time would be meaningless. Miss Alorag makes a good point. This giant ship beneath our feet serves as a mobile base, which suits our current situation better for development, Demetria also chimed in. Indeed. The lord of the territory constructed this giant ship just for such scenarios, didn't he? The people agreed with this plan. A mobile base, on the boundless ocean no less. Forget the Dragon clan being unaware. Even if they knew, searching for it with all their might across these vast seas might still lead to nothing. Fang Hao remained silent. Instead, he furrowed his brows in contemplation. He suddenly had an idea. A stationary base was a burden, whereas a mobile base could become a stealthy target less likely to be noticed by enemies. Then, could he not try a special kind of guerrilla warfare? Ahem. He cleared his throat lightly, immediately silencing the room. Fang Hao softly said, Considering that the Dragon clan is in our lands, what do you think would happen if we attacked Mount Dragon Peak? Hearing this sentence shocked everyone. Night fell, and inside the city lord's mansion, torches were lit one by one. Aragon sat at the head of the table, with several Alliance members not far away below him. Alliance Hierarch, where have you been lately? Why is your icon still gray? Yes, you seem to have bulked up quite a bit. Did you have some fortune and went to train somewhere? Alliance Hierarch, what will we do next? Aragon took a deep breath, looking down at the few people below, and said, I'll tell you about the recent events when there's a chance. Let's discuss together how to deal with the Dragon clan. Their expressions turned solemn. Even within the room, they looked around cautiously. Said, Alliance Hierarch, just tell us, if we had intentions, we would have already acted. Whatever you say, we'll follow. Aragon nodded and continued, It's not unusual for natives to oppress transmigrators, and the dragon clan is powerful, defeating them won't be easy. That's true. What should we do? Aragon looked at the few people nearby again and said seriously, I have joined Fang Hao's force, fighting together against the dragon clan to rescue our suffering brothers. Anglina, Supreme Saint Golden City. Dong dong dong. Loud alarm bells echoed throughout the city. The guards rushed in quickly and saluted. Queen, the dragon clan is approaching. Amanda's heart sank. It seemed things had failed at the main city. She gestured with her hand. All the gold in the great hall turned to liquid and flowed into a storage necklace, leaving the once lavish hall barren and plain. Soon, a woman in a golden dress entered accompanied by two elders. Dragon Queen. Amanda quickly saluted. Have you died in battle? The Dragon Queen's indifferent gaze fixed on her. Yes, died in battle all of us, resurrected through the hero altar. We were just about to gather our forces and rush to your aid. Amanda responded calmly. From the state of the few members of the Dragon Clan, even though they had conquered the city, they didn't gain much benefit. Two Dragon Clan elders were disheveled, both bearing distinct scars, and the Dragon Queen also appeared somewhat disheveled. The victory wasn't as smooth as expected. Moreover, Fang Hao hadn't sent her any messages, which meant he was probably handling some matters. As for the notion that Fang Hao was killed by the Dragon Clan, Amanda didn't even consider that possibility. Fang Hao wasn't great in combat, but when it came to survival, he was very thorough. And he had many ways to escape, making it not easy to capture him. Amanda thought to herself, while the Dragon Queen walked straight to the throne. She crossed her legs, her arms resting naturally on the armrests of the throne. She glanced at the hall's layout and then withdrew her gaze without interest. She continued to inquire, how much do you know about the city we attacked today? Amanda, standing by the side, replied, I haven't had contact. My territory was in a civil war a few months ago, and I had no interaction with the transmigrators there. Oh, even as a dark gold, you have to rely on civil war to seize power? The Dragon Queen asked curiously. The Dragon Clan attacked a few territories, including where the heroes are strong. A dark gold in such a small place should be enough to establish a stable regime. This place is different from the Dragon Clan, the power here is always unstable. The previous leader also seized it from me, and later I took it back, Amanda explained. The Dragon Queen frowned slightly, clearly uninterested in the complicated situation. She said directly, arrange the army tomorrow, and follow me to that city again, I have a task for you. Amanda paused, but still agreed, all right. The Dragon Queen showed a slight smile, prepare rooms, we will stay here tonight. Yes, Dragon Queen. On the giant ship, having arranged everything, Fang Hao sat in the chair and let out a sigh. The hall was quiet, giving him time to reflect on today's battle. The power of a great hero could no longer be compensated for by mere forces. If a demigod like the Dragon Queen could kill a large group with one skill, what about a true deity? Wouldn't they just obliterate a territory with one move? Fang Hao pondered. He came up with two directions for his next improvement. One was enhancing the basic troop power, such as skeleton archers and skeleton warriors. If these types could reach the 8th tier or even higher, they could significantly elevate the combat power to another level. The second point was the rank of heroes, even if one hero could hold off the Dragon Queen. Then the victory would still be his. Thus, he decided on these two directions for his next developments. Having sorted these thoughts, Fang Hao continued to check his upgrades in divinity. The fight outside had been too fierce, and he hadn't had the chance to check the enhancements to his divinity. Divinity, as the core of a god's power, must have transformed after the enhancement. Divinity Level 1. Unlock traits, new, giant body, new, loyal faith, immortal nature, divine statue. Unlock skills, new, divine alertness, God's presence. Description. The core of a deity's power, powerful divine arts, all rely on divinity. Giant body, all attributes plus 200%. Loyal faith, entirely devoted to faith, accepting to act on divine mandates, followers may chance upon, divine faith, skill, increasing rank based on faith. Immortal nature needs neither food nor sleep, life remains unaffected by time. Divine statue territories with this deity. Statue will be blessed by the divine icon, increasing attack power by 5%, lightning damage by 5%, and fire damage by 2%. Direct territories. No need to build the statue, effects immediately applicable. Divine alertness, heightened senses, can discern lies in face-to-face communication. God's presence can project consciousness into any follower with loyalty 100. Unaffected by distance, time, or dimensions. In God's presence state, the target follower's consciousness remains unaffected, releasing abilities not possessed by the follower may cause varying degrees of damage. Looking at the skills provided by his divinity, Fang Hao furrowed his brow again. Suddenly, he felt that being targeted by those deities didn't seem like a bad thing after all. The rise from level 0 to 1 in divinity was like transitioning from a child to a martial arts master. The attributes underwent an exaggerated change. First came the newly unlocked traits. The giant body trait, previously at plus 100%, now increased to 200%, a twofold enhancement. This represented a direct enhancement of one's overall attributes, a very important kind of improvement. More useful than having one or two additional skills. Loyal faith. This skill was easier to understand. In the case of the black-armored four sisters, divine faith already existed. Once this skill was unlocked, the followers themselves were tied to the deity. As the deity improves, the followers also gain elevation. Now upon reflection, it seems the church clergy often advanced in this manner. Many clergy members, lacking advanced combat skills, advanced through offering faith, similar to the improvement method of divine faith. The last two were immortal nature and divine statue. Immortal nature needs neither food nor sleep, life remains unaffected by time. This was something Fang Hao greatly desired. To some extent, it had reached the level of immortality. There was no need to wait until he was old for Nelson to turn him into a skeleton, nor to become a blood clan, fearing the sunlight from above. But upon closer analysis, the introduction to this immortal nature indicated that he had reached a state of unchangeability, but it did not mean he could not be killed by external forces. That is to say, physical injuries, poisons, and powerful skills could still kill him. His safety still needed to be ensured. He still had to be cautious, not to become a god and then be killed by someone. Next were the statues of divinity. There was nothing much to explain here. Setting up his statues later would also grant attribute bonuses. The attributes provided by the statues should be related to divinity. In addition to attack power, he also gained bonuses for lightning and fire attacks, though they were not high. Other gods usually had around 10%, but he had only 5% and 2%. After analyzing the traits, there were two newly unlocked skills. They were divine alertness and divine presence. Divine alertness enhanced his senses, meaning he could see further, hear more clearly, and also came with the ability to discern lies in face-to-face communication. The face-to-face communication here probably meant literally face-to-face. Divine presence was more like an advanced version of God's presence, which could be released on followers with 100 points of loyalty. Most importantly, it was unaffected by distance, time, or planes. It's known that the biggest obstacle of God's presence was distance, as it couldn't achieve its effect if too far away. Now, having divine presence would nicely solve that issue with distance. When the time came, he would use God's presence for controlling skeleton warriors or demon dolls. If he needed to pass a message over a long distance, he would use divine presence. After looking over the attributes of divinity, Fang Hao felt much more relaxed. Being revoked blessings by the gods or even being ousted by the god of undead. None of these mattered anymore. After all, he had gained much more than he had lost. Despite still sitting in a chair, worried about how to deal with the dragon clan, he felt that he was no longer an ordinary person. Outside the room, Beata, along with the dragons and the bone dragon, landed on the deck. Seeing the gathered forces, she realized Fang Hao had come. Thinking about how she had fought all day without capturing the city, she felt a bit annoyed. It was usually easy to conquer, but suddenly it had become so difficult. Flying around in the air with the bone dragon, the skeleton warriors also began their attack. But they still hadn't captured the city. A member of the Sea tribe had made the city like a dwarf fortress. In a huff, she ordered the skeleton warriors to prepare dinner for the giants. Pouting, she walked towards the central hall. Along the way, she felt the atmosphere was off. She saw Nelson and several Nisbets, dressed in rough linen. These undead, especially Nelson, were particular about their attire. What the heck, were they robbed? Muttering to herself, Beata walked into the hall. The hall was brightly lit. Fang Hao was sitting in the front seat. How did it go? Did you capture Rainbow Pearl Island? Fang Hao asked with a smile as she entered. He hadn't told her about the attack on the city by the Dragon Clan. It wasn't that he feared she would harm him, but because the Dragon Clan was Beata's race. Having both sides come into conflict, knowing it would definitely be hard for her to accept. Perhaps they would argue again. It was better to wait until the fight was over, and one side had come out on top, and then tell her the results. Beata sat down beside him, arms crossed, and said, HMPH. I'll take it down, it's just a minor power. Normally, Fang Hao used a multitude of people. Most of the bone dragons and forces had been reassigned this time, and since the Sea tribe had been prepared, it wasn't surprising they hadn't penetrated. After all, it's the core island of a power, definitely not as smooth as those small islands before, quite normal, Fang Hao said with a smile. Beata pouted and huffed to the side. After a while, Beata glanced over and asked, how's it on your side? Didn't you say there was fighting? Not too smoothly, Fang Hao answered, while ordering someone to prepare dinner for her. Do you ever have difficulties? Beata frowned slightly. She had seen the power of his territory. Letting Fang Hao mention difficulties meant she guessed the identity of the opponent. Seeing her frown and contemplating, Fang Hao immediately complained, I'm just puzzled, why are there elves everywhere? Don't they have anything better to do? Always meddling in everything. Elves, yeah, that's how they are, always meddling, she remarked. Dinner was served, and Beata started eating at a table beside him. Her heart also understood why Nelson and the others looked so miserable. They had been killed by the elves and had just resurrected. Ah, I wonder what the outcome will be this time. Fang Hao sighed. Beata looked up at him and said, all right, if they capture you, I'll come and save you. Fang Hao was startled, feeling that Beata's words were nothing but genuine. At least that's what she thought now, are you that kind? What do you mean, kind? You released me in Ashabane once, I'll save you once, and then we're even, Beata muttered. Fang Hao smiled. And what about the Dragon Clan, what if they come to kill me? Beata huffed and said, humph, scared now. Too late, I'm telling you. If they catch me, you gotta plead for me, okay? Oh dear, I can't. Beata replied while eating. Dragons can sleep for decades, and we agreed that I can leave after 50 years. As long as you keep your promise, by then this will all be over. What if there's an insomniac who hasn't slept that long? Beata knitted her brows but still said, if you get caught, I'll speak for you, but if you catch a member of the Dragon Clan, I'll secretly let them go. That's blatantly taking sides. There are so many from the Dragon Clan, and I'm all alone. Humph, can you compare? They've watched me grow up, and you haven't. Fang Hao waved his hand with a smile, all right, enough with the nonsense. You're being unreasonable. After chatting for a while, Beata finished her dinner. She patted her little belly and let out a breath. She was quite satisfied with the food here. Anyway, it was much better than what the Dragon Clan had. Seeing that she had finished, Fang Hao continued, that's it for tonight. Rest well, and you're still in charge of the attack on the Sea tribe tomorrow. Beata nodded, okay, I'll definitely take them down tomorrow. With that, she hopped and skipped her way out. After seeing Beata off, Fang Hao continued to tinker with his rewards. There were 2 rewards following his divinity upgrade. One was a blessing scroll, which would give his domain a Good weather for harvest, buff for 3 years. Considering the current situation of his domain, it was not suitable to use it just yet. It would be better to wait until after settling the Dragon Clan issue. The other reward was a map. Fang Hao opened the map and began searching for the latest recorded location. The map zoomed in, and Fang Hao discovered a spot to the south. If the galleon was the center, then the marked location would be to the southwest. The opposite direction of the Federation. When considered to explore it, he would truly need to sail across the sea. Do I go explore the map first, or do I attack Mount Dragon Peak? Fang Hao stroked his chin as he pondered. Given that the map was a reward from his divinity, the payoff was surely promising. Facing the Dragon Clan, the only thing lacking was strength. Obtaining the reward could mean he wouldn't have to fear the Dragon Queen. Even if he still couldn't defeat them, any improvement was good. Therefore, exploring the map was the proper way to enhance his own power. Strength was an important bargaining chip, whether against the Dragon Clan or any other top force. But, on second thought, the Dragon Clan's elites were at his main city, while their lair had become an empty shell. If he didn't strike now, he might miss the chance and not know when the next opportunity would come. Hence, he needed to strike Mount Dragon Peak as soon as possible. After much deliberation, Fang Hao more or less had a plan in mind. He then stood up and headed towards the room behind him. Leaving the hall, Fang Hao entered the bedroom in the back. After knocking gently on the door, he pushed it open and walked in. Inside the room, there was a faint scent of blood. Rolana lay in bed, surrounded by bloodstains, with a bandage wrapped around her chest. She was holding a book and leaning against Angia, looking at the content together. You couldn't tell at all that she was injured. When Fang Hao entered, the two women just glanced at him and then returned their attention to the book. Rolana, how are you feeling? Fang Hao sat down beside her and asked softly. Yeah, I'm fine, Rolana uttered. Let me take a look. With a slap, Rolana swatted away his hand, glanced at Angia from the corner of her eye, and said, what's there to look at? Will your looking speed up my recovery? Angia also added, the wound has healed. There's basically no issue. Rolana's physique was like that. When parts of her body were brought together to be reattached, they connected at a visibly rapid pace. Her recovery abilities were quite terrifying. Fang Hao placed his hand on her waist and gently caressed it a couple of times, then continued, I have good news for you both, you're listening. I've attained godhood and now possess immortal life. Oh, great, you're really awesome. The two women responded without emotion, leaving Fang Hao at a loss for what to say next. Damn, you two are harsh. Fang Hao was about to get up but then rested his hand on her slender waist again, saying, Rolana, can you contact your mother? I want to buy some bloodstones. Rolana lifted her head to look at him and replied, okay, I'll ask her for you. The next day, at Mount Dragon Peak, a light rain drifted down from the sky, the drizzling making the narrow winding path even more difficult to navigate. A team pushing hand carts struggled up the mountain from its base. The hand carts were covered with leather to keep out the rain, and beneath them were various materials and tools for repairing the Dragon Clan's buildings. Along the way, carts would occasionally topple over, met by a burst of whipping sounds. Move faster, quit dragging your feet, a Dragon Clan hero stationed on the sides of the mountain urged the procession to pick up the pace. The one whipped cried out in pain, then righted the cart and continued forward, pushing through the rain. All heads were bowed, their focus solely on pushing the various carts up towards the peak. Upon reaching the midpoint of the mountain was a vast square. In the square, there were quite a few buildings. The hero altar is over there. The Dragon Clan Elders' Caverns, they are all near the top layers. Aragon moved closer and whispered. Right, how many dark golds are there? Also cloaked in a sedge raincoat and pushing a cart, Fang Hao continued to ask. If we go by what you said, with 2 elders outside, then there's still 1 elder here. As for other dark gold heroes, it's not very clear, but the caverns above the middle of the mountain are mostly orange heroes, Aragon said. Fang Hao nodded. Okay, I got it. Do you think we're sure to succeed? When the dragon clan seeks revenge and starts killing indiscriminately, what then? Aragon asked, somewhat anxiously. He had also been motivating people from the alliance to rebel against the dragon clan. But they hadn't established a concrete plan yet, and this morning, Fang Hao suddenly showed up. When he heard that they were going to take over Mount Dragon Peak today, Aragon nearly peed himself from fear. Our power struggle's so casual now. What's with this nonchalant tone, as if we're playing house? This is the Dragon Clan, not some bandits at the door. But in the end, he was still led here by Fang Hao. He was already on board the thief's ship, and had no choice but to do as Fang Hao said. The moment the battle begins, take your people down the mountain to block the road. Don't allow any person or power to pass. Don't worry about the rest. Fang Hao turned his head to look at him and spoke sternly. This was war, do or die, with no turning back. Okay, all right, Aragon still nodded and agreed. Everyone continued to advance along the mountain path around the mountain waste. They kept splitting off people to push carts into each cavern. If there was a giant dragon in a cavern, they would place the cart at the entrance. If there was no giant dragon, they'd push the cart inside the cavern, completely invisible from the outside. Fang Hao, with the few remaining people, went straight to the even higher top. According to Aragon, the higher the status of the Dragon Clan member, the higher their dwelling cavern would be. The Dragon Queen's location was in the area at the mountain's peak. Sheltered by a cloak and pushing a cart, Fang Hao walked into a cavern near the top with a gigantic dragon. The cavern was exceptionally large, its wide center piled full of mountains made of gold coins and jewels. A pale blue giant dragon was buried in the gold coin pile, its huge dragon head sticking out, eyes shut in deep slumber. Ice-forged throat. Lancelet dark gold tier 3. Indeed, it was a dark gold hero. And it was a blue dragon again. From what he learned from Beata, dragons with colors were quite rare, but their strengths were formidable. Like Beata, who is currently in the juvenile stage and already at orange tier 9. Their power would increase with age. Even just sleeping, their strength surged upwards. If diligent in training, or possessing special talents, their strength would be even more formidable. Fang Hao remembered that a blue dragon had attacked his main city. How come there was another blue dragon now? Only, the scales of the previous blue dragon had been a deep blue, while the blue dragon before him was pale blue, almost white blue. As if it had faded. The footsteps entering the cavern made the closed-eyed giant dragon open its eyes. Fang Hao's advancing steps instantly halted, standing nervously in place. He was ready to turn and flee at any moment. But then, the giant dragon just glanced over and closed its eyes again, curling its body and burying its head back into the gold coins. It seems that to the Dragon Clan, humans coming to repair the caverns was not a matter of concern. Fang Hao saw the dark gold giant dragon close its eyes again. He let out a sigh of relief and waved towards the entrance of the cavern. 4 figures also dressed in sedge raincoats, pushing carts, walked in. They placed the carts aside, removed their sedge raincoats, revealing 4 identical-looking sisters. Fang Hao glanced once around the cavern, seeing no movement. He directly opened his storage space, took out 4 huge war hammers to give to the women, then himself pulled out an aged lantern, lit the wick, and set it on the ground. Everything was done carefully, even maintaining a light touch to avoid loud noises. Once all was ready, the 4, wielding their weapons, started to approach the sleeping giant dragon. As they neared, the blue dragon immediately sensed something was wrong, its eyes flying open, but it was already too late. In front of it stood 4 massive figures. Before it could react, a hammer slammed down onto its head. Bang! The dull impact caused the head that had just been lifted to smash back onto the ground, with gold coins clattering down. Bang! 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 Following that, the 4 swung their hammers, ceaselessly striking on the dragon's head and body. The giant dragon's body began to struggle violently. Its body and tail slammed against the cave walls. The cavern shook, stones shattering and flying. But this was ultimately a cavern. No matter how spacious it was built, it couldn't allow the Dragon Clan to take flight. In such confining space, it happened to suit the 4 sisters' fighting style perfectly. The hammers in their hands roared through the air, relentlessly crashing down on the giant dragon. The blue dragon let out one pained howl after another. Stomping heavily, it rushed towards the cavern entrance. But the four sisters had no intention of letting it escape. Grabbing its tail, they dragged it back into the cavern. And continued the relentless hammering. There was considerable activity inside the cave. The thudding sounds echoed out, booming like muffled thunder. The wails of the dragons were also clearly heard, drifting through the valley. Fang Hao didn't bother to check the reactions outside and instead opened the gate of the worlds directly. The ancient stone portal opened, revealing the ship's hold packed with bone dragons and skeleton giant bats hanging upside down. And standing right at the forefront of the gate was Rolana in a purple dress. Last night, he had reconnected the gate to the ship's hold, instead of the troop hiding cave in the main city. "Are you ready?" Fang Hao asked Rolana. He had originally planned to let her rest. "I'm ready." Rolana stepped out first. Fang Hao said no more. Opening the gate used up his own magic power. He gave the order straight away, "Everyone out." Whoosh. Teeming masses of skeleton giant bats and thousands of bone dragons surged out. And the instant they flew out of the gate, a reddish glow flickered to life within the empty eye sockets of the undead. Soon, the giant bats and bone dragons swarmed the sky, making the already dim sky even darker. Fang Hao continued to issue commands: skeleton giant bats, attack all cave entrances with carts; bone dragons, stop the giants outside. Upon hearing the command, the skeleton giant bats quickly dispersed. Carrying Lei Guan, dripping and clanging, in their ribcages, they swarmed into the caves in groups. Boom! Boom! A series of intense, ear-splitting explosions erupted in succession. Almost at the same time, the resonating alarm bells rang out in the valley. But the sound of the bells was drowned out by the explosions. The whole mountain trembled non-stop as if the sky and earth were collapsing. As if the mountain itself would fall. Nearby, the humanoid races of the dragon species were drawing close, including giants, pseudo-dragons, and winged dragons. The number of true dragons had always been limited, and the two recent battles against Fang Hao had further reduced their ranks. There were barely over 1,000 dragons left on the entire mountain, all converging angrily towards the peak. As they flew halfway up, more bone dragons with glowing red eyes swooped downward. Roar! 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 Black and crimson dragon breath streaked incessantly through the air. Blood and corpses rained down noisily. Then, a dogfight ensued in the sky. Within the Dragon Clan's Trade Alliance building. Two individuals sat in a lavishly appointed hall. One was a dragon hero in a green robe, the other, a goblin in black work attire. Elder Bishop, Fang Hao is, after all, an important member of the Trade Alliance. The dragon species can make any request they wish. We should try to negotiate and resolve this issue, said the goblin. The dragon referred to as Bishop wore a dark green robe, his short brown hair crowned with a pair of green dragon horns, his entire body glowing green. The dragon looked at the goblin with disdain and said, "Headquarters aren't getting involved, so why are you, a regional manager, taking this to heart?" The goblin in question was the area manager, Kuketer. After recent events, he finally had a chance to meet the higher-ups of the dragon species to discuss the matter of Fang Hao. If at all possible, he truly did not wish for Fang Hao to be in trouble, for business or personal reasons. Ignoring the other's sarcasm, the goblin said, "I am somewhat aware of the conflict between the Dragon Clan and Fang Hao. Perhaps the Dragon Clan could name a price for Fang Hao to demonstrate sufficient sincerity to dissolve the misunderstanding between them." Hey, Bishop, sitting sideways, legs crossed, and arms slung casually over the back of his chair, spoke with feigned helplessness, "Then you are a step too late." "It's not too late, not too late. There's still time to negotiate. Just a few days ago, the Dragon Queen led troops out herself. Yesterday, news came back that they had taken the enemy's city," Bishop said with a smile, looking back at him. "He's dead. How can you mediate this matter for him?" Kuketer stood rooted to the spot, struggling to accept the news. Fang Hao dead. How could he die so quickly when any battle required planning and operations over time? The dragon clan's move against Fang Hao couldn't have been that swift. How could Fang Hao have been killed so quickly? It's impossible, the goblin was not yet ready to give up. HMPH, how is it impossible? With the Dragon Queen personally leading the charge, do you think he could survive? A petty boom. Before he could finish, a massive roar suddenly erupted from the mountaintop. Followed by continuous thunderous booming, as if the entire mountain was about to collapse. What in the world? The two rushed out of the room. Looking up towards the mountaintop, their expressions turned as one. They saw the sky blanketed with a dense mass of undead, bone dragons engaged in aerial battles with the giants, and swarms of skeleton giant bats pouring into the caves. On the mountain paths, humans scrambled frantically downward. The mountain trembled, rocks tumbling through the dust. Chaos reigned everywhere. Bishop could no longer care about the goblin beside him. With a push off the ground, he transformed into a green dragon and flew towards the mountaintop. Meanwhile, Demetria led the undead army from the base of the mountain, pushing upwards. An army of hundreds of thousands formed a slender line along the winding road, a hail of bullets whistled through the sky, picking off any visible foes. Coming head on, Aragon was leading a group of human guards in retreat. Seeing the vast undead army, they all hesitated momentarily, almost turning back to flee. Mr. Demetria, Aragon recognized the leader. Where do you think you're going? Asked Demetria. Mr. Fang Hao ordered me to hold the base of the mountain to prevent other forces from entering, Aragon promptly explained. He'd completely forgotten this in the midst of fleeing. Now that he was asked, he immediately remembered, and it served as a convenient excuse. Where is the Dragon Clan's hero altar? Demetria asked. It's halfway up the mountain, where there's a square. All of the Dragon Clan buildings are there, Aragon turned and pointed. Good, you go down and guard the entrance. Don't allow transmigrators or any other forces to come through. Yes, yes. Aragon nodded hastily and ran down the mountain with his people. Inside the cave, the blue dragon thrashed violently, emitting angry roars. 4 against 1. 4 dark gold members were pounding on a dark gold dragon. Their plain movements were like humans hammering an eagle caught in a trap. No matter how much it struggled and resisted, it couldn't break free. Only causing the 4 to swing their hammers harder, relentlessly striking its body. Scales fell off, and blood splattered all over the walls. Roar. The blue dragon under attack swung its head and breathed out a light blue dragon breath. The breath, as blue as the dragon's, swept across the cave's entrance and walls, leaving a thick layer of ice. An ice dragon. Indeed different from the deep blue dragons. After the breath came all sorts of ice attribute magic, the cave covered with thick layers of ice. Even using blocks of ice to seal itself away. But the 4 sisters each had an innate ability to cast fire magic. Fire and ice appeared without ceasing. Their warhammers continued to slam into the dragon's body relentlessly. Bang. The battle in the cave soon ended. The walls were splattered with blood, frozen over by a thick layer of ice. 4 dark gold against 1, and in such an enclosed space, it was outright suppression in output. After a chaotic hammering, the dark gold dragon lay dying on the ground, its bones broken and its body drenched in blood. Only its half-closed eyes showed it was not yet dead. Fang Hao, who had been keeping an eye on the situation outside, turned back to see the end of the fight and said, "Just kill it." The blue dragon's expression froze, trying to struggle again. But the massive hammers were already smashing down from above. In the pounding and thundering noise, the dragon's head was smashed, and it died instantly. Fang Hao opened the gate of the worlds again, with people ready with barrels and tools behind him. The 4 women worked together to throw the dragon's corpse into the gate. The 5 emerged from the cave. The battle between the bone dragons and the dragon clan continued in the sky, as spectacularly intense as fireworks exploding. Soon, Fang Hao's attention was drawn to 2 figures. Rolana was engaged in an intense battle with a dark green scaled dragon. The green dragon breath and magic were highly corrosive. Any targets hit, be it rocks, bone dragons, or giant bats, would be corroded clean off, a fearsome sight. But Rolana's combat power was not weak. wielding a great sword, she pursued the green dragon with a group of bone dragons, hitting hard and relentlessly. And the more aggressive she became, the more the green dragon fell into a disadvantage. Another dark gold. Wasn't there supposed to be only one dark gold here? A shock ran through Fang Hao, grateful that Rolana was healed and came out to help. Otherwise, dealing with this dark gold green dragon in the air would indeed have been difficult. Let's not worry about them right now. Let's clear out the caves first, Fang Hao immediately said. The four women nodded and ran quickly down the mountain. Fang Hao followed the eldest, Alorig, into the nearest cave on the mountainside. The cave had collapsed in large areas, and beneath the rubble laid a crimson dragon in a terrible state, covered in blood and shaking its head frantically. Was it dazed from the blast, or did the explosion trigger some sickness? Dragon Lord. Lester Orange rank 7. Kill it, and quickly. Alorig rushed forward, hurling her warhammer directly. Thud. With a dull sound, the warhammer, like a meteor, struck the dragon's head. As blood splattered, Alorig had already charged to its side. In giant form she trapped the dragon's head under her arm. She tightened her grip gradually and then with a powerful lift. Crack. A crisp sound, and the dragon's neck was snapped, its head dangling lifelessly. Throw it in. Fang Hao opened the gate. Alorig dragged out the body, then tossed it into the gate. Then, they walked out of the cave again. Alorig continued searching for new targets, while Fang Hao went to the other three sisters to collect the dragon corpses. They moved swiftly down the mountain, cleaning up the dazed and confused heroes. As for those heroes who were not heavily injured and had joined the battle in the sky, they were left to the bone dragons and Rolana. They cleared from the mountain top down to the square halfway up the mountain. And the battle in the sky ended with Rolana cutting off the green dragon's head. From morning, the fight lasted until the afternoon. The sky cleared up, and the fresh air carried a scent of blood. Fang Hao rode a bone dragon to the mountain top. He walked into the grand palace. The palace was incredibly tall and spacious, and luxuriously decorated. On a high platform, there stood a simple stone chair with two dragon horn-like decorations extending from its back. It seemed that the dragon clan's palace was designed for meetings in human form as well. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such chairs. Fang Hao walked straight to the primary seat and seated himself with ease. Mount Dragon Peak is now your subsidiary city. You can rename this city and commandeer all resources of the city and its dependent villages. After taking his seat, system prompts appeared directly. It signified that the Dragon Clan territory, which no one dared to provoke, had officially become a subordinate territory of Fang Hao. Mount Dragon Peak actually covered a large area. But it wasn't a towering mountain. Rather, it was a range of continuous peaks. The term, Dragon Summit, only referred to the palace at the highest peak of all. The Dragon Queen probably never imagined that while she was attacking Fang Hao's city, in retaliation, Fang Hao would steal her home base. When one's own development is inferior to the opponent's, stealing the home base is also a decent strategic move. At the very least, it isn't a loss. In fact, Fang Hao's overall strength was not worse than that of the Dragon Clan. The main reason he had been beaten so badly was that he could not overcome the demigod, the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Queen was clearly much more formidable than the Lord of Thunder he had encountered before. Where else could one find a move that flattened buildings in one strike? This time counted as a success, even if the Dragon Queen had made arrangements, and his stealth attack on her home hadn't succeeded. Fang Hao would not be afraid. In the future, he would just keep an eye on her. As long as the Dragon Queen dared to leave, he would launch an attack. After all, he had the ability to teleport, his troops were recruited and did not have to reproduce like the Dragon Clan. Dragging it out would only be disadvantageous for the Dragon Clan, slowly suffocating them to death. From the current situation, thus far, the Dragon Queen hadn't gained any advantage. On the contrary, she had lost her home base. For the governor's position, Fang Hao left it vacant for now. It didn't really matter whether he filled it or not. Once the Dragon Queen returned, it was very likely that Fang Hao would still avoid frontal confrontation and continue to opt for guerrilla warfare. There was no real need to do otherwise, as long as he could get what he needed. Dragon Summit City. City level. 15th level indigenous city. Attributes. Dragon Clan reproduction plus 20%, resource exploitation plus 30%, Dragon Cliff. Description. A city with attributes can bring various enhancement effects to speed up the construction and development of the city. A 15th level main city. Well, it seemed like a home exchange with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Queen goes to my home, and I go to hers. The 15th level city had the added benefits of Dragon Clan reproduction and resource exploitation. The Dragon Clan's reproduction rate was notoriously low, and even this was after the boost from the attributes. Dragon Cliff. This location is more suitable for the Dragon Clan to live in. Dragon Clan bloodline increase plus 15%, Dragon Clan lifespan plus 35%, resistance to abnormal status plus 25%. One might think this 15th level city only had 2 additional effects. It turned out that everything was included in this Dragon Cliff. It increased the Dragon Clan's bloodline and lifespan and also improved resistance to abnormal statuses. It could be said that this place was definitely a living environment crafted exclusively for the Dragon Clan. Unlocked blueprints. Giant Winged Roost Construction Blueprint, blue, Flamekin Cave Construction Blueprint, purple, Dragon Nest Construction Blueprint, orange, Mountain Range Vault Construction Blueprint, orange, Racial Belief Totem Construction Blueprint, orange. The prompt for unlocking blueprints sounded once again. One by one, the blueprints appeared in Fang Hao's hands. The quality of these unlocked blueprints was quite high, including 3 orange ones at once. Fang Hao briefly looked through them from the start. Giant Winged Roost and Flamekin Cave were 2 types of building blueprints for the Dragon Abodes and the Dragon Clan Heroes Caves, respectively. Following the faction analogies, they corresponded to the human clan's housing. After the 2 blueprints came 3 orange blueprints. Dragon Nest. Tough Wood 2200, Fine Stone Brick 1500, Cast Iron Block 880, Metal Components 520, Mithril 150, Dragon Crystal 5. Description. Ancient and powerful dragons, known as the strongest race, whose lifespans are long like the evergreen pine, and any adult dragon can wipe out an entire army of the same level. A dragon nest was a troop construction building for dragons. After construction, dragons could be recruited through this building. Last time when he devoured the Book of Lords from Aragon, he unlocked the layers of winged dragons and pseudo-dragons, and this time, he directly unlocked the true dragons. The Dragon Clan's troop types were already few, and he estimated he was close to unlocking them all. Since he had been expelled from the Undead faction, perhaps he could join the Dragon Clan faction. No, that wasn't right, the Dragon Clan was almost wiped out by him. Now joining their faction seemed somewhat inappropriate. Mountain Range Vault. Tough Wood 3500, Ironized Wood 2800, Fine Stone Brick 2500, Exquisite Stone Brick 1500, Cast Iron Block 1200, Fine Iron 800, Metal Components 280, Mithril 120, Rich Essence 5. Description. The vast wealth will now have an even safer method of storage. A sturdy vault will make your assets even more secure. Quite a catch. An orange-colored safe. What on earth was the Dragon Clan thinking when they designed such a thing? It seemed somewhat pointless. The vault would be in the city, and if one's power was secure, enemies could not touch your treasures, but if the city fell, locking your money inside would serve no purpose. Oh, Fang Hao suddenly realized. The Dragon Clan was afraid of their possessions being stolen. Fang Hao had done it before, stealing away the treasures while Spencer was away. So, it seemed this vault was meant for when you were away from home. Racial Belief Totem. Ironized Wood 1200, Exquisite Stone Brick 850, Metal Components 520, Mithril 150, Dragon Crystal 50, Trace of Belief 5, Essence of Magic 3. Description. Strong beliefs strengthen and unite the race, making it stronger and more powerful. The architecture belonged to the totem. After being built, it could grant Dragon Clan troops attack power plus 10%, defense plus 5, flight speed plus 2%. Actually, when it came down to it, there were many aspects of the Dragon Clan that commanded respect. The entire clan was united as one. Any member of the Dragon Clan, even strangers to each other, were their own people when outside. If you died, I would avenge you. If an individual killed you, I would slay that person. If a force killed you, the Dragon Queen herself would step forward to wipe them out. Not mentioning the Dragon Clan's greed and cruelty, just speaking of the protection of their own, was this not much stronger than the orcs and trolls? Orcs and trolls were nothing special when dealing with outsiders, but they were really vicious when fighting their own kind. So, in some ways, the Dragon Clan's philosophy was quite admirable. After reviewing the properties, he collected all the blueprints. At that moment, Demetria walked in, closely followed by a goblin, whose pair of eyes were looking around everywhere. My lord, the entirety of Mount Dragon Peak has been taken under control, and we happened to run into Mr. Kuketer on the mountainside, said Demetria. Fang Hao was startled, carefully recognizing the goblin behind him, who was indeed his old acquaintance, Kuketer. Before he could speak, the goblin had already taken the initiative. Ah, Fang Hao, it's really you. How did this happen? How did you directly end up fighting here? It was apparent that Kuketer was nervous at the moment. Having attacked the Dragon Clan's territory, this could be recorded in the history books of all races. It was an unthinkable feat. Kuketer, what brings you here? Fang Hao curiously looked at him. If they didn't know each other, with the goblin providing Dragon Clan intelligence, Fang Hao would have thought this goblin was in cahoots with the Dragon Clan. The goblin wiped his sweat and said, I pulled some strings to negotiate a settlement with the Dragon Clan on your behalf, just got to the point of discussing compensating them with some money, then you attacked. At that time, the goblin too was terrified. Once the battle commenced, the Trade Alliance's teleportation screen would fail, and he would have nowhere to run. He could only hide in a building, trembling with fear. Later, a large group of undead arrived at the square, and there was a lizardman among the skeletons, who was quite recognizable. He immediately recognized that it was Demetria. He promptly called out to him to prevent the skeletons from accidentally killing him. After the battle ended, he immediately went to find Fang Hao. It was hard to imagine that he would now be standing in the Dragon Clan's palace. Fang Hao confirmed the other party wasn't lying and was also surprised that he was so loyal, still running around for his sake. Did the Dragon Clan agree to reconcile? Asked Fang Hao. The goblin shook his head. He said you died, the Dragon Queen captured your city, and you were killed. Well, he's not wrong, Fang Hao said. But you're not dead. I'm not dead, but the city was captured by the Dragon Queen, Fang Hao continued. Then you, what about now? This is. Fang Hao said, you also know that I've never been shortchanged since I was young. The Dragon Queen attacked my city, and since I couldn't defeat her, I had no choice but to take this place down. The goblin's head buzzed. What did he mean by never being shortchanged since young? Was that the point? This was the Dragon Clan. No matter how powerful his temper, could it surpass the Dragon Clan's? Don't you start with me, my heart can't take it, said the goblin. Fang Hao showed a smile and continued, how are things with the Trade Alliance? No big incidents, I hope. Whether it was the Dragon Queen capturing your city or you taking this place over, none of it has reached the Trade Alliance. But various taverns and some forces have already set up bets, wagering how many days until you fall, the goblin said. Ah, well, you can keep it a secret and bet a bit more. I might be in a standoff with the Dragon Queen for a while, and you're guaranteed to make a bundle. The goblin's eyes lit up, feeling that this was indeed a plan. Only he knew right now that Fang Hao was alright and his strength was not inferior to the Dragon Clan's. With inside information, he just needed to make sure to bet correctly. So, what are you going to do now? The goblin continued to ask. Fang Hao replied, I'll be in a standoff with the Dragon Queen for a while, you don't need to mediate this anymore, this is a feud to the death now. Ah, alright then, the goblin could only nod. He had tried his best. With the battle between Fang Hao and the Dragon Clan, it was not his place to interject. If there's nothing else, you should head back first, showing your face around here could get you involved. Sure. I don't have anything else, so I'll head back. Fang Hao nodded. Demetria, give Mr. Kuketer some gold coins to take back. Yes, my lord, replied Demetria. Demetria led the goblin away. Descending from this mountain top was not a short journey, and they would still have to ride the bone dragon down. Not long after, within the great hall, footsteps were heard once again. The youngest of the four sisters, Azrag, came out carrying a platinum treasure chest. With a bang, she placed it in the center of the hall. Fang Hao didn't say much. He simply opened the treasure chest. Obtained. Molten Dragon Battle Helmet Blueprint purple, Molten Dragon Battle Armor Blueprint purple, Molten Dragon Claw Guards Blueprint purple, Molten Dragon Tail Spikes Blueprint purple, Dragon Binding Lock Blueprint purple, Space Ring orange, Wrathful Rage orange, Dragon Crystal 158, Warfire Coin 1090. The rewards from the Platinum Treasure Chest were decent. Among the fleeting rewards, Fang Hao caught a glimpse of orange and purple. These were already high-tier rewards when opening treasure chests. Orange, particularly, was hard to come by through any means. Fang Hao started looking over them one by one. The first blueprint was for a purple set of dragon equipment. The Bone Dragon's current outfit was the Giant Dragon White Steel set, a blue-tier equipment. It used to suffice, but as the strength of enemies had increased, this set had become insufficient for Fang Hao's needs. He had wanted to upgrade the Bone Dragon's equipment for a while but had never found the opportunity. Now, this was the perfect chance, meeting the equipment needs of the Bone Dragon. Molten Dragon Battle Helmet. Thick leather 35, iron blocks 28, fine iron 15, metal parts 22, mithril 3. Molten Dragon Battle Armor. Thick leather 150, iron blocks 120, fine iron 55, metal parts 100, mithril 12. Molten Dragon Claw Guard. Thick leather 45, iron blocks 45, fine iron 35, metal parts 72, mithril 5. Molten Dragon Tail Guard and Spikes. Thick leather 95, iron blocks 85, fine iron 50, metal parts 65, mithril 7. The overall set represented an upgrade in material quality. Materials like fine iron and mithril were used. The attributes of the set were quite good. Effects. Magic resistance plus 10%, flight speed plus 15%, dragon breath damage plus 15%. It added 3 attributes. Especially the boost to dragon breath damage, this augmented a key skill. The next blueprint was for Dragon Binding Chains. Dragon Binding Chains Blueprint. Ironized wood 550, fine craft stone bricks 450, iron blocks 1200, white steel ingots 1050, metal parts 850. Description. Shackles for Dragon Clan members who misbehave, effective in greatly restraining the movements of dragon species soldiers. These were shackles specialized for the Dragon Clan. They served the same purpose as human shackles. But they only restrained dragon species soldiers, and not Dragon Clan heroes. Since Dragon Clan members could alter their body shape upon becoming heroes, only those reaching the quality of prisoner binding bands, another orange tier item, could possibly restrain them. Otherwise, they truly were difficult to manage. After reviewing the blueprints, the remaining items were 2 pieces of finished equipment. Space Ring Orange. Category. Necklace. Ability. Magic Space 5 cubic meters. Description. A small magic space created using space magic. Items can be stored in it at any time. This was not the first storage accessory he had obtained. The last space pendant he got was given to Amanda. It complemented her gold controlling ability. This time the space ring was perfect for Rolana. He had already promised her one. Moreover, with her slender build, carrying a giant sword that was thicker than her waist all the time was really inconvenient. Wrathful Rage Orange. Category. Talisman. Effect. All attributes plus 5%. Wrathful Roar. Wrathful Roar. Wearing. Wrathful Rage. Dragon Breath range plus 18%. Damage plus 25%. Description. Rage is a source of strength, empowering you to exhibit more formidable powers than ever before. This item was a necklace. The style of the necklace was a fine golden chain connected to a gold dragon claw clutching a dark red gemstone. The dark red gemstone emitted a faint energy fluctuation. Based solely on the gemstone, it seemed to match the Blood Clan's style. However, clearly, this equipment was exclusive to the Dragon Clan. Its effects boosted all attributes by 5%, but the subsequent, Wrathful Roar, specified a race. Dragon Breath range plus 18%, damage plus 25%. So far, only the Dragon Clan could use Dragon Breath, others wearing it would only garner the effect of a purple tier item. After reviewing the two pieces of equipment, what remained were Dragon Crystals and Warfire Coins. Perhaps due to the rarity of Dragon Crystals, only 158 were awarded. Normally, materials rewarded from a Platinum Treasure chest ranged from 200 to nearly 300. There were 1090 Warfire Coins, nothing special. Now, he hardly cared about amounts less than a few thousand. Having reviewed all the rewards, Fang Hao collected all the blueprints. The Platinum Treasure chest's rewards were, in fact, not bad. But still, he felt a slight regret. The two orange tier accessories did not significantly aid the overall strength of his territory. Especially since there was no equipment aimed at the Dragon Queen. Instead, it was the purple tier dragon set that would boost the strength of his territory somewhat. After all, the main battle strategy was still a war of attrition, individual improvements were just a minor part. After finishing reviewing the rewards, Fang Hao no longer sat in the hall. The chair was cold and uninviting. He had just stepped out of the palace when he saw Commander Demetria hurried back. Saying directly, "My lord, the prisoners have been accounted for, 12 orange tier heroes, 345 ordinary dragons, and over 2,000 lower tier soldiers. All those killings and there are still 12 orange tier prisoners. Long-lived species had their advantages, including a higher number of heroes." After a slight pause, Commander Demetria continued, "The numbers aren't small. Do we kill them all?" A higher number represented a higher risk. The grudge was already formed, and killing them all would prevent many dangers. As they walked outside together, Fang Hao thought for a moment and asked, "Are these prisoners well behaved?" "They're reasonably obedient, but the Dragon Clan's bodies are too large, making them actually unsuitable for confinement," Commander Demetria reminded again. It seemed his suggestion was to kill them all and eliminate future threats. However, Fang Hao didn't think so. Both dragons and orange heroes could be recruited. Killing them would just turn them into piles of bones, which was rather meaningless. "Well, don't worry about that. Later, I'll make some shackles to control the Dragon Clan. We'll have the orange heroes transform into human forms and wrap them with more chains." If only Amanda were here, her technique of wrapping herself in gold was quite effective. When the time comes, I'll have Amanda join us and give each of these dragon heroes a large gold bar. Commander Demetria followed behind and continued to ask, "My lord, the hero altar has been controlled now. Should we destroy it directly?" The hero altar. Once the bound hero altar was destroyed, the dead heroes would also be gone for good. Unless some incredibly powerful deity intervened, there was no way to bring them back. This was also why significant conflicts often sparked factional wars, as simple duels and assassinations meant nothing if the deceased could be resurrected. "Come, let's go have a look." Leaving the Grand Hall, there was a winding mountain path outside. The path was densely packed with skeletons, each pushing carts filled with gold coins and gems. Each cave held piles of gold coins, and moving them out was no small task. A few people mounted the bone dragon and directly flew to a wide square midway up the mountain. In the center of the square, a 2 or 3 meter high Mount Golden had already been piled up, with skeletons continually adding more gold coins to it. The wealth of the Dragon Clan was astonishingly excessive. Their per capita wealth must be the highest among all the races. "Where are the captives?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "My lord, this way." Commander Demetria led him to one side. Passing through the dense skeleton army, they arrived at the base of the mountain where many Dragon Clan troops were detained. In the front were the humanoid dragon heroes, both male and female, locked in iron cages with shackles. Behind them were dragons and some lower-tier dragon clan troops, in slightly larger numbers. Nails were hammered into the dragon's wings, pinning them to the ground. "My lord, Commander Demetria," Nisbet approached. Fang Hao nodded and said, "I'll make some prison tools. Later, you put them on these dragon clan troops. Keep these heroes under close watch separately. Don't let them escape." "Yes, my lord." He opened the Book of Lords and found the recently unlocked Dragon Shackles blueprint and began crafting. Activation of Hundredfold Amplification, acquired 404 Dragon Shackles. These Dragon Shackles were meant for dragons. They could bind the wings and neck, and also dragged stone blocks and iron balls below. The dragons could walk dragging them, but flying directly with them would be somewhat difficult. They would not be effective on Dragon Clan heroes, and lower-tier troops wouldn't need them either, as there were more than 1,000 bone dragons watching overhead. Nisbet called more skeleton soldiers to install these shackles on the dragons. Radiant Valley. The territory governed by the Elf clan. In the courtyard behind the Lord's mansion. The intoxicating fragrance wafted with the breeze, beautiful butterflies danced around the lush flowers. The transmigrator, Savannah, sat in a white-arched pavilion, her pale fingers picking up pastries to eat as she read the Book of Lords. As she flipped through it, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. How is he still alive? Days had passed, and the rankings on the Transmigrator's leaderboard remained unchanged. Fang Hao was still first, and she was second. How was that possible? Could it be, the Fang Hao the Dragon Clan was looking for wasn't this person? But apart from him, which other Transmigrator would prompt the Dragon Queen to take action herself? Doubts filled Savannah's heart. Tap tap tap. At that moment, soft footsteps echoed through the stone corridor beside her. An elf wearing a turquoise-fitted robe with golden hair and pointed ears approached. After an elegant bow, he placed a long box on the table and said, "My lord, the weapon you ordered has been completed." Recently, Savannah had ordered a weapon from the Firehammer shop, which also cost her a considerable amount of savings. Now that it was finished, and much later than expected, her face showed a smile. Opening the long narrow gift box, she revealed an iridescent spear inside. After closing the box gently, she said softly, "Let's go, accompany me to Eternal Song Capital. There are some matters I need to inquire about." "Yes, my lord." Taking the gift box, they walked out together. Large quantities of gold and jewels were transported down. Piled on Mount Golden. Along with gold coins and gems, there were golden crowns, scepters, and necklaces. Although they were ordinary, attributeless items, they obviously came from plundering some country. Moving all these items was not an easy task. If it weren't for the need to keep the information here secret, one would wish to just open a trade alliance building, convert them into warfire cards, and take them away. It was unknown why the Dragon Clan liked gold so much. Would sleeping on warfire cards not work? Moreover, with so many gold coins, what use was there in hoarding them and sleeping on them every day? Wouldn't they fear being uncomfortable? Woo! As Fang Hao was looking up at the gold, the sound came from the sound-transmitting shell in the Book of Lords. Opening it, it was the shell left for the giant ship. "My lord, Ms. Beata, has committed suicide." Damn. Inside the colossal ship's grand hall, Fang Hao sat in the seat of honor, looking at Beata, who had just been resurrected. And the silver-haired girl, her eyes brimming with tears, glared at him furiously. Both aggrieved and full of rage. Fang Hao sighed in his heart. When people interact, feelings are bound to develop. Just last night, Beata mentioned that once they returned, she would help him resolve the conflict with the Dragon Clan, and that would be the end of it. Sadly, the war broke out at a faster pace than Beata had anticipated. Caught in the middle, she found it harder to accept than anyone on either side. "Did you kill yourself because I killed members of the Dragon Clan?" Fang Hao asked. In truth, he had anticipated that Beata would certainly have a confrontation with him. But he hadn't expected it to be in such an extreme way. Tears flooded Beata's eyes as she glared at him and then said, "Why did you resurrect me? Why didn't you just kill me along with them?" There was never any conflict with the Elf clan, it was outright war with the Dragon Clan. Today at noon, When she returned, she intended to boast to Fang Hao about her achievements, confident they could conquer the sea tribe by nightfall. But what she saw were the corpses of 2 dark gold dragons. These were elders she had watched grow up, and naturally, she couldn't accept that this had happened right before her eyes. The Dragon Queen led her troops yesterday and has already captured the main city. Those resurrected yesterday all died by her hand, Fang Hao said with a gentle voice as he looked at her pitiable state. That's impossible. Mount Dragon Peak is so far from the main city, how could she lead troops there? Beata retorted angrily. Not everyone can teleport, even the Dragon Queen, a demigod, was not capable of such magic. The elf clan used some sort of teleportation to bring the Dragon Queen near the main city, and within half a day, the city fell, Fang Hao explained. Beata sobbed, her mind a complete mess. During the time they spent together, Fang Hao had treated her and Ashbourne quite well. She had originally planned, after fulfilling the 50-year agreement, to go back and persuade the Dragon Clan. But she hadn't expected the 2 sides to start fighting again. Moreover, the battle had escalated to the point of mutual attacks on each other's main cities. Then you should just kill them all, they're all my family, Mount Dragon Peak is my home. She said, as large teardrops pattered down once more. The war has begun on both sides, and I really don't have a good solution, Fang Hao said helplessly. Can you not kill them? Please, I'm begging you, okay. Beata suddenly lifted her head to look straight at him. Ah, what a sin. Why did he ever write her name in the dream entering contract? If I don't kill them, they will kill me, kill Millie, kill Angia, kill everyone here. You know the ways of the Dragon Clan, he said. I'll plead with my mother to stop her from pursuing you, just don't kill them, okay? Beata continued. Your mother. He hadn't seen any silver dragons. The Dragon Queen is my mother, I will talk to her. Our grudge is all a misunderstanding. Once you're clear, my kin won't bother you, Beata went on. The term, mother, in the Dragon Clan didn't necessarily mean a biological relation. It referred to the concept that all the colorfully hatched young dragons raised by the Dragon Queen would call her mother. Of course, Beata was the only such young dragon at present. But given the long lifespan of the Dragon Clan, more young dragons would eventually be born. Fang Hao didn't immediately respond but pondered the feasibility of this matter. Given the temperament of the Dragon Clan, it seemed unlikely that there would be a possibility for conciliation. Not to mention the killed dragons, Mount Dragon Peak was devastated by his curse, all the gold and jewels carried away. Could the Dragon Queen, the leader of a prime race, tolerate such an insult? He certainly didn't believe it. Is it okay? Beata, her eyes tearful, looked at him hopefully. Fang Hao, I've never asked you for anything. Please don't kill them. They're my family, like Era and Roland are to you, I'm begging you. Then, she fell to her knees. Fang Hao felt uneasy as well, and said, it's possible. Really? Beata said, amazed. Rather than trying to persuade the Dragon Queen, you might want to try persuading the dead heroes first. After all, it's difficult to save them, having exceeded the resurrection time, Fang Hao continued. Beata persuading those of the Dragon Clan had no impact on him. If could she persuade them, these dragon heroes would work for them, enhancing the strength of his territory. If not, it wasn't too late to have Nelson turn them into undead heroes. The only issue was that he didn't have good control over the 2 dark gold dragons and could only wait and see. As for Beata persuading the Dragon Queen, he wasn't too hopeful. Would such a strong and powerful woman let him off easily? Impossible, unless he could offer something she couldn't refuse. But what did the Dragon Queen lack? Whatever it was, he couldn't provide it. Then, how should I do it? They definitely won't listen to me, Beata urgently asked. The 2 dead Dark Gold members were one an elder of the Dragon Clan, the other also high-ranking. How could they possibly listen to a young girl like her? Fang Hao thought for a moment and said, just tell the truth, you're now a prisoner of war, working for me for 50 years. If they submit, they'll work for 50 years just like you. If not, I'll destroy the altar straight away, and they'll be turned into undead. Don't kill them, I will persuade them, she said, and then Beata moved to get up. Fang Hao shook his head. No rush, first stabilize your emotions, then speak to them. Okay, all right, Beata said, sobbing. Heroes, after death, could communicate through the altar. Most forces had priests who could do this, and Nelson could too. This time he would have Beata convince those great dragons. It was also a chance for Beata. Otherwise, he feared future psychological issues might arise. He wanted Beata to calm down first, while Fang Hao would head to Mount Dragon Peak to continue directing the search for spoils of war. Mount Dragon Peak, on a plaza halfway up the mountain. My lord, please come over here and take a look at these, Demetria approached quickly and said. Fang Hao, taken aback, followed him to a building nearby. Pushing open the door, Fang Hao's eyes instantly widened, revealing a look of joy. In the room, a small mountain had been piled up, its body crystal clear, as if it illuminated the entire room with brightness. Dragon crystals, a small mountain made of dragon crystals. Right, the living area of a race always produced their corresponding materials. Orc regions gave Beast Tooth, Crescent Heights were known for Bloodstone. And naturally, now that Mount Dragon Peak had been taken, there were large amounts of dragon crystals too. What's the approximate count so far? Fang Hao's heart pounded with excitement. We have almost 1,000 pieces by now, and the soldiers are still searching. The number should increase further, Demetria continued. Fang Hao nodded. Good. Let the soldiers search thoroughly, but be careful not to damage the environment here, especially take into consideration Beata's feelings. Understood, my lord. Night fell, and torches bathed the entire Mount Dragon Peak in light. Skeletons, in dense numbers, were still scavenging. The next day, the undead army, 20,000 strong, had returned to Fang Hao's main city. The city at this moment looked truly pitiful. At first glance, one could see battered city walls and collapsed watchtowers. Most importantly, the entire city was enshrouded in a dark red fog. The clouds of vapor churned, lingering on and on. The color and density made it clear that there was some lethal toxin involved. Even the mightiest living creatures would not dare to rashly enter the poisonous fog, as long as they still breathed. Inside the golden carriage, a lethargic voice sounded, Humph. That transmigrator used poison gas to seal up the city. You undead aren't afraid of these gases, go search inside the city. There are quite a number of troops in that city, my men might be. Amanda said deliberately. Don't worry, we've cleared it before, there's hardly anyone left now, the Dragon Queen continued. Oh, okay, Amanda agreed, but inwardly, she cursed in disbelief. She had been involved in the city's defensive deployment and knew very well how many troops were arranged there. Taking the city directly might have been fine, but now that it was sealed with poisonous gas, the troops inside couldn't possibly have been completely cleaned out. It didn't matter though. It was just a farce to keep up appearances with the other side. What do we need to do after we enter? Amanda asked. The Dragon Queen answered softly, see where the poison gas is coming from, and if found, shut it off. If it cannot be shut off, then look for my daughter's traces, a silver dragon of the Dragon Clan. Amanda had seen Beata before but showed no reaction, understood. After symbolically checking the troops and saying a few words, she led the forces towards the city. The poison fog filled the entire city. Visibility was only about 1 meter ahead. Even sending some gusts of wind simply caused the gas to churn a bit, but it didn't disperse. Entering the city, the situation was even more despairing than Amanda had imagined. Ruins and rubble, broken beams, and shattered tiles littered the ground. There were layers of white bone on the ground and the carcasses of some giant dragons could be seen. Densely packed skeleton archers and skeleton warriors stood on the debris, in a state of readiness. Motionless, they just stood there blankly. Make some noise of combat, for those outside to see, Amanda ordered. With Fang Hao beaten so badly by the Dragon Queen, she certainly didn't want Supreme Saint Golden City to end up in the same state. Besides, Fang Hao had the skills to escape, and she didn't. Once the order was given, the soldiers behind her sprang into action. The sounds of fighting started, clinks and clangs, and the occasional explosion. The mood was rendered very convincingly. Amanda waved lightly, and the skeleton archers in front made way. Advancing deeper into the city, her surprise grew. The former industrial zone was no more, leaving behind only a vast stretch of empty land, with a layer on the ground that looked like chilled molten iron. Moving forward, the plaza and half of the residential area were also gone, utterly empty. What kind of battle had taken place here to be so fierce? She continued until she reached the Lord's mansion and looked up at the huge palace. Bathed in the morning sun, it radiated a holy glow. Amanda entered the mansion, sat down in the main hall at her usual spot, and took out a sound-transmitting shell. Fang Hao, what are we supposed to do next? On the giant ship, Fang Hao had just handed the space ring to Rolana. Then he received a message from Amanda. Fang Hao, what are we going to do next? What's wrong? What happened on your end? Fang Hao picked up the sound-transmitting shell and replied. The Dragon Queen is forcing me to lead troops into the main city to shut down the poison gas and find Beata's trace. Following that, Amanda explained the situation of the past 2 days. Fang Hao quietly listened, gaining a rough understanding. It seemed that Mount Dragon Peak hadn't had time to convey the message to the Dragon Queen, who was still troubled by the poison gas in her own city. After thinking it over, he said, there's no rush to shut down the poison gas. Stall her for some time. I will send Beata over to handle this matter after a while. Alright, I'll deal with it depending on the situation. Also, since you're in the city, look for Spencer's body and the 4 sets of black-armored and long-handled war hammers. I need those, Fang Hao continued to add. Understood, I'll contact you once I find them. Good. After ending the chat with Amanda, Fang Hao sat in his chair, pondering the subsequent plans against the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Clan seemed to have driven him away. In reality, the Dragon Clan had suffered more serious losses in battle. It was just that the Dragon Queen, being a demigod, was not easy to deal with. As long as there was a hero who could restrain the Dragon Queen, taking down the Dragon Clan wouldn't be a big problem. He pondered for a while. He casually flipped open the Book of Lords to see if this incident had any impact on the transmigrators. As soon as he opened the World Channel, it was full of advertisements and various other messy information. Even when going slow, there was no mention of the Dragon Clan. It seemed that this incident had not yet spread among the transmigrators, otherwise it would definitely have sparked a topic. After a brief glance, he was about to close it when his hand suddenly stopped. A new message suddenly appeared and caught his attention. Sea Tribe's victory celebration, the Sea King, ministers, and generals all present. The beauty of the Sea Tribe is also quite fine. Oh. Picture. A victory celebration for the Sea Tribe. Fang Hao clicked to enlarge the photos. The picture showed a palace filled with various mermaid-like members of the Sea Tribe. In one of the pictures, a Sea Tribe member dressed in a blue brocade robe and wearing a crown stood out. It seemed that this person was the Sea King. The last time during the underwater battle, Fang Hao had only glanced from a distance, only seeing the opposing side quite impressively seated upon a shark, but not clearly seeing the specific features. Now, comparing with the photo, he was sure it was this person. Fiery red beard and a body as robust as a bodybuilding instructor. Apart from the Sea King, the remaining photos showed the Sea Tribe's ministers and officials, all apparently the top echelon of the Sea Tribe. After waiting a while and discovering no other news about the Sea Tribe, he saved the pictures. Call the Aloric sisters over, Fang Hao said to someone outside the door. Yes, my lord. Soon, the 4 sisters walked in together. Aloric, the eldest sister, spoke first. My lord, you summoned us. Fang Hao stepped down from his chair and said, I want you to go to the Sea Tribe, capture their leader. Can you do it? The Sea Tribe. What tier are they? Aloric inquired. They should be Orange Tier 9 heroes, definitely not at the Dark Gold level, Fang Hao answered. Last time, he was quickly defeated without exchanging a couple of blows with the Ancient Blood Servants. Definitely not at the Dark Gold level. Aloric nodded, then there's no problem. How should we proceed? The 4 had already advanced to Dark Gold. Speaking of a frontal attack, they might not be able to break into a well-defended city. But with a blitzkrieg tactic, ambushing the target could be feasible. These are the people. They're holding a banquet. Go straight in and take control of them. Fang Hao showed the photos to the sisters. Understood, my lord. Rainbow Pearl Island. Inside the resplendent royal palace, a victory celebration was underway. In the city defense battle of these past few days, every person had been on high alert, fearing a single slip-up could lead to the undead breaching the city walls and their heads hanging from them. But they had finally held on. Yesterday at noon, the silver dragon left with the bone dragon and never returned. The giant ship filled with undead also sailed away from the island last night. All of this proved victory. The damn undead had chosen to retreat. The sea tribe remained the darling of the ocean, blessed by the sea god. As the music quieted slightly, the Sea King, dressed in a blue brocade robe, made his way serpentine to the center of the raised platform. The room gradually fell silent, all eyes turning up toward him. The Sea King stroked his dense beard and loudly said, "In this short month, the sea tribe has experienced unprecedented changes. Those sudden undead who occupied Giant Claw Island and Yushang Island then launched an attack on Rainbow Pearl Island." Beneath him was still silence, every face among the sea tribe showing a look of hatred. But, this time, the enemy failed to break our defenses. With the efforts of the royal family, ministers, and all of the sea tribe, we showed unparalleled unity and strength. We defeated the undead, drove the enemy away, and achieved the ultimate victory. Let us raise a glass to this outstanding victory, to the certain success of the sea tribe. Clamor erupted. All of the sea tribe, including a few invited transmigrator representatives, simultaneously raised their glasses, to the sea tribe's victory. Bang bang. Bang bang. Just as the crowd raised their glasses and shouted, 4 dull thuds interrupted them. It was as if something heavy had been cast from the sky, crashing onto the ground. Everyone shrank back in fright. They looked around non-stop, searching for the source of the sound. Since the alarm hadn't sounded, it shouldn't be the undead attacking again. The expression on the Sea King's face was also unpleasant. As soon as he had finished speaking, and before he even received praise from the people below, why was there a problem now? "Someone go and see what's happening," the Sea King said coldly. The guard responded and just stepped out. Then a burst of fighting noise came, followed by thudding sounds. A group of guards were brought into the hall, beaten and shoved. Before the Sea King could react, whoosh, a fiery red giant arrow shot toward him. As it neared him, it immediately transformed into a figure clad in iron armor. "Who are you?" Bang! A muffled sound erupted as the burly Sea King was forcibly pressed down and smashed into the ground. "Damn it, you're asking for death." The Sea King roared in rage, immediately about to retaliate. Before he finished speaking, he felt his body being flung away. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, and the Sea King was smashed into the ground once again. Huff! Huff! Bam! Bam! The not-so-tall human body unleashed terrifying power. Grabbing the end of the Sea King's tail, it began to swing him left and right, repeatedly smashing him into the ground on both sides. Dust rose in clouds, and blood was flung everywhere. The Sea King, an orange Tier 9 hero, at this moment, had no ability to fight back at all. Not even able to scream out in pain. When the swinging stopped. Wretch! The Sea King vomited a mouthful of blood, lying weakly on the ground. Seeing that the Sea King had subdued, an object was retrieved and pressed onto his back. Snap! The metal piece began to unfold and spread, turning into restraints that bound the Sea King tightly. In the hall, everyone, holding their cups, stared blankly at the scene before them. Their eyes widened in disbelief. The Sea King had fallen just like that. Whoosh! People tried to flee. At the entrance, several figures blocked the way out. Contrary to Fang Hao's plan, the sisters didn't go to confront just a few people, they blocked everyone in the hall. At that moment, outside the royal palace, chaotic noises rose. A large number of the Sea Tribe soldiers began to surge toward the royal palace. After all, being the core of power for a faction, people immediately came to reinforce at the first sign of trouble. "Who are you people? Breaking in, You won't be able to escape either, the Sea King bellowed loudly. A hero's abilities have a limit. Even if these people were stronger than the Sea King, delving this deep, they shouldn't expect to walk out unscathed. Bang! Faced with the Sea King's roar, what came next was another punch, which once again made him spit out blood. A large number of Sea Tribe soldiers rushed in. The four sisters raised their hands to release fire elemental magic, separating and isolating both sides. Boom, boom, boom. As the two sides were separated by flames, in a standoff. The alarm bell rang out from outside the royal palace. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then their complexions suddenly changed. The Sea Tribe finally understood these people's objective. In an instant, the city was thrown into chaos. In the sky, bone dragons roared, and on the shores, swarms of undead emerged from the seabed, starting to attack the city walls. The undead are attacking, the undead are attacking. The cries rang out continuously, yet not a single commander or minister appeared on the city walls. No one to command, no coordination of the military forces. 3 hours later, Rainbow Pearl Island fell. On the giant ship's hull. Fang Hao sat on the throne, with several heroes seated in a row below. And in the middle of the hall, several members of the Sea Tribe were tightly bound. Leading them was the Sea Tribe Sea King, shackled with prisoners' restraining straps. Deep Sea Fury, Sainsbury Orange Tier 9 hero. A Tier 9 hero, not a low level at all. Higher than the Fishman Lord in Thornfin Sea, just one tier shy of dark gold. Are you the Sea King? Fang Hao asked. You're Fang Hao, aren't you? You must be Fang Hao. The Sea King was tied in a C shape, straining to look up. Among the various speculations previously, one was that this army was led by the transmigrator Fang Hao. No, you're not Fang Hao. Before Fang Hao could speak, he denied his own answer. How do you know I'm not Fang Hao? Fang Hao is handling the attack from the Dragon Clan, he can't possibly appear here. Just who are you, and why must you attack us? The Sea King questioned loudly. The Sea Tribe had shops in the Trade Alliance headquarters and naturally, they had heard some news. Fang Hao was being targeted by the Dragon Clan, nearly scared to death. How could he have the heart to send out troops to attack others? Thus, he excluded Fang Hao. Who I am we'll discuss later. Now, you have two options. First, submit to me and let your Sea Tribe archipelago become my subsidiary territory. Second, death. Now choose. Fang Hao spoke directly. The people below all furrowed their brows in unison. This person had indeed come with intentions to conquer the territory. Damn invaders, you will be punished. Even if we die, we will not submit to you. Pearl Island has fallen, but the other islands will still retaliate and drive out you invaders. The Sea Tribe will never submit. Fang Hao made a gesture with his hand. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Blades flashed by, and the loudest protesters had their heads rolling down. The noisy hull instantly quieted down. Everyone hung their heads low, looking at the blood spreading beneath them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. One by one, say it, submit or die. Fang Hao's gaze turned toward the Sea King. You're the leader, you go first. The hall instantly fell silent. The hatred between nations and families was irreconcilable, but in the present scenario, no one had anything more to say. The Sea King's forehead began to sweat profusely, his heart filled with reluctance, but at this moment, he had no alternatives. We need to discuss this, the Sea King said loudly. The Sea Tribe is also an important member of the Trade Alliance, so we need the alliance to officiate and grant us autonomy. Fang Hao listened with a frown. What nonsense about the Trade Alliance, officiation, autonomy. He had never heard of such things. When two forces were at war, why involve a merchant platform to officiate anything? He waved his hand again and said, chop. Demetria, who was sitting to the side, stood up and drew the sword from his waist. An orange rank 9, certainly not something ordinary soldiers could handle. I am an orange hero, the leader of the Sea Tribe. You cannot kill me, the Sea King shouted loudly. The longsword unsheathed, its snow-white blade reflecting a bone-chilling cold light. Seeing that his words were ineffective, the Sea King quickly changed his tune. I surrender, I choose to submit. The sword's edge broke through the scales on his neck and abruptly stopped. Blood flowed down his neck, dyeing his brocade robe a crimson red. The Sea King widened his eyes, seeing Demetria sheath his sword and realizing his head had not fallen. He deflated like a balloon, collapsing into a C shape on the ground. If he had been any slower with his words, he would have been decapitated. Fang Hao looked at him, had him taken aside, and continued, "Your king has submitted. What else have you to say? Now choose for yourselves. Those willing to surrender, speak up. You are aware of the consequences if you don't." As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately said, "I submit, I'm willing to submit. I also submit to you, my lord. I hope you won't make it difficult for us. I submit too." With the king already capitulating, no one else showed any backbone. One after another, the ministers expressed their submission. Fang Hao nodded and said, "All right then, except for the Sea King, take the rest away." The Sea Tribe officials were taken away, and the bodies of those beheaded were dragged out. "Can you continue to lead them well?" Fang Hao looked at the Sea King again. The Sea King was startled, then immediately said, "Yes, I can." "If I let you continue as the leader, what would be your first step?" Fang Hao continued to ask. "Placate the people. You need to control the other islands as soon as possible. Can you do that?" "Yes, most of the island masters on the other islands were appointed directly by me, and they are very loyal to me." "Good. Also, keep this secret. I have many enemies, and if news of the Sea Tribe's conquest gets out, you won't be so lucky next time." "My lord, you are." Fang Hao. The Sea King's eyes widened instantly, but he quickly calmed down. "I understand." Fang Hao said no more, took out a law mark from his storage space, and stepped down from the dais. The Sea King saw him holding something, walking over, and he immediately panicked. "What are you doing? I've already submitted. You can't do this. I'll agree to anything you say, don't mess around." Fang Hao ignored him, grabbed the back of his collar, and after a slap on it, he stamped the law mark onto his neck. A faint light flowed through the Sea King's body, then disappeared. Sea Churner Sainsbury has joined the territory through a law mark. This unit is bound by the mark and adheres to the basic rules of the gold laws, unable to harbor negative core thoughts towards this power and its leader. The law mark effect can be lifted through the law mark. The prompt appeared, verifying that the mark's effect was activated. Fang Hao continued to check his loyalty. Sea Churner Sainsbury's current loyalty to you, 22. Just 22. Seems like this kid isn't as compliant inside as he appears to be. At that moment, a bound spirit guardian walked in. "My lord, we've docked." Fang Hao nodded, put away the binding belt, and released the Sea King. "Let's go, we'll take a look at your royal palace together." The Sea King regained motion, somewhat disheveled as he stood up. All right, all right." Several people walked onto the deck together and entered the city upon landing. The Sea King returned to the royal palace to manage the Sea Tribe's affairs. Fang Hao, accompanied by a few others, made his way to the local temple. The main island's temple was built gloriously and grandly. There were decorations made from pearl shells visible everywhere. They entered the temple. In the center of the temple, there was a statue of a creature with the body of a woman and the tail of a snake. "Is this your deity?" Fang Hao asked. The coral witch accompanying him spoke respectfully. "Yes, Lord, this is the great ruler of the underwater plane, the prince of sea spirits, the wise, the creator of the depths." "Ah, so the sea god, basically." "Ah, oh, yes, my lord," the witch answered, having been interrupted. "God of the ocean purple. Category: Special building. Effect: Sea Tribe fertility plus 20%, Water elemental magic plus 20, Attack power plus 10%, Injury recovery plus 5%. Description: The God of the ocean blesses this domain, and all believers are under the protection of the God of the ocean. Turns out to be a purple deity statue. In the territory, the few statues obtained were all graded as blue. It was the main deity of worship, and it was purple. Fang Hao opened the Book of Lords and had Zhongbin exchange one of his own statues. "Let this statue also be enshrined in the temple," Fang Hao said. The few Sea Tribe members in the temple hesitated in an instant. Change it now, Fang Hao said firmly. Having no choice, the Sea Tribe sent someone to inform the king and began to place the divine statue. Soon, the divine statue was erected and positioned in the middle. Taking the principal position, seeing his own statue being set up, Fang Hao nodded satisfied and continued, "Well then, have people pray to this more often in the future." The Sea Tribe member next to him didn't dare to say much, only nodding, "Yes, my lord." Soon, the meeting with the Sea King concluded. Fang Hao took several people and left the temple, heading straight for the royal palace. In the royal palace, it was empty except for the Sea King and a few trusted aides and ministers. "Respected sir, I have already passed on your orders, and order in the Rainbow Islands will be restored soon," the Sea King said respectfully. "Good," Fang Hao nodded, walking towards the throne while saying, "Angia, take some people and have a look around here." Angia's eyes lit up as she pulled Rolana and ran off. "Okay." Fang Hao himself approached the throne and sat down with ease. In an instant, the system prompt rang out again. "Rainbow Pearl Island has become your subsidiary city. You have the option to rename the city, and you can command all the resources of the city and its subsidiary islands and cities." Fang Hao had no intention to change the name of the city. He couldn't think of a better name anyway. So for now, it would remain as such. He continued to review the city's attributes. Rainbow City. City level. Level 14 Indigenous City. Attributes. Sea Tribe Reproduction plus 20%, Pearls plus 15%, Fishing plus 10%, Island Environment plus 10%. Description. A city with attributes can bring various enhancement effects to accelerate city construction and development. This Sea Tribe city was only at level 14. Still short of a level 15 city, it was somewhat less than the human cities of Silver Wing City and Mount Dragon Peak. But the attribute increases were decent. Race reproduction, fishing and pearls, and one for island environment. It should make this place more suitable for the Sea Tribe to live. Unlocked blueprints. Pearl Base Construction Blueprint, Blue Coral Sanctuary Construction Blueprint, Purple Water Magic Spring Well Construction Blueprint, Purple Sea Dragon Guard Dojo Construction Blueprint, Purple. There weren't many blueprint rewards. Pearl Base as a place for pearl cultivation, increasing the production of pearls. Coral Sanctuary and Sea Dragon Guard Dojo, on the other hand, were two barracks. They could respectively recruit Coral Witches and Sea Dragon Guards, considered the Sea Tribe's two most common types of soldiers. The last one, Water Magic Spring Well, was actually a bit unusual. The description explained that it could condense water elementals into drinkable fresh water. In places with abundant water elementals, there was no shortage of water, and in places lacking water, there were not many water elementals, so it seemed somewhat superfluous. Not as practical as Fang Hao's Rejuvenation Spring, which could slowly restore water without relying on water elementals for condensation. Fang Hao focused his attention on blueprints and attributes while the Sea King and several ministers quietly waited on the side. They didn't dare to speak but kept exchanging looks with each other. "My lord, this chair was made according to the physique of the Sea Tribe and might seem strange, but it's not comfortable for humans to sit on for long periods." At that moment, one Sea Tribe minister stepped forward and cautiously explained. Fang Hao frowned at him, sensing an implication that he intended to monopolize the chair. He stroked the back of the chair with his hand and asked, "What material is this chair made of?" The Sea King answered, "Mainly various metals. These golden parts here are gold, right?" Fang Hao touched the golden area. "Ah, yes. I sit on chairs made from bones, you sit on gold ones, replace it with ordinary coral. If I see you sitting on a gold chair again, I'll break your legs," Fang Hao said seriously. The Sea Tribe members were somewhat dumbfounded. He was like a bandit, so domineering, not even allowing them to sit on what they already had. "Did you hear me?" "Yes, my lord," the Sea King bent his waist again. Fang Hao seldom concerned himself with these matters before and was quite lenient toward subsidiary lords. Amanda's place was filled with gold, making her seem more like a lord than he, yet he never bothered with it. "But you have to know your place. Who reminds someone that sitting on their chair is uncomfortable for humans after a brief stay. Quiet settled again in the hall. At this time, a guard walked in with a Sea Tribe witch. Your Majesty the Sea King, Lorile the witch requests to see this lord. The Sea King frowned, looking questioningly at the witch below. Fang Hao had seen this witch before, the very one who had recited a long list of the sea god titles in the temple. But now, she seemed very different than before. In Fang Hao's eyes, the witch radiated a faint divine aura. A deity. No, more like godly possession. Some deity was using this body to descend. Fang Hao looked doubtfully at everyone else. Whether they were Sea Tribe or the Four Sisters of Dark Gold, there were no changes. Could only he sense it. Sea King, rest of you, step back, Fang Hao said directly. Oh, as you wish, my lord, the Sea King said, leading the ministers away. Fang Hao then smiled at the witch and spoke, please take a seat, god of the ocean. Fang Hao never expected that the first time he encountered the power of God's presence, it wouldn't be from his own spell but from another deity. The witch's gaze swept past the four sisters beside her and then returned to Fang Hao. I need an explanation. The opposite party's expression was very calm, showing no sign of emotional change. There was no hint of anger despite the attack on the Sea Tribe. For Fang Hao, it was also the first time he was truly speaking with a god. He had to be serious. Why did I take over this place? Yes. It seemed that the sea god was unaware of the situation leading to the battle. My people engaged in battle with the Sea Tribe, and the conflict gradually escalated until we had no choice but to conquer this island, Fang Hao explained. What are your plans next? The witch asked without indicating whether she was satisfied with his answer. Fang Hao furrowed his brows as he looked at her, thought for a moment, then replied, the Sea Tribe is too weak. I only used a small fraction of my army to take over this place. Even if I weren't here today, some other power would take over in the future. Oh, what do you mean by that? We could form an alliance. An alliance? The witch finally furrowed her brows. I would be in charge of managing and defending this place. Your divine statue would still be worshipped in the temple, ensuring the island's safety and providing a stable source of faith, Fang Hao said softly. Fang Hao actually respected the different racial beliefs quite a bit. He had only added his own divine statue in the temple, without interfering too much with the existing religious beliefs. The witch did not think for long before she agreed. Okay, I accept your proposal. Actually, Fang Hao had some guesses. Perhaps deities cannot intervene directly in battles. Otherwise, they would have acted directly instead of asking for his reasons. Fang Hao offered both parties a chance for shared faith, and the god of the ocean conveniently agreed, fulfilling the desires of both sides. Your territory has received the god of the ocean's blessing. Water elemental magic within your territory plus 5%, and maritime navigation receives protection. Good. I'm pleased with our cooperation. Fang Hao, having received confirmation from the system, showed a smile. The witch nodded her head, then scrutinized him, and continued, your body is quite remarkable, and it fits very well with your divinity. After saying this, the divine glow around their bodies suddenly disappeared. It looked like they had left. The witch's expression changed, immediately becoming tense and respectful. Great spirit, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Fang Hao nodded. The witch left the hall, and Fang Hao looked curiously at the four sisters beside him. The four of them remained expressionless and properly stood by the side. Fang Hao sat in his chair, contemplating his recent conversation with the sea god. As the sea god left, their last statement seemed to suggest that he was also using God's presence to control his followers to communicate with her. This made it clear that it's quite common for deities to interact through their devotees. Thinking deeper. In places where divine authority exceeds royal power, it's likely the deities themselves determining the direction of the nation. Similarly, this world seems to have special rules where deities indeed exist but cannot directly arrive in this world. They have to operate through means like divine presence. If deities could truly appear, ordinary living creatures would have no space to exist. And Fang Hao himself seems more like a glitch. The reason he still remains here unchanged could be twofold. One possibility is his transmigrator status, with the divinity absorbed by the system, unaffected by the rules of this world. The second is that his own strength is too weak. Though he has some characteristics of a deity, his power is still less than that of ordinary followers. He isn't rejected by this world. In any case, both possibilities exist. After a while, Angia came back, pulling Rolana along. They hadn't looted any major treasures, but they brought out a platinum treasure chest from behind. With a loud thump, it was thrown onto the ground. Hey, where are those Sea Tribe people? Angia looked around. They went down. Did you need them for something? No, just asking, Angia casually responded. Fang Hao nodded and walked over to the chest. Another platinum treasure chest. Over the past few days, he had obtained 2 such chests. Hoping for some nice rewards. Obtained. Alligator Guard Helmet Blueprint, Purple Alligator Guard Scale Armor Blueprint, Purple Alligator Guard Skirt Armor Blueprint, Purple Alligator Guard Trident Blueprint, Purple Prince of Sea Spirits Totem Orange, Sea Scale Stone Plus 222, Warfire Coin 1058. Amid the swaths of purple, a flash of orange formed into a massive totem, standing at the center of the hall. Prince of Sea Spirits Orange. Category: Ship's Figurehead. Effect: Sailing Speed plus 45%, Sea Monster Intimidation plus 50%, Living Creatures Escort, Following the Waves. Living Creatures Escort. Marine living creatures will escort the ship wherever it sails. Following the waves. Sailing through the ocean will face no upstream currents. Description: The god of the ocean watches over this far-traveling sea vessel. The totem was not in the form of the sea god with a human upper body and serpent tail, but rather a massive dolphin. Rated as orange. Directly increasing 45% sailing speed and 50% sea monster intimidation. Compared to the current giant ships, God of Fishmen Servant Figurehead, it greatly improved attributes. Also, it came with 2 skills. Living Creatures Escort, and Following the Waves, both blessings on the sea vessel that seemed quite favorable. After observing the only orange item, Fang Hao continued checking the purple blueprints before him. The Alligator Guard set is a purple blueprint that achieves level 4 in defense. Effect: Physical defense plus 8%, magic defense plus 5%, wave/skill damage plus 15%. This set of 8 attire closely resembles an upgraded version of the previously Battleworm White Steel set, both enhancing defense and increasing the damage of the wave/skill. It could indeed be equipped to the Skeleton Worm Guardian. The Alligator Guard Trident is a purple weapon with level 4 damage and a plus 5% attack speed underwater. Overall, it can enhance the abilities of the marine troops. It won't be much help in land combat, however. After cataloging the blueprints and having the bow moved out, the Sea King returned with several ministers. With a face full of obsequious smiles, he asked about everything, appearing very concerned. But upon listening closely, one could realize he was inquiring about when Fang Hao and his companions would leave. Hearing this, Fang Hao made up his mind. The giant ship would dock at Rainbow Pearl Island for repairs and to replenish fresh water and food, and they themselves would stay in the city for a while. The group settled in the royal palace. After eating the dinner prepared by the Sea King's chefs, Fang Hao returned to his room to rest. His current body no longer needed sleep or food, but eating and sleeping still brought him mental pleasure. His old dream was to not work and to spend his days eating, sleeping, waking up, and eating again. Lying in bed, Fang Hao decided to also try out his divine descent. The target of the descent had to be a follower with 100 loyalty points. Within his territory, apart from heroes, the maids generally all reached 100 points, and he was also missing Aira and the others. It was a good opportunity to test his ability while also checking on Aira and her companions. With a thought, his mind immediately displayed the possible targets. The images of Aira, Little White, and others did not appear, neither did the names of Angia or Demetria. There were only 2 people he could use divine descent on. Miriam, level 5 priest, Gray Bear Reed, green level 3 hero. Question mark. What's happening? With so many trusted aides, how could it only list these two people? Miriam was the priest of the temple in Lis City, an especially stodgy old lady. At the time, everyone in the temple was scared of her. Later, after losing her status as a priest of the god of light, her level began to drop, and now she was only level 5. Gray Bear was a bandit leader that I had subdued earlier, now placed in charge of a city, overseeing pottery production. How exactly was this determined? How could it have counted just these two? It seems like the requirements for divine descent are not as simple as just having 100 loyalty points. I'll first try using Miriam, since she is actually a priest. With a thought, another scene appeared in his mind. Lis City, Temple. Priest Miriam, your tea is ready. The door opened and an attractive female acolyte brought in the tea. Thank you. Miriam nodded. The acolyte left the room. Then Fang Hao, controlling Miriam, tentatively said, Miriam, can you hear me? At this, a message came through in his mind. City Lord, I can sense your presence. Miriam remained calm, showing no surprise or fear. This is one of my abilities. Yes, I have read some books that mentioned something about this. The temple in Lis City had its own library. Back then, those cranial rats went to the library to peek at the books, causing a big mess when discovered by the acolytes. Okay, I just wanted to check if there were any issues in Lis City recently. As a city lord, he felt it fitting to ask about work-related matters. Everything is normal, Miriam continued. Good, good, as long as there are no problems. Well, I'll let you get back to your duties, I don't have anything else. Fang Hao didn't continue with anything else and directly terminated the divine descent. It appears that during divine descent, the target retains consciousness and can communicate through thoughts. That means, when he was speaking with the sea god previously, that witch could also see everything. Fang Hao then performed divine descent on Gray Bear. Gray Bear reacted more dramatically, nearly thinking she was cursed, and almost organized a citywide manhunt. Well, bandits aren't very cultured. After explaining for a while, Fang Hao managed to calm her down. They communicated briefly and it became clear why divine descent worked on her. The city managed by Gray Bear still operated like a bandit's camp. They even sorted out ranks, although they no longer went down the mountain to rob. And in the city's temple where there were no priests, she acted as one, mimicking city priests' words, daily leading her subordinates in singing praises to the Lord's glory. Maybe by saying it so often, she had come to believe it herself. Now at 100 loyalty points, she herself had become a devout follower. Fang Hao gave her a few instructions and experimentally released a couple of skills. Then he ended the divine descent. Ultimately, he summarized for himself. Divine descent wasn't as mystical as imagined. Its main features were the ability to use some skills and operate without distance limitations. Divine descent, no contact with humans. Fang Hao could only take out the sound transmitting shell to contact Era and the others. Era, how are you all doing over there? Soon, Era's voice came through the sound transmitting shell. Master, we're all fine here. How are things over there with the territory? Is it over? Fang Hao had just thought about replying, when the shell emitted a series of sounds. Master, it's so hot here, I've gotten a tan. Master, I miss you so much, Master. From the sounds, one could hear Little White, Roundy, and many maids' voices. One sentence followed another, sounding somewhat noisy. But it was audible that everyone was in fairly good spirits. I miss you too, and we can't return to the main city for now. Live there for a while and, once things have settled down, I will bring you back, Fang Hao replied. Master, have you not driven those from the Dragon Clan away yet? Driven away. He had been the one driven away, for goodness sake. Not yet, wait a little longer. How are the living arrangements the Queen set up for you? Fang Hao answered, then immediately changed the subject. They're pretty good. Fang Hao asked about everyone's living conditions, and Era and the others inquired about the territory. Both sides knew the other was all right, which gave them a bit of relief. After chatting for a while, Angia rushed in. Seeing Fang Hao talking with Era and the rest, she grabbed the sound transmitting shell and started chatting herself. 3 days later. Hall of Justice, Sacred Citadel. The Sacred Citadel, built around the Hall of Prosperity, was a highly important site of human legacy. It boasted white city walls, high defensive spires piercing the clouds, and numerous majestic statues of human leaders. It showcased humanity's past to the world and led the way to the future. In the city center, an elderly man wearing a red robe and a heavy cloak walked slowly up the pristine white stone steps. Behind him followed 5 young men and women. Each one was clad in the gear of the Hall of Justice, with the only variance being the emblem on the chest. Rebecca walked on the left edge, her chest adorned with the emblem of the Valiant Horn. At that moment, the elder slowed his pace and said softly, "I have heard some things about you." Rebecca, expressionless, asked flatly, "About what?" The elder glanced at her and continued, "Perhaps your abilities are fine, but in the future trends of humanity, one must clarify their stance and position." The words made Rebecca's brows furrow slightly. It seemed to imply Rebecca's stance was not firm. The identity of a half-elf, being willful and arbitrary in her actions. These were the Federation's evaluations of her, and it seemed the word had also reached here. Rebecca kept walking upwards and didn't argue. "Thank you, my lord, for the advice." The elder spoke again, loaded with significance. "Do you see the path beneath your feet?" "Yes. To reach higher grounds, remember one thing, lower your head." Rebecca's eyes narrowed instantly, catching the implication. But she didn't want to say anything. As long as she received the inheritance, she could return to her own city. "Then whatever you want to say, it won't concern me." Her expression quickly returned to normal. "Understood." The elder nodded, speeding up his steps to the very front. When everyone reached the top of the stone steps, a tall stone gate appeared, and behind the gate was a dark deep tunnel, where light breezes caused slight ripples. The Realm of Prosperity, Secret Realm. This stone gate was the entrance to the secret realm of prosperity. The elder said to the 5 people, "Whether you receive the inheritance depends on your own fortune. Well, time is almost up. Go in." Everyone present understood the function of the Hall of Prosperity, hence there was no need for further words or time wasting. The 5 nodded and eagerly walked into the stone gate. As their figures passed through the ripples and vanished, the stone gate slowly closed. The elder motioned for everyone to head down. And at that moment, urgent hoofbeats echoed in the distance. A captain wearing the armor of the Hall of Justice galloped up. He ascended the steps swiftly, coming up face to face with the elder and said urgently, "The Hall of Justice has decreed, Rebecca's eligibility is cancelled." The elder's brows furrowed slightly, and looking up at the now closed stone gate, he said, "You're too late, they've already gone in." The captain was out of breath, his complexion looking rather disastrous. "What's happened to Rebecca? Why suddenly cancel her eligibility?" The elder continued to ask. The captain hesitated slightly, then said, "Rebecca's husband is in battle with the Dragon Clan." "What?" The elder's face changed. To go to war with the Dragon Clan, wasn't that going to involve the human camp? But by then, it was already too late. The Hall Sanctuary belonged to a secret realm, and each time the number of people who could enter was limited. The old man, with no other choice, said, "Let's wait for her to come out, then I will bring her back to the Hall of Justice for processing." "All right. Damn hell, someone on the World Channel said that the Dragon Clan is going to attack Boss Fang Hao's territory. That's fake, right? Those foreigners always make up stuff. I heard it too, and apparently among the native powers, it's no longer a secret. Boss's progress is too quick. I haven't even seen the Dragon Clan yet, and he's already going to battle with them. Is it because of Aragon? Boss Fang Hao killed Aragon before. Did he piss off the Dragon Clan? There must be some connection, otherwise why would Aragon pick a fight with the boss? These damn creatures, if they can't win a fight they just call for backup, right? I'm going to the boss's shop to help him out. So will I. Fang Hao was sitting in the Trade Alliance Tavern, looking at the Book of Lords, Area Channel. This message had finally become a hot topic among the transmigrators. It wasn't just the Area Channel, People were also talking about it on the World Channel, it's just that messages there appeared too quickly. Amongst the various advertisements, many messages flashed by in an instant. Dang dang. The door to the private room was knocked, and the goblin cricketer peered through the crack. As soon as he saw Fang Hao, he hurriedly came in and shut the door tightly. Are you crazy? You really dared to come here? The goblin said in a lowered voice. The Sea Tribe's teleportation could directly go to the headquarters, and Fang Hao had come over today, incidentally asking cricketer to buy something for him. It's fine. Did you get the item I asked you to keep an eye out for? Fang Hao continued to ask. Only this kind. See if it meets your requirements. Cricketer took out 2 metal collars from his backpack and placed them on the table. Soda's cold collar, orange. Category. Collar. Effect. Can activate the punishment effect on up to 9 targets at once, ineffective when not worn. Description. A collar that once imprisoned a hydra. There were 2 metal collars in total, their surfaces speckled with rust. The inside of the collars was engraved with dense symbols. They seemed to have some patterns, but since the system did not display it, it was likely not text. Both collars had the same name, same attributes, and were both orange tier equipment. I asked for imprisonment tools, why did you bring me 2 collars? Fang Hao said. These collars were dark and not as cute as the ones he and Era played with. Ah, where am I supposed to find you imprisoning tools that can restrain dark gold level? This is the highest grade one could find, and I had to fight to get them at the auction, the goblin hurriedly said. Fang Hao picked them up again, looked at them, and then put them back down. What use could these possibly have? Ah, don't talk nonsense if you don't know, these things have a big history. Cricketer leaned in closer. What's the story? Ever heard of the Hydra? Now I have. The goblin rolled his eyes and continued, there once was a Hydra that was very irritable and voracious, leaving nations in its vicinity strewn with corpses. Even the most powerful armies would deliberately avoid the Hydra's territory to not provoke it. Angia and Rolana immediately became interested and listened carefully. Then what happened? Fang Hao asked. The goblin took a sip of his drink and carried on. Legend says that this Hydra was nearly as powerful as a demigod, with 9 heads each possessing different thinking and abilities. If you chopped off one head, it would soon grow back, and it could only be killed if all 9 heads were cut off at once. Okay, and what does this have to do with the collars? Taking another drink and not continuing with Fang Hao, the goblin turned to the more interested Angia and Rolana. Then, as wars became more frequent and all the powers were drawn into the chaos, an elf clan leader decided to confront the Hydra to use it as a weapon. But the Hydra was indomitable, let alone trainable. What do you think the leader thought of? He made the collars. Angia asked instinctively. As the story was about the collars, it naturally referred to them. Ah, smart. The leader had 9 collars made, and using some trick, caught the Hydra off guard and placed the collars on its 9 heads. These 9 collars were independent from each other yet interconnected. Should any head attempt rebellion or attack the master, the other collars would respond accordingly. Light punishment for minor infractions, and for more severe acts, decapitation. Just think, if 9 heads were decapitated at once, it would be quite a sight, the goblin spoke earnestly, appearing quite serious. Mainly because Angia was sincerely playing along and asked further, the Hydra was so powerful, did it die? Of course, it died. How? Think about it, a wild monster like the Hydra could dominate a region, but at that time, the whole world was in war. Once it entered the main battlefield, it didn't last long before it was slain and the collars were distributed among different powers. The goblin spread his hands, indicating the end of the story. Which powers killed it? I want details. Angia was still eager to hear more of the story, but Fang Hao picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. He then returned to the main topic, asking, so you're saying that there were originally 9 of these collars, and they were used to limit the Hydra? Yes, there were 9 in total, and only these 2 were sold at the auction, the whereabouts of the rest are unknown. Fang Hao frowned and thought for a moment, then continued, so, these 2 can work on their own. They should be able to. They're high-level items, they can't be useless if they put them up for sale, the goblin was somewhat uncertain too. Right, The trade alliance wouldn't sell something without evaluating and inspecting it. If they didn't work, they wouldn't be put up for auction. That Hydra from before, did it really come close to demigod level? These collars are only of orange rarity, could they really control it? Fang Hao was a bit skeptical. It should be true, at least, that's how the story was told at the auction. Damn. The three were startled. This youngster was quick to put what he learned into practice. The collar's attribute description also improved the Hydra. This wasn't too different from the story told by the goblin. The only uncertainty now was the true strength of the Hydra. An orange hero might seem powerful in the eyes of ordinary soldiers, and subsequent rumors could have exaggerated them to being close to a demigod. What I feared was that the collar would be ineffective when the time came. Seeing as the goblin could not shed any more light on the matter, Fang Hao had no choice but to put away the collar and paid him for it. A few sat at the table, eating and drinking, and talked about recent events. Presently, the hottest topic within the trade alliance was still his battle with the Dragon Clan. The lack of news regarding the Dragon Clan's victory only fanned the flames of this topic. After chatting for a while, Fang Hao took his leave with his companions, bidding farewell to the goblin and returning to the Sea Tribe's territory. The giant ship underwent repairs at the port for 4 days. During those 4 days, the treasures of gold and jade from Mount Dragon Peak were transported continuously into the hull through the Gate of the Worlds. Then, from the ship's hold, they were taken to the Trade Alliance's shops on Rainbow Pearl Island, exchanged for Warfire cards. These gold coins directly depleted the Trade Alliance's stock of Warfire cards, and further exchanges would require some time. After the final tally, the face value of the Warfire cards reached 50 million, and due to a shortage of Warfire cards, a massive amount of gold coins were piled up in the cargo hold. My lord, the number of dragon crystals has been counted, totaling 1,071, Demetria reported as he entered. The rest of the supplies weren't all that important. But these dragon crystals, they were the most significant gain of all. 1,071 crystals, huh? Every 10 could recruit 101 skeleton dragons, so these 1,000 could recruit over 10,000 skeleton dragons. Damn, it's true that great risk brings great reward. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. But could 10,000 skeleton dragons really defeat the Dragon Queen? Hard to say, and Fang Hao didn't want to try. If he failed and lost them all, it'd indeed be difficult to turn things around. Store these dragon crystals separately. Understood, my lord. Just as Demetria was about to leave, Fang Hao continued, how's Beata these days? Ms. Beata hasn't rested these past few days, she's been trying to persuade those dragons, Demetria said. It's been nearly a week now since Beata had done nothing but persist in convincing those deceased dragons from the Dragon Clan. Truth be told, what she was doing was actually quite cruel for her. Let's go see her. Once we're finished here, we need to set off. Fang Hao stood up. He invoked the teleportation screen and appeared directly in Mount Dragon Peak's square. From a distance, he could see Beata sitting to one side, wiping away tears, her lonely figure looking quite pitiful. Fang Hao approached and asked, how's it going? No effect. Beata looked up and, with a pitiful voice, said, they're calling me a traitor. Sigh. These people had been killed and were clearly harboring immense anger. Now Beata trying to convince them to submit to Fang Hao was bound to provoke some backlash. Let's go together and have a look. I'm not going over. The moment they see me, they just curse me, not listening to a word I say, Beata said, hugging her knees. Yeah, it's better if you don't go, Fang Hao nodded. Just as he was about to leave, Beata grabbed his trouser leg. Fang Hao, I beg you, please don't kill them, okay? Fang Hao patted her head and said, I'll try my best. Without going directly, Fang Hao released a demon doll and walked towards the square. Arriving at the hero altar, he saw Nelson sitting in the shade of a tree beside it, daydreaming. Scholar. My lord. Wake up the soul of a dark gold hero. I need to have a word with him, Fang Hao said outright. Nelson nodded, carried out a simple ritual in front of the altar, and a pale blue dragon phantom appeared above it. Souls are always pale blue, but in form, this was an ice dragon of light blue. Roar. Damn it, you filthy, vile, stinking undead, you will pay for your deeds. The ice dragon's apparition started cursing as soon as it appeared. Fang Hao stood still, letting it finish its tirade. After all, the curses had nothing to do with him. He wasn't undead, nor was he aligned with the undead. Let it curse if it's not tired. When the ice dragon calmed down a bit, Fang Hao continued, let's have a talk, just to go through the motions. What do you mean? What do you want to talk about? Asked the ice dragon. With limited time for communication, Fang Hao got straight to the point. Actually, I would prefer to turn your corpses into undead and use your bodies to fight against the Dragon Queen. Despicable. But Beata has begged me for a long time, even attempted suicide once, hoping I'd give you all another chance. The ice dragon's pale blue soul trembled slightly, clearly affected by Beata's actions. What is your relationship with her? My prisoner. She promised to work for me for 50 years, and I'll let her go once the time is up, Fang Hao answered truthfully. The ice dragon didn't respond, as Beata had also mentioned the 50 years when she tried to persuade them. At that time, everyone was angry, and their attitudes were not good. For dragons, 50 years is but a nap. Beata might really have agreed to this deal. Without waiting for the ice dragon to speak again, Fang Hao said directly, I'll ask you one last time, submit or die, now you can choose. The ice dragon's soul shook slightly again, its gaze fixated on him. Fine, I agree to work for you for 50 years, the ice dragon finally conceded. 50 years were what Ms. Beata had negotiated for you before, but now the time is 100 years, Fang Hao stated bluntly, upping the ante. You. Hurry up. I'm not discussing this with you. Choose whether to accept or not. The ice dragon stared at him and with a shift of its gaze, acquiesced. Fine, I agree. Fang Hao nodded and waved his hand slightly. Nelson operated the altar and the ice dragon's figure slowly faded away. Even though Fang Hao was controlling a demon doll and technically wasn't communicating, face to face, he could still perceive the other's changes. On the surface, it agreed, but perhaps once out, it would seek ways to kill him directly. But it didn't matter. Even if this blue dragon truly submitted, he would not trust it. Next, another elder from the dragon clan was swapped in, and from their appearance, one could easily identify it was the green dragon. In a word, submit or die, now you can choose, Fang Hao declared straightforwardly. You. After a brief exchange, the green dragon also agreed to surrender and serve him for 100 years. Persuading two dark gold dragons had not required much effort. The remaining orange dragon was even easier to handle. Aside from the two who were unwilling to cooperate, the rest followed suit and chose submission. Once confirmed, Fang Hao began directing everyone to take action and make the final preparations. Another day passed. Anglina, Supreme Saint Golden City. In the simple Great Hall, the Dragon Queen sat on her throne, legs crossed. This city of undead seemed to have become part of her domain, except that she did not intervene in the lives of the undead, and most of the military force was essentially recruited by her to do her bidding. Dragon Queen. Amanda entered the Great Hall and bowed slightly. How is progress? The Dragon Queen asked nonchalantly after a glance. Amanda replied, progress is quite smooth. The gold coins and treasures brought out are nearing 2 million in number. The soldiers say there are still many more inside, and it will take some time to transport them all out. Hey, I didn't expect this transmigrator to be so wealthy, the Dragon Queen remarked before continuing, have you found any trace of my daughter? Mentioning her daughter, a rare flicker of anxiety shone through the Dragon Queen's eyes. Amanda shook her head. Many buildings in the city are severely damaged, and no related clues have yet been discovered. Sigh. Keep searching. There must be something left in this city, the Dragon Queen expressed. Before Amanda could respond, a Dragon Clan elder hurried into the hall, speaking gravely, something seems amiss. What's wrong now? The Dragon Queen asked, her attitude slightly unfriendly. We've lost contact with Mount Dragon Peak. The Dragon Queen's brows furrowed, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and incomprehension. What do you mean by lost contact? I've been trying to reach Mount Dragon Peak using the sound transmitting shell for the past 2 days, but there has been no response. The elder paused briefly before cautiously adding, could something have happened at Mount Dragon Peak? HMPH. What could possibly go wrong at Mount Dragon Peak? With 2 dark gold dragons stationed there, plus so many colossal dragons, how could anything happen? Even if a significant power took advantage of the situation to attack Mount Dragon Peak, it was impossible for there to be no news whatsoever. Still, the fact that there has been no reply for so long might mean, even if there is no danger, that some peculiar situation has arisen, the elder suggested. The Dragon Queen found the point reasonable and felt a sense of unease grow within her. Having left and taken so many troops with her, what if something had indeed happened? It would be terrible if she hadn't found her daughter and an issue had arisen at Mount Dragon Peak. Bring the scroll, I'll go back to check. The rest of you continue to handle the matters here, the Dragon Queen decided, not at ease. Understood. The elder nodded and produced a scroll bound to the coordinates of Mount Dragon Peak from within his robes. Just as the Dragon Queen was about to tear the scroll to leave, Amanda urgently interjected, Dragon Queen. What is it? Dragon Queen, would you like for us to prepare a return scroll for you? If there's nothing amiss at Mount Dragon Peak, it would be good to return here, Amanda suggested promptly. The Dragon Queen paused, finding the suggestion sensible. You are quite thorough. Prepare it, and make it quick. Yes, Amanda replied, turning to depart. Mount Dragon Peak. At the wide yet low-ceiling factory within the hero altar on the mountainside. 2 enormous dragons, one blue and one green, were pinned to the ground by the 4 sisters, each with a dark iron-colored collar fastened around its neck. Click, clack, clatter. The lock rings tightened, producing a sound like gears turning. It was as if some intricate mechanical structure was rapidly activating inside. The Soda's cold collar has been activated. The subject's thoughts will be monitored by the collar, and any negative thoughts about the leader of this force or its members will be punished by the collar. The leader of this force can remove the collar. Hearing the system notification confirmed the device was indeed effective. The law mark altered the fundamental thinking of the target, while this collar indeed monitored thoughts. Everything was aimed at thoughts, seeming even more powerful than modern technology. Fang Hao, controlling the demon doll, looked up at the massive dragons. Release it. Fang Hao pointed at the blue dragon nearby. The 2 sisters restraining it let go, and the blue dragon raised its head, glancing around before looking down at the skeleton below. It was clear that this skeleton was the leader of these people. Fury and hatred flickered in its eyes. In the next instant, its chest heaved rapidly, and a terrifying energy began to gather. Roar. The ice dragon's actions clearly indicated it was about to unleash dragon breath, startling everyone present. A dark gold hero's dragon breath was no trivial matter. Just as the hero watching over them was about to intervene and stop the ice dragon. Crack. Rattle. The sound of gears turning once again filled the air. The dragon breath was forcefully choked back, turning into a painful howl. The collar around its neck rapidly spun, like tightening metal sawteeth, slicing through scales and grinding into flesh and blood. Accompanied by the squeaking sound of sawteeth cutting through scales, blood began to splatter everywhere. And this damage was not exclusive to the blue dragon. The green dragon being escorted also suffered the same effects. Both massive dragons lay on the ground, struggling and howling in pain. Struggling bodies gradually shifted into human forms during the turmoil. The green dragon turned into a middle-aged man in a green robe, while the blue dragon transformed into a woman with short hair. Even as they took on human shapes, the collars shrank with their forms, continuing to constrict and slice open their flesh. Following the wounds, one could even glimpse the exposed trachea and muscles beneath the flesh. The scene was somewhat bloody and horrifying. This is a device once used against demigods. Anyone who wears it and has thoughts of attack or escape will be punished, Fang Hao reminded from the sidelines. Seeing the device effective, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. If these 2 devices didn't work, they would have had to kill these 2 if they didn't obey. But with them functioning, Fang Hao felt reassured. thinking even a creature as ferocious as the Hydra that devoured countless victims could be tamed, so why wouldn't these two members of the Dragon Clan comply? Following Fang Hao's reminder, the two gradually settled down. The collars, now enveloped in flesh, also slowly stopped rotating. Fang Hao continued to warn, by the way, these two are linked. Whatever one of you does, your companion will suffer alongside you. So if you have grudges against each other, it's a good opportunity for revenge. The two glared at Fang Hao venomously. Just as they attempted to rise, the collars stirred once more, causing both to howl in pain again. Fang Hao ordered them to be dragged aside to acclimate and continued with his commands, bring out the rest of the Dragon Clan as well. Tidy things up, we need to leave as well. The remaining Dragon Clan heroes were even simpler to deal with. With the Dark Gold sisters standing by, everyone that came out was subdued and forced into human shackles. Moreover, the miserable state of the two Dark Gold elders served as a warning to them, to behave and avoid punishment. Outside, all of the undead also began to return to the Gate of the Worlds, preparing for departure by finishing up their tasks. Whoosh. A figure dressed in a long gown appeared in the center of the plaza with a flash of light. Mount Dragon Peak, once bustling and prosperous, was now empty and unrecognizable. A wave of anger rose from within. Indeed, an incident had occurred here, and the identity of the enemy was not hard to guess. The abundance of white bones was enough evidence of the adversary's identity. Tap tap tap. At that moment, crisp footsteps echoed from a corner behind. The Dragon Queen turned sharply to see a disheveled, tear-streaked Beata slowly walking out from the corner. Seeing the Dragon Queen, tears flowed down her cheeks unceasingly. Beata. The Dragon Queen frowned. Filled with grievances, Beata said, "Mother, they say I'm a traitor." On the giant ship, Rolana leaned back in her chair, leaving Beata behind. Won't there be any problems? At that moment, the giant ship, under the tearful farewell of the Sea King and others, slowly sailed away from the harbor, continuing its journey south according to the route. It was her own choice. If we forcefully took her with us, I'm afraid it would lead to mental illness over time, Fang Hao said. Before leaving, Fang Hao had received a message from Amanda that the Dragon Queen was on her way back. Fang Hao immediately ordered the evacuation, but Beata insisted on staying behind. To make things clear with the Dragon Queen. Although Rolana had never heard of the term, mental illness, before, she understood its meaning. She continued, if you tell my mother about this now, she might not refuse to help you against the Dragon Queen. The reason Rolana's mother, Isabella, had not agreed to Fang Hao's request was largely because she did not believe Fang Hao was capable of dealing with the Dragon Clan. There was no point offending the Dragon Clan for something that was simply handled, she thought. But now things were different. Fang Hao had shown sufficient strength, even having the upper hand in small skirmishes. Dealing with the Dragon Queen to end this battle was not an issue. After considering, Fang Hao nodded, we'll ask for your mother's help after we complete this map exploration and if we really end up fighting the Dragon Queen. Although he said so, whether Rolana's mother would lend a hand was uncertain. With the Dragon Queen's power and destructive skills, who would dare to provoke her? If she couldn't be killed, an entire force would not rest easy. Okay, you go ahead with your tasks, I'll go read a book, Rolana said, stretching and getting up to walk toward the back room. Fang Hao nodded and opened the map, looking at his location slowly moving southward. They were headed to the map awarded after reaching Divinity level 1 foot. First to explore the map, then to settle matters with the Dragon Clan. Exploring the map and unlocking treasure chests was a main way for transmigrators to enhance their strength. He hoped for good finds in this exploration. According to the Sea King, the place marked on the map was under the jurisdiction of the Elf Clan. The order there was relatively stable and safe. However, the Elf Clan was large and influential, occupying a vast expanse of territory. Thus, some areas marked as Elf territory still harbored many dangers. Fang Hao had been somewhat surprised to hear the Sea King's words. He hadn't expected to start interacting with the elves while still unresolved matters with the Dragon Clan persisted. From the incident with assisting the Dragon Clan, Fang Hao sensed that the elves were not particularly friendly toward him. He knew it was best to stay cautious. After some thought, he closed the Book of Lords and headed for the deck to watch dolphins swimming alongside the ship. Dragon Summit Palace. The once grand and resplendent hall now lay desolate and empty. The Dragon Queen sat on a cold stone throne, her eyes flashing with rage and iciness. It was the first time in history that the Dragon Clan had been preyed upon by others. Should this news spread, it would surely become the butt of a colossal joke. Mother, I only wished to spare everyone from death. I truly did not betray our people. Beata knelt in the center of the hall, her spirits dampened. She had wept for several days, and though she felt wronged, she found no tears left to shed. The Dragon Queen listened silently, and through Beata's perspective, she gained a better understanding of Fang Hao. Her heart filled with anger, the Dragon Queen felt an impulse to scold or even strike Beata. But witnessing the state her daughter was in, she swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue. She had personally led troops to confront Fang Hao because the whereabouts of Beata had been unknown. Now, seeing that her daughter was safe was, in fact, a relief. Moreover, she knew her daughter well. Beata was not the type to lie about such matters. And where is this Fang Hao now? Where has he run off to? The Dragon Queen asked coldly, her eyes still filled with fury. Beata explained that Fang Hao had not killed the heroes of the Dragon Clan but had taken them all captive instead. This brought some relief to the Dragon Queen's heart. It was a relief they were not dead. Had they been killed, the Dragon Clan would have been near extinction. I do not know. He didn't share his next plan with me, only said that he would come to fetch me upon his return, Beata said softly, casting a cautious glance at her mother. Mother, can this matter be left as it is? Please, let's not continue with the fighting. The Dragon Queen gave her a cold look, scolded, what do you know? Go kneel in the cliff valley. Without my permission, you are not allowed out. Mother, go. Beata left, wiping her tears and pursing her lips. The Dragon Queen remained seated on the stone throne, contemplating her next move. Fei Leng Harbor. The massive ship had sailed for nearly a month and finally reached the coastal land. Fang Hao, Rolana, Demetria, and Angia boarded a common sea vessel and began to approach the harbor. Fei Leng Harbor bustled more than both the Federation Harbor and the Sea Tribe Harbor, its waters filled with ships of varying sizes. Laborers moved cargo along the shoreline, and the streets were crowded with people shouting and selling all sorts of goods. It felt like entering a major metropolis, chaotic and lively. The group had just disembarked and, as per requirement, headed to a nearby maritime department to register. Only after registering could they enter the city. Fang Hao presented the proof issued by the Sea Tribe and handed it to the registering elf. From the Sea Tribe, the middle-aged elf frowned slightly. There was nothing wrong with the proof, but the certification from the Sea Tribe. The middle-aged elf looked over the group. There were humans, lizardmen, and orcs, but no members of the Sea Tribe. This inevitably raised suspicions that the proof might have been stolen. Are you from the Sea Tribe? How come none of you are Sea Tribe members? Fang Hao pointed backward, where Beihu stood on deck, hiring local laborers to move some goods. There is a Sea Tribe member. They just haven't disembarked, Fang Hao explained. The middle-aged elf nodded and continued, what brings you all here? How long do you plan to stay? Here for trade. We're looking to see if there's a good opportunity to make money, and we'll probably stay for a while, Fang Hao answered casually. I'll put you down for trading with a stay of 10 days. If you need to stay longer, come back here to register. The middle-aged elf wrote a few notes on the pass and then handed it back. Oh, all right. Fang Hao took it and led the group smoothly into the city. Exiting the port area, they entered the streets of Fei Leng City. Fei Leng City was but one of many elf cities and, although not the most prosperous, it was the liveliest city they had seen outside the Trade Alliance headquarters. Angia seemed overwhelmed, glancing left and right, and had already gathered a pile of snacks by the time they walked down the road. Both sides of the streets were lined with various shops, perpetually filled with pedestrians of many races, elves being the most common. By human standards, the elves were predominantly attractive. One could say that an elf clan city was what truly fit the picture of a transmigrator's otherworldly environment. The scenery was bustling with handsome men and beautiful women, unlike the orc areas where women had leg hair thicker than their head hair. Of course, different areas had their own development models. Had Fang Hao's city been born here, it might not have developed so rapidly and might have been subdued early on by the elf clan armies due to the undead factions. Where to next? Angia inquired. Fang Hao considered for a moment. First, let's find a tavern. Without walking much further, they spotted a nicely decorated tavern. As it was a commercial port district, many traveling merchants stopped to rest here, ensuring a steady flow of patrons. Tables filled with customers and elves with harps strummed and hummed melodious tunes. Fang Hao and his group requested a private room. Once seated in the room, he addressed Angia, "Go find someone who can gather information." "Sure," Angia responded. This setting was familiar to her, and she was skilled in handling such affairs. She returned quickly with a one-eyed man, emanating an aura of the marketplace. "Here he is. His name is One Eye. You can ask him anything," Angia said as she reseated herself. One Eye flashed an ingratiating smile. "Sir, ma'am, what information are you looking to acquire?" "Any matter. Any person in this city I'm well acquainted with, of course, for a modest fee." Fang Hao nodded. "I wish to go here. Can you identify this location?" The spot on the map was not near the city. After entering the elf territory, they would need to venture southward quite a distance. One Eye furrowed his brow, scrutinized the map after turning it around, and then said, "Oh, this place. That's the Thorn-Tooth Forest." Fang Hao looked at Cyclops and could confirm he wasn't making this up. To his surprise, the person Angia had found was quite reliable and recognized the destination right away. At that moment, the door was knocked on again. A beautiful elf waitress, carrying food, walked in. While she introduced the names of the dishes, she placed them on the table. "Order another serving, and once it's ready, send it directly to ship number 06 at the harbor, to someone from the sea tribe named Bayahu," Fang Hao instructed. The elf waitress wrote down the name on a piece of paper and nodded. "Okay, sir." After the waitress had left again, Fang Hao continued to look at Cyclops and asked, "You mentioned the Thorn-Tooth Forest. Is there anything special about it? Tell us." Cyclops glanced at Fang Hao, then at the two women, and at Demetria in golden armor. Having been in this industry, Cyclops also had developed a sharp eye. From the young man's attire, it was evident he came from a good background. What surprised him most were the two women accompanying him, whose looks were top tier even among the elf clan. It was clear this was some wealthy young master out for a jaunt. "Sir, if you're looking to venture, I recommend the Spirit Wing Field, to the east. The environment there is nice, and there are many beautiful birds. With some luck, you might even see a white phoenix." Cyclops, drawing on his experience, gave some recommendations. Fang Hao nodded, but still said, "First tell me about the Thorn-Tooth Forest, then we'll consider whether to go or not." "Oh, okay." Cyclops moved a stool closer and began. "This Thorn-Tooth Forest is a very dense forest, located in a remote terrain. It's full of fierce and wild beasts, the paths are not easy to traverse, and it's dangerous, not suitable for sightseeing." "Fierce and wild beasts. How formidable are they?" "I don't know how formidable they are, but the nearby city had planned to clear them out previously, and many were killed or injured. Later, as there were no significant places nearby and it was remote, people just let it be," Cyclops continued. It seemed Cyclops couldn't provide any concrete information. It made sense. If the details of this place were public, then it wouldn't be Fang Hao's turn to explore it using a map. "I want to go to this Thorn-Tooth Forest, and quickly. Do you have any suggestions?" Fang Hao continued. "Really going? Honestly, that kind of place really isn't suitable for people of your status," Cyclops said. "Just tell us, we'll consider whether or not to go." Cyclops nodded, stroking his chin in thought. He kept muttering, "You people from other lands need to undergo checks all along the way, it's difficult to get through, and the journey is somewhat long." After musing for a while, during which Angia had finished eating 2 cakes, Cyclops finally slapped his forehead and said, Ah, I have an idea, but whether it works depends ultimately on your own connections. Okay, let's hear it. At Central Plaza, the Morning Light Commerce is publicly recruiting escort personnel. Their destination is a city close to the Thorn-Tooth Forest. If you have the Merchant Caravan's certification, you won't need any travel permits along the way, and they're departing tomorrow. Cyclops provided a solution. The elf territory was somewhat different from the Federation. You couldn't just go anywhere. Wherever you went, you had to register in advance. For instance, if you disembarked at Fidel Harbor, you needed to report here. Going to another city required registration as well. Morning Light Commerce. What are the recruitment standards? I heard that recently, Morning Light Commerce lost many people. Now, they mainly recruit mercenaries, and they require at least a 7th or 8th rank, Cyclops continued. Fang Hao nodded, not having anything more to ask. Alright, then how much do I need to pay you for this? Sir, the information you asked for isn't that critical. 2 gold coins will be enough. Gathering information required 2 gold coins, which was actually not cheap. But Fang Hao didn't care about the money. He took out 10 Warfire coins and placed them on the table. This is for you, remember to keep it confidential. Cyclops's expression immediately brightened, and he hurried to collect them, saying, rest assured, sir, I know the rules. Even if others offer much more, I won't reveal anything about you. Alright, you can leave now. Okay, sir, I wish you a pleasant journey. Cyclops smiled obsequiously and then left the private room. After the door closed, Angia continued, are we going to follow the commerce group? Riding a bone dragon is much faster. This place isn't like ours, it's better to be cautious, Fang Hao said. He certainly didn't want to deal with the dragon clan's issues unresolved and then start trouble with the elves here. Otherwise, he really would be courting death. What's there to worry about? I still want to ride those 2 dark gold dragons, Angia continued. Mentioning those 2 dark gold dragons, Fang Hao completely lost his appetite. That Hydra collar was meant to monitor the dragon's thoughts, administering punishment for any malicious intents. Yet, these 2's thoughts of revenge had never ceased. The place where they were confined always echoed with the sound of serrated gears. Scales and flesh were flying everywhere. Fang Hao was speechless, they really held grudges. Watching it all, he even began to feel a bit remorseful. Let's not talk about it anymore. We'll go check out the commerce group after we eat, Rolana said from the side. Alright, Angia nodded, and resumed eating. After leaving the tavern, they followed the crowd and arrived at the square. A sizable group had gathered, making quite a ruckus. Filled with excitement, Angia pulled Fang Hao forward through the crowd. Ding, ding, ding. 3 clear sounds quieted the surroundings a bit. A person holding a bronze tube gently tapped it and then loudly said, Morning Light Commerce is openly recruiting escort guards, whether individual or mercenary groups, as long as they meet the requirements and reach the destination, each person will receive a minimum of 50 Warfire coins. Angia, pulling Fang Hao forward, made their way to the front. A high platform had been set up at the front. It was divided into 2 sections. Facing the crowd was a wooden table, behind which sat a middle-aged elf. He was registering people. After registration, they went to the center of the stage to spar with an elf warrior for a few moves. Passing the test met the recruitment conditions, then they returned to the middle-aged elf to pick up a certification. Failing meant immediate elimination. Fang Hao and his group watched for a while, then approached the middle-aged elf's location. Glancing up, there were categories for both mercenaries and individuals, and Fang Hao said, we are a mercenary group. The middle-aged elf looked at him, how many people? 4. For the mercenary group, 1 person who can last 5 minutes on the platform is considered to have passed, the middle-aged man said. Fang Hao glanced at the elf warrior testing the combatants on the stage. Silver Armored Swordsman, Bartley, Blue Tier 5. On the platform, a trial was already underway. A young elf was in mid-battle with the Silver Armored Swordsman. The young elf was merely a Tier 6 swordsman, not yet a hero. Within a few moves, the young elf was overpowered by the Silver Armored Swordsman. The silver-armored swordsman whipped his longsword across the young elf's body like an iron whip, causing the latter to scream in agony. The exposed skin also showed streaks of purple bruises. Eventually, the young elf was kicked off the platform by the silver-armored swordsman, covered in bruises and vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood. The crowd immediately erupted in a noisy outcry. Such a harsh treatment for a trial. The silver-armored swordsman sneered, "Combat inevitably brings injuries. If you're not at a certain level, don't come forward and spare yourself the pain." Next. "Angia, it's your turn." Angia nodded, having already found the man's arrogance irksome. Hearing Fang Hao's words, she walked straight to the center. The silver-armored swordsman frowned. "Swords are blind, little girl, you better step down to avoid getting hurt." Hands on her hips, Angia stood in the center. "Save your breath, I saw you bullying others pretty fiercely, today I'll teach you a lesson." HMPH. The silver-armored swordsman snorted coldly and charged forward with his sword. Swordsmen's moves are usually fast. In a blink, he was already in front of her, his first strike aimed at Angia's throat. Everyone gasped. The sword swung urgently and swiftly, and if it hit, her head would be gone. Just when everyone was shocked by the strike, believing the bunny-eared young girl would bleed. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The girl's kick, coming a fraction later, landed squarely on his stomach. The silver-armored swordsman staggered back several steps. Just as he steadied himself, he saw a figure had already closed in on him. In close combat, Angia never lost to anyone. Bang bang bang. Her punches and kicks fell like shadows, unceasingly pummeling the swordsman. Now it was the silver-armored swordsman who was floundering, unable to defend against the barrage, and was directly kicked off the platform. Good. Well done. He deserved a taste of his own medicine. With a few moves, Angia defeated the silver-armored swordsman, and cheers instantly rose from the crowd. Many who had failed the trial but were left bruised and battered loudly celebrated. Hearing the cheers, Angia's face lit up with excitement, and she even ran to the edge of the platform to fist bump the crowd, making it look like a scene from a major fan event. "All right, you all passed, are all 4 people of this strength?" asked the middle-aged elf recording the proceedings. "Yes, more or less," Fang Hao responded. "Each person 500 Warfire coins, and after that the mercenary group receives an additional 300 Warfire coins. Any problems?" Fang Hao, not really here for the money, nodded. "No problem." "What's the name of your mercenary group?" "Bone Mercenary Group." The middle-aged elf quickly wrote down the name on a sign and handed it over. "Meet at the south gate tomorrow morning, don't be late." "All right, got it." Fang Hao nodded, secured the sign, and turned to leave. Returning to the port, Beyahu had already arranged for men to load supplies onto the sea ship. These goods were to be transported back to the giant ship to sustain the lives of the people there. Previously, there hadn't been much, but now there were many more from the dragon clan. Low-tier pseudo-dragons and winged dragons could hunt for themselves, but dragon heroes and dragons in captivity still needed food and water. This was a significant expense. While on the ship, Fang Hao could still trade and resupply these goods. Now about to depart, he had to make sure everything was prepared. "You can head back first. Contact me with the sound transmitting shell if there's any issue," Fang Hao instructed. Beyahu nodded. "Understood, my lord. Take care as well." "Sure." Under watchful eyes, the sea ship slowly left the port and headed back to the giant ship. Fang Hao and the others booked 2 rooms in a tavern and settled down. Inside an opulently decorated and elegant room. A middle-aged elf from the Daylight Trade Association cautiously entered after knocking gently on the door. He spoke. "Young master, the guard's recruitment is almost done, we can set out tomorrow morning." In the room sat a young man appearing to be in his 20s. Dressed in a luxurious purple robe adorned with patterns of scrolls, feathers, and flowers, he exuded elegance with every move. With his teal-blue eyes, he looked at the incoming middle-aged man and asked, "Are there any special people?" "There's a mercenary group, seems to be foreigners who just arrived." "Foreigners?" "Yes, formed by humans, orcs, and lizardmen." "Do you suspect they were sent by those people?" The elegant elf continued. The middle-aged elf pondered for a moment and said, "It doesn't seem like it, but they also don't seem like they're short of money and here just to act as guards." "Right, place them at the back of the group tomorrow, just be cautious." "Yes, young master." The next day, in the early morning, as soon as the sun had just risen, outside the southern gate of Felang Harbor, a few hundred people had gradually gathered. Although this place belonged to the elves, not all here were of the elf clan. Among the crowd one could see humans, orcs, half-elves, and transmigrators who brought along their private soldiers. People crowded together, creating a noisy, chaotic scene. Soon, the personnel from the Morning Light Trading Company also left the city. More than 10 carriages filled with goods. Around the carriages were over 100 cavalry, elves clad in iron armor, riding their horses. The orderly formation and excellent equipment contrasted sharply with the mercenaries around them with their assorted gear. Before long, someone from the caravan came out to allocate positions to all the mercenaries and to arrange for the carriages that needed protection. The jumbled group of mercenaries began to disperse, heading to their assigned posts. Once all the mercenaries were almost ready, the elf that had assigned the tasks returned to a carriage in the caravan. He spoke in a soft voice, "Young Master Eugene, it is almost time. Everyone who was supposed to be here has arrived." From within the carriage, a somewhat gentle voice replied, "Yes, let's set out." Clippity-clop. Just about to speak, a sound of horse hooves along with the noise of mercenaries came from behind. A carriage came out from the city, drawn by a shining white horse, a luxurious carriage. What drew the most attention was the driver, clad in golden armor, revealing a thick tail. It was actually a lizard man. "Young master, the lizard man over there is the mercenary group I mentioned last night. The others should be inside the carriage," explained the middle-aged elf accompanying them. The carriage was opened slightly to look towards the carriage behind. This did not seem like someone here to be a mercenary escort, but also bringing a carriage along. "Check them out, and if there's no issue, let them follow behind," the voice commanded as the curtain dropped again. "Understood." The middle-aged elf nodded and went towards the back. Is that a lizard man? How come they are here? It seems the trading company is using delivery as a guise, probably escorting some VIP, possibly a high official of the lizard men." "High official? Didn't you see the steward from the company giving them identity badges? They are from a mercenary group. Damn, who watches over a caravan from inside a carriage?" Seeing the newly appeared carriage, the crowd found a topic and began to discuss. They didn't seem like typical mercenaries, yet they had been assigned tasks as usual. Somewhat odd. Do mercenaries need some kind of badge to leave nowadays? Fang Hao and his party, at the very end of the line, obviously couldn't hear the outside discussions. The main reason they rented a carriage was to accommodate Rolana. Though not afraid of sunlight, her blood clan nature made prolonged exposure uncomfortable. Moreover, given Rolana's figure and appearance, riding a horse would likely invite trouble. So, on their way to the south gate in the city, they purchased a carriage. The price was reasonable, and the style was chosen by Angia, looking slightly luxurious. "Bone Mercenary Group, is it?" The middle-aged elf approached. "Yes, all 4 of us are here." Fang Hao opened the carriage curtain to let him have a look. "You're taking a carriage? Ah, is that not allowed?" "It's not that." The middle-aged man clearly didn't want to waste time and continued, "All right, you can use a carriage, just follow at the end of the line. You're mainly in charge of the last goods carriage and the rear safety of the team. Notify us immediately if there is any trouble." "Got it." "Say, aren't you going to give us a pass?" "We will handle the pass. Just follow along," the middle-aged man instructed, then turned and left. Soon, the caravan began moving. Demetria flicked the reins and followed slowly behind. Having left Felang Harbor and traveled for 2 days, night fell. This night, dark clouds hid the moon, and visibility was near zero in the wilderness. On an open space in the forest, a temporary camp was built with tents. At that moment, footsteps approached, and someone entered the central tent. "Boss, those people have already camped outside the forest, right on schedule." A man lying on a fur blanket on the ground let out a cold laugh. They are quite cooperative. Pass the word to proceed as planned. Whoever fouls up at the crucial moment, I'll chop him. Boss, don't worry, we've all done this before, and we have our people implanted inside their ranks. Once the killing starts, the others might just wet their pants. The man sat up. Go on, get the brothers ready. After the job is done, make the scene look like bandits raided it. Understood. Mr. Piado, you are incredibly lucky to have recruited an orange-ranked hero. Ah, why isn't Mr. Piado on the leaderboard? In our area, probably only the second-ranked Miss Savannah has such an opportunity. After setting up camp, a few transmigrators gathered around, striking up a conversation with Fang Hao. Of course, Fang Hao now was neither using his own name nor Fulei's but had taken on a new name, Piado. A merchant from a peninsula, he came to see what goods there might be for trade, incidentally taking on this task. Fang Hao nodded. I'm just a small merchant, can't compare with the world's second best. The others gave a slight smile, mentioning Savannah was also a way for them to boost their spirits. To let this Mr. Piado know that, despite having an orange-ranked hero, he wasn't any top dog. Hearing him yield, the group grinned. I produce some of the elf clan's fruits in my domain. Would you like to team up and sell them in your area? I also have some specialties in my domain. Let's cooperate, right? As the night grew deeper, after chatting for a while, everyone went back to rest. Fang Hao returned to the carriage, and Angia sat directly on his lap, asking, are you going to collaborate with those people? Collaborate. It's just exchanging some information. Fang Hao wrapped his arm around her waist, sliding his hand up under the hem of her clothing to caress her smooth stomach. Angia loosened her leather armor, making it easier for him to reach in, then said, well, each of those people was glancing around suspiciously. They don't seem like good folks. We're heading to Thorntooth Forest, so we won't have much to do with them after this. Don't mind it, Rolana also said from the side. The group was discussing in low voices. Swoosh crack. Suddenly, a shrill noise sounded. The sky above was lit up with the crimson flare of a signal rocket, which startled Fang Hao into shivering. With a snap, Angia sharply slapped his hand and said, stop pinching. How many times have I told you? It's not that. Something's wrong outside. It seems quite off, Fang Hao quickly replied. As soon as his words fell, the entire camp instantly became noisy. Even from the rear, they could faintly hear the shouting. Enemy attack. Beware of the enemy. Enemy attack. There's an enemy raid. At that moment, Demetria's voice also came in from outside. My lord, a large number of enemies are approaching from the dense woods on both sides, and it looks like they're targeting the caravan. Fang Hao stepped off the carriage and looked around. Kill ah! Charge ah! The shouting from the woods on both sides grew closer and closer. Under the hazy moonlight, countless figures could be seen swiftly moving through the trees. Judging by their numbers, they were not few. Meanwhile, the caravan had already prepared for the attack after the horns sounded. The tight formation and pre-arranged defenses were enough to face the current enemies. Judging by the caravan's defenses, handling the enemies emerging from both sides seemed like no issue. But it soon proved that the situation was not so simple. Just as the enemies were about to burst in from the sides, an unexpected change occurred. Kill them. Crash. Suddenly, the well-arranged defensive formation descended into chaos, both among the silver-armored guards and within the ranks of the mercenaries. Numerous individuals suddenly lifted their weapons and struck down their comrades. In an instant, the tight formation collapsed, and the enemies broke through amidst the disarray. The entire field immediately plunged into a chaotic battle. Friend from foe could not be distinguished. What was meant to be a battle between two sides turned into a free-for-all, with enemies on all sides. The fires blazed into the sky, and battle cries filled the entire area. They're robbing us, quite professionally at that, Angia commented from the side. When her orc kin committed robbery, they targeted someone specifically and charged in swiftly. If successful, they took the loot. If not, they retreated. But here, the robbery was executed with much more expertise. In terms of timing, location, and even with insiders positioned in their midst. Indeed, education makes a difference. Let's just defend our spot. We can't help much now, Fang Hao said. Currently, it was impossible to discern who was with the caravan and who were the bandits. There was no way to lend a hand. They could only kill any approaching enemies. Within the center of the caravan, a young elf dressed in a purple robe was leading a mounted charge outwards. But just as they neared the edge, they encountered another mounted group that charged from the rear, cutting down enemies in their path and blocking their way. The leader, perched atop a crimson battle horse, looked down coldly at the people below. Young Master Eugene, where might you be off to? The young elf's pupils contracted, and his expression turned sour. Crimson Mercenary Group's leader, Carlo. Flame Gale. Carlo, Purple, rank 5. Carlo was a well-known mercenary leader whose most recognizable trait was his red-scaled steed. Majestic and powerful, swift as the wind. After a furious gallop, even the horse's breaths carried traces of smoke. It's an honor for young Master Eugene to recognize me, Carlo said from horseback, giving a slight bow. Eugene's gaze shifted between him and the enemies gathering around, saying coldly, how much did they pay you? I'll give you double, and you'll owe me a favor. We also value our reputation, Carlo finished, waving his hand and ordering, kill them all, leave no one alive. Crash. The surrounding men heard the command and were about to charge at the enemy, when a whistling sound pierced the air. Swoosh. Thump. The perched Carlo instinctively turned his head as a blood spear, hidden in the darkness of night, pierced through his chest. Carlo tumbled off the horse, his lifted battle sword clanging crisply as it hit the ground. Everyone was stunned. A purple rank hero, the well-known leader of a mercenary group, just died like that. One-shot kill. Your leader is dead. Those who don't want to die had better run, or I'll rip off your heads. A voice rang out as a small girl wearing leather armor and exposing beastly ears strutted in confidently. The crowd frowned but no one dared approach. After a standoff, people began to quietly leave. More and more departed, soon leaving hardly anyone behind. Only the corpses and groans of the injured were left scattered on the ground. Dawn was breaking, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Fang Hao and his 3 companions sat beside the carriage, while the elven young Master Eugene, with over a dozen of his trusted aides and the middle-aged caravan steward, also rested nearby. A campfire flickered before them, as they tended to each other's wounds. For those already lying on the ground, cold corpses, these people were lucky. At least they were still alive. Of course, out of hundreds, it wasn't possible for all to die in battle. Some had fled during the chaos. They were all hired mercenaries. When the going was good, so were they, but once they found themselves at a disadvantage, they dispersed like sand, melting away at a word. A few coins for each mercenary, who would risk their life for such money. How did you manage it, within your team, to have so many betray you? Angia suddenly asked. With that question, the atmosphere darkened even more. For so many in a single team to betray at once indicated a significant management issue. Don't talk nonsense, Fang Hao chided her with a nudge of his elbow. At that moment, the young elf spoke up, we had already lost many of my men before. Those who remained were recent additions. Now that I think of it, the enemy had probably arranged this long ago. Of course, analyzing these events after the fact was of no use. The elf managed a weak smile and said, either way, I owe you many thanks. I didn't expect you all to be so formidable. No need for thanks, with so few of us, this is all the help we could offer, Fang Hao continued. By the way, where are you headed? If you need any assistance, feel free to ask, the elf offered again. The incredible strength these few possessed further confirmed they weren't likely to be mere escorts for hire. They had an agenda of their own. After a pause, Fang Hao replied, actually, this is our first time here. According to our route, we're heading to Lucerne City. We heard in the tavern that it was more convenient to follow a merchant caravan, so we joined the Dawnlight caravan on their journey. Lucerne City was the nearest city to Thorntooth Forest. The elves seemed to accept this explanation. They had been suspicious of the 4 strangers from the start, observing them along the way. These four didn't look like mercenary escorts at all, more like they were here for a leisurely jaunt. Just yesterday, the beast-eared young girl had jumped off the carriage to chase after a wild animal. They had even seen her haul back a wild boar, which the group then roasted over a fire. Now, with the explanation given, everything seemed to make sense. They had come for a bit of fun, joining the caravan for travel's sake since they were unfamiliar with the route. The young elf said, "There's no issue with that. We'll head to Lucerne together. Once there, I will handle the arrangements." "Thanks a lot for that," they responded. With things turned out this way, it was indeed difficult to continue the escort. Some were dead, others had fled, and the horses were gone. They couldn't possibly move the cargo with just manpower. After discussing, a few of the elves decided to stay behind, planning to seek help from nearby cities to deal with the goods. Meanwhile, the young elf would proceed to Lucerne City with Fang Hao and his companions. One reason was Fang Hao's group was in a hurry, and the second was the young elf felt unsafe on the road, needing their protection. If Fang Hao and the others left, he would still be in great danger. Following the agreement, they hastened their horses toward Lucerne. Ferryport was bustling, but as they traveled southeast, the opulence diminished, and the elven villages along the way were not as lively as the port area. After chatting with the young elf, they learned that heading eastward offered no special industries, while the west held more prosperity. Finally, after 3 days, they arrived at Lucerne. "Gentlemen, here's the credential of the Dawnlight Merchant Association. With this, you won't face any trouble entering or exiting cities," the young elf said, handing a new token to Fang Hao. Fang Hao smiled and accepted it. "All right, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Without you, I might have lost my life," the young elf continued. Though they had used each other, the outcome was agreeable. "Well, we'll take our leave then. Perhaps we'll meet again," Fang Hao said. "If you need anything, come find me at the Merchant Association. My name is Eugene." "All right." After saying goodbye to the elf, Fang Hao didn't seek out an inn. Instead, he re-examined the map and set off in the carriage straight for Thorntooth Forest. At the stronghold of Lucerne. "Who goes there? Be gone at once." Before the main building of the stronghold, the silver-armored guards spoke in hushed, stern tones. Eugene looked up at them and pulled out a token from his bosom. "I am Eugene. You may call me Young Master, or City Lord." The guard's expression tightened as he caught the silver filigree token and began to inspect it closely. To tell the truth, he did not recognize this kind of token. But the emblem carved into the token and the young elf's confident speech made him hesitate. "Please wait, I'll inform someone inside." Eugene offered no response. The guard quickly departed, and soon several elves came striding forward. A middle-aged man, holding the token, led them. His face lit up with joy when he caught sight of Eugene. "Young master, by the gods, you're finally back," he exclaimed warmly. Eugene nodded and strode into the city lord's residence, casually saying, "The one who saved me was not your god, but a few outsiders." The group followed Eugene into the city lord's residence. Eugene continued to question, "How did my father and brother die? Was it ever cleared up? On my way back, I was targeted for assassination. Is it related to my father's death?" At these words, everyone's expression changed. The young master had returned and also faced an assassination attempt. Entering the hall, the middle-aged man dismissed the others before lowering his voice. "This matter may be related to the newly discovered mine." "Mine? Yes. Deep within Thorntooth Forest, a mithril mine was discovered. It was after its discovery that one incident followed another." Eugene's face twisted grimly at once. A mithril mine, a gold mountain, was also a bomb. And for Lucerne, it was clearly the latter. Heading east. The carriage followed the map until it reached the road's end. According to the position marked on the map, there was no path ahead. A dense forest lay before them, impenetrable for the carriage. They released the thunder spirit to scout the surroundings. It was desolate and uninhabited. It felt like an uncharted territory, yet to be explored by the elves. After checking the map again, they proceeded deeper into the unknown. Demetria led the way, cutting a path through the thorns with his longsword. Fang Hao and the others followed behind, crossing the dense forest directly towards their target. The thorns, while sharp, posed no harm to their sturdy skin, merely brushing them like a light scrape. They advanced rapidly. They encountered the beasts and fierce creatures mentioned by Cyclops, but after a brief pursuit, all retreated. The beasts, with their keen senses, must have realized these travelers were not to be trifled with. They traveled from dawn until dusk. Before them, a vast mountain valley appeared. The valley was impossibly deep. Spanning across the abyss was a massive stone bridge of a somewhat grayish hue. At the other end of the stone bridge stood a gigantic palace. Fang Hao and his companions, eyes widened in awe. They could hardly believe the palace before them. No one had expected to find such a grand construction in such a desolate place. It was beyond all expectations. This is the building. ... They approached the edge of the valley, reaching one end of the stone bridge. Before they could step onto it, a loud alarm bell sounded from the immense city opposite them. The entire forest erupted in tumult, as animals fled and flocks of birds took flight. Under their watchful gaze, the decrepit city began to stir. Tall giants clad in grayish-brown armor emerged from the towering walls, wielding massive hammers and marching forth. Damn it, what is this doing here? Fang Hao cursed. They had seen this type of enemy before, Divine Realm Guards, 10th-tier soldiers. But back then, it had been part of a system quest. Why were they here now? As more enemies in grayish-brown armor amassed and began to cross the stone bridge, Fang Hao didn't hesitate. He opened the gate of the worlds, revealing a dense array of skeletons. Come out, all of you. Skeleton warriors poured from beneath the portal as bone dragons took flight overhead. Amidst the grind of bone against bone, they surged outwards. Soon, the forest was filled with an endless legion of undead soldiers. Boom, boom. The undead war drums sounded, and every unit readied for action. Prepare for the thunder strike. As the enemy reached the middle of the stone bridge, Fang Hao shouted his orders. Whoosh! The frontline skeleton warriors began to channel their thunder strikes, aiming distantly towards the approaching foes. Fire! Swoosh! 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 Silver-white thunder spears fanned out towards the bridge. Among the crackling sounds, swaths of enemies were blasted to pieces, while many others were pushed off the bridge into the unfathomable depths below. After the first wave of Divine Realm Guards fell, the second wave showed no signs of retreat and continued their advance. Fang Hao continued to command, Skeleton warriors, raise your shields and hold the bridgehead. Skeleton archers, fire at will. The order was relayed by the messengers. The skeleton warriors formed an iron barrier with their shields at the bridgehead. The skeleton archers moved from the rear to the front, lining up along the cliff's edge. They opened fire on the enemies above the stone bridge. Bullets pinged against the enemy armor, igniting a barrage of sparks. Enemies lost their balance and plummeted from the bridge, while more continued to pour out of the city to join the battle. Fang Hao found this type of combat somewhat more agreeable. Battling the Dragon Clan, with their wild, elusive flight, had been frustrating for being so hard to chase and hit. The skeleton archers maintained a steady fire, their orange bullets crisscrossing and keeping the enemy at bay. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the sound of something massive running emerged. Onto the stone bridge charged massive rhinoceroses encased in thick stone armor. Their size rivaled that of giant lizards. They overran the Divine Realm Guards on the bridge and charged straight towards them. Rock Armor Iron Rhinoceros 10th tier. With several heavy impacts, they breached the shield wall of the skeleton warriors, charging into the ranks and sending skeletons flying with their rampaging. And then, with a clinking sound, the slashing of swords against stone followed. Creatures resembling scorpions, with giant curved stingers, moved beneath the bridge. The rock crawler ascended the cliff walls. They, too, lunged at the skeleton archers positioned at the edge of the cliff. The rock armor iron rhinoceros made its first appearance. This type of animal troop possessed a very strong capability to charge. Its body, covered in clinking skeletons, relentlessly continued its charge, using the singular horn above its mouth to fling away any skeletons blocking its path. A swath of chaos ensued, skeletons scattered like heavenly maidens casting flowers, flying in all directions. In the end, after running several circles, the rock armor iron rhinoceroses were eventually swarmed by skeletons, sinking into the mire. Beside the mountain cliff, groups of mountain rock crawlers also surged up the cliff, lunging toward the nearby skeleton archers. A large number of skeletons were flung to the base of the mountain, falling along with the rocks down the slope. Arrange a few bone dragons to clear out all those scorpions, Fang Hao commanded. Since the troops had come from the Gate of the Worlds, the main forces were skeleton warriors, archers, and bone dragons. The mix of troop types was also somewhat incomplete. After the command was issued, the bone dragons at the rear immediately soared into the sky, their iron-armored claws lifting the crawlers by their backs into the air. Roar! In the sky, they unleashed a torrent of dragon breath onto their heads. After the rock-crawling creatures died, their bodies disintegrated into scattered mud, and a crystal stone also fell from within. Seeing clearly from below, Fang Hao immediately called for someone, gather the crystals dropped by that kind of scorpion-like enemy, and also check if the rock armor iron rhinoceroses dropped any materials. Yes, my lord. The troops with basic souls were much more convenient to manage than having none at all. Many commands could now be completely carried out. Even without the messenger soldiers issuing orders, the skeleton troops could react independently based on the situations around them. Soon, bound spirit guardians returned, holding several dark purple crystals and a horn that looked like it was encased in stone. Stimulating crystal arthropod rock armor rhinoceros horn. Both had dropped materials. Fang Hao had obtained the excitation crystals before. Such crystals could excite the potential of arthropod troops, that is, their tier. The last time, Domina had continuously consumed these crystals and advanced to purple tier 7. This time, with even more obtained, they might even manage to produce an orange or dark gold one. The rock armor rhinoceros horn was a forging material. The description stated that it could be used in equipment forging or to make war horns. Fang Hao quickly glanced at the two types of spoils and directly stored them away. His gaze then returned to the battlefield. The Divine Realm guards in gray-brown armor formed a human shield up front, their bracers covering the gaps in their helmets, pushing forward against the barrage a little at a time. And behind the Divine Realm guards, more tall soldiers emerged from behind the gates of the city. There were firemen, with heads like fiery braziers blazing with flames, and gray-white skinned creatures holding long-handled hammers, the hammers flickering with the light of lightning. Fang Hao was taken aback and snapped his fingers. Thunder spirits appeared, weaving through the bullets and flying toward the enemy. Along the way, they were smashed by the hammers of the firemen, but Fang Hao still managed to get a clear look at the two types of troops. Divine Kingdom Fireguard, Tier 10 troops. Divine Kingdom Thunder Guard, Tier 10 troops. The names of the two troop types seemed to have no significant difference from the guards, other than an added element to their tier. They were both Tier 10 troops. The appearance of the Divine Kingdom Fireguard was very similar to the mythical troop Fire Giant. But the Fire Giant stood 7 or 8 meters tall, with crimson fire atop its head. By comparison, the present Fireguard was closer to a troll's height, around 4 or 5 meters tall. The flames atop their heads were just the normal color of fire. Fang Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, somewhat surprised as he looked toward the enemy. He had thought that different elemental factions would be distinct, but now it seemed different from what he had expected. 3 different elemental troop types had emerged from the city together. Pop pop pop. At this moment, the Fire Guard and Thunder Guard began to advance behind the Divine Realm Guards. A part of them started their assault directly across the valley. The Thunder Guard could congregate balls of lightning on their hammers, throwing them directly at the opposite side. Boom boom boom. Like small cannonballs thrown over, the attacks caused the undead to scatter in all directions. I'll take the bone dragons over and clean up a bit on the other side, Rolana spoke up at this moment. The battle had gone on until the sky began to darken. Rolana also removed her cloak. With her strength, leading the bone dragons in a charge was enough to eliminate the distant enemies throwing projectiles. But what was happening inside the city was truly hard to predict. Being the only dark gold, Fang Hao believed it was best not to risk exposing himself. Wait, Fang Hao said, then turned to a nearby bound spirit guardian and instructed, arrange for 100 skeleton giant bats to fly high over to the other side and drop a few explosive charges. Yes, my lord, the bound spirit guardian left. Soon, at the rear of the formation, a bone dragon kicked off the ground and soared into the sky. Reaching a certain height, countless skeleton giant bats unfolded from its body, evading the attacks below as they crossed the valley. When the giant bats neared the city wall, suddenly large gray-white shapes burst from within the city. They were not as immense as dragons but were still a type of colossal eagle. Surrounded by arcs of electricity, they swooshed to the sides of the skeleton giant bats in the blink of an eye, emitting bolts of lightning from their beaks. Hitting a giant bat, the current connected the surrounding giant bats. The white bones of the skeleton giant bats and the explosive charges fell together, landing amidst the ranks of giants below. There was a series of thunderous booms. What kind of troops were these? Fang Hao looked up, seeing hundreds of thunder eagles continuously circling in the sky. Their bodies sparkled with electric arcs, flickering incessantly against the darkened night sky. Ashburn. Fang Hao called out loud. The dragon hero, Ashburn, stepped forward from the rear. Ashburn was Bayada's guard and, with Bayada remaining in Dragon Land, now directly obeyed Fang Hao's orders. Fang Hao said, take a few more Dragon Clan heroes and lead the bone dragons to eliminate the enemies in the sky. Fang Hao used the 2 remaining law marks to contract 2 more dragon heroes. Yes, sir, Ashburn nodded and agreed, moving towards the back. Soon, 3 giant dragons soared into the sky. They led a large group of bone dragons, charging directly at the thunder eagles in the sky that could spit out lightning. These eagles actually had quite distinct characteristics. Apart from their lightning attacks, their flight speed was especially fast. Much faster than dragons, not quite instant teleportation, but in the blink of an eye, they could dart a great distance. The sky saw a fierce battle of dragons and eagles, while the combat on the stone bridge was still ongoing. Vast numbers of divine territory soldiers kept charging forward relentlessly. The intelligence these troops displayed was not too different from what one would expect of divine territory missions. Not very high, only knowing to attack and annihilate the enemy. Crammed together on the stone bridge, armed guards protecting their heads, inching forward bit by bit. Prepare for the lightning strike. Fire. The bound spirit guardians commanded on their own. All the skeleton warriors began to condense lightning spears, throwing them at the stone bridge. Crackling sounds echoed. In the midst of flashing electricity, a large number of enemies fell, plummeting from the bridge. Fang Hao didn't intend to delay any further and directly ordered, attack, take down the city. A rushing noise. The defensive skeleton warriors began charging along the stone bridge. Like a river suddenly releasing its floodgates, they violently collided with the enemy forces coming from the opposite direction. A large number of skeletons fell down at the intersection, crushed by the crowdedness. Immediately after, the skeleton army began to push the Divine Realm Guards' bodies backward, some were even trampled over their heads as they continued to advance towards the city. This scene caught the Divine Realm Guards off guard. Struggling to push away the enemies above them, they couldn't even lift their arms due to the crush. They could only let the skeletons hack away at their skulls. But there were too many enemies from the rear. The skeleton soldiers crowded on the bridge fell victim to the side attacking fire and lightning troops, who threw various items and magic from a distance. Fang Hao looked at the sky, where the bone dragons had dispersed the thunder eagles. He continued to order, have the skeleton giant bats commence a round of bombardment. The skeleton giant bats, with red lights flickering in their eye sockets, flapped their wings and flew into the sky. Carrying thunder tubes, they began to approach the city. Swoosh, swoosh. On the other side of the stone bridge, a barrage of arrows and magic was launched into the sky, aiming at the skeleton giant bats. These giant bats didn't maneuver as well as the dragons, and a few were hit in an encounter, their bones scattering, plummeting to the ground with their thunder tubes. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions thundered in the valley below. Yet more skeleton giant bats still crossed the bridge, reaching the airspace above the other side. Large numbers of thunder tubes fell from the sky. Tens of thousands of skeleton giant bats, covering not only the rear of the stone bridge but also the entire city with thunder tubes. After dropping their loads, the giant bats circled around and began to return. At the same time, boom, boom, boom. Familiar explosive sounds erupted from the other end. In the dim environment, bursts of dazzling light were released. Even with the valley in between, the colossal shock could still be felt. The entire area trembled, with the stone bridge in particular scattering debris from the continuous explosions, seeming on the verge of collapse. When the blinding light faded, the forces on the opposite side of the stone bridge were visibly reduced. Before the eyes were vast craters, along with scattered limbs and broken body parts. Whoosh! The skeleton soldiers once again charged and forcefully pushed back the enemy. The Divine Realm guards in their ash-gray iron armors were pushed directly into the ranks of the Fire Guard and Thunder Guard. The entire stone bridge had been seized by skeletons. Looking out, only a few Divine Realm guards still stood, struggling desperately. Tall bodies covered in skeletons, fighting in vain, were overwhelmed by more and more skeletons. Seeing this, Fang Hao felt some regret. If the skeleton warriors could be upgraded by just one more rank, their overall combat power would see a significant boost. It wouldn't have to be like now, where after each fight, the ground was covered in white bones. A sheer number had overwhelmed the opposition. Putting aside these chaotic thoughts and refocusing on the battlefield, the skeletons in front had already begun to charge into the city through the gates. Fang Hao released his sodden puppet, flying straight up to the empty battlements. The skeleton army had poured into the city. Standing up high and looking down, the entire city was like a bowl filled with white rice grains. The white skeletons were the rice, and the occasionally struggling Divine Realm soldiers were like miscellaneous beans mixed among the rice grains. No sooner had they surfaced than they were pulled back down and submerged by the skeleton warriors. It's still easier to fight on land, Fang Hao couldn't help but remark. Just when he thought it could all be over, a voice suddenly exploded in everyone's minds. Lowly vermin, you will pay the proper price for your actions. Boom. The voice had just faded when the stone doors in front of the palace inside the city burst open. A giant figure slowly emerged. With the first step outside the door. Whirring and buzzing, an invisible force covered the area in front of the palace. Space began to warp, compressing. The skeleton warriors, as if weighed down by an intolerable gravity, collapsed to the ground with a series of thuds. And as the giant took another step outside, snap, snap, snap. The skeletons crushed beneath were simultaneously ground to powder, turning into a cloud of bone powder. In an instant, the entire area in front of the palace was cleared. Holy shit. You're not a demigod too, are you? East of Thorn-Tooth Forest. On a horizontal branch of a tall giant tree, a falcon with gray feathers stood. The falcon, clad in leather armor, had a book of lords hanging at its waist. At that moment, it stood dumbfounded on the thick branch, staring in terror at the area exploding and flickering ahead. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? What on earth exploded over there, causing such a big commotion? Below the tree, a brown-haired giant bear stood upright, its fur gradually receding, transforming into a muscular middle-aged man. It's over. The undead calamity has arrived. The undead are coming over, said the falcon in horror. What calamity? What calamity? Look at the bird-like state you're scared into. The brown bear man cursed and began to climb up the tree trunk. Just as he reached the branch, his face changed instantly. He felt a chill down his spine, a deep-seated fear engulfing his entire body. Darkness surrounded them, but ahead in their line of sight, there was a bright area. On a stone bridge spanning a valley, a fierce battle was unfolding. Skeletons crowded the entire stone bridge densely, and even the forest behind was filled with countless skeleton warriors. The numbers were too great. They had never seen such a large army before. On the edge of the valley, skeletons wielding rifles were firing ceaselessly at the opposite side. Above, countless bone dragons and thunder eagles were chasing and slaughtering each other. Among them, a few real giants were constantly circling. What exactly was happening? Why were there so many undead in the territory of the elf clan? And who were these undead fighting? As far as the eye could see, the area was filled with skeletons and the enemy was not visible. Damn it, it really is an undead calamity. Has the game released a new version? The brown bear man sat on the horizontal branch, arms wrapped around the trunk. This is not a game. What about the new version? Do you think the undead might start a war and attack other forces? Continued the brown bear. That can't be, the falcon answered instinctively, but suddenly his mind buzzed, and he said, does this army feel like the one in the World Channel photos from a while ago, the one that attacked the Sea Tribe? Vrack. It really does, it's just that. Both of them were dumbfounded in an instant. They seemed to have stumbled upon something terrifying. The undead calamity had truly arrived. Stunned and frightened, they were silent for a while. The falcon spoke again. Do you think, with the skeletons using rifles, could this be a transmigrator's army? This world had muskets and cannons. But there was a significant difference in appearance compared to modern rifles. The sudden appearance of rifles in these undead's hands raised suspicions that the opposing side might be transmigrators. The brown bear man was taken aback. How is that possible? Even if a transmigrator is powerful, they couldn't have grown to this scale, could they? Though he denied it aloud, he felt increasingly uneasy inside. If this was also a transmigrator's army, the gap between them was enormous. One alliance gathering a force of over 1,000 was already considered a fairly developed power. Compared to the dense mass of skeleton soldiers in front of him, it was unimaginable. The falcon didn't speak again. Its wings turned into arms, and it took out the Book of Lords from around its waist, taking 2 snaps of the battlefield. The brown bear man, already in human form, also took out the Book of Lords and began to snap pictures. After taking a few photos, seeing that the skeleton soldiers had already charged into the city, let's get closer and check out the battle inside the city. Are you crazy? What if we are discovered? What's the rush? Look at you, being a bear. ... The appearance of a giant instantly killed a swath of skeletons. This visual impact was second only to the Dragon Queen's skill, Sealing of the Golden Sun. That skill of the Dragon Queen could obliterate troops and buildings alike, leaving nothing behind, whereas the giant in front didn't destroy the surrounding buildings as well. Attention focused on the figure emerging from the Great Hall, the body of the giant. Lord of Johnstone, priestly, hero god. As the giant stepped out of the hall, his name and rank appeared as well. Indeed, he was a demigod. The Lord of Johnstone, clad in gray armor that enveloped his entire body, the surface of which was carved with intricate runes. In his hands, he dragged a thick heavy sword, its blade scraping the ground with a grating noise. With the second step out of the hall, it felt as if the area turned into an invisible force field. The recharging skeleton soldiers began to slow down. As if carrying a heavy weight. Clearly, they were under the influence of a negative status. Demigods were indeed not easy to deal with. Looking at him, he felt that the Lord of Thunder they initially dealt with was simply a waste. His strength was far inferior to the demigods they encountered later. Lord of Johnstone stepped out of the hall, his cold gaze sweeping across the scene in front of him. The whole city was a mess. No signs of Divine Realm guards to be seen, only densely packed diminutive undead. Damn insects. Lord of Johnstone growled and, lifting his sword, stepped forward. Fang Hao, through the bishop puppet, stared at the giant figure and coldly said, Thunderstrike, prepare. Swoosh. Swoosh. Thunderstrike's skill had fully cooled down. The charging skeleton warriors suddenly halted, with one hand condensing a thunder spear that flickered with thunderbolt. Fire. Whoosh. The howling sound erupted as thunder spears from all directions launched toward the towering giant. Lord of Johnstone, his eyes slightly squinting, had not anticipated these lowly insects to wield such power. Bending slightly, a layer of stone armor enveloped his body. Crack, crack, crack. Dense thunder spears enveloped the entire body. Bursts of lightning flashed dazzlingly in the night sky. The stone shield cracked under the intense bombardment, and the giant's body was severely scorched. The body also spasmed and trembled briefly due to the intense thunder spears. Kill him. Fang Hao continued to order. At the moment the command was issued, the dense skeleton army again drew their longswords and charged from all directions towards the Lord of Johnstone. Rushing from the ground and leaping from buildings, they fiercely initiated the attack. Climbing up the giant's thighs or clinging to his waist, they stabbed at the giant's armor with their swords. The skeleton warriors' ranks were not high, but their equipped weapons were of a decent level. All were blue-grade weapons, clanging as they jabbed at the giant. The Lord of Johnstone quickly recovered from the negative effects. With a roar, he raised his giant sword and slashed downward. Whoosh! As the giant sword was still in midair, an invisible force of gravity formed beneath it. The space vibrated and compressed, instantly crushing the undead within a half-meter radius beneath the sword into dust, which scattered with the wind. The Lord of Johnstone, like a frenzied beast, continuously swung the giant sword in his hands, crushing any approaching skeletons to dust. Yet the skeletons surged forward like a raging flood, attacking the giant's body in various ways. On the city wall, the giant's wall was much broader. Outside the city, skeleton archers quickly occupied the wall under orders. They entered a steady aim state and began firing. Bullets rained densely upon the giant's body. Roar! The dragon hero, along with the bone dragons, also attacked from the sky. Thousands of bone dragons circled above the giant's head, seeking an opportunity to spew black death breaths onto his head. The frequent breaths turned the Lord of Johnstone's helmet iron red. Through the cracks in the metallic helmet, one could see the decaying flesh flowing out. Despite the various attacks, they still had some effect. The Lord of Johnstone burst out a shout. A layer of stone armor formed on his body, reducing the damage from the bone dragons. At the same time, he swung his hand mightily. Stone spears stabbed out from the surrounding buildings toward the circling bone dragons in the air. The dragon, leading the bone dragons, increased their altitude again to dodge the attacks. The ground where the skeleton warriors were attacking also turned into fine quicksand. This further slowed the attack speed of the skeleton warriors. In the rear of the undead army. How is it going? Rolana asked. In the afternoon, they had arrived at Thorntooth Forest, and by now it was deep into the night. Although their troops had breached the city, there seemed no sign of the battle ending. There's a giant demigod inside, and he seems quite fierce, Fang Hao said. A demigod? How did we encounter another demigod? Angia exclaimed upon hearing this. A demigod was a legendary existence among the various races. One could hardly see one in a lifetime. But for Fang Hao, just after being driven out of the main city by a demigod, here they encountered another. No worries, this demigod isn't as powerful as the Dragon Queen, Fang Hao softly reassured. What do you plan to do next? Rolana asked again. After thinking briefly, Fang Hao replied, quick battle, quick decision. After saying this, he took out the sound transmitting shell and contacted the ancient blood servants on the giant ship. The teleportation light screen opened, and several figures slowly emerged. Besides the four sisters of the martial god, there were also a man and a woman, both with collars around their necks and dragon horns on their heads. Putrid Marsh Giant Wing, Bishop Dark Gold 5 tier. Ice Forged Throat, Landslet Dark Gold 3 tier. Putrid Marsh Giant Wing was that green dragon, appearing as a middle-aged man in human form. Ice Forged Throat was a scale light blue ice dragon, actually a female dragon, appearing as a woman with short light blue hair. At the moment, the two Dragon Clan heroes looked quite disheveled. Disheveled and dirty, hardly better than beggars. Their necks still bore fresh, unscabbed wounds. With the recovery rate of the Dragon Clan, it was obvious that they had been punished by the collars recently. Clank clatter. Upon seeing Fang Hao, the collars on the two dragons began making the sound of gears turning. This startled both dragons, who quickly averted their eyes and took a deep breath to compose themselves. The collars rotated a bit and then gradually stopped. My lord, the four sisters greeted respectfully. Yes, there is an enemy in the city. You will join forces to kill him, Fang Hao directly said. Yes, my lord, the four sisters responded. The blue and green dragons did not speak but looked up at the sky, still calming their hearts. Fang Hao continued, you don't always have to think about revenge. Beata has gone to find the Dragon Queen, and I will discuss this matter with the Dragon Queen when the time comes. If it can be resolved amicably, I will let you go." The two dragons frowned as they looked at him. But in their eyes, there was also a change, clearly doubt and a glimmer of hope. "But for now, you still have to work for me. Defeat the enemy inside together, as quickly as possible," Fang Hao said again. The two giant dragons looked at each other. The green dragon said, "All right, but you also have to keep your promise, and after negotiating with the Dragon Queen, let us leave." "Don't worry, I have no reason to deceive you," Fang Hao said. The two Dragon Clan heroes nodded, soared into the sky, and headed towards the city. The four sisters also grasped their maces tightly and ran towards the city. Inside the city, Lord of Johnstone unleashed his skills again. A heavy force field formed in front of him, crushing the approaching skeletons to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the sounds of cracking, the fallen skeletons turned into scattered powder on the ground. Just as the Lord of Johnstone had dealt with the troublesome skeleton warriors and was about to strike the archers on the city walls, suddenly two huge figures shot down from above the wall. Both a green dragon and a blue dragon rushed towards him head-on, and as they drew near, they spouted their dragon breath. Lord of Johnstone narrowed his eyes slightly and dodged to one side. The dragon breath swept past, leaving traces of ice and corrosion at his former position. Swoosh swoosh. Before Lord of Johnstone's figure had stabilized, 4 fire spears followed one after another. In a flash, the 4 fire spears transformed into 4 black armored warriors of the same giant stature. Sensing danger, Lord of Johnstone turned around and swung his sword. The figure of black armored Alrag had just transformed. He immediately positioned his war hammer above his head. Clang! The two weapons collided, sending a sharp metallic sound piercing into everyone's ears. After one strike, the giant sword was swung continuously again. Instantly, he was engaged in battle with the 4 black armored giants. Their weapons, constantly swinging and chopping, sent sparks flying and air waves rolling. Roar! 2 dark gold dragons saw their chance as the giant was entangled by the 4, diving down again, spewing their dragon breath. Lord of Johnstone, with a shrug of his shoulder, held his sword in one hand entangled with the 4, while his left hand gathered brown energy and pushed upward. The ground instantly rose into a half-arched stone wall, encasing Lord of Johnstone's body like an eggshell, blocking the 2 streams of dragon breath. Lord of Johnstone's hand movements changed again. Spikes suddenly sprouted on the shield, repelling the dragons. Clang, clang. 2 dull impacts sounded. A war hammer struck the Lord of Johnstone on the head, causing his body to lean back and his concentrated shield to vanish instantly. The 2 dragons attacked anew, spewing their dragon breath. Lord of Johnstone covered his face with one arm, protecting his vital areas. In an instant, his arms and shoulders were encased in large chunks of ice, and his giant sword, too, was frozen to the ground in the face-blocking position. On the other side, under the cover of green dragon breath, his armor bore corroded pits and scars. The 4 sisters immediately moved forward, their war hammers smashing towards the giant's head. Bang, bang, bang. The war hammers, carrying immense force, kept pounding down. Lord of Johnstone's body was knocked down to the ground. The blue dragon spewed blue dragon breath again, pinning the body firmly to the ground. The green dragon also spit out its corrosive dragon breath. The 4 sisters began to furiously hammer, relentlessly striking Lord of Johnstone's head. Crack! Lord of Johnstone's body began to struggle violently, the frozen ice layer making cracking sounds. Then, rows of stone spikes rose from the ground, piercing towards the 6 dark gold figures. And, Lord of Johnstone, too, broke free from the ice layer, and with a sword in hand, he rose again. Lightning strike! Prepare! Just then, a voice echoed from above the city walls. The 6 figures, while evading the stone spikes, swiftly retreated backward. Lord of Johnstone had just risen, his hand lifting the sword, about to bellow towards the sky. Whoosh! The silver-white firmament brightened again, converging towards him. Boom! Comma. Off in the distance, Falcon and Brown Bear, who had found a new viewing spot, were now widening their eyes. They consciously held their breaths until they couldn't bear it anymore and then heavily exhaled. They had only intended to check the situation inside the city, but they had not expected to witness such a battle scene. Awe could not describe their emotions. This power, it must have reached the level of a large missile. Just as the two were still amazed at the giant's strength, they watched as the giant was defeated by 4 newly emerged giants and 2 dragons. The 4 black-armored giants kept hammering down with their hammers as if forging iron. Even from this distance, they could hear the clanging sounds. The battle had now turned into 4 black-armored giants and 2 dragons ganging up on one giant. This is somewhat like bullying, isn't it? Brown Bear said. Falcon swallowed and said, "What level are these heroes? They are terrifying. Definitely above gold. Isn't that stating the obvious?" If they had not seen it with their own eyes, even if someone had told them about today's battle, these two would not have believed that individual power could reach this extent. After all, they too knew some about heroes. Even if they didn't have high-ranking heroes, they had seen some leaders of the elf clan. But they had never seen heroes take battle to this level. "Do you think these undead will find our territory? Maybe we should leave and hide for a few days," Falcon suddenly said. Brown Bear said, "That shouldn't be possible. If there's a large-scale march, it should engage the elf clan's army. Then let's take some pictures and tell the elf clan, maybe we can trade them for some benefits." Good. The two once again picked up the Book of Lords and snapped several photos. Just as they were enjoying capturing the spectacular moments, suddenly they heard the sound of something cutting through the air. Dozens of bone dragons surrounded the two. A red-scaled dragon transformed into a middle-aged man and, out of curiosity, asked, "What are you two doing here?" Both men shuddered and almost fell from a great height. It was over. We're just passing through. ... A loud roar. Thunder struck again, exploding from the body of Lord of Johnstone. The tremendous impact forced him to stagger back several steps, swaying as if drunk. Then, as if a gap had opened in the sky, countless skeleton giant bats carrying explosive charges dove into his embrace. Boom, boom, boom. A series of dense explosions burst forth, flames shooting up into the sky. The combination of giant bats and explosives was primitive, but the effect was as good as ever. This was enough explosives to level a city. It wouldn't matter if you were called the Lord of Johnstone, even a real mountain could be flattened. The intense explosions brought terrifying power. The ground shook and the space around distorted continuously. After the explosions, beneath the giant's feet was a deep crater several meters wide, and the nearby buildings were pocked with dense holes from the flying debris. Thick smoke billowed, and the giant hero knelt on the ground, leaning on his sword. His armor was badly damaged, half of his body nearly gone. He seemed severely injured. The Lord of Johnstone didn't just fall. He suddenly stood up, raised the giant sword above his head, and a vast brown force burst forth from the sword. The entire city was engulfed by a powerful force field once more, the space twisted and heavy. Boom. Building by building shattered into dust and debris under the intense pressure. "Fang Hao, quickly, kill him!" Fang Hao shouted. As the pressure in the space grew heavier. Finally, 4 fire lances reached the giant and transformed into the figures of 4 sisters, their warhammers crashing down fiercely. Bang! The tip of the warhammer pierced through the giant's skull. The force field around the area dissipated, and the body of the Lord of Johnstone slowly collapsed. As he fell to the ground, his body turned into a cloud of ash. They had won, at last. The area fell into a brief silence. After a long wait, seeing no new enemies appear, they confirmed they must have cleared the level. Now the city was filled with skeletons. Any remaining enemies would have been triggered by now. "Everyone, enter the city, organize defenses, and clean up the battlefield," Fang Hao ordered. "Yes, my lord." All the skeleton archers turned their guns away from the city and instead, faced outward. Meanwhile, hordes of skeleton warriors began to gather loot. The spoils within the city were relatively easy to find. The skeleton warriors had been crushed by the gravity ability, and one merely had to pick up the flattened equipment, not needing to search extensively. Fang Hao, with Rolana and a few others, stepped over a bridge paved with white bones into the city. The giant's city was intimidatingly vast. Looking up was like standing at the foot of a mountain and seeing an endless peak. My lord, this is the loot found on that giant. His armor was damaged, leaving only his weapons, and this orb, Alorig, the eldest of the black-armored sisters, approached. She held two items in her hand. One was a divinity, and the other was that broad giant sword. However, the giant sword had shrunk to a size usable by normal humans. Divinity, level 0. Level 0 denotes a demigod, while level 1 or higher represents a true deity. Fang Hao was just considering using his own divinity to absorb it when a concern popped into his head. While his divinity would unlock some of its characteristics and skills upon absorption, he definitely couldn't advance it to level 2. It took a long time to rise from level 0 to level 1, even with various buildings enhancing it. Advancing to level 2 would likely take years. Moreover, he was a person who had a divinity but lacked significant combat power. Absorbing it wouldn't greatly assist his current territory. But, what if he let someone else absorb this divinity? Could it potentially nurture a true demigod within his lands capable of contending with the Dragon Queen? Even if they couldn't defeat the Dragon Queen, just being able to hold her back would be beneficial. This idea made his heart thump violently twice. It seemed very plausible. However, how to proceed specifically would require consulting with someone knowledgeable. After pocketing the divinity orb, Fang Hao continued to look at the other giant sword. The giant sword had also shrunk and was now a size that humans could use. 1000-weight sword, dark gold. Type: giant sword. Damage: level 7. Capabilities: Earth elemental power, 1000 weight, active equipment. Earth elemental power, Earth elemental magic effectiveness plus 120%. 1000 weight, each full strength swing temporarily increases the weight of the surrounding area's force field. Active equipment can change size based on the user's needs. Description: contains the power of the earth. No wonder. The reason it could increase and decrease in size was due to having the active equipment characteristic. Having stored the two items, he continued. You all take care of the city defenses. Our recent combat might attract some attention. Yes, my lord. Alorig turned and left. Everyone moved quickly. Piles of materials stacked up, gradually forming a small mountain. Looking at one pile of worn-out equipment after another, Fang Hao also felt somewhat troubled. After being dismissed from the Undead faction by the god of Undead, his army could no longer obtain, wriggling spine, from killing any enemy. The Undead troops he was now recruiting all used supplies from the past. In other words, his means of ongoing development had been cut off. If these previously acquired, wriggling spines, were used up, he wouldn't be able to recruit skeleton troops, even with a 100-fold increase in resources. As for joining another faction, Fang Hao felt that the other living creatures, factions did not suit his abilities. Just imagine, joining any force that he currently could. Recruiting millions of living creatures' troops, the consumption of food alone would be something he could not afford. Let alone making the dreamy forest take up farming. Even if all the people in his territory took to farming and animal husbandry, he feared they still couldn't support such a large military force. Sometimes he would think, should he try to find a backdoor way to rejoin the undead? He had once helped a transmigrator who was affiliated with the desert undead. If he could get her to talk to the desert undead, maybe he could rejoin. But possessing divinity, and dealing with the god of undead was indeed problematic. Fang Hao, look, there's a temple here too. Angia's calling halted Fang Hao's contemplation as they walked down the street. Glancing to the side, he saw a huge building. The golden sunlight filtered through the roof, giving off a somewhat divine glory. Let's go, let's take a look. Fang Hao led the group inside. The inside of the temple was incredibly spacious. The arrangements within the building were relatively well preserved. The area was filled with tools used by giants, all covered with a thick layer of dust. Wiping with a hand was like scraping off a layer of putty. In the center, several damaged god statues were enshrined. Some of them were deities Fang Hao recognized and had encountered before. Like the water giant god, with features of a fish person, the fire giant god, with hair like flames, the earth giant god, wrapped in stone armor, and the Thunder Giant God, stepping on clouds. The rest held huge hammers with pot-bellied bellies, archery bows, battle axes on their shoulders, and so on, which they had not met. In the midst of all the gods, sat an even larger deity. The features were blurred, but one could see it clad in battle armor, seated on a throne, with a massive horned helm atop its head. In its right hand, it held a scepter. This figure looked like a barbarian who had obtained power and authority. What god is this? Angia asked, pointing to the central deity. Fang Hao shook his head. I don't know either, but seeing he sits while others stand, I guess he's pretty badass. That must be the leader of the deities then. Angia speculated. Yep, very likely, Fang Hao agreed with this notion. After all, he had read a story about the divine realm before. Where there's a country, there should be a leader. Moreover, to unite all the gods together, it must be more powerful than the currently scattered deities. He also thought of the god of Undead, wondering what was going on in his head. There was someone ascending to godhood within the faction, yet he went and kicked them out. Short-sighted. What development could there be with such leadership? Fang Hao led the group out of the temple, then spoke to the bound spirit guardians at his side. Arrange for a search here, topple the god statues and see if there are any treasures inside. Yes, my lord. Just as they stepped down from the stairway, the sound of massive objects falling echoed from behind. The god statues were directly toppled, while skeleton soldiers checked inside the statues for any rare artifacts. Since the battle had been fought, if there really were gods, they would have become hostile now. And knocking over god statues wasn't the first time they had done it, so there was no psychological burden. My lord, we've captured 2 transmigrators outside. They were gallingly watching the battle from that tree over there. The giant dragon hero, Yashiban, descended from the sky and transformed into a human shape. Fang Hao looked in the direction he indicated and asked, how come they are here in the middle of the night? It was now dawn, but it was still dark when the fight broke out. The Thorn-Tooth Forest wasn't a safe place. With no roads to speak of, let alone wandering deep inside, what were these 2 doing here in the middle of the night? They said they were attracted by the sound of the fight, Yashiban continued. Fang Hao thought for a moment and then said, bring them over. Right. Soon, a giant dragon flew over, landing and changing into a human form, while 2 tightly bound men were tossed to the ground. Scrape. They skidded 3 or 4 meters away, with a layer of skin abraded off. Grimacing in pain, Fang Hao's released demon doll stood in front of the 2 men, surrounded by a dense crowd of skeletons. What are you doing here? The demon doll asked. Surrounded by layers of skeletons, the 2 shook with fear. We're not bad people. No, I mean, we didn't mean to. We were drawn here by the sound of explosions. We're not from the elf clan, just transmigrators nearby. We won't interfere with your plans to dominate the world. Please don't kill us, the muscular man with brown hair added. He looked at the Book of Lords hanging from the other's waist, then at his appearance. He wasn't afraid of whether they could see it or not. Once he had finished cleaning up the battlefield, he would simply use teleportation to leave directly. Even if they notified the elf clan, they wouldn't be able to find them. So, your territory is nearby? Demon Doll asked. The 2 hesitated for a moment, exchanged glances, and then the slightly thinner man said, no, it's not nearby. Couldn't help it, if the other person said they would visit their territory and they themselves claimed it wasn't nearby, they were afraid they might actually anger the other party. Not nearby. Lord, mighty undead lord, the situation is like this. We obtained a map and came here to scout the area. It was the sounds of battle that brought us here, the burly, brown-haired man explained. Damn, what a roundabout way of explaining. What map? Demon Doll continued to inquire. It's in my chest, the thin one said. A skeleton stepped forward, ripped open his clothes, and found a map marked on ordinary paper. The thin man went on to explain, we bought this intelligence, it's about a new and rare resource vein that was discovered. We just happened to set up camp nearby last night and came over when we heard the explosions. He took the map and glanced at it. It was hand-drawn, hence, unrecordable. But the markings were quite clear. Taking the road from Lucerne, to Thorntooth Forest as a basis, the direction was quite easy to discern. All right, you've answered honestly. All the things you saw today, keep them to yourselves. If I find out the news has leaked, I will come to your territories, kill you, imprison your souls, and turn your bodies into skeletons. Demon Doll leaned forward and stared at them, speaking in a cold voice. The two shuddered. We dare not. We haven't seen anything. We don't know anything. Hey, it's best that way. Send them away, Fang Hao continued. Yashabin picked the two men up. Off you go. Remember these words if you don't want to die. Yes, thank you, Lord, thank you, noble lords. They were bound and, while walking, bowed and thanked the skeletons around them. After the two had left, Fang Hao and Angia emerged from a nearby building. Putting away the demon doll, they also examined the map in their hands. It was poorly drawn but still decipherable in some ways. Shall we go there? Angia asked. Our carriage is still outside, right? We'll pick it up on the way and check out the place while we're at it, Fang Hao said. The elf clan's horses are beautiful, already purchased. Might as well take them with us. Okay. It wasn't until noon that the cleanup work gradually came to an end. Bang. The dull sound of landing was heard as a platinum treasure chest was thrown in front of Fang Hao. A platinum treasure chest. They killed a demigod and you give a platinum treasure chest. Isn't platinum supposed to be the pinnacle for chests? It shouldn't be. Somehow platinum doesn't sound like it's the highest reward level. Full of complaints in his heart, yet changing nothing, he silently prayed and then opened the chest directly. Shua. A broad flash of light passed, with lots of orange and purple. Obtained. Divine Realm Guard Hall Blueprint Orange Hall of Martial Maiden Blueprint Orange Rockland Guard Iron Helmet Blueprint Purple Rockland Guard Iron Cuirass Blueprint Purple Rockland Guard Bracers Blueprint Purple Rockland Guard Iron Boots Blueprint Purple Stone Mallet Blueprint Purple Divine Power Barracks Fusion Blueprint +2 Giant Rune Stone +125 Warfire Coin 1255. Seeing the pile of blueprints, Fang Hao stood there stunned. 2 orange, the rest purple, not even a dark gold among them. Frowning, he began to look at the first blueprint. Divine Realm Guard Hall. Ironized wood 5,500, ironized wood 3,500, fine stone brick 2,800, fine stone brick 2,000, cast iron block 850, fine iron 520, metal parts 1,200, glazed tiles 800. Description. Dressed in gleaming armor, emblazoned with the Empire's emblem, whenever the Divine Realm Guards charged into battle, their fighting spirit became the faith for all, and the gods' bidding was with them. A recruitment building for Divine Realm Guards. A 10-tier troop types building, fitting the orange grade. But, a barracks needing glazed tiles for construction seemed somewhat excessive. Those tiles are normally provided for level 15 Lord Manors or various large temples. For a barracks to require such materials was a bit much. Putting it aside, he continued to look at the second blueprint. Hall of Martial Maiden. Ironized wood 2,500, ironized wood 1,800, fine stone brick 1,000, fine stone brick 800, cast iron block 550, fine iron 220, metal parts 850, glazed tiles 500, trace of divinity 2, essence of magic 1. Description. A noble faith strengthens our resolve, and the loyal believers will be elevated here. The Hall of Martial Maiden was not a recruitment building. From the description, it appeared to be a functional building capable of enhancing the strength of believers. He guessed it might be similar to a training ground. Like the Blackstone training ground in the territory for the Orc clan, which provides training bonuses, this building might have a similar effect, offering some enhancements. Fang Hao had also just become a god, and he had only 2 followers. One was the old lady, and the other was the bandit. A bit rudimentary. If he could train followers, this would be the right building indeed. After checking out the 2 buildings, the next item was the equipment blueprint. Rock Grounds Sentinel set. Should be the same type of equipment as the Rock Grounds set, previously obtained in the Divine Territory mission. The purple set. Reaching level 4 defense. Set attributes. Attack power +15%, Physical resistance plus 35%, Stone Armor Guardian. Stone Armor Guardian. Earth Rune Guardian, hardness plus 50%, range defense plus 25%. No wonder this armor was so hard. Bullets would ricochet off it with a snap and a crackle. It had plenty of defense properties added to it. The stalagmite warhammer was also a previously obtained weapon, shaped like a horn with a thin end wrapped in a leather strap to prevent slipping. The attribute increased attack power by 15%, making it decent equipment. After reviewing the two main blueprints, I felt somewhat disappointed. The two orange buildings were good, and the purple set's rank wasn't low. But they were of no use to me. I wanted a special reward. Something that could instantly enhance my strength, allowing me to defeat the Dragon Queen. Or something powerful enough to bring the Dragon Queen to the negotiating table for peace. But these rewards, while good for a lord with a standard development, wouldn't give me the time I needed to develop before the Dragon Queen acted. With a slight sigh, I still decided to check the last reward. It was called Barracks Fusion Blueprint without even a rating. Just like the recruitment materials and warfire coins. The Fusion Blueprint was no different from a normal blueprint. It was a blue blank sheet. Around the edges of the blueprint, one could see a ring of intricate designs, which looked less like decorations and more like some form of array runes or symbols. As Fang Hao brought it closer, information appeared once again. Barracks Fusion Blueprint. Category: Special Blueprint. Description: Confuse two different types of troop buildings, changing the level of the building or creating a new type of troop building upon fusion. Seeing the description, Fang Hao's brow furrowed at first, then his eyes lit up. Fusion Blueprint, that's what it meant. To fuse two buildings together, potentially changing the rank of the building or possibly creating a new type of troop building. Did this mean Fang Hao could create a new troop type? Perhaps fusing the human clan's barracks with the dragon clans could produce some sort of half-dragon, half-human creature. The mental image was somewhat odd. Although the idea of half-dragons was far-fetched, the concept remained. Could I possibly fuse a new type of flying troop building? Whether it was for facing the Dragon Queen or bolstering my own forces. Powerful flying troops could significantly enhance my domain. It turns out the best reward was at the end. However, this blank sheet was somewhat of a gamble. I needed to prepare well before using it. The last two items were the Giant Rune Stone and Warfire Coins. The Giant Rune Stone, although it was my first time seeing it, I didn't have to guess to know it was a recruiting material for the Giant Clan. I collected all the blueprints, including the Fusion Blueprint and the Giant Rune Stone, into my storage space. We then followed into the central building of the city. The massive structure was already empty. In the center, there was a large stone chair. As Fang Hao tried to sit on it, no system prompts appeared, so it seemed we couldn't claim it like a normal city. If we could have claimed it, this place could have become a new concealed base. But it wasn't a big deal that we couldn't claim it, no loss really. The army began their final tidy-up phase. Fang Hao opened the Gate of the Worlds, and the skeleton troops started transporting the equipment into the gate continuously. At that moment, the bound spirit guardians searching for the divine statue came running over. "Lord, we only found this scepter inside the statue, it was wrapped inside the clay," said a bound spirit guardian, handing over a golden scepter. There really was something. Fang Hao had only told them to push it down on a whim, not really expecting there to be something. "Good, thank you for your hard work." Fang Hao took it, holding it in his hand. Divine Authority Candle, Crimson. Category: Divine Statue Treasure. Effect: Believer increase plus 50%, Main Deity Authority. Main Deity Authority. Subsidiary deities absorbing faith will provide 20% to the main deity. Description: The Father God firmly grasps the scepter in his hand. Holy shit. New color equipment appeared, crimson. And it was a divine statue treasure, meaning it was for equipping on a statue. In the effects, it mentioned the generation of believers, increasing the chance by 50%. The generation of believers was not simple. So this 50% was quite significant. The second effect, called Main Deity Authority, meant subsidiary deities absorbing faith had to hand over 20% to the main deity. Greedy capitalists are everywhere. Now Fang Hao even wondered if this empire of deities had been brought down by ordinary gods unable to bear the oppression, leading to internal strife and collapse. Otherwise, how could such an immense divine organization be replaced by the current deities? After pondering for a while, he stored the scepter away. All previous complaints vanished, and now he was only impressed by how powerful the system's rewarded map really was. He checked his gains. He had obtained a divinity, a dark gold giant sword, and a crimson scepter. Quite the haul indeed. He and all his gear and troops returned through the Gate of the Worlds. Fang Hao and his 3 companions walked out of the giant city and began their return journey along the original path. Damn, where's our carriage? Emerging from the thorn-tooth forest, Fang Hao let out a loud shout. It was clearly parked here yesterday, but today it had vanished. Angia went to where the horses had been tied up and observed, saying, "There are no signs of struggle or escape, it must have been taken by someone." Damn. In the middle of nowhere, not only did they encounter 2 transmigrators during battle. After they came out, even the carriage had been stolen. He really did have a conflict with the elf clan, not a single lucky event. It's okay, it's gone. Let's just take a look at the mining camp, and then head back. Rolana, putting on her hood, slung her arm around his. Angia also looped an arm from the other side and said, "No. I haven't had the chance to ride enough on the red-scaled horse I just got." The red-scaled horse, obtained when they killed that purple hero halfway through the journey. It had been used for pulling the carriage before, and now it was lost as well. There's nothing we can do about it if someone has taken it, and we don't have a shepherd's flute. Seeing Angia's unhappy face, he continued, "I still have an earth dragon shepherd's flute. I'll give it to you when we get back, it's way cooler than the red-scaled horse." All right then. Fang Hao rechecked the location on the map. The 4 of them changed direction and headed further east. After hacking their way through thorns, they finally neared the location of the mine spoken of by the 2 transmigrators. However, contrary to their description, a small camp had already been established here. The log walls were over 3 meters high, and atop the ramparts, a few silver-armored elf guards could be seen keeping watch. Judging by the guards' equipment and the crest on their chest, even if they did not belong to the nearby Lucerne city guards, they must be affiliated with some noble's guard. Otherwise, ordinary mercenaries or a transmigrator's army wouldn't be dressed so meticulously. The group stood at a distance, not approaching. They weren't particularly interested in the mine itself, and now that it was occupied by the elves, they were even less inclined to invite trouble. They still had to go back and study the fusion of blueprints and develop a new troop type against the Dragon Queen. Red-scaled horse. Ah, our red-scaled horse. Angia swayed Fang Hao's arm, pointing towards the front of the camp. There, a few horses were tied up, among which was their missing red-scaled horse. The horses in the area were quite common among the elf clan, and most looked pretty similar. But the red-scaled horse was a special breed, and that hero had gained quite a reputation because of it. Damn, it had actually been led away by this group of people. Tap tap tap. Just then, a series of rapid footsteps sounded, and a unit of silver-armored elf guards approached from behind. There were over 20 people in the approaching group, apparently on their way to the mining camp. "Mr. Payado," a voice called out from the elf group. No one responded. "Mr. Payado, Sir Lizardman, 2 ladies, is that really you?" The voice rang out again, this time closer. Fang Hao turned back and saw a handsome elf dressed in purple noble's attire approaching excitedly. On closer inspection, it was the young master he had escorted for the Morning Light Company. The elf clan leader's offspring were indeed quite handsome. At that moment, Fang Hao also remembered. Payado was his stage name. Looking at the information prompt for the other person, Fang Hao smiled. "Young Master Eugene, it's you. I was distracted and didn't hear you just now." "What young master? Just call me by my name. You folks once saved my life," Eugene said with a warm and eager smile on his face, showing more affection than even his own guards. "It's what we should do. We accepted an escort mission back then." Eugene didn't linger on the subject and curiously asked, Mr. Piedo, what brings you all the way here? Fang Hao was surprised, glanced back at the camp, then at the thorn forest that didn't have a proper path. He sighed and said, Ah, don't mention it. We've lost our carriage and followed the clues all the way here, only to track it down to this place. That's right, they stole it from within there. Angia pointed towards the camp and explained. Eugene looked up and immediately recognized the red phosphorus horse. Oh, so it was them. These sorts of thieving tricks are their specialty, Eugene commented sarcastically. Fang Hao was slightly stunned. They weren't working together. Before Fang Hao could speak, Eugene's eyes flicked about. He spoke again, Mr. Piedo, there's something I want to discuss with you. If it's inconvenient, I hope you can keep it confidential for me. Sure. Fang Hao nodded. The group was pulled aside to a spot that looked like they were avoiding their own guards. Eugene spoke softly, Mr. Piedo, I'm here to negotiate the terms of mining rights. I'd like to invite you to join my side, and we can split the share we secure in half. He was also here for the mine. What kind of mine is it? Eugene's voice dropped even lower, Mithril. Damn. Hearing about the Mithril mine, Fang Hao was also taken aback. The value of a mithril mine was akin to striking an oil field. Its monetary worth was just a part of its value, with the majority being the necessity for war preparations. To find a new vein in such a remote location was indeed surprising. You're seeking me out. Aren't you afraid of any danger? Fang Hao curiously looked at the other party. After all, he was an outsider, and not even of the elf clan. Surely there were many others, stronger than he, who could be approached. Eugene looked towards his own guards, then said helplessly, to be honest, I haven't found any reliable partners, and now that I have met you all, I thought of cooperating with you. With powerful heroes on side, one could naturally hold a certain advantage during negotiations. Not to mention a mine, even in a power struggle, one of the standards to measure combat power was the level of the opponent's heroes. Fang Hao considered for a moment and felt that this was an opportunity handed to him on a platter. If he could really split the mithril mine according to shares, the wealth was a minor matter, the main thing was that it would also benefit his own development. What do you want us to do? Fang Hao continued to ask. Eugene fell into silent thought for a moment, then said, You'll accompany me, acting as my champion, and be a bit tougher during negotiations. Does the other party have any heroes? Fang Hao asked further. They're just a local branch of a major family. If they had heroes, they would at best be of the blue level, otherwise, they wouldn't be negotiating with me. Fang Hao looked at him, ensuring that his words were truthful. There was no reason to refuse a piece of fat that had landed right in his mouth. All right, let's go in then. We'll decide based on the situation when the time comes. Great. Eugene was delighted and led Fang Hao and a few others, along with 2 guards, striding into the camp. In the main city, at the city lord's mansion. Dragon Queen, Teralt, sat on a throne made of white bone, her golden gown trailing, revealing her fair and round calves. The toxic gas in the city had dissipated quite a bit, which to the physique of the Dragon clan was no longer an issue. The group had finally entered the city. This seemingly ordinary city still brought some surprises to the Dragon Queen. Rows of warehouses were filled with densely packed weapons and equipment, and the armory contained a large number of dwarf devices. Not to speak of the gold that hadn't been found yet, just the items in the storage were an astonishing fortune. It was enough to recoup the losses sustained at Mount Dragon Peak. The more she understood about this transmigrator, the more he surprised her. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, Dragon Clan's elders and heroes walked into the hall. After bowing, one of the elders reported, We have received news that Fang Hao is the husband of a human Federation city's Lady City Lord. Lady City Lord. Husband. The Dragon Queen's brow furrowed. The fellow surrounded by skeletons and undead was actually maintaining a close relationship with the human Federation. Yes, we have determined the location of that city. Shall we go there? The Dragon Clan elder said. The Dragon Queen fell silent for 2 seconds, ultimately remaining seated, and then said, Notify that city to have the Lady City Lord come to meet me tomorrow. If she doesn't come or tries to flee, the Dragon Clan will launch an attack on that city. The people of the Dragon Clan had been made captives by Fang Hao. Even though the Dragon Queen still appeared strong, she also had to consider what measures to take. The elder nodded and stepped back 2 paces. Another elder stepped forward and, after musing for a moment, said, "Dragon Queen, Beata's dealings with outsiders led to the attack on Mount Dragon Peak and the deaths and capture of our kin. To set an example, we must severely punish Beata." Hearing these words, the Dragon Queen's eyes narrowed, and her expression darkened. She believed that the location of Mount Dragon Peak had nothing to do with Beata. But with so many of the Dragon Clan dead and the rest captured by the enemy, it was impossible not to take out her anger on Beata. Taking a deep breath, the Dragon Queen said, "When she comes out from her confinement, she will be strictly punished." Yes. In Thorn-Tooth Forest, the negotiation was much simpler than expected. At one point, Rolana killed 2 of the opponent's heroes, and when Demetria's longsword was held at the leader's throat, everything turned amicable. Both sides expressed their thoughts, and ultimately a reasonable plan was made. The mining of this vein would be a joint responsibility between 3 families. Eugene would take 40%, taking charge of roadways and the handling of Thorn's Forest in the surrounding area, while the Kessarian family, the family currently in negotiation, would oversee the manual mining and equipment, taking 30%. Fang Hao didn't need to manage anything. Should any powerful enemies interfere, he would need to arrange for people to coordinate and handle it, also taking 30%. It was only during the discussion that Fang Hao learned that Eugene was the new city lord of Lucerne. After everything was discussed, the 3 parties signed an agreement. On Fang Hao's side, it was Rolana's name on the contract. After all, it was just a piece of paper and there were no rules bound by it. Once the negotiation was concluded, they did not linger too much and directly left the camp. As they departed, Angia also led away the horses that had gone astray. On the way out, Eugene said, "I didn't expect them to concede. It's all thanks to your care. I'll take charge of this side. After the mine starts producing, I will count and deliver the revenue to you. Do you plan to sell these mithril mines to the elf clan?" Fang Hao asked. Eugene shook his head. "Neither, Kessarian, nor I have the ability to protect the mines. Right now, we're focusing on keeping it a secret while mining. Our priority will likely be to sell to the trade alliance. Actually I do have a lead. After I return, I'll look into it and see if they would be willing to take this batch of mithril mines," Fang Hao said while walking. He wanted those ores. The trade would also be convenient. All it required was leaving behind a transmigrator to carry out the transaction. That would be great. Even if it's cheaper than the market price, as long as it's safe, that's fine. I'll ask when I get back." Eugene nodded, fetched a sound transmitting shell, and said, "Here, take this. We can use it to contact each other if anything arises." Okay. After the group left Thorn-Tooth Forest, Fang Hao didn't head back the way he came. He found an excuse to part ways with Eugene, waited until he was alone, and then activated the teleportation screen to leave. The screen flickered. The group had returned to the great ship. "My lord, you've returned?" An ancient blood servant asked in a deep voice. Fang Hao nodded and said, "Set course for home, we're leaving this place." "Yes." After the reply, the great ship began to sail back. Leaving these waters, they returned to Rainbow Pearl Island. Inside the hall, several heroes had gathered together. Fang Hao first summarized the mission and discussed the issue of the mithril mine. After he had spoken, his gaze turned to the lizardman, Demetria. "My lord, contact the queen and tell her I need to order another batch of glazed tiles. Ask her to prepare them as soon as possible." "How many are needed?" Demetria asked. Fang Hao thought for a moment. "Prepare for 10,000. Right away, I'll contact them immediately." After instructing Demetria, Fang Hao's gaze returned to Rolana. Rolana wasn't very interested in this kind of meeting, busily whispering with Angia. It seemed that, at some point, they had become especially close. Fang Hao feared Rolana would lead Angia astray. Rolana. What is it?" Rolana looked up at him. Arrange a meeting with your mother. There are some things I'd like to ask her, Fang Hao continued. What about? She can be rather difficult to communicate with, Rolana said directly. Some matters regarding demigods. Rolana frowned, feeling that she indeed couldn't answer questions about demigods, and said, shall I speak to her when I return? Yes, if she agrees, let me know. We'll meet at the Trade Alliance. All right, I understand. After the meeting ended, Rolana took some gifts and used the teleportation pendant to return to Eternal Night City. With everyone gone, the hall returned to silence. Angia also went to the cabin to check on the horses they had brought back. Fang Hao tallied the spoils of war. Then he took out the sound-transmitting shell and contacted Queen of Fateweaver, Domina. Having learned that she was well, he released the screen, and Domina stepped out from within. My lord, Domina assessed her surroundings, curious about her location. The unfamiliar hall and the swaying ground, it was clearly not the former main city. Seeing the confusion in Domina's eyes, Fang Hao explained, we're on a ship. The main city has been occupied by the Dragon Clan, we can't go there yet. Domina was aware of the grievances with the Dragon Clan. But to hear that Fang Hao, with all his forces, had been driven out by the Dragon Clan was still somewhat surprising. My lord, come to my place. Drifting at sea is no solution, Domina said. Fang Hao smiled and replied, don't worry, I have my plans. I called you here because I've acquired some crystals that can enhance your power. Saying this, Fang Hao placed all the crystals on a wooden table nearby. Slowly, they piled up into a small mountain. Domina's eyes widened. My lord, these are all excitation crystals. I'll have a bath and cool water prepared, and you'll use them all, Fang Hao said directly. The excitation crystals they had obtained this time were more than 200 in number. Enough to elevate Domina to an orange rank. Domina looked at him with wide, sparkling eyes. Thank you, my lord. Fang Hao gave orders, and in an empty room at the back of the hall, a bath and a full bucket of cool water were prepared. This wasn't the first time she was using crystals, she knew what to do. Fang Hao placed the crystals on a desk nearby, and Domina stood in front of the bath, gently stirring the water with her hand. All right, get in when you're ready. Her face blushing, Domina slowly shed the black bug armor that cloaked her body, revealing skin as pure white as a peeled egg. This time, even the armor covering her buttocks was discarded, exposing all her skin to the air. Her giant spider form was quite terrifying. But in human form, Domina's skin was incredibly white. My lord. Domina, feeling shy, turned her head and called out softly. Fang Hao came to his senses, took her hand, and helped her into the bath. After she had fully immersed her body, Fang Hao was about to leave. But the hand he held did not let go. My lord, if you're not too busy, could you stay with me? Having said that, Domina's entire body began to flush crimson, and her 4 eyes filled with shyness. This also made Fang Hao feel somewhat embarrassed. He glanced at the bathtub and felt that bathing together would affect the performance of the crystals. Still, he said, first, take the crystals, we'll have another chance tonight. Okay, my lord, I didn't mean it that way. In Eternal Night City, Blood Castle. At a finely decorated elongated stone table, Rolana was having dinner with her mother. Some species, or deities, don't need to eat for sustenance, but enjoying a meal is still a delightful affair. Have you settled your affairs? Isabella, dressed in elegant black attire, asked softly. Rolana shook her head. No. Curious, Isabella glanced at her daughter and continued, did you have a fight with your human friend and decide to come back? Our relationship is fine, I just came to see you since there's not much going on. So, did your little boyfriend send you to persuade me to help him fight the Dragon Queen? To be honest, Isabella was genuinely surprised by the abilities Fang Hao had displayed. She didn't know he had already taken Mount Dragon Peak, but she was amazed that a transmigrator could escape from the Dragon Queen's grasp. Moreover, he was also planning how to retaliate. That was the Dragon Clan, after all, any species would think twice before confronting them. Yet now, a transmigrator had turned it into a protracted battle. The name Fang Hao had become world-renowned. Moreover, the status of transmigrators was gradually improving. Regarding her mother's words, Rolana didn't show much emotion but calmly picked up some meat, chewed a couple of times, and then said, "She wants to ask you about something." "Oh, regarding what?" "Demigod." Isabella's brow furrowed slightly but then relaxed. She thought briefly, guessing there were two reasons for seeking her out. One was to use this as a reason to continue persuading her to fight against the Dragon Queen. But that was impossible. The major powers were maintaining a superficial peace. She would never start a war with the Dragon Clan for an outsider. The second possibility was that he wanted to find out a demigod's weaknesses to discover a way to defeat one. If that was the case, it was quite laughable. Even if there were weaknesses in being a demigod, they weren't something an ordinary person could exploit. If you have time, go help him. Actually, he isn't at a disadvantage in dealing with the Dragon Clan. Isabella smiled, glanced at her daughter, and nodded. Then tell him, we'll meet tomorrow at the Trade Alliance shop. All right. In the chilly hall, Fang Hao, holding the Book of Lords, searched for some barracks blueprints in the transmigrator's shop. After a long search, he found nothing. Then, footsteps echoed. He turned around and saw Domina approaching. Her black chitinous armor wrapped around her skin again, and the glistening water droplets slid along her graceful curves. Except for the somewhat frightening spider appendages behind her. Her slow approach somewhat resembled Catwoman from Batman. Especially since her body-hugging black armor looked just like tight leather. Domina came to a halt, bowed slightly, and said, "My lord." Queen of Fateweaver Domina, Orange Tier 6 hero. In the purple advancement phase, after several hero trials, Domina continued taking crystals and raised her tier to Orange Tier 6. Although she hadn't reached Dark Gold, Orange Tier was already quite impressive. Probably other species didn't have such rapid advancement methods. If she could keep obtaining these crystals consistently, perhaps she could even become a demigod. Fang Hao smiled slightly and patted his thigh. Domina's cheeks instantly flushed, and her spider limbs stiffened slightly. Bowing her head and biting her lower lip, she carefully approached and sat on his thigh. The relationship between the two had become quite delicate quite early on. Domina had some masochistic inclinations, and Fang Hao was quite willing to indulge these preferences. Even using the knowledge he'd learned from films to apply to her. Later, when her loyalty reached 100 points, Domina didn't resist their interactions, they were even filled with insinuations. But, there was still some pressure. It wasn't that he had no feelings for Domina, but being with a spider, there was inevitably some burden. Rabbits and foxes were one thing. Now this spider. With Domina sitting on his lap, Fang Hao wrapped an arm around her waist. The chitinous armor encompassing her body also receded at the places he caressed, revealing large areas of smooth skin. Perhaps because she had just come out of the bathtub, the skin on her back and waist felt exceptionally supple. "My lord," Domina glanced away shyly and spoke softly. Fang Hao increased the area of his search, and the chitin moved back and forth with his hand as if alive. Domina squirmed a bit. The slightly burning breath caressed her cheek and collarbone, making her feel bashful, but her inherent nature had her pretending to be calm. The nightstone emitted a soft glow. Domina carefully raised her head, and their eyes met. "My lord, you can continue, even harder if you wish." After saying that, she leaned into his arms, her breath slightly heavy. The chitin could no longer stay attached, exposing her fair, smooth shoulders and the beautiful curves of her waist and back. Soon, her outer coat hung on the chair, her clothes scattered around the floor. Fang Hao still sat in the stone chair, gestured for her to come closer, and Domina maintained her composure, though her skin flushed red with another color. The armor receded, and she straddled him. Phew. Domina's eyes widened, and she let out a painful whine. Both arms and legs tightly wrapped around him. The steps behind them also instantly closed forward, encasing Fang Hao layer by layer like iron. This startled him and he felt the tightness of her body. He whispered soothingly, "Domina, it's okay, relax, you first relax. This is all a normal process." After a while of comforting, the locked steps slowly opened. Her body was no longer that tense. Slowly, Domina's seductive eyes like silk, her body covered in sweat, she murmured, "Master, you can spank me. Master." Even getting into character now. The next day. Rainbow Pearl Island, Royal Palace. The Sea King lazily leaned on his throne, holding his scepter. Listening to a group of ministers below, reporting on the issues of the island's repair. After Fang Hao and the others had left, the Sea Tribe gradually regained tranquility. Sometimes the Sea King even wished that Fang Hao and his people would just die outside, so things could go back to how they were before. It would save him the constant fear of them returning. He coughed lightly to bring himself a bit more to alertness. Just as he was about to speak, suddenly, a light curtain appeared in the middle of the hall. Fang Hao, along with Angia and Domina, walked out from the light curtain. The moment he saw Fang Hao, the Sea King's body jolted violently, nearly tumbling off his throne. He shook his head to make sure he wasn't seeing things, then quickly slithered down. "Lord, you've come back," the Sea King said respectfully. Fang Hao looked around. It seemed they were in the middle of a meeting. He said, "You continue your meeting, I will go to the temple." "Oh, all right, my lord," the Sea King immediately responded. Some ministers who had never seen Fang Hao were somewhat stunned. These few, they are the ones who occupied the islands. A few young people. Fang Hao and his party left the royal palace, but the meeting continued. However, the Sea King took it much more seriously, carefully detailing the following repair work for each island. Walking out of the royal palace, they headed directly to the temple area. The witch named Laurel was still working in the temple. Seeing the group approach, she immediately performed a salutation, "My lords." Fang Hao nodded. "Carry on with your work, don't mind me." "Yes, my lord," the witch stepped aside but did not go too far. She continued spreading faith among the Sea Tribe worshippers while occasionally glancing over here. Fang Hao pulled out a sculpted scepter and handed it to Angia. "Try this, put this thing on the statue." "How do I put it?" Angia asked. The statue was of fixed shape and did not have any pre-designed motion for holding things. Was she supposed to drill a hole in its hand? "I'm not sure. Just try," Fang Hao said. Angia nodded, hopped onto the stone platform, and as she brought the scepter close, a prompt appeared in front of Fang Hao. "Would you like to equip the divine statue with the item?" "Yes." In an instant, a beam of light enveloped the statue. Item effect activated. Faith output increased by 50%, sovereignty of the chief deity. The statue, which originally had arms hanging down, now had its left arm slightly bent, holding the scepter. Angia widened her eyes, pointing at the statue while looking back at the other two. As if saying, "Did you see that? It transformed. How did it change its shape?" Angia jumped down. "What a question. I am a god, just playing with you. Make me a statue too. I want to be a god." Angia clung to his palm, shaking it. "Wait until you're a demigod, then you'll get a powerful and imposing one." "All right." Instead of returning to the royal palace, they walked in a different direction. Angia asked, "Where are we going now?" "Trade Alliance headquarters, to meet Laurel's mother." Trade Alliance headquarters. While walking on the street, they could still hear some discussions about themselves. "I just went to the tavern. That transmigrator hasn't been killed by the Dragon Clan yet. I suspect the Dragon Clan is just putting on an act. The betting game in the stores, not a single person won, everyone lost terribly. I heard the kid ran away, even the Dragon Queen didn't catch him. That transmigrator is really something. The Dragon Clan really lost face this time, can't even handle a transmigrator." As they passed by, basically, everyone was talking about this matter. About the Dragon Clan, the transmigrator, and even complaining about the betting houses. Fang Hao and the others lingered a bit listening by the roadside but didn't gather any important news, so they directly headed to the Blood Clan's store. Once they entered the store, a clerk guided them to the third floor. In the dimly lit room, they met Laurel, and her mother, Isabella. "Lady Isabella." Fang Hao made a slight bow. Domina and Angia, following behind, properly performed the orc salute. After all, dealing with a demigod, and Loril's mother, maintaining etiquette could make relationships smoother. Take a seat, said Isabella. The three sat down, and a servant served them tea and refreshments. I hear from my daughter that you have something to ask me. Isabella cut directly to the chase. Fang Hao maintained his smile and also went straight to the point. Yes, I wanted to ask you, madam, how can one become a demigod? How to become a demigod? Perhaps this is a question many people are curious about. But when he asked it, it gave off a sense of seeking shortcuts and gaming the system. Isabella frowned at him, silent for a while before asking, do you want to become a demigod? Fang Hao shook his head, I just want to understand a bit. He was now a first-level deity, yet above a demigod. Though his strength wasn't much to speak of. Isabella picked up her wine glass and took a light sip before speaking slowly. Knowing knowledge far beyond your strength only adds pressure. What you need to do is improve bit by bit. When strength is sufficient, naturally, the method to become a demigod will be found. Without strength, no matter how much knowledge one possesses, it would only affect your state of mind. Isabella's words sounded more like she was lecturing her junior. Advising him not to aim too high. I just want to know, is a demigod just above dark gold? Fang Hao directly asked again with a question. Yes, to become a demigod is not simply through heroic trials anymore but through the amalgamation of divinity. Once you possess divinity, you become a demigod, and divinity will become the core of your strength, Isabella explained. Fang Hao nodded. If we don't elevate in the normal way, is there a quick method to become a demigod? Isabella frowned, looked at him oddly for a while, and then said, what do you think a demigod is? To become one quickly. In this world, deities cannot descend directly. A demigod is the pinnacle of strength. If there were a quick way to become a demigod, wouldn't demigods be everywhere? Can't someone else absorb this divinity? Fang Hao asked more directly. Isabella was about to speak but suddenly paused, seemingly recalling something. Then she said, I have never heard of anyone becoming a demigod by absorbing divinity, but in one record, there is a story of someone who devoured divinity and ascended to godhood. Directly becoming a god. Was it the divinity of a true god that was swallowed? How were they devoured? Fang Hao inquired further. The others also pricked up their ears, waiting for the story. I can't quite remember the details of the story. Isabella took another sip of her drink before continuing. I remember, it seemed to be a thief who had fled into a temple, his body covered in wounds, both ears and nose cut off, with only 2 fingers remaining on his hands. He kneeled before the statue of the deity, pleading for the deity to save him. And then, Angia inquired. The deity saved him, and, impressed by his eloquence, granted him a high rank. Once, when the deity was severely injured in battle, the thief mixed the venom of a deadly snake into the deity's cup, poisoned the deity to death, and then devoured the divinity to become a deity himself. The story wasn't long, and obviously, Isabella didn't remember it too well. A deity being killed by the very thief he saved, the authenticity of this story isn't high. But it does prove that the devouring of divinity has existed for a long time. How was it devoured? Directly eaten, or how was it done? Can anyone absorb it regardless of their strength? Isabella pondered again before seriously answering. It should be absorption, absorbed into the body like energy, not ruling out direct consumption. As for strength, the higher the better, the closer to being a demigod the better. Power is also a burden, and ordinary people might not be able to withstand such power. According to her story, if a thief could devour divinity, then absorbing divinity shouldn't be difficult. The reason such information is scarce. Mainly because no one can kill a demigod or a deity, let alone devour them. What are the dangers if the devouring fails? Isabella looked him up and down curiously, suspecting that he asked in such detail, could he actually have divinity? But on second thought, there are only a few demigods, and it would not be his turn to have divinity. It depends on your strength. If you are close to being a demigod, even if it fails, the likelihood of danger is not great. Fang Hao then asked about some related matters, and the conversation shifted to the Dragon Queen. This time, Isabella actually praised Fang Hao a few times, but still had no intention of helping. Leaving her daughter to assist him was the biggest concession she had made. Fang Hao did not say much more, as he hadn't counted on her in his plans. After sitting together for a while, they stood up and said goodbye to Isabella. Taking a few people, including Rolana, they left together. Through teleportation, they returned to Rainbow Pearl Island. The Sea King proactively approached him, reporting on some recent progress. The damaged islands were being repaired, and the surrounding forces were beginning to restore diplomacy and trade. The Sea Tribe was gradually returning to normal. After listening for a while, Fang Hao sent the Sea King away. He still didn't have the energy to focus on these issues while the main city had yet not been reclaimed. After sending off the Sea King, he was just about to call for Rolana. Suddenly, he heard a voice in his ear. "Sir, Miriam is calling for you." Miriam, the old lady from Lis City. Releasing his divine presence, his vision blurred, and he suddenly appeared in the temple of Lis City. Miriam was still kneeling in front of the statue. And his own statue in the temple had also changed to a pose holding a scepter, which frankly looked quite handsome. "Miriam, you don't need to kneel in the future, just speak up if there's anything," Fang Hao said. The two communicated directly in their minds and did not need to speak aloud. Following that, he heard Miriam's voice in his mind. The City Lord's mansion sent a message that this morning, in accordance with the Dragon Clan's request, someone was arranged to meet the Dragon Clan leader. Upon hearing this message, Fang Hao was startled. The Dragon Clan had already reached Lis City. What did the Dragon Clan say? The Dragon Clan demands that within 3 days, you reveal your whereabouts, or they will launch an attack on this city. The City Lord's office tried to contact Lady Rebecca, but without any news, they attempted to get in touch with you. 3 days were given. That was somewhat unexpected for Fang Hao. It seems the Dragon Clan also cares about the lives of their people, offering each other a chance to reconcile without destruction. There's no need to contact Rebecca, she is receiving her inheritance. I will handle this matter within 3 days, so they need not worry, Fang Hao said. Miriam pondered for a moment, then continued, the wealthy merchants in the city are taking their assets and leaving. It's fine, let them be. If there's nothing amiss in 3 days, they will return, Fang Hao stated bluntly. Rebecca wasn't here, and neither was he. If these departing elites were detained, it could provoke chaos in the city ahead of time. All right, I understand, said Miriam. Don't worry, I can handle the situation, and you all will be safe. Yes, my lord. Canceling. Divinity descending. Fang Hao disconnected from Miriam. Recently, he hadn't been in touch with Amanda either. It appeared the Dragon Clan had already entered his city. Judging by the time, it must have been over a month, and the poisonous fog should have mostly dispersed. With the Dragon Clan's robust physique, entering the city was no problem. It seemed that negotiations with the Dragon Clan needed to be moved up. At the very least, a negotiation must happen within the next 3 days. After lunch, Fang Hao called Lorana to his room. The beauty of the lonely night, Lorana and Tobias, dark gold 5th tier hero. Throughout, Lorana's rank had never changed. Always a dark gold 5th tier. What's up? Lorana entered and flopped directly onto the bed. Lorana, there's an important task I need you to undertake, Fang Hao pulled her up saying. What are you scheming now? If there's some scheme, go find Angia, I'm not playing with you, Lorana complained, her body still slack as she leaned back, clearly unwilling to cooperate. Fang Hao was startled. What scheme? What nonsense? He didn't joke with her, but rather said while pulling her, I want you to become a demigod, the second in our power. A demigod? That's still far off for me, Lorana sat up. Fang Hao chuckled lightly and said, I have a way. He then took out the divinity from his storage space. A glowing orb emitting divine light instantly captured Lorana's attention. Just staring at the orb induced a compelling urge to approach and possess it. Hey, don't fall asleep, Fang Hao said as he shook the dazed Lorana. What is this? A divinity, from the demigod we killed yesterday. Lorana's eyes widened. So, Fang Hao was planning to turn her into a demigod when he was asking her mother about divinity. Absorbing a divinity was something that only happened in stories. Can it really be absorbed? Lorana asked. Yes, I have already absorbed one. It should be safe, though the method for transmigrators is not suitable for you. You will have to find your own method. After this, we'll be divine companions. PFF'd. Who's your divine companion? Lorana scoffed, but still extended her hand to receive the divinity. Lorana took the divinity and started figuring out how to absorb it. After a few attempts, the glow from the orb, as if drawn, began converging towards her body. Gradually merging into her. 2 days later, Goblin, Kuketer, stepped out from the light screen, surveying this familiar city. Its former prosperity was no more. Before him lay only a desolate city and the remains of ruins. Kuketer, adjusting his collar, carrying his briefcase, walked toward the city center. Passing by the warehouse area, he could see the equipment and weapons casually piled outside. Finally reaching the Lord's mansion, he took a deep breath and called out, "Trade Alliance, Kuketer, seeking an audience with the Dragon Queen." A few moments later, a chilly voice emerged from the hall, "Come in." The goblin entered the hall carefully. The Dragon Queen sat on her white bone throne, with 2 Dragon Clan elders seated below her. "What brings you here?" The Dragon Queen glanced at the goblin. The goblin swallowed and emphasized again, "Dragon Queen, the Trade Alliance has a duty to provide mediation to its members. This time, I am here too. Are you here to plea for Fang Hao?" The Dragon Queen scoffed. Does he think he can negotiate peace in this war? Dragon Queen, Fang Hao sent me to inform you that he wishes to meet you tomorrow at the Trade Alliance headquarters, and he plans to release some Dragon Clan captives. The goblin bowed his head as he spoke, but his voice gradually trailed off toward the end. 3 members of the Dragon Clan in the hall were slightly taken aback. Then came the Dragon Queen's furious reprimand, "Are you seeking death?" The 2 Dragon Clan elders by her side also showed angry expressions. Fang Hao was very bold. The Dragon Clan hadn't sought him out, yet he took the initiative to arrange a meeting with the Dragon Queen. And not just a meeting, he even wanted to release a few hostages. When had the Dragon Clan ever suffered such an affront? It was simply courting death. Scolded, the goblin startled and cursed Fang Hao silently for being a madman, wanting to die and dragging him along with it. The Dragon Clan wasn't much better than robbers, they shouldn't resent him and get him killed. "I'm just the messenger. These are all Fang Hao's words, it has nothing to do with me," the goblin hastily explained. The Dragon Queen glared at him, her voice colder. "Where is he?" "I don't know. No one knows where he is right now," the goblin quickly replied. He truly didn't know where Fang Hao was. But it was certain that Fang Hao was on the side of a major power, otherwise he couldn't have teleported directly to the headquarters of the Trade Alliance. "You said he wants to meet tomorrow. Where in the Trade Alliance?" The Dragon Queen sat back down, suppressing her anger. Up to now, the Dragon Clan really had no way to deal with Fang Hao. Apart from the Dragon Queen, the rest of the Dragon Clan members couldn't defeat him, and he didn't confront the Dragon Queen directly. He had turned the battle into a guerrilla war. He said it's reserved in a private room at the Succubus Tavern, the goblin whispered. "Fine, if you see him again, tell him I'll be there," the Dragon Queen said. Yes, then I'll leave you all be." The goblin backed away, walking out of the hall and hurried off. The hall was left with just the Dragon Queen and 2 elders. An elder spoke, "Meeting him tomorrow is good, just kill him directly." Beata dared to act within the headquarters of the Trade Alliance, let alone the Dragon Clan elders and the Dragon Queen. Since he mentioned the Succubus Tavern, just kill him on sight. HMPH. This lad also mentioned releasing a few hostages, reminding us that he has our people, making sure we don't get any ideas, another elder added. "So we really go and negotiate with a transmigrator. But what can we do if we don't go? If we don't, they won't release the people, and just keep dragging this on. Capture him, force him to release them." The more the 2 elders talked, the angrier they became, wishing they could kill the lad right now. The Dragon Queen pondered the reason behind his summons, resting her chin on her hands. He had been running all along. And now suddenly, he had the courage to show himself. That was somewhat odd. Wasn't he afraid that she would kill him on sight? Or perhaps, he had found a demigod to rely on. Hearing the elders argue more fiercely below, the Dragon Queen waved her hand. Enough, go prepare. Tomorrow you will accompany me there, and if there is a chance, kill him. Yes, Dragon Queen. The two bowed and while still arguing, walked out. Squeak. The door was opened a crack. Domina cautiously poked her head in, her 4 eyes scanning the room. My lord. Domina, what is it? Fang Hao beckoned her over. Domina walked in with small steps, quietly speaking, I don't have anything important, just came to see what you would like for lunch, so I can have someone prepare it. As she spoke, her face turned red. Fang Hao wrapped his arm around her slim waist, the insect armor automatically opened, revealing smooth skin. How about, want to play a game? Domina was pulled into his embrace, her hind legs immediately bent to avoid injuring him, however, her head turned away, no. Seeing her somewhat flustered yet adorable demeanor, he allowed her to sit on his lap, his hand forcefully slapped her back. Slap. The sound was crisp, her tender skin immediately blushed. Being an orange hero, she naturally wasn't afraid of such a slap, but Domina's body still shivered with the slap, her head slightly lifted. My lord, you can use a bit more strength. Slap. Fang Hao slapped her again. Domina's body trembled slightly, her expression turning strange. The two twisted and gradually held each other closer. Slap, slap, slap. Fang Hao continued to slap and knead her body. Holding each other for a moment, Domina found it increasingly difficult to control her expression, moved her cheek away, and spoke breathlessly, I can't take it anymore. Slap. Fang Hao slapped her fiercely again. With a cry from Domina, her head jerked back, her body tightened, her legs straightened stiffly at her sides. Her hind legs closed forward again, firmly locking him. Fang Hao covered her heart, quickly saying, Domina, take a deep breath, relax. Domina calmed down for a while, her hind legs slowly opened. She began to tidy up the mess on the floor. Fang Hao sat aside, watching Domina busy on the floor. Suddenly, he remembered that he hadn't checked her attributes after she advanced to orange. He opened the Book of Lords, comparing the properties. After turning orange, Domina had gained 2 new skills. One was called Withering Poison, and the other was called Cocoon. Withering Poison. This unit's hind legs blade attack will carry a poisonous attack, accompanied by negative states such as stun and hallucination. Damn. Just seeing the first skill, Fang Hao immediately checked his back. Confirming there were no wounds, he sighed with relief. Being injured and poisoned because of this matter wouldn't sound good if it spread. Domina's hind legs could actually be seen as a kind of sword used mainly for close-range attacks. Withering Poison, it clearly enhanced this type of close-range ability. Once the enemy was hit, the toxin would produce negative effects to increase their own advantage. He continued to check the second skill. Cocoon, use spider webs to wrap and bind the enemy. The enveloped target would be affected by the spider silk toxin, entering a state of paralysis and paralysis, effective time, depending on the enemy's resistance. A traditional skill of the spider clan. They were very good at wrapping various creatures into a bundle, then hanging them on trees and houses. Now Domina's skills added a negative effect, paralysis and paralysis state. It was also a decent ability. Bang. At that moment, the door was slammed open. Fang Hao, it's time for dinner, come down to eat, Angia barged in. Oh, Domina, what are you applying? Nothing, I just came to call the Lord for dinner. Fang Hao also stood up. Let's go, let's try the Sea Tribe royal chef's cooking. The next day, Succubus Tavern. During the day, the Succubus Tavern was already filled with many people. People were drinking and chatting, and little succubi wearing black leather outfits were shuttling between the tables, serving drinks and dishes to the guests. In a private room on the second floor, Fang Hao stood by the window, looking down at the busy street below. Have they arrived? Rolana leaned in and asked softly. I haven't seen them yet. There were 4 people in the room. Besides Fang Hao and Rolana, there were also the big sister and second sister of the black armored sisters. And in the next room, there were the third and fourth sisters of the black armored. Today this place was the meeting spot with the Dragon Clan. If they could negotiate, Fang Hao wouldn't mind talking to the Dragon Queen, but if not, today would be a good opportunity to settle things with the Dragon Queen. Once the fight started, the room could restrict the Dragon Clan's movements, and the third and fourth sisters outside could join the battle immediately. Thump, thump. Just then, a knock on the door startled the four of them. Before reacting, the door was gently pushed open. A little succubus peeked her head in. "Sir, should I serve the dishes?" Fang Hao covered his chest and shook his head. "The guests haven't arrived yet, I'll let you know when it's time." "Okay, sir." The little succubus withdrew. The people in the room all breathed a sigh of relief. At the moment the door opened, everyone's hearts were in their throats. After a good while, the street outside the window plunged into chaos. People stopped walking and cautiously watched the three figures in the middle of the road. Fang Hao looked over and saw the Dragon Queen, in a golden gown, entering the succubus tavern with two elders of the Dragon Clan. Following Hosh, a crowd of guests, like fleeing, left the tavern and stood far across from it, chattering in groups. And the little succubi at the door, each of them looked a bit at a loss. The shop that had been quite lively a moment ago had suddenly emptied. "The Dragon Queen is here, be careful," Fang Hao said to the people around him. "Okay." Rolana took a deep breath and steadied herself. Soon, the door to the private room opened. The Dragon Queen, in a golden dress, walked in. Her gaze swept over the people in the room once. Rolana, the black-armored warriors, she had seen them all. The remaining human was Fang Hao the Transmigrator. "You actually dared to come. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you right here?" The Dragon Queen looked at him, her voice cold. It was as if she could initiate the killing anytime. Fang Hao flashed a smile and said, "If I dared to come, naturally I have some confidence, and our fights have not been at a loss for me. Until now, both sides had exchanged control of cities. But Fang Hao had an advantage in capturing a large number of Dragon Clan's people, making the Dragon Queen consider her own clan's lives. Pushed to the limit, Fang Hao could kill some and she couldn't do anything. The Dragon Queen's advantage was her own strength, having retaken Mount Dragon Peak and occupied Fang Hao's main city. As long as she had the specifics on Fang Hao, she could chase him and kill him. "Interesting, so did you call me here just to show off your achievements?" The Dragon Queen sneered. "Of course not, let's sit down and talk." The Dragon Queen and her party sat down across from him, their gaze still on him. "Talk then. How will you release my people?" Dragon Queen, "Continuing to fight is just a mutual drain of combat power. If we keep on like this, nobody, wouldn't care. But the name of the strongest race might be surpassed by other powers," Fang Hao said calmly, looking into her eyes. The Dragon Queen got amused by his words and scoffed, "Are you here to surrender? Let's make peace, we both step back, and let's call this matter settled, how about that?" "Good. You release my people first, and I'll withdraw from your territory. From now on we will coexist peacefully," the Dragon Queen said directly. "Ah, such a significant matter. How can we be so hasty? We need to get a few big powers to witness this, shake hands and make peace, turn our weapons into jade and silk. I'll send the Dragon Clan people back plump and healthy," Fang Hao also said directly. The Dragon Queen narrowed her eyes, her gaze fixed on him. Fang Hao still maintained a smile. Just when the room fell into silence. The room door was suddenly pushed open. A Dragon Clan member rushed in and glanced at the room situation, then spoke softly, "It's clear now, they teleported over from the Sea Tribe." The Dragon Queen suddenly laughed. Fang Hao's eyes squinted, understanding her intention. He had ambushed her, and the Dragon Queen hadn't planned on negotiating, arranging people early at the teleportation array to investigate his coordinates. "Do you have anything else to say?" the Dragon Queen said mockingly. Fang Hao remained composed. "Let's start." Boom. A loud blast as both sides instantly erupted. Tables and chairs shattered, a loud blast ringing out. And Fang Hao, being the closest, faced the Dragon Queen's attack first. Crack. The Dragon Queen's attack was too fast, he didn't even have time to react, his skull was pierced by golden light. His body scattered into a pile of white bones.